Star Odyssey Chapter 2602 to Chapter 2654. Luine continued, Bro, you should know that although I'm from hyperspace, I'm not from hyperspace. I don't have any special relationship with hyperspace. If buying the two-colored soil will affect the Void Yang tribe and the Voiding tribe, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. If it doesn't, then we can trade normally. Just treat it as doing hyperspace a favor. As for the Void Yang tribe and the Voiding tribe, if you can make a profit, then just give me some more drinks. Suheng laughed. I understand. I know what to do. In front of Luine, the two decided to trade the two-colored soil to hyperspace. However, after Luine went to rest, they faced some trouble. The root of the problem was that hyperspace had caused many conflicts when they had first bought the two-colored soil. The Void Yang tribe had agreed to sell it, but the Voiding tribe had caused trouble. The Voiding tribe had agreed to sell it, but the Void Yang tribe had been dissatisfied. In the end, hyperspace had been unable to purchase the two-colored soil. Now, hyperspace had suddenly decided to sell it to them. The conflict had not been resolved yet, and it had only been temporarily suppressed. Now, many other problems had erupted. Suheng was fine, as his tribe trusted him. After weighing the pros and cons, they did not cause any trouble. However, the Voiding tribe was in complete conflict. Tribe leader, both of our tribes said that we wouldn't sell the two-colored soil to them, but now we're selling it. How will we face them? Who will care about what we say in the future? An old woman from the Voiding tribe said with a heavy tone. Her face was full of vicissitudes. Someone else said, We've fought with the Void Yang tribe several times because of the two-colored soil. My grandson was severely injured and can't cultivate anymore. If we suddenly sell the soil to hyperspace, then what's the point of everything we've done? That's right, tribe leader. We don't agree with this. There's also the matter of allying with the Void Yang tribe. Suleng's expression was cold as she scanned the crowd. She suddenly released her Void God's power, forming a power that only those from the Void God civilization could see. It felt like the sky was collapsing as it pressed down on the crowd. In an instant, the Voiding tribe situation changed. On the other side of Two-Colored Mountain, Luine, who had been talking to Suheng, suddenly looked over. What's this? Suheng sighed. It's here again. If she continues to suppress us like this, there'll be problems sooner or later. Luine looked at Suheng. Big sister Suleng? Suheng said, Lung has a fiery temper, and her mother is the one who understands her the best. That's why she's been able to create so many misunderstandings for us, making it so that I can't even explain myself. Now, the members of the Voiding tribe are objecting to some of our decisions, but she won't listen to their explanations either. Is it because of the two-colored soil? Luine asked. Suheng smiled as he replied, That's not a big deal. The main problem is that the fusion between the two races will cause problems. Even though the fusion will increase one's power and influence, the feud between the two races won't be resolved so easily. It has nothing to do with you. The two-colored soil is a small matter, but if it's the catalyst, then it's no small matter. Let me handle this, bro. Suheng was surprised. You're handling it? Luine replied, Since Big Brother and Big Sister have recognized me as a brother, then I, Xianxia, am also a member of the Void Yang tribe and Voiding tribe. I have the right to interfere with the tribe's internal affairs. Besides, the two-colored soil transaction was also because of me, so leave it to me. Suheng wanted to say something, but Luine smiled and said, Do you still need to worry about someone who can pass the void gate? Suheng's eyes flashed. All right. How do you want to handle it? Take me to the Voiding tribe. Luine said. Not long after, Suleng's power disappeared. This was because the Voiding tribe had been suppressed by her once more, but the resentment within the tribe continued to accumulate. The moment someone broke through to the Void transformation realm, it was very likely that they would rebel against Suleng. Suheng knew this, and so did Suleng. From the moment that she had been unable to be together with Suheng due to the Voiding tribe's internal opposition, she had developed a hatred for the Void Yang tribe and her own tribe. Thus, she had done as she pleased and did not care about what her tribe members thought. Gradually, she had gotten used to this. Even when she was together with Suheng and no one could oppose her, she still continued to forcefully suppress her own tribe members. Many of the Voiding tribe members had their own thoughts. Once someone broke through to the Void transformation realm, they would be able to stand on equal footing with Su Leng and vent the resentment that had accumulated over the years. "Leave," Su Leng said coldly. The group of Voiding tribe members bowed and retreated. At that moment, Su Heng brought Luin over. "Wait," Luin called out. Su Leng looked over. "Why are you here?" Su Heng replied, "Brother Xianxia wants to deal with this matter on his own." Su Leng replied, "I've already dealt with it." Su Heng frowned. "How many times have I told you? Your method of dealing with this matter can easily lead to hidden dangers." Su Leng replied, "There are no hidden dangers. As long as I'm the strongest, it's fine." Su Heng was helpless, as no one could do anything about this temper. At that moment, many of the Voiding tribe members were staring at Luin, their eyes filled with coldness and dissatisfaction. In any case, none of them liked him. Not all of the Voiding tribe were opposed to merging with the Void Yang tribe, but those who had come were all against it. Those who were in favor of merging with the Void Yang tribe and supported Su Leng did not appear. Luin met their gaze. "I was the one who facilitated the two-colored soil transaction. If you have any objections, you can look for me." "Sir, you are not a member of the Voiding tribe. What right do you have to interfere with our tribe's affairs?" the old woman asked with a cold gaze. Luin looked at her. "I was the one who helped hyperspace purchase the two-colored soil. What does that have to do with whether or not I'm a member of the Voiding tribe? As long as you deal with me, the two-colored soil transaction will naturally be cancelled. This is the simplest and fastest method." "Brother, you dash." Su Leng's expression changed and he wanted to stop Luin, but Luin looked over. "Sister Leng, the simplest way to resolve a cultivator's problems is through strength, right?" "Well said," one of the men barked as he stared at Luin. "Brat, I don't care what your relationship is with the tribe leader, but since you dared to say such things, you'll have to bear the consequences." The best way to vent one's anger was to beat them up so that they could vent their anger on him. It was better than saving it for Su Leng, which would only cause more trouble in the future. The man walked out and stared at Luin. "Brat, what realm are you at?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Void realm." Su Heng and Su Leng were shocked. When they had first met Luin, he had only displayed strength at the upper Void realm and definitely not at the Void realm. Now, he had actually reached the Void realm in less than half a year. How could this be? "I'm also at the Void realm, but my Void God power is definitely stronger than yours. Are you sure you want to resolve this with strength?" the man asked. Luin nodded. "If I can't beat you, then the two-colored soil deal is cancelled." The man sneered. "What arrogance." He then looked at Su Leng. "Tribe leader, you won't stop us, right?" Su Leng stared at the man. "Don't go overboard." The man raised his head. "Fine." He then turned to Luin. "You go first." Luin did not hesitate. He raised his hand and summoned his bone spear. These people could not tell how powerful it was, including Su Heng and Su Leng. Luin waved his hand, causing the bone spear to pierce through the void and descend directly between the man's eyebrows. It was almost touching, but the man was stunned and did not move. It was not that he did not want to dodge, but rather that he could not react in time. How could Luin be so fast? Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This bone spear was indeed a power vessel left behind by Wu Tian. It could ignore a person's defensive distance and directly hit the enemy. It was too useful. Luin withdrew the bone spear and looked at his opponent. How was it? The man was stunned. He had not even used his full strength and had been defeated in a single move. "You." Su Leng looked at the bone spear in Lu Yin's hand. No wonder he dared to say such a thing. This should be a power vessel, and even she could not tell how it had appeared. It should have been given to Xianxia by Senior Su Wuwei. Su Heng thought so as well, as only Su Wuwei could give such a good item. The man gritted his teeth, his face alternating between green and white. He was unwilling to accept this. He had not even attacked, and he had not even used his Void God's power. "I know you're unwilling. Let's cancel that round and continue," Luin said. The man sneered. So what if I'm unwilling? A loss is a loss. He then turned around and left. Luyin was astonished, this person was rather straightforward. Another person walked out. Then let me. It was a woman with delicate features. There was a large scar on her face that had not healed yet. She had probably just been through a battle and had yet to be healed. Xianxia, right? I've heard of you. You're the top genius of the Hexway training rites, and you just passed the void trial. No wonder you dared to speak so arrogantly to us. Someone behind her exclaimed, he's the one who passed the void trial? It's actually him. No wonder the clan leader treated him so courteously. I heard that this kid invited Senior Su Wuwei to guide him, but he didn't take the Void Master as his master. What is he thinking? I know that your innate gift is extraordinary, but it's a pity that you've picked the wrong opponent. I'm also at the Void Light realm, but the difference between us is too great. The woman stared at Luyin coldly. You can still attack first. As soon as she finished speaking, Void God power filled the air around her. Following that, a sharp claw appeared from the void and swept across the area with a bloodthirsty and brutal aura. Su Leng frowned. This woman was called Su Lai, and she was a rare genius of the Voiding tribe. Her name had shaken the Void God spacetime, just like the current Su Ji. She had been recognized as a genius who would definitely break through to the Void transformation realm. If not for the special cultivation methods of the Void Yin and Void Yang tribes, which made it impossible for them to break through to the Void realm without retrieving their yin-yang swords, this woman would definitely be recognized as a genius who could break through to the Void realm. The reason why these people were becoming bolder and daring to openly oppose Luyin was because of this woman. She was already close to the peak of the Void realm, and if she was given a few more years, she would definitely reach the Void transformation realm. This was also why Su Heng was worried. Once Su Lai reached the Void transformation realm, chaos would await the Voiding tribe. When he saw Su Lai's natal Void spirit walk out, Luyin was stunned. A white tiger? When the white tiger appeared, a terrifying Void God's power filled the area. It was not much weaker than the Void God's power that Su Leng had just used to suppress the crowd. It also contained an indescribable killing intent. Those who had never killed before would not be able to withstand it. Behind Su Lai, the old woman and the others were satisfied. This opposition was just a test, and Su Leng was still trying to force them to submit. The more she did this, the louder the voices of the Voiding tribe would be, and the greater Su Lai's influence would be. Now was the perfect time for her to display her power and intimidate the tribe. She had just returned from the battlefield, so her power was enough to give many people confidence. Virtual God power battles not only depended on one's own level, but also the strength of the virtual god. The White Tiger's virtual god power was almost 10 times stronger than Su Lai's. Even though Su Lai was still at the Void Luminous realm, his virtual god power alone was enough to fight against a Void transformation realm. Su Leng's expression was gloomy. This was a show of force. Su Heng frowned. The Voiding tribe's situation was worse than he had imagined. Su Leng was about to lose control. Luyin didn't care. This girl's void god power was ridiculous, but so what if she was a void transformation realm cultivator? As he thought about it, his bone spear floated into the air. Are you really going to let me make the first move? Su Lai was astonished. She hadn't seen how the bone spear had attacked, but as long as Su Lai was protected by faux god strength, the bone spear wouldn't have been able to get close to Su Lai. Even if it was a powerful treasure, it didn't matter. You only have one chance, said Su Lai. Luyin smiled. With your void god strength, my bone spear won't be able to get close to you. It's not wrong to say that it's an opportunity. The old woman and the others were satisfied. This child was still quite tactful. But Luyin looked at Su Lai. Since you know that Senior Su Wuwei is my guide, where do you get the confidence that you can stop me with just the power of a void god? He then raised a hand. Tai Spin. Su Lai's pupils shrank. Tai Xian? Su Heng, Su Leng, and even the old woman were stunned. Tai Xian? Everyone in the virtual god universe knew that it was the power of Senior Su Wuwei. It was an invincible power. How was it possible that this kid had learned the Tai spinning technique? Void God's power continued to gather in Lu Yin's palm, and after that, lines extended out and passed through Su Lai's body without any resistance. They enveloped the entire Voiding tribe and formed a square drawing. Su Lai's scalp went numb. This really was too great. She had seen it once before, but it was impossible. It was just half a year. The bone spike disappeared and reappeared. Just like before, it descended on Su Lai's forehead without any resistance. Su Lai didn't react at all. She couldn't react at all. Su Lai stared blankly at the bone spike floating in front of her. At such a close distance, she could feel the terrifying void god's power. It didn't come from Luin, but from the bone spike itself. She looked at Luin and gulped. She had not lost her composure even in a life or death battle, but now, her face was pale. You've won. Luin lowered his hand, and the checkered drawing disappeared along with the bone spur. Thank you for letting me win. Everyone stared at Luin in shock. Tai Xian, it really was Tai Xian. He had ignored Su Lai's void god power and used the bone spear to decide the battle. At this moment, Luin had shocked everyone more than they had ever seen in their lives. Brother, you've learned the Tai Chi spin? Luin replied, I know a bit about it, but it's not always effective. My luck was pretty good just now, and I succeeded. Su. Senior Su Wuwei Supreme Vortex was a symbol in the virtual god spacetime. Once the checkered painting appeared, it meant that Senior Su Wuwei had arrived. Now, there was another person. Su Lai stared blankly at Luin. I'm convinced. He then looked at Su Leng. Patriarch, I support the integration of the two clans. He then turned to leave. The old woman and the rest had complicated expressions. They had thought that Su Lai had displayed his power and taken the first step to pull Su Leng down. They hadn't expected it to be a failure. They looked at Su Leng. How had this woman found such an innate genius? Su Lai's declaration meant that the Voiding tribe fully supported Su Leng. Their previous resentment was gone because of Lu Yin's existence and because he had learned Void God's art. In their eyes, Lu Yin represented not just himself, but also Senior Su Wuwei. Difficult. No one could pass the Void Gate. Congratulations, big brother Xianxia. I'm Yun, and I'm here to greet you. A few people had appeared in the distance at some point. The one who spoke was a beautiful woman with a generous demeanor. It was obvious that she came from a large family, and she had a noble air about her. Luin looked over, but he did not recognize her. Someone stepped forward to report, Leader, young Mistress Yun requests an audience. The elder asked me to bring her in. Everyone else, leave. He then looked at Yun. Are you the young mistress of the Jingyun clan? Yun smiled. Greetings, Senior Su Leng. Su Leng nodded. Please come in. Luin looked at Yun. Was she the young mistress of the Jingyun clan? He hadn't gone looking for her, but she had. Come looking for him first. Su Leng quickly received them, and Su Heng, Luin, and Yun took their seats. Young Mistress Yun, why have you come to the Voiding tribe? Su Leng asked. Yun replied, I'm not here to see the Voiding tribe, but to see brother Xianxia. See me? Luin did not understand. Yun looked at Luin with bright eyes that were filled with worship and respect. The elder specifically said that if brother Xianxia needs anything in the Void God spacetime, the Jingyun clan will definitely help. Senior Su Xiangyin? Luin asked. Yun nodded. Yes. How did you know that I'm here? The elder has already explained the relationship between brother Xianxia, clan leader Su Heng, and clan leader Su Leng, so I naturally had to come and take a look. Also, Yun looked at Su Leng. I've admired your two clans for a long time, but I haven't had the chance to visit. Now is the perfect time to visit you two seniors. Yun spoke humbly and politely, which made everyone feel comfortable. Furthermore, she was the young mistress of the Jingyun clan, and because of her relationship with Luin, she was practically connected to the two clans. Yun's arrival also saved Luin a trip. He handed over the list of resources that Ku Jian had given him to Yun, hoping that the Jingyun clan would purchase them on his behalf. This was a small matter, so Yun readily agreed. Yun had originally wanted to invite Luin to the Jingyun clan as a guest, but Luin had declined. He wanted to wait until the two-colored soil was excavated before making the trade with the hyperdimension. Lu Yin's actions in the Voidine tribe also spread to the Voidyang tribe. That shocking checkered painting was enough to convince anyone. From then on, Tai Xian's name would not only represent Su Wuwei, but also Xianxia. Excavating the two-colored soil was not as easy as Lu Yin had imagined, and he had to wait for more than a month before he could complete the trade with the hyperdimension. However, before the hyperdimension could complete the trade, a person named Wu Man arrived with a letter of challenge. Lu Yin was surprised. A letter of challenge? Su Heng felt a headache coming on. I didn't think that this matter would still be over. Lu Yin looked at the letter and saw that it was signed, Xianxia. He had heard of this name before. Xianxia? That powerhouse? You've heard of him as well? Su Heng asked. Lu Yin nodded. A powerhouse who doesn't use any void spirit from the void god spacetime and walks an unusual path. It's said that he opened up another path to heaven for many people in the void god spacetime. Su Heng sighed. Senior Xianxia is a legendary figure, but his legend is also related to Master Void Prime. Su Heng told Lu Yin about a grudge that had once occurred in the void god spacetime. Actually, it could not be considered a grudge, but rather a battle between two people's beliefs. Master Void Prime. The orthodox cultivators of the void god civilization cultivated their void spirit and used it to their advantage. Xianxia, on the other hand, had deviated from the orthodox path and did not use any void spirit. Instead, he used the void spirit's power to display battle techniques, which was closer to a cultivation civilization. Thus, these two people with opposing beliefs had clashed in the same era. The two fought fiercely, but Master Void Prime won consecutively. He relied on the might of the Yin Yang sword to defeat Xianxia, and the battle only ended when Master Void Prime died. The Yin Yang sword is almost 20 times stronger than Master Void Prime's void spirit's power, so how could Senior Xianxia possibly be a match for it? His successive defeats were within everyone's expectations, but Senior Xianxia never gave up. However, he also stopped insisting on not using the void spirit. Instead, he began to nurture his own void spirit, and what he nurtured was his own beard. His beard was his, and he did not go against his promise of not using the void spirit. The competition was supposed to take place 1,000 years later, but unfortunately, Su Heng had a complicated look in his eyes as he continued. Master Sui died in battle, and Senior Xianxia didn't get to fight him in the end. As for his defeat, he was never able to wash away. Su Heng continued, they didn't have any grudges, but their beliefs differed. They were more like friends, and after Master Void Prime died, Senior Xianxia personally went to the battlefield to retrieve his corpse, but he did not find the Yin Yang sword. Lu Yin found it strange. Master Void Prime had died in battle, so the Yin Yang sword should have been with him. Why had it appeared in the void dimension? Had Xianxia placed it there? No, there was no need for him to do that. The Voidyang and Voidine clans had only been working together for half a year, and Xianxia had already sent someone to challenge Su Heng and Su Leng while he was only a void transformation realm cultivator. If Xianxia was so eager to fight against Master Void Prime, he would not have hidden the Yin Yang sword. If Lu Yin were in Xiaoxi's position, he would have searched everywhere for the Yin Yang sword so that the two clans could display their true strength. Are you confident in facing Senior Xianxia? Lu Yin asked. Su Heng and Su Leng exchanged glances and bitterly replied, how could we be confident? Even though Senior Xianxia also controlled his void spirit's power to the void transformation realm, he was the one who guided the many battle techniques of our void god spacetime. He was the one who guided countless people to cultivate void spirit's power. If the Void Master created the void god civilization, then Senior Xianxia opened up a path for this civilization, even though not everyone was willing to walk it. Did the void god civilization not have any battle techniques before Senior Xianxia? Lu Yin was curious. Su Leng replied, that's not the case. Senior Su Wuwei's Tai Chi vortex appeared in an era that far surpassed Senior Xiaoxi's. However, at that time, everyone was focused on the void god realm and did everything they could to increase the amount of void spirit's power they could draw. Very few people spent their time on battle techniques, but Senior Xianxia broke some people's beliefs and allowed them to use void spirit's power as a foundation. This allowed some people who weren't as talented in Void Spirit's power to walk the path. The one who brought the letter, Wu Man, was a typical example. At most, he could draw on Void Spirit's power that was equivalent to his own. That kind of talent was basically wasted, but after following Senior Xianxia, he cultivated all the way to his current realm. His future will be even greater, and he might even reach the Void Transformation realm. It can be said that Senior Xianxia led many people who weren't as talented to walk the path of cultivation, and he was very respected in the Void God spacetime. Louis nodded. Every parallel spacetime had people worthy of respect, such as the Fifth Mainland's Elder Chan, the Fog Ancestor, Progenitor Chen, and so on. There was also the Void God spacetime Xianxia, Su Wuwei, and so on. This included the Drifting Cloud spacetime that had been conquered by the Void God spacetime. According to Xi Jing, the progenitor, Drifting Cloud, had almost gone mad when he saw the cultivators of the Drifting Cloud spacetime being slaughtered. That person definitely cared about his own people, and these people were all worthy of respect. Humans were like this. Some people would drag out an ignoble existence, pursue fame or seek revenge, and choose to become spies of the Eternals. However, some people were righteous, and no matter how high they reached, they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity. This was what humans were like. As he looked at Su Heng and Su Ling's troubled expressions, Luin touched his cosmic ring. Perhaps giving them the yin-yang swords was the best choice, but how? Without the yin-yang sword, the Void Yang tribe and Voiding tribe would not be able to break through to the Void realm. They relied too much on the Void Spirit, and it was easy to imagine how much Void Prime relied on the yin-yang sword. No wonder he had fought with Xianxia. Are you confident in finding the yin-yang sword? Luin asked. Su Heng and Su Ling looked at each other. Of course, but it's been so many years, and the yin-yang sword's whereabouts are still unknown. We've long since given up. I have a way, Luin said bluntly. These two people treated him with sincerity, and the feeling they gave him was the same as Brother Hui Kong. He hoped that he could help them. If the yin-yang sword was not with him, then it would be fine, but it just had to be with him. If he continued to hide it, then Luin would not be able to get past himself. The two were shocked. You have a way? Luin asked seriously, do you believe that someone can use a power of the same origin to search for an item? The two were confused. Luin explained, the yin-yang sword is Void Prime's Void Spirit, and it's related to his power, right? You two also cultivate his power. If you can confirm that your powers are of the same origin, then there's a chance to find it. I know someone like that. Is that so? Su Heng did not believe it. Su Ling, on the other hand, believed him. The universe is vast, and there are all sorts of strange things. It's normal for someone to cultivate a power that neither of us can understand. She then looked at Luin with hope. Brother, what's the cultivation of this person you know? Luin thought about it. In the Void Spirit spacetime, he's at the Void Transformation realm. Su Ling's eyes lit up. Void Transformation realm? Where is that? Luin was troubled. This person is a little troublesome in my own spacetime, and I definitely won't be able to invite him. After all, he's a Void Transformation realm powerhouse, so I'll have to go to the hyperspace dimension and ask Zijing to help me. I'll have to use her influence there to invite this person. The person he was referring to was his fate daughter, but he could not bring his own fate daughter over. Although he wanted to help the two tribes, he did not want to be targeted. With his own cultivation, bringing a half-ancestor over would be suspicious, especially since he was being watched by Su Wuwei. In fact, he was willing to take a risk to help the two tribes. I'll go with you, Su Heng said. Luin smiled. She's called an eccentric, so her temperament is naturally eccentric. That eccentric is restricted by hyperspace, which is why Zijing is useful. Besides, they already know each other. Even a virtual Tai realm powerhouse might not be able to invite her out. Su Heng was curious. Is that Zijing yours? Luin smiled knowingly and looked at the two of them, who instantly understood. Ha 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 ha, so that's how it is. Then I'm relieved. With sister-in-law's help, I don't owe transdimensional any favors, Su Heng said with a smile. Su Ling rolled his eyes. We only owe brother Xianqi. It has nothing to do with hyperspace. Luin smiled wryly. What do you mean by owe? Since you're here to ask for the two-colored soil, does that mean you owe the two of you as well? Of course not, I can give you as many as you want, Suheng said straightforwardly. Sulung grinned at Luin. Alright, let's cut the crap. I'll go to hyperspace and look for Zijing. I should be able to bring that person back in half a month. By the way, how much longer until the challenge deadline? Luin asked. Senior Shou CI gave us a year to prepare, Suheng said. Luin nodded. That's enough. I'm leaving. How are you going to hyperspace? Sulung asked as if he had thought of something. Luin smiled. Zijing is in hyperspace, so I have ways to visit her whenever I want. Bye. He then tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. Suheng sighed as he watched Luin leave. Whether or not we can find the Yin-Yang sword, we still owe brother a favor. Sulung replied, we owe him more than just one favor. It doesn't matter. You. Suheng smiled wryly, but he didn't care too much about it. He really did value Xianxia, and he didn't call him brother for nothing. As for the Yin-Yang sword, he didn't have much hope. After returning to the fifth mainland, Luin went straight to the home of the gods. The transaction between hyperspace and the home of the gods was very important, and hyperspace had specially sent someone to be stationed there. He said that he could provide assistance at any time if something happened, but in reality, he was also there to keep an eye on the situation. If Luin wanted to go to hyperspace, he would naturally look for that person. However, going to hyperspace to look for Zijing was just an excuse for Suheng and Sulung. Luin naturally wouldn't actually go, but he had that person bring a message to Zijing and Kujian. On the surface, hyperspace could accept this favor. Because of Luin, the two-colored soil could be purchased, and with Lu Yin's influence in the void god spacetime as well as his connection to the home of the gods, Xianxia had unknowingly become more and more important in hyperspace. Kept thinking about this name. At the same time, this name kept popping up in the energy research team and the decision-making team. No one cared more about these resources than those in the know. They knew what the research was about, and if it succeeded, the entire structure of the Six Directions Society would change. The more they understood the importance of Zijing and Xianxia. In comparison, Bai Qian was like a transparent person, and no one cared about her anymore. At most, they respected her on the surface. After Luin passed the message, he returned to the Above the Sky sect and looked for Fate. During this time, Fate had been searching for Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. Back in the Astral Combat Academy, the stargazing towers had been destroyed one by one, and a bead had been discovered there. However, there had been an inexplicable massacre. Luin had sent Butian and Fate to divine Mr. Zhu, and they had finally found out that Mr. Zhu might still be alive. At that time, Fate had gone to look for Starsabil, but she had never been able to find her again. Some time had passed since then, but Fate had still not found Starsabil. The Above the Sky sect had also been searching for Starsabil and Mr. Zhu, but there had been no news of them. Any clues? Luin asked. Fate was furious. As the successor of Fate, everything was under her control, but she had still been played by Starsabil and Mr. Zhu. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation, and every time she thought about how Starsabil had been subservient in front of her, she felt like she was going crazy. She was even more hateful than Lu Bujing. No. You're the successor of Fate, Luin reminded her. Fate gritted her teeth. That Mr. Zhu is not simple. I was tricked by him the first time I found the Starsabil sect. His relationship with Fate is definitely not inferior to mine. Luin frowned. Ever since he had stepped onto the path of cultivation, the Starsabil sect had always been a topic that he could not avoid. As his realm grew higher, his horizons grew wider, and the fog surrounding the Starsabil sect grew thicker. What exactly was hidden there? Mr. Zhu had probably faked his death to avoid Fate. Since he wants to avoid you, that proves that you have the ability to threaten him. Continue searching, and you must dig him out. Fate's gaze was resolute. She had never been so fixated on something before. Back when she had chased after Lu Bujing, she had done so on a whim. Even so, she had already given Lu Bujing a headache. Now, all of her energy was focused on the Starsibel sect. The most hateful thing is that they've been playing with me all this time. Mr. Zhu has been faking his death since the beginning, and when I wanted to investigate them, I discovered that everything related to the Starsibel sect had been destroyed. That's the real reason why I can't find them. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. You can find anything related to them? Fate's maiden suddenly looked at Lu Yin with a burning gaze. You have one? Lu Yin nodded and smiled. What a coincidence. Starsibel gave me an invitation back then, and I couldn't bear to throw it away. It should be useful, right? He reached out to retrieve it from his cosmic ring. Fate's maiden sneered. You're quite capable if you can find it. Lu Yin frowned, but there was nothing. He stared at his cosmic ring and continued searching, but there was nothing. Impossible. He had always kept Starsibel's invitation in his cosmic ring, so how could it not be there? What's going on? Lu Yin's expression turned ugly. Fate's maiden said, You're underestimating her. If she can trick me, the heir of fate, then it shouldn't be a problem for her to trick you. Besides, your cultivation must have been very low when you received the invitation. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. She gave you the invitation letter when your cultivation was low so that she could predict your future. When your cultivation was high enough and you wanted to counter her, the invitation letter would naturally be gone. How could someone who could deceive the successor of fate leave such a big flaw? It's not just you, all the invitations in this spacetime are gone. I thought of that a long time ago, said Fate Lady. Starsibel gave out an invitation, and some people felt that it was an honor. The smarter ones did not dare to accept it, while the more confident ones accepted it and wanted to use it to their advantage. You, Pathmaster, are the last type. Unfortunately, this opportunity will never come. Was it impossible? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Back when he had been transporting resources from the sixth mainland, he had relied on Starsibel's invitation to successfully escape and follow her away. Speaking of which, he had managed to counter her once, but that had been a small problem. Starsibel had not done anything and had allowed the invitation to remain in his cosmic ring. Now that she had been investigated by Fate's maiden, Starsibel had destroyed all of the invitations and revealed her true abilities. Lu Yin knew that he could use the invitation to counter Starsibel, but he had been one step behind. Starsibel was not that stupid, and the methods she had left behind could only be used to scheme against others. She would not allow others to scheme against her. Let's not think about this for now. Come with me to the Void God spacetime and help me put on a show. Lu Yin then told Fate's maiden what he wanted to do. She rolled her eyes. I can only put on a show. The power of destiny is useful in this spacetime, but once we leave this spacetime, unless we cultivate the power of a new spacetime, the power of destiny will not be compatible and might not be effective. Lu Yin thought about the die's possession, which was also ineffective in the 6 directional training halls. Did it have to be used in the Genesis space? Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something and stood in place, deep in thought. Then, when are we leaving? Fate's maiden asked. Lu Yin raised a hand to stop her from speaking. He had suddenly thought of something. What exactly was it? It had to be important. He recalled every single word that had just been said, and suddenly looked at Fate's maiden. The power of destiny is ineffective in other spacetimes? Fate's maiden replied, It's not exactly ineffective, but it might not be effective. After all, destiny cultivates in the Genesis space, and there will definitely be problems in other spacetimes. Lu Yin suddenly thought of Bai Qian. Bai Qian had an invitation from Starsibel, and it was that invitation that had allowed her to leave Earth and step into outer space. Yes, Bai Qian. Nothing in this world could be perfect. Starsibel could destroy all the invitations in the Genesis space, but Bai Qian's might be the only loophole. If I give you an invitation from Starsibel, will you be able to capture her? Lu Yin stared at Life Maiden. Her eyes lit up, and she gritted her teeth. Definitely. All right. Lu Yin smiled. Although there might not be one, I still have to ask. Perhaps there is an invitation that still exists. In a parallel spacetime? Life Maiden's eyes blazed. Lu Yin looked at her and nodded. Life Maiden's breathing quickened. Quickly find it. I must capture Star Sibyl and that Mr. Zhu. If they dare to trick me, they're dead. There's no rush. That invitation isn't that easy to obtain. It's rather troublesome, Luin said. Bai Qian would definitely be watched by many in the hyperspace, especially now that he held the absolute advantage. She would not allow Bai Qian to easily come into contact with outsiders, and it would be very difficult for her to go to the Hexway training rites like before. Bai Qian had analyzed the three sovereign space with Luin. In other words, Luin would not be able to see Bai Qian for a while. Besides Zi Jing, there was no one else in the hyperspace, and it would be even more impossible for him to come into contact with Bai Qian. Retrieving the invitation from Bai Qian would be even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Life Maiden grew anxious. How troublesome? Even with your methods, you can't obtain it? Luin replied, just wait. There will be a chance. He would not take the risk of having Zi Jing contact Bai Qian. If he was exposed, he would lose everything. He was not the only one in the hyperspace, there was also that ruler. That was the greatest threat. 10 days later, Luin brought Life Maiden to the Void God spacetime. There's nothing special. Life Maiden looked at the sky. Luin replied, if you cultivate Void God's power, you will discover that this space is filled with Void God's power. That Void Master has the power to change the entire parallel spacetime. Life Maiden was speechless. Isn't he comparable to a primogenitor? Luin shook his head, as he did not know. In truth, Luin did not know exactly how powerful the primogenitor was, but the only person in the Six Paths Association who was said to be comparable to the primogenitor was an exalted celestial, which meant that this Void Master was clearly not at that level. Moreover, this Void Master was good friends with Wu Tian, so he should be at the level of the Three Realms 6 Daos. He didn't say much about this to Fate Daughter. Since he was here, he had to quickly help the two races find the Yin Yang sword. Luin and Life's Daughter spent a few days hiding the Yin Yang swords before taking Life's Daughter to the two clans. Su Heng and Su Lung were confused when they saw Fate Girl wrapped in white clouds. Brother, who is this? This is the eccentric. Bro, use the power of the same origin as the Yin Yang sword. This eccentric will help us find it, Luin said. Within the white clouds, the Fate Maiden's cold voice rang out. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to find it. This spacetime is different from the one I'm in. Su Heng nodded. They had cultivated to the void transformation realm, so they could naturally think of this. In reality, they hadn't held out much hope, but since the eccentric was already here, they might as well give it a try. Soon, Su Heng and Su Lung joined forces to use Master Void Prime's power. This power could only be used when they worked together, and this was also the reason why Shou Ci had challenged them. This was the first time Luin had seen the power of the Void Yang and Void Ying clans. Su Heng's power was called the Scorching Yang technique, while Su Lung's was called the Yin Heart technique. They were hot and cold, and they fused together in a special way to form a power that was neither cold nor yang. It was more like the origin of a power, and it reminded Luin of a few words carved onto the Yin Yang sword. Yin is the power of the heart. Yang is the power of the scorching heat. Yin and Yang converge, breaking through the heavens. This power seemed to have the potential to break through the heavens, bringing with it the initial warmth. Earth's energy came from the sun. Compared to the virtual god power that Su Heng and Su Lung cultivated, this energy was the sun, giving them endless possibilities. Apart, they were ordinary, but when they fused together, there were endless possibilities. The two powers converged into a line that was touched by the Life Maiden. The line then extended into the distance for an unknown amount of time. Follow the line. The Life Maiden then walked out for the first time. Su Heng and Su Lung looked at each other in disbelief. Could they really find it? The group followed the line into the distance, and they gradually found the location where Luin had hidden the Yin Yang sword. As the line snapped, the sky bloomed with light, and the Yin Yang sword soared into the sky towards the two powers that had fused together. Su Heng and Su Lung were shocked. The Yin Yang sword? The Yin Yang sword? Luin sighed. The Life Maiden was calm, this was just an act. What she found strange was that the Life Maiden had spent so many years searching for the sword, so where had Luin gotten it from? This was what she didn't understand the most. There were many times when Luyin was able to do unimaginable things. Su Heng and Su Leng circled around the yin yang sword, and their power multiplied. Luyin raised a brow and quickly reminded them to restrain themselves. If this continued, the entire void god spacetime would know that they had found the yin yang sword. Su Heng and Su Leng reacted and put away the yin yang sword. They hurried over to thank the Life Maiden, but she was cold. "No need to thank me." She then turned to Luyin. "Don't forget what you promised me. Go back." Luyin nodded. "Bro, I'll go back with her first. We'll be back soon." Su Heng stepped forward. "Bro, what did you promise?" Luyin replied, "Nothing." Su Heng seriously replied, "You're helping our two clans by finding the yin yang sword. Any promises will be made by our two clans." He then walked towards the Life Maiden and bowed deeply. "Su Heng, the leader of the Void Yang clan, thank you for helping us find our treasures." Su Leng also stepped forward. "Su Leng, the leader of the Void Yin clan, thank you for helping us find our treasures. Now that the treasures have been found, our two clans will be responsible for the promises that brother Xianxia made. Please state them clearly." Luyin hurriedly stepped forward. "Bro, it's not a big deal. I'll tell you when I get back." Su Heng was very serious as he looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother, you've done enough. Since the yin yang sword has been found, you've done more than just a favor for our two races. We don't know how to repay you, and inviting such an extraordinary person must have cost us quite a bit. No matter if it's you or your sister-in-law, you shouldn't do anything for us." Su Leng patted Luyin's shoulder and smiled. "We'll pay the price ourselves." Luyin smiled bitterly. The Life Maiden did not belong to the fifth mainland, so he could not locate her in the vast parallel spacetime. Thus, he had to personally send her back. He could only use this excuse to send her back, but he had not expected these two to be so serious. The Life Maiden's cold voice rang out. "I'll tell Xianxia about the price. It's time for me to leave." Luyin hurriedly tore through the void. "I'll go with him. The eccentric will return. I'll find you later." Su Heng wanted to stop them, but Su Leng said, "Let them go first. No matter how much this eccentric demands, it's not something we can bear. After all, we belong to the void god spacetime." Su Heng nodded. "But we still have to give bro Xianxia an explanation." "Of course," Su Leng said. "But let's return to our clans first. The convergence of our powers has loosened my bottleneck. Brother Heng, it's time to break through to the virtual realm." Su Heng's eyes lit up. "Me too." The two then returned to their clans. On the other side, Luyin brought the Life Maiden back to the Eternal Kingdom before returning to the Above Heaven sect. "Path Master, those two have good characters," the Life Maiden said. Luyin replied, "Thank you." The Life Maiden asked, "When will you be able to find the invitation?" Luyin replied, "I'm more anxious than you. The Star Sibyl sect will always exist, and I'll never be able to find out their goal. I'll think of a way to get it back." The Life Maiden left, and Luyin hurried back to the Void God spacetime to visit the two clans. Although it hadn't been long, news of the two clans finding the yin yang sword had already spread, and it was only a matter of time before it spread throughout the Void God spacetime. It was very likely that it would attract the attention of Su Wuwei or Su Wuji, so he couldn't be away for too long. When Luyin returned to the two clans, he learned that Su Heng and Su Leng had gone into seclusion. The yin yang sword was too important to their clans, and they relied on it too much. This wasn't a good thing, but it was their business, so Luyin didn't say anything about it. The people he knew were all in seclusion, and Luyin didn't have much to do. He was just about to go into seclusion to cultivate since he hadn't rolled his die in a long time, but Su Lai came looking for him and asked about the 6 direction training rites. "Why are you interested in the 6 direction training rites?" Luyin was puzzled. Ever since Luyin had defeated Su Lai's attitude towards him had completely changed. He was no longer as cold as before, and his voice was as gentle as possible. Even Su Leng didn't treat him this way. During this period of time, the fusion of our clan's power has undergone a qualitative change. Wu Man's challenge made me see this even more clearly. Before this, Senior Xianxia didn't even take us seriously, but now, we're qualified to be noticed by those powerhouses. Sulai looked at Luin with sincerity. If the fusion of our clans is already like this, then the fusion of the six-direction training rites civilizations is naturally even more important. Luin sighed. I'm surprised that you can think of this. Actually, the six-direction training rites only take in the younger generation. The older generation doesn't want to fuse their civilizations at all, and they only want to cultivate their own strength. From their perspective, it's far more important to cultivate than to spend time fusing civilizations. Only the younger generation is willing to sacrifice time to try. Is this the conclusion you reached in the six-direction training rites? Sulai asked. You can say that. Sulai stared at Luin. I'm from the older generation? Luin was stunned, as he hadn't expected Sulai to focus on this. Of course she was from the older generation, and she was at least a few hundred or 1,000 years old. At the very least, you don't meet the requirements of going to the six-direction training rites. Sulai continued, when it comes to cultivation, time is no longer the standard. It might seem like there's a huge age gap between us now, but 10,000 years from now, will you still think that this gap is huge? You want to discuss this with me? Luin was puzzled. Sulai said, let's go out for a walk. You probably don't know much about the void god's space-time. Luin thought about it and agreed. All right. Not long after, the two left the clan grounds and wandered around under Sulai's guidance. The void god space-time was different from the fifth mainland in terms of the nature of their power, and the differences in their civilizations led to different architectural styles and cultures. However, many things were the same. For example, the void god space-time was divided into a cultivation civilization and a technological civilization. This was something that Luin had not expected, as he had assumed that the entire void god space-time cultivated void god power. This civilization can't even step out of space. They have to rely on their own abilities and see us as aliens. Only then will they be able to see the space-time clearly. Sulai and Luin looked at the dark red planet in the distance. The planet's technology was still in its infancy, and it was still in the era of cold weapons and firearms. It would take at least 100 years or even longer to leave the planet. Luin had looked at other civilizations from this perspective more than once. To these civilizations, they were aliens that could not be touched. If they appeared, they might even be treated as gods, but once they left the planet, they would discover that they were just different in terms of cultivation. There was no difference in quality. He often wondered if there was a pair of eyes watching him from the void, watching the flow of space-time. Just as Saruzin had said, everything could be quantified, and the owner of those eyes was an existence that could control quantification. Did such a being exist? If not, then where did Saruzin's karmic gift come from? Where did Lu Yin's dye come from? If it existed, what kind of being was it? What kind of great power did it have? His power was like that of a god in this space-time, but if they could one day step out of this space-time and come into contact with such an existence, would they also discover that there was no difference in quality between them? Was the difference in their realms? If that was the case, then did that mean that there was another power above the ancestors? Luin looked up at the dark sky and fell into deep thought. After that, Sulai brought Luin around the void god space-time. Luin had never thought that such a cold person would do such a thing. I plan to send people to the six paths, the more the better, Sulai said. Luin did not say much. This was a matter of the Voiding tribe, and he could not interfere just because he had helped the two tribes. The two wandered around for a few days, but Luin gradually lost interest and returned to the two tribes. On the way back, he saw the planet that was just starting to develop technology. Luin suddenly asked, "Do you think that someone will interfere with this civilization?" "What do you mean?" Sulai did not understand. Luin said, "Go in and become a god." Sulai's brows raised, "Probably not. Who would be so bored? That would only embarrass themselves if others found out." "This is a way to escape reality," Luin said. Suddenly, his expression changed as he glanced to the right. Sulai looked in the same direction, and his expression changed. "Not good." Her void god's force surged as the white tiger above her head walked out of its nest and roared at the sky. "What happened?" Luin feigned ignorance. Su of the void of Lu. Luin of the void of the voids. The white tiger virtual god roared and stretched out its claw, pressing forward. A human figure suddenly appeared and collided with the white tiger virtual god. With a bang, the void distorted and then exploded. The terrifying power continued to tear the void, causing countless spatial cracks to appear. Luin was shocked. Eternals? Su's voids Lu of the Su, and Su's of Su. To Su's, too, if he, too. Of Su. Battle and life or death were two different things. The white tiger void god frantically extended its claws and pounced at the eternal corpse king. The corpse king's eyes constantly changed until they finally stopped at red. The corpse king's red eyes transformation combined with the corpse king's already powerful body and cultivation that rivaled Su Lai's own. Even if the white tiger void god's void god power far surpassed Su Lai's, it still could not kill the corpse king in an instant. Su Lai frowned, her heart sinking when she saw the corpse king's red eyes transformation. On the battlefield, most of the void god civilization's cultivators were at the back while the void gods charged forward. The most effective way to deal with them was to deal with corpse kings. These corpse kings increased their physical strength by 10-fold or even 100-fold, and void gods had no advantage over them. Even if a void god had void god power that was several times greater than a cultivator's, it would still be difficult to shake a corpse king. The Six Direction Society and the Eternal Tribe had been fighting for countless years, and they were familiar with each other. When she saw the corpse king attack, Su Lai knew that this was a premeditated attack. "I'll do it," Luin said, his bone spear floating in the air as he casually waved it. Su Lai did not stop him. Although she was worried about Luin, as long as he acted, even she would not be able to stop him. The corpse king would not be able to either. The moment the bone spear shot out, Su Lai felt her scalp go numb and she turned around. Danger! Luin had sensed it before she did, and the bone spear's target was not the corpse king, but behind them. The moment Su Lai turned around, Luin also did the same. The bone spear pierced through the void, shattering a sharp mist that Luin did not recognize before disappearing. Su Lai had not expected Luin to react so quickly. The bone spear instantly pierced through the void, piercing through a figure's head and causing blood to splatter through space. At the same time, the white tiger void god roared and knocked the corpse king back. Its claws were wrapped in void god power, and it tore a small portion of the corpse king's body apart. However, the white tiger void god had used up quite a bit of void god power. Luin waved his hand, and the bone spear shot towards the corpse king. Before the corpse king could react, the bone spear pierced through its head, instantly killing it just like before. This was the bone spear, a reward that Wu Tian had given to those who successfully passed the void gate. It was definitely not an ordinary item, and this was Lu Yin's first time using it in battle. With the bone spear's ability to ignore distance and the terrifying void god's power that the void master had instilled into it, along with Lu Yin's void god power that was close to the peak of the void realm, the bone spear could unleash a destructive power that was comparable to a half-martial ancestor. 2 corpse kings had died in an instant. This was the result of Lu Yin's attack. Su Lai was shocked. She knew that the bone spear was powerful, but this was a completely different experience. If she had not admitted defeat against Luin, she would have suffered the same fate as the corpse kings. Su Lai looked at the bone spear floating beside her and suppressed her shock. "This void god? Senior Su Wuwei gave it to me." Luin did not hesitate to use Su Wuwei's name. Su Lai nodded. Only an expert like Senior Su Wuwei could create such a void god. She looked at Luin. "I'm sorry for putting you in danger." Normally, Luin would have suspected Su Lai since this woman had mysteriously brought him out. If he had not come out, then he would not have encountered such danger. However, he had been observing Su Lai when he had sensed the corpse king's appearance. Su Lai had immediately protected him the moment she had discovered the corpse king, which was a subconscious reaction that could not be faked. There was no need for her to feign such a reaction in front of him. Based on her knowledge, it was impossible for her to sense danger in advance. Only such a reaction could reveal a person's true nature. "It's fine, just treat it as practice," Luin said. Su Lai clenched her fists. "I'll get to the bottom of this." This has nothing to do with me. I know, Luin said. Sulai frowned, you know? Normally, you should suspect me since I was the one who brought you out. Luin smiled, you didn't force me out, and I wouldn't have come out even if I didn't want to. Don't worry, I know it has nothing to do with you. Sulai could not understand Luin. Was this person pretending or was he really not related to her? But then again. Lu Yan's expression darkened. Sulai looked at him. Luin met her gaze. This is the heart of the void god space-time, but we were ambushed by the Eternals. Are their infiltration methods too advanced, or is the void god spacetime's reaction too poor? Sulai's expression turned ugly. It's not just the void god spacetime, it's the same for the Six Direction societies as well. Important people or geniuses with innate gifts will more or less be assassinated by the Eternals. Why? Luin did not understand. He could understand if the assassin was a spy, but the one he had just killed was a corpse king, whose scarlet eyes were too obvious. Sulai was vexed. I don't know how to explain it to you. You'll understand as time passes. To put it simply, this is the current situation of the Six Direction societies, and it's very difficult to change. Doesn't the Six Direction societies specifically search for Eternals or corpse kings? Luin asked. Yes, Sulai replied, Heaven's reflection matter. Heaven's reflection matter? Luin raised a brow. That was a good name. Unfortunately, it's useless. Sulai shook her head. The Heaven's reflection matter was established by the Six Direction societies specifically to search for corpse kings and spies. However, due to various reasons, it's not very effective. This involves the conflicts between the Six Direction societies and the Eternals' methods. In short, the more civilizations there are, the harder it is to find spies. Xianxia, be careful when you travel through the void god spacetime in the future. If the Eternals can assassinate you once, they can do it again. Luin was dissatisfied. There's the endless battlefield, and the Six Direction societies have isolated regions, but the Eternals still managed to infiltrate. This Heaven's reflection matter is truly useless. Who created it? Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go back. Not many people know about our journey, but we'll definitely be able to find out who's colluding with the Eternals. Sulai's gaze was cold and filled with bone-chilling killing intent. Ignoring Lu Yan's importance to the two races, if the Eternals successfully assassinated him, she would definitely be in trouble. After all, Luin had involved Su Wuwei and the void god spacetime, so he was not an ordinary person. Sulai hated the person who had revealed their tracks to the core, and she impatiently returned to the Voidine tribe to begin her investigation. Luin would not go out for the time being, so he chose to cultivate in seclusion. Sulai had arranged a rather secretive place for him to stay. Luin took out his bone spear and looked at it. Killing corpse kings was easy, and with his cultivation of void god's power, it should be easy for him to kill a half-ancestor with this bone spear. Void god's power was still very useful, so Luin decided to continue cultivating. The amount of void god's power that Void Master had imbued into the bone spear was rather vast, and he wanted to make full use of it. Luin casually placed the bone spear to the side and began to roll his die. It had been a long time since he had rolled it, and it would be best if he could get 3 pips to see if he could upgrade the bone spear to the level of a slipper. That way, he would be able to kill a progenitor like Xianxia in an instant. Luin watched as the die slowly stopped spinning. 6 pips. Luin felt helpless. It was useless. As long as he was in the origin dimension, 6 pips would be meaningless. Suddenly, the bone spear's leaking void god power was sucked away. Luin had barely reacted when his consciousness appeared in a dark space surrounded by orbs of light. He was stunned. Was it useful? 6 pips was actually useful? He had tried it before, but that had been in the Hexagon training hall, and the die had sucked away the bone spear's leaking void god power. Right, he needed to use the power of his current spacetime. In the origin dimension, 6 pips had extracted star energy from star essence, and now that he was in the void god spacetime, it naturally extracted void god power. Why hadn't he thought of such a simple principle before? The earliest to obtain the power of a parallel spacetime was the Hui crystal of the 3 monarch spacetime. If he could roll 6 pips in the 3 monarch spacetime, it should be useful. Luin didn't have much time to think about it, so he found a random orb and merged with it. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw a bustling street in front of him. This was a piece of land in the void god spacetime. Luin didn't move from his spot, but someone pushed him from behind. "Third bro, let's go." Luin grunted as memories flooded his mind. He knew that he had merged with the body of a void realm cultivator and was currently rushing towards the academy. Very little void god power leaked from the bone spear, and after taking 2 steps, Luin broke away from the fusion. His consciousness appeared in the dark space before returning to his body. He opened his eyes, and they were filled with ecstasy. It was useful. 6 pips was useful. Back in the hexagon training hall, he had tried to roll 6 pips, but it had been useless. He had been depressed for a while, but he had to admit that the innate gift of the die had helped him a lot in his cultivation. Now that he had found a way to use 6 pips, Luin was more confident in many things, such as identifying a spy. Luin grabbed the bone spear and drew in the void god power. As it grew more and more majestic, he raised his hand and continued rolling his die. This time, he wanted to merge with someone who had cultivated void god power at the same level as him. That person had to be someone who had undergone 6 tribulations of origin. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to roll 6 pips. He tapped the die and watched it slowly spin before it finally stopped at 6 pips. Luin casually tossed the bone spur over to see if it could be upgraded. At the same time, he tossed in tens of thousands of star essence, but there was no reaction from the bone spur. He was disappointed that it could not be upgraded. Wu Tian had already refined this bone spur to the max. Next, he took out the white energy source. If he could upgrade it to a black energy source, then he would be able to mass-produce progenitors. However, reality proved that this was just a dream. The white energy source did not move at all. He shook his head and took out his lotus treasure, but it could not be upgraded either. He had already failed to upgrade 3 items in a row, which made him feel rather uncomfortable. He took out the half-burned Book of Destiny and placed it on the table. This thing should work, right? Even if it couldn't be upgraded, it could at least be repaired. As he watched the Book of Destiny descend, Luin relaxed. His die was of a higher grade than the Book of Destiny, but after some calculations, he estimated that he would need around 6 trillion star essence to repair the Book of Destiny. This was not an amount that he could afford at the moment, and he only had a little more than 5 trillion star essence on him right now, so he could not use it just in case. He had no choice but to put the Book of Destiny away. It wasn't too disappointing. At least he could improve. There was still hope. He continued to roll his die, and this time, he rolled 2 pips. The 2 pips allowed him to decompose materials. Although they seemed useless, they could be quite useful in certain situations, such as the monster ancestors' weapons. The materials used to make these weapons were rather rare, and even progenitors were interested in them. However, the monster ancestor had created these weapons that no one could use, so it would be a pity not to decompose them. Luin began to decompose the monster ancestor's weapons, as there were many resources that hyperspace wanted. After a period of time, Luin completely decomposed the monster ancestor's weapons. He rested for half a month before continuing to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, 4 times, and he continued to rest before rolling 4 pips. He had never taken so long to roll 4 pips before. 4 pips in time stop was second only to 1 pip. With an extra year to cultivate, Luin memorized the primogenitor scripture and cultivated the serious art. A year quickly passed, and the scene in front of him changed. He returned to reality and continued to roll his die. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Su Heng and Su Lung were still in seclusion, but the scorching and chilling energies of the 2 clans were invisibly increasing. On this day, Luin rolled 6 pips again. It had not been easy, and he had only rolled 6 pips after such a long time. Luin looked at the balls of light in the dark space around him and found a brighter one to merge with. When he opened his eyes, he immediately felt that something was wrong. He lowered his head and was left speechless. He had merged with a woman's body again. No wonder it felt so strange. He wanted to withdraw, but he had rolled 6 pips after much difficulty. This woman's cultivation was not low, so he decided to take a look at her memories first. As the memories flooded in, Luyin knew whose body he had merged with, Yun Wu, the aunt of the Jingyun family's young mistress, Yun Yun. Luyin had never thought that he would merge with someone from the Jingyun family. As more memories flooded in, Lu Yin's expression grew gloomier. Yun Wu was actually a spy. It was not accurate to call her a spy. She had been influenced by some kind of power, and her mind was only filled with loyalty to the everlasting tribe. She was indifferent to humans, her family, and her family. Even though all her memories were present, they were filled with disgust. Luyin read through the memories. Although Yun Wu had been chased out of her family due to a marriage alliance, the Jingyun family had treated her well when she was young. Her parents had especially doted on her, but she hated everything. She hated everything, including being human. She hated the Jingyun family so much that she wanted to destroy it, but there was also a belief that made her act like a normal person in front of others. What kind of power was affecting her? Luyin continued to read through her memories, not wanting to miss a single bit. Not long after, he withdrew from the fusion. The virtual god's power had been exhausted, and he could only draw out so much virtual god's power. If he could completely exhaust the virtual god's power within the bone spur, he would be able to stay in Yun Wu's body for a very long time. He opened his eyes and exhaled. He had seen a bubble in Yun Wu's memories. It was the dreamy illusion bubble, Chen Kong's power. Had Chen Kong influenced her? This was troublesome. She wasn't a true spy, but she was working for Chen Kong. What should he do? He recalled what Su Lai had said about the Horizon Manor not being effective. Chen Kong should be one of the reasons. How should he deal with people affected by Chen Kong? This was troublesome, but the most troublesome part was that these people did not believe that they were spies. It would be impossible to investigate them. In their minds, they were just normal people with an additional sense of loyalty to the everlasting tribe. This was even more difficult to investigate than being a spy. Luyin frowned. He had looked through Yun Wu's memories, and it would not be difficult to expose her. The difficult part was how to deal with her after that. What should he do about the things she had done? Luyin walked out of seclusion and looked up. Was the cold getting heavier? He wondered how their seclusion was going. The Cloud Connect stone was vibrating from Yun Yun. She had come to see him earlier and had exchanged contact details. Brother Xianxia, the first batch of resources is ready. We can trade at any time, she smiled. Luyin replied, that's great. I'll contact hyperspace right away. Thank you, Yun Yun. Yun Yun blushed slightly. Brother Xianxia, you don't have to be so polite. I'll take the resources to the Void Yang clan. No, I'll go to your place, Luyin said. Yun Yun's eyes lit up. Brother Xianxia, you're coming to my Scenic Cloud clan? That's great. Luyin smiled and exchanged some pleasantries before ending the call. He looked in the direction of the Scenic Cloud clan. He should go, as he could not allow these spies to wreak havoc among the humans, regardless of whether they were actively or passively doing so. He bid farewell to the two clans and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. He then headed to the home of the gods and had the hyperspace personnel contact Ku Jian. This was a deal between the hyperspace and the Scenic Cloud clan, so Ku Jian was naturally in charge. A few days later, Ku Jian arrived and looked at Luyin excitedly. Xianxia, can we trade now? Luyin nodded. The Scenic Cloud clan is very generous and efficient. Let's go. Ku Jian nodded and sighed. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't have been easy for us to buy resources from the Void God spacetime. It seems like the 6 clans are helping each other, but you know that. Resources can't be leaked out so easily. It took us years to get the same amount of resources, and the price was high. It wasn't worth it, but you got it done in a few months. Xianxia, Lady Heran asked me to express her gratitude to you. Luyin solemnly replied, you're being too formal. Although I've joined the Void God spacetime, hyperspace is still my home. Zijing will never leave hyperspace. I hope that the Void God spacetime and hyperspace are doing well. It's best for us to trade and help each other. Ku Jian's eyes flashed. Well said. I'll tell Lady Heran what you think. She'll be happy to hear it. Hyperspace will always be behind you. Soon enough, Lu Yin and Ku Jian arrived at the Void God Spacetime and headed towards the Scenic Cloud Clan. The Scenic Cloud Clan was a large clan that had produced a virtual realm powerhouse. At its peak, its influence was close to a third of the Void God Spacetimes. This was something that no virtual realm powerhouse could achieve. Of course, it wasn't impossible, but no virtual realm powerhouse could maintain such a huge influence. In terms of individual influence, Su Wuwei not only covered the entire Void God spacetime, but also attracted the attention of the 6 clans. However, he only represented himself, he didn't have a family. Although the Scenic Cloud clan had declined, they still relied on their ancestors and Su Xianxia, so they weren't bad. Hyperspace wanted to trade with the Void God spacetime, so they naturally knew a lot about the Scenic Cloud clan. When they arrived at the Scenic Cloud clan, Yunyan led many of the clan members to personally welcome them. "Brother Xianqi, welcome to the Scenic Cloud clan as a guest." Yunyan smiled happily. Ku Jian was surprised. He had lived for a long time and could tell that the young master of the Scenic Cloud clan treated Xianqi differently. Lu Yin smiled. "Young mistress, sorry to disturb you. Brother Xianqi, you can treat the Scenic Cloud clan as your own home. How could we disturb you in your home?" Yunyan was very good with words, and she looked at Lu Yin with a strange light in her eyes. Although the Scenic Cloud clan treated Lu Yin courteously, it was not enough to cause Yunyan to act this way. The main reason was that when Yunyan had first seen Lu Yin, she had coincidentally seen Lu Yin display his Taishu domain. That checkered diagram had been too impactful, and it had caused ripples in her heart. After all, she was still young, and it was easy for her to be affected by certain emotions, which led to her current attitude. Ku Jian was not the only one who felt that their young clan head was too enthusiastic. However, no one dared to say anything. The clan head had gone to the endless battlefield. Now, the ones in charge of the Scenic Cloud clan were young clan head Yunyan and Grand Elder Su Xianxia. Su Xianxin's attitude towards Lu Yin was even better, as he wished that he could treat Lu Yin as his own grandson. Lu Yin had not come to the Scenic Cloud clan to return home for nothing, as that was the truth. He introduced Ku Jian to the Scenic Cloud clan, and Yunyan smiled. "Senior Ku Jian, you've come as a representative of transcending spacetime. The Scenic Cloud clan welcomes you." Ku Jian smiled and said a few polite words. The group entered the Scenic Cloud tribe. The transaction went smoothly, and Ku Jian was very satisfied with the fact that Ku Jian had actually made a deal with the Scenic Cloud clan in the past, but because the efficiency had been too low, Ku Jian had had no choice but to rely on Lu Yin. The terms of this transaction were the same, and the only difference was that the time required was much faster, which satisfied Ku Jian. After the transaction was completed, Ku Jian left immediately. He had to report back to his superiors. Before he left, he had to discuss the time of the next transaction. The first time, Lu Yin had brought it along, but there was no need for him to do so again. After Ku Jian left, Yunyan hurriedly showed him around the Scenic Cloud clan. The Scenic Cloud race's territory was bigger than the Voidyang race and the Voiding race combined. Even though the two races had inherited the legacy of an extreme expert like Venerable Void One, they were only inheritances and not descendants. They were not pure extreme experts family clans. The Scenic Cloud race, on the other hand, was the descendant of a true extreme experts family clan. Their heritage was not something the other two races could compare to. "Big brother Xianqi, I heard that you helped the Voidyang race and the Voiding race find the Yin Yang sword?" Yunyan suddenly asked as she led Lu Yin on a tour. Lu Yin nodded. This matter had already spread, and there was no need to hide it. Yunyan was envious. "They're really lucky to have big brother Xianqi's help." Lu Yin replied, "It's nothing much. If there's anything I can help the Scenic Cloud clan with, I'll do my best." Yunyan smiled. "I know. What is that place?" Lu Yin asked as he looked towards the mountain range to his right. Yunyan said, "That's a garden used to cultivate medicinal herbs. Does big brother Xianqi want to take a look?" "Herbs? I wonder if there are any special herbs in the virtual god universe. Let's see." "Alright." Not long after, he looked in another direction. "What's that place?" "Our Scenic Cloud clan has 135 scenic spots, and each of them is extremely beautiful. The ancestor personally arranged them, and this place is one of them. How many sceneries have we seen? 17. Let's go take a look at that. Alright. What is that place? That's. Through Yunwu's memories, Luyin had a good understanding of the scenic cloud tribe, and he had intentionally brought Yunyun closer to Yunwu's residence. However, from what Yunyun knew, Luyin had only done so by accident. Brother Xianxia, it's not good to go there. That's the area where my aunt Yunwu lives, Yunyun said. Luyin was curious. Your aunt? Yunyun nodded. Aunt Yunwu had a hard life. She had many suitors when she was young, but my father forced her to marry someone she didn't like. However, she had a strong personality and would rather destroy her own cultivation than marry. My father had no choice but to give up on her and banish her from the main area of the clan. She then moved here. Yunyun was very respectful towards her aunt, and she spoke a lot about it. Luyin knew about Yunwu's memories, and through Yunyun's point of view and her memories, he was able to determine what kind of image Yunwu was trying to create for herself. After a long time, Yunyun finally reacted. I'm sorry, Brother Xianxia, I spoke too much. Luyin didn't mind. It's fine. Yunyun, you said that your aunt stays here all year round and doesn't go out. Yeah, that's why I didn't call her along when I welcomed you, Yunyun said. Luyin smiled. Although she doesn't go out all year round, she's still quite diligent. It seems like she's not satisfied with staying here. Yunyun was confused. Why do you say that? My aunt has never returned to the clan. Father basically chased her out, and she swore that she wouldn't go back. Luyin looked at her. She doesn't go back? Are there other people from the Scenic Cloud clan living here? Of course not. Yunyun's expression changed. If there really were other people living here, then it meant that Yunwu was hiding something from the clan, and that would be very embarrassing. Luyin frowned. But I saw a trace that leads from your aunt's residence to the Scenic Cloud clan. It's very deep, and someone should be moving around here often. Why hasn't anyone passed by? Yunyun looked ahead. A trace? Where? Up ahead, Yunwu's residence was filled with flowers, and there were no traces of anyone passing by. Luyin explained, this is a trace of someone walking through space. Normal people can't see it, but I can because I cultivate Taishu. Do you want to take a look? Yunyun nodded. Luyin raised a hand and gathered his void god power, causing lines to spread out and form a square diagram. One of the lines was twisting, and Luyin pulled his hand back. The other lines dimmed, and only that one continued to extend. That line represents a trace of someone walking through space. I'm sure that someone often goes to the Scenic Cloud clan from your aunt's residence, but I don't know where that is. At the same time, Yunwu, who was the closest to Luyin, saw the square diagram flash by. Her expression turned grave as she walked out and looked into the distance. She saw the dim line that led from her courtyard to the Scenic Cloud clan, and her expression changed. What was that? Many people from the Scenic Cloud clan saw it as well, and they all flew over to where Yunyun was. Young clan head? What's this? The elder asked, looking at Luyin in confusion. Yunyun's expression sank. Outsiders did not know where the line led to, but she knew that it led to the library, which was where the Scenic Cloud clan gathered information. Whether it was information from the Void God spacetime, the front lines, or even the endless battlefield, anything that was related to the Scenic Cloud clan would be received there. She looked in Yunwu's direction, unable to believe that her aunt had gone there. Luyin was curious. What's that place? The members of the Scenic Cloud clan looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Yunyun looked at Luyin with a solemn expression. Brother Xianxia, can you really see the traces left behind by Void walking? Although she had a good impression of Luyin, this wasn't a joke. Furthermore, she didn't believe that anyone would be able to see the traces left behind by a spatial walker. That was just too ridiculous. She had only been curious about what Luyin was talking about, which was why she had asked him to take action. However, she also suspected that Luyin had ulterior motives. Compared to Luyin, she was naturally more willing to believe her aunt, even if Luyin had been introduced by Su Shangyin. Luing replied, "It seems like that place is very important to your scenic cloud clan." Yunyun earnestly replied, "Brother Xianxia, I won't lie to you. That's where my scenic cloud clan receives information from the outside world. So that's how it is." Luing understood, and he fell silent for a moment before looking at Yunyun. "I don't know how to explain this, but the void is not formless. In the eyes of most people, space cannot be touched, and it's just a concept. However, to some people, especially those who can interact with space, the void is as obvious as the earth." Luing took a few steps back. "There are traces of our footsteps on the ground, and there are also traces of our footsteps in the void. Are you saying that it's the same as intercepting a conversation with a cloud connection stone?" Someone from the scenic cloud clan asked. Luing nodded. "Yes, that's right. The 6 parties would use cloud connection stones, and those who had cultivated their domain to the void god realm could intercept the contents of a conversation. If even that could be intercepted, then it would not be strange for traces to be left behind in space." Yunyun looked in the direction of Yunwu's residence, and her expression turned ugly. Someone who had sworn not to enter the clan's territory was constantly sneaking in, and he had even gone to the library. There was definitely something wrong. "Why hasn't Yunwu appeared yet?" an elder from the scenic cloud clan asked. Yunyun's gaze turned cold, and she headed towards Yunwu's residence. The others hurriedly followed behind her. Soon enough, the group arrived at a simple courtyard. At this moment, Yunwu was watering the flowers. When she saw Yunyun and the others, she was astonished. "Little Yun, why are you here?" Yunyun took a deep breath and smiled. "Auntie, I brought some guests." Yunwu's gaze swept across the group and stopped at Lu Yin's face. Her expression was cold. "The scenic cloud clan's guests have nothing to do with me." Yunyun asked, "Since I'm here, aren't you going to invite me in?" Yunwu did not reply and continued watering the flowers. No one from the scenic cloud clan said anything, as they were well aware of the relationship between Yunwu and the clan. "Does Senior not care about that line?" Luing suddenly asked. Yunwu paused and looked at Luing. "Why would I care?" Luing was puzzled. "I admire Senior's peaceful nature, but have you never visited the scenic cloud clan in all these years?" Yunwu frowned. "Are you questioning me?" She then looked at Yunyun. "Little Yun, you brought an outsider here to question me?" Yunyun replied, "Auntie, he's not an outsider. He's Elder Su Xiangyin's most favored junior, and he's also Senior Su Wuwei's disciple." Many people believed that Luing, who had learned Taishan, was Su Wuwei's disciple, and that Su Wuwei was not a guide. Yunwu was shocked. "Senior Su Wuwei's disciple?" Luing looked at Yunwu. "Senior, are you willing to answer this junior's question?" Yunwu retracted her gaze. "Let alone Senior Su Wuwei's disciple, so what if I'm the Void Master's disciple? I've never betrayed the Void God spacetime, nor have I betrayed the human race. Why should I be questioned by you?" Yunyun asked, "Then let me ask you, Auntie. Have you ever visited the clan in all these years?" Yunwu was calm. "No." Yunyun looked at Luing. Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Space can't lie. That's what Senior Su Wuwei said." "Senior, you've been to the scenic cloud clan more than once. That line is the path you took when traveling through space." When she heard Lu Yin's words, Yunwu sneered. "What a joke. You can leave a path in space? Do you think they'll believe you? Or do you think that everyone will believe you just because you mention Senior Su Wuwei's name?" The scenic cloud tribe members were skeptical as well. Su Wuwei's name was famous, but it was not enough for them to blindly believe him. Yunyun felt the same way. Luing raised his hand and used Tai Jade again. This time everyone was astonished. Tai Jade was the power of the 5 void flavors. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was difficult to resist. Countless people wanted to learn it, but they were unable to find a master. Even Yin Yun had secretly fallen in love with Luing because of Tai Jade. Anyone in the Void God spacetime who saw Tai Jade would be shocked, and Yunwu was no exception. Space is like land, and you can leave traces behind. When you use Tai Jade, I found something strange about you. Why are you tearing through the void in your own residence? You can reach your destination in just a few steps, but you're walking through the void. Can you explain this to me? As Luin spoke, his gaze fixed on a corner of the courtyard. Yunwu's expression changed, and she suddenly turned around. Luin had used his void god power to lift up the corner of the courtyard, revealing a scarlet vertical eye. Everyone's expressions changed. Yunyun's face darkened, and she angrily shouted, "Auntie!" Yunwu instantly appeared in the corner, picked up the eye, and fled. She had not expected to be discovered. She was a cautious person, and every time she used the eye to contact a corpse king, she would tear through the void and hide it in a corner. Her goal was to prevent others from discovering that she frequented that corner, and she did not want to place it in her cosmic ring to prevent any accidents from happening. Her caution was not wrong, as she would not step out of this region. Whether it was in the courtyard or in her cosmic ring, it would be the same. However, Luin had read her memories and knew everything about her. He had used Tai Jade's name to scare people and easily found the scarlet vertical eye, exposing her. Luin had been thinking about a problem during this time. Why did these spies use the scarlet vertical eye to communicate? If they were discovered, there would be no way to explain themselves. The only answer he could think of was to prevent eavesdropping. The Cloudstone could intercept communications, but the scarlet vertical eye could not. Another possibility was that it represented one's identity. Once the virtual god spacetime was broken by the Eternals, there was no way to prove one's identity. Only the scarlet vertical eye could be acknowledged by the Eternals. Yunwu picked up the scarlet eye and fled at an extremely fast speed. Only the elder from the scenic cloud tribe managed to react in time. The moment Yunwu fled, the elder attacked. A long spear appeared out of nowhere and stabbed out with majestic void god power. Yunwu's face turned pale. Xiao Dai fluttered in the air. Her ethereal god power was also boundless. Although her ethereal god power was weaker than the old man's, the amount of ethereal god power drawn out by Xiao Dai was no less than that of the spear. With a boom, the void god forces collided, destroying mountains and the earth. The void distorted and turned into a shockwave that swept through the Jingyun clan. The old man retreated several steps, and with a wave of his hand, he thrust his spear forward once more. Yunwu was also sent retreating, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She glared at Luin coldly. Xiao Dai spread her wings to block the spear, and she took a step forward to tear through the void and escape. "Aren't you looking down on Taishan too much?" Lu Yin's voice rang out beside her ear. Yunwu's pupils shrank as a bone spike appeared in front of her and floated between her eyebrows. She did not know when it had appeared, but it simply floated there, causing her scalp to turn numb with killing intent. Xiao Dai landed on the ground and stopped attacking. Instead, her spear pierced through Yunwu's shoulder and pinned her to the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the ground. Yunyin had a complicated expression. This aunt that she had respected since she was young was actually an Eternal. She was a spy in the tribe. The other members of the Scenic Cloud tribe stared at Luin in shock. This person had actually intimidated Yunwu. Was this Taishan's power? Luin withdrew his bone spike. The elder from the Scenic Cloud tribe stared at Luin for a long time before walking over to Yunwu. "Little Wu, you've disappointed me." Yunwu looked up and stared at the elder, her eyes filled with disgust. "If not for that brat, you wouldn't have been able to take me down." The elder shook his head. "Why did you betray the humans?" Yunwu sneered. "Humans shouldn't exist. The Eternals are the only race that should exist in the universe. We can live forever and not be tied down by emotions. We can do whatever we want. What about humans? Birth, old age, sickness, and death, scheming against each other, and those disgusting emotions." "Shut up!" Yunyin barked. "Elder, take her away. She's gone mad." The elder sighed, grabbed Yunwu, and left. The other members of the Scenic Cloud tribe fell silent, as no one would feel good about having a spy in their family. Luin watched as Yunwu was taken away. Her words had been completely controlled by Qin Kong, and she had always been loyal to the Eternals. Luin did not know if there was a way to remove this control, and he also did not know how to deal with Yunwu. Even if she was controlled, how would she make up for her mistakes? Yun. Luin wanted to say something, but she interrupted him. "Thank you, Brother Xianxia." Luin sighed. How should we deal with her? Yunyan's expression turned ugly, and she fell silent. Behind her, one of the Scenic Cloud tribe members said, "Hand over all of the spies we've captured to the Heaven's Reflection Hall." "We captured them ourselves, so they have nothing to do with the Heaven's Reflection Hall," someone else said. Yunyan frowned. "Let's go back." The Scenic Cloud tribe members laughed. Luin looked at her. "Will they be handed over to the Heaven's Reflection Hall?" Yunyan met Lu Yin's gaze. "No." Luin did not say anything, as this was an answer that he had expected. The Frigid School's authority in the astral trees far exceeded the Heaven's Reflection Hall's authority in the Six Direction Society. Even so, the spy from the Lu family had still been executed on the spot and not handed over to the Frigid School. This was not limited to the Scenic Cloud tribe. Luin guessed that any other family in the Void God spacetime would deal with the spy themselves. They would not hand the spy over to the Heaven's Reflection Hall. This was one of the reasons why Su Lai had said that the Heaven's Reflection Hall was ineffective in the Six Direction Society. "You're not handing it over to us?" "That won't do." A voice suddenly rang out. Yunyan and Lu Yin's expressions changed, and they looked up to see a person standing in the air. They did not know how long he had been standing there. Luin had not sensed him at all. "Senior Su Wuji?" Luin cried out. The newcomer was Su Wuji, and Luin had not expected him to appear here. Yunyan bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Senior Su Wuji." Su Wuji landed on the ground. He wore sunglasses and sipped on his drink as he sized Luin up. "Impressive, kid." "Senior Su Wuwei's Tai Jade." Luin was surprised. "Why are you here, Senior?" Su Wuji downed his drink in one gulp. "It's all thanks to you that Su Guan disappeared. I could only look for a place to lie down, and when I passed by, I saw a battle, so I decided to take a look. I didn't expect." He laughed strangely. "Brat, I heard everything. Is that woman a spy?" Yunyan felt bitter, but she bowed again. "Senior must have come because you're worried about my Scenic Cloud tribe." Su Wuji replied, "Your Scenic Cloud tribe has helped me in the past, and Su Xianxia is not around. It would be unreasonable for me to not take a look at such a huge battle, so I just happened to pass by." Yunyan bowed again. "Senior, please don't take Yunwu away." Su Wuji removed his sunglasses and moved closer to stare at Yunyan. Yunyan met his gaze, her gaze resolute. Su Wuji stared at her for a while and then helplessly said, "Fine, I'll do you a favor. However, from now on, I'm even with your Scenic Cloud tribe." Yunyan felt helpless. It was not worth it to use such a powerhouse's favor for Yunwu, but she could not be taken away. This was not because she wanted to protect Yunwu. It did not matter if Yunwu died, but she could not die as a spy. That would be a huge blow to the Scenic Cloud tribe, and they would never be able to recover. Su Xianxia would not be able to protect the Scenic Cloud tribe for long, and it would not be easy for the tribe to rope in another Void Transformation Realm powerhouse. The price that they would have to pay was not something that the current Scenic Cloud tribe could accept. Yunyan could only try her best to maintain the Scenic Cloud tribe's current situation. "I won't take her away, but I'll have to consider how to deal with her," Su Wuji said. "Of course, I won't make this matter public." "Thank you, Senior," Yunyan said gratefully. Su Wuji glanced at Luin. "Speaking of which, how did you discover the spy?" He had arrived after Autumn Butterfly had clashed with the spear, so he had not seen what had happened. He had only seen Luin use Tai Jade to suppress Yunwu. Yunyan recounted what had happened and handed over the Scarlet Eye. Su Wuji was shocked and sized Luin up. "You can use Tai Jade to see spatial traces?" Luin humbly replied, "Just barely." Su Wuji's face twitched. "How long has it been?" "Not only have you learned Tai Jade, but you can also use it to determine spatial traces. None of us expected this. Kid, are you interested in joining the Heaven's Reflection Hall?" Yunyan was shocked, and she quickly gave Luin a look. The Heaven's Reflection Hall was not a good job. Luin was astonished. "Senior, are you from the Heaven's Reflection Hall?" Su Wuji replied, "Heaven's Reflection Hall, Hall Master of the Void God Universe." Luin respectfully replied, "Thank you for your invitation, Senior. This junior will naturally not refuse." "Haha." Su Wuji saw the look that Yun was giving him. Brat, I just helped you, and you're already going against me. Yun was helpless. Senior, you should know the situation in the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Brother Xianxia is not suitable. Su Wuji snorted. I think he's very suitable. I didn't even think of using Tai Jade to find spies, and even if I did, it would have been useless. We can't just ask Senior Su Wuwei to look for spies. Now that we have him, we might be able to catch even more spies. Yun grew anxious. Should we discuss this with Senior Su Wuwei? Su Wuji glared at her. It's just an errand. What's there to discuss? If Senior Su Wuwei doesn't agree, then we'll talk about it. We'll do it this way. He then tossed a pair of sunglasses at Luin. Take this. This is the symbol of the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Wear it, and you'll represent Su Wuji. Luin was stunned, and he stared at the sunglasses in his hand. Put it on, Su Wuji said. Luin felt awkward, and he looked at Yun. She had no choice but to look away. Joining the Heaven's Reflection Hall was part of Lu Yin's plan, but the sunglasses were not part of it. It was rather awkward to have to wear them. Under Su Wuji's constant urging, Luin had no choice but to put on the sunglasses. Su Wuji was satisfied. Not bad, this is exactly what I wanted. With my everlasting mirror, you can go anywhere in the Void God universe, and anyone can investigate. He then patted Lu Yin's shoulder in admiration. The Heaven's Reflection Hall should be handed over to youngsters like you. Come, I'll take you to meet the others. They'll be under your command in the future. Luin took off his sunglasses and was surprised. You're under my command? It was too hasty. He had just joined. Su Wuji said, none of those pieces of trash are useful. How many spies have you caught after so many years? With Tai Xian's help, you can capture as many as you want in the future. Of course, I'll listen to you. Senior, can you wait for a moment? I still have something to say to Yun, Luin said. Su Wuji looked at Luin and then at Yun. He sneered. Got it. There's no rush. With that, his body vanished as he stepped into outer space. After Su Wuji left, Yun said bitterly, Brother Xianxia, you shouldn't have agreed to Senior's request. It's not that easy for the Heaven's Mirror Matter to catch spies, and it'll offend too many people. Their reputation in the Six Direction Society is very bad. That's why I'm staying behind. If I go to the Heaven's Reflection Hall, the people there definitely won't tell me the truth, Luin said. Yun sighed and told him everything she knew about the Heaven's Reflection Matter. Luin had learned from Su Lai that the Heaven's Reflection Matter was in a bad situation, but he had not expected it to be this bad. The Heaven's Reflection Matter was fundamentally different from the Humble School. Even though they both captured spies, the Humble School had the Lu clan's support from the start. Even after the Lu clan was exiled and the four cardinal scales took control, the Progenitor Realm experts remained in the Sovereign Realm to fight against the Eternals in order to stabilize their rear. As a result, the Humble School, with Muxia in charge, could do almost anything they wanted. Apart from the Lu clan, the Farmer clan, and a few other great clans, they could capture anyone they suspected. No one could resist. On the surface, the Heaven's Mirror Matter had progenitor powerhouses in the Six Direction Association civilization, but in the current civilization, a single progenitor was clearly not enough to support the Heaven's Mirror Matter's actions. Su Wuji was the Manor Master of the Heaven's Mirror Matter in the Void God universe, but even with his support, the Heaven's Mirror Matter could not do whatever they wanted in the Void God universe. There were too many conflicts of interest between the two organizations, and the Everlasting Race's spies had to be important people as well. For example, if Luin had not coincidentally entered her body to read her memories, who would have thought that she was a spy? Even after revealing her identity, Su Wuji had not been able to take her away as he had to return the favor to the Jingyun family. This was the difference between the Heaven's Mirror Matter and the humble class. Muxia owed the Lu clan a favor at most, but with Muxia's character, it didn't matter who he owed a favor to. He would still capture those who needed to be captured. He was also extremely powerful, enough to make Bai Wangyuan and the others wary. However, Su Wuji was tied down by the Jingyun family's favor. This was only the first point. Another point was that many spies were not willing, but were controlled by Qin Kong's dreamy bubbles. Such people were troublesome. Even if they were captured, how to deal with them was a problem. Spies were not ordinary people, and they had a lot of people behind them. It was impossible to directly execute them. If they were not executed, it would be hard to convince the masses. This led to the Heaven Mirror Manor capturing spies. As long as they refused to admit that they were willing, they would say that they were controlled by Qin Kong. The Heaven Mirror Manor was helpless. This was the current situation of the Heaven Mirror Manor. First, finding spies was a problem. Then, whether or not they could be captured was another problem. Once captured, how to deal with them was yet another problem. These problems were intertwined, and the Heaven Mirror Manor was unable to do anything. The Heaven Mirror Manor's original intention was to capture spies and corpse kings. If they did nothing, others would complain. For example, Su Lai had caused trouble for the Heaven Mirror Manor after he had been ambushed while traveling through spacetime with Luin. He had questioned why the Heaven Mirror Manor had not detected the two corpse kings' tracks beforehand. Those who had been exposed as spies but admitted that they were controlled by Qin Kong were also dissatisfied with the Heaven Mirror Manor. After all, even if spies were controlled by Qin Kong, they would still be recorded, which was equivalent to being destroyed. This caused the Heaven Mirror Manor to be in an awkward position. This was why most people in the Six Direction Society had the impression that the Heaven Mirror Manor was just a place to be scolded. This place was completely meaningless. Brother Xianxia, please contact Senior Su Wuwei and ask him to let you leave the Heaven Mirror Manor, Yunyan advised. Luin replied, if I leave the Heaven Mirror Manor now, I'll be offending Senior Su Wuji. Yunyan was troubled. If I join the Heaven Mirror Manor for too long, my reputation will be tarnished. Luin muttered to himself. Tarnished? That wasn't bad, but the Heaven Mirror Manor's situation was worse than he had imagined. At that moment, the Cloud Vision stone vibrated, and Yunyan accepted the call. She then put down her hand. Auntie can't explain why she became a spy, but there's only one explanation for this situation. She's being controlled by Qin Kong? Yunyan nodded. I don't know if she's faking it or not, but in any case, all spies say the same thing when they're caught. If Auntie really is being controlled by Qin Kong, then she didn't do what she did willingly. Even Senior Su Wuji would find it difficult to deal with such a situation. In the end, she'll be recorded and imprisoned until the day that there's a way to remove Qin Kong's control. Qin Kong alone made it difficult for the Heaven Mirror Manor to continue capturing spies. Fortunately, there was no existence like Qin Kong in the Astral Tree realm. Otherwise, the commoner's situation would not be much better. Although Mu Xia was not afraid of anyone, he was assigned to different commoners, and there were many people from different families within the commoners. Yunyan, I understand what you're saying. For the time being, I definitely won't be able to leave the Heaven Mirror Manor, Luin said. He then bid farewell to Yunyan and left the scenic Cloud clan, heading into outer space. Yunyan sighed. She didn't know if it was because Luin had joined the Heaven Mirror Manor or because Yunwu had become a spy. She had received a lot of information on this day. In outer space, outside the scenic Cloud clan, Su Wuji looked at Luin with interest. That girl should have said everything she needed to say. What do you think now? Luin was curious. Senior, why are you the Heaven Mirror Manor's manor head? Is there something strange about that? Su Wuji raised a brow. Luin asked, since the Heaven Mirror Manor is in such a state, and you're not the type to look for trouble, why are you still the manor head? Su Wuji flicked his sunglasses. Will you be able to join the Heaven Mirror Manor without worry if I answer your question? Luin smiled. Regardless of whether Senior answers my question or not, I will still join the Heaven Mirror Manor. Oh? That makes me curious. Su Wuji was astonished. Luin sighed. There are some things that need to be done. Since I can contribute to the search for spies, why not? You worked so hard to capture a spy, but in the end, you might not receive the punishment you wanted. How can you tolerate that? Su Wuji asked. Luin replied, let's capture him first. Su Wuji laughed and put his sunglasses back on. To tell you the truth, I became the manor head purely out of luck. It's not some grand dream, and it's not that inspiring. I just lost by drawing lots. Luing blinked. This answer was unexpected, but it also made sense. How is it? Does your heart sink? Su Wuji teased. Luing smiled bitterly. A little. It feels like there's no one to back me up. Su Wuji replied, you don't have to worry about that. Although I was forced to become the manor head, I will still do what I need to do and shoulder the responsibilities that I need to shoulder. Don't worry and boldly go find a spy. No matter what his status or background is, if anyone tries to stop you, just use my name. Luing probed. What if the person you're capturing has a powerful background? Can it be more powerful than mine? Su Wuji glared at Luing. Don't worry and boldly do it. Luing smiled. I understand. Don't worry, senior. Su Wuji was satisfied. Young man, you should be arrogant when doing things. As long as you confirm that he's a spy, that'll prove that he's the manor head's son. Even if he's the manor head's son, I can still help you capture him. Su Wuji's neck shrank back as he cursed himself for speaking too quickly. He hurriedly said, of course, the manor head doesn't have a son. Let's go, I'll take you to the headquarters. With Su Wuji leading the way, their speed was very fast. They tore through the void and arrived at a dark red star region. Here, the sky was dark red, and so were the planets. It was not a scorching red. Red was just a color that stretched as far as the eye could see. This is the headquarters of my Heaven's Mirror Manor, and people call it the Red Domain. There's nothing special about it, and it's only because of the astronomical phenomena that this place is completely red. It was Gue-san's idea to choose this place, as he said that it looked more dignified. Su Wuji then led Luing into the Red Domain. Soon after, Luing saw the headquarters of the Heavens Mirror Manor on a planet. It was a dilapidated city, but the architectural style was very grand. The lowest building was 100 meters tall, and the tallest was a clock tower that was tall enough to pierce through the atmosphere and into outer space. Clang! A loud clang startled Luing, as it had come from the clock tower. The sound was so loud that it caused ripples in the void that spread out in all directions like the surface of a lake. Luing was stunned, as this was the first time he had heard such a loud bell sound. How is it? This bell sound is good, right? Anyone who comes here will hear it. Don't look at how the outside world says that my Heaven's Mirror Manor is meaningless. In reality, we capture a group of spies every year. The spies that the everlasting race personally nurtures have too many conflicts of interest, and it's very difficult to find them. However, those spies will always give themselves away, Su Wuji said. Luing nodded. The bell sound is indeed very loud. This city was moved here as well. It originally belonged to a giant race, but that race was unlucky and was completely wiped out by the everlasting race. So, I simply moved that city here, and it looks very intimidating. Su Wuji then led Luing into the city. Luing paid special attention to the city gate, where the words Heaven's Mirror Manor were written. There are 3,600 people in the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and they are divided into 5 groups of 100 people each. The leaders are Guan Laoda, Gue-san, Ning Ran, Yu Pai, and Old Crazy. Operations Team, Guan Laoda, Yu Pai. Search Team, Old Crazy, Gue-san. Interrogation Team, Ning Ran. The rest are left to guard the Heaven's Mirror Manor. I am responsible for receiving information, assigning resources, and assigning missions. Luing sat on the top floor of the clock tower and quietly listened to the report of a middle-aged man in front of him. This man was the Heaven's Mirror Manor's housekeeper, and he was also known as the Manor Steward. Su Wuji had just explained to Luing that he would temporarily be in charge of the Heaven's Mirror Manor from this day onwards. Through the cracks in the walls, Luing could see the city's scenery. This city had experienced the destruction of an entire race, and bloodstains could be seen everywhere, including the moat. The buildings outside looked tall, but they were already in tatters and would crumble at the slightest touch. After the manor steward finished his report, he looked at Luing with a calm expression. May I ask if Lord Xianxia has any other questions? Luing replied, 5 groups. The entire Heaven's Mirror Manor's executive power rests on these 5 groups. I want to see them. The manor steward raised a hand and used the cloud connection stone to contact Luing. Soon after, the first person arrived. It was an old man with a sloppy appearance and messy hair that made him look like a lunatic. When he saw Luin, he looked at the steward in confusion. The steward invited him to sit down. Luin closed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Soon after, the second person arrived, a man with a green blade on his back. He looked at Luin and then at the steward, but the steward did not say anything. The man snorted and sat down as well. The third person was a skinny man, and his arrival caused Luin to open his eyes. It was not that this person was strong, but rather that he was too weak. Luin could tell at a glance that this person had just broken through to the void realm, which meant that he was a first-stage astral envoy. How could someone with such a cultivation be a team leader? The man flashed a fawning smile at Luin, which reminded Luin of Kuwei. Soon after, a woman arrived. She was very beautiful, but there were green-veined patterns on her face that made her look rather strange. There was also a toad sitting on her shoulder. Luin stared at the toad, and the toad stared back at him. The woman looked at the steward. Was the master here? The steward politely replied, yes, he was here to appoint Lord Xianxia as the acting master. From today onwards, Lord Xianxia will be in charge of all matters of the Horizon Manor. The four looked at Luin in astonishment. Him? The man with the green blade on his back raised his brows and turned to look at Luin. His gaze was fierce, and there were traces of red in the depths of his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the hilt of his blade, causing a terrifying aura to sweep out towards Luin. It was as if the void was being sliced apart. The others did not interfere and merely watched the show. Luin found this funny. Was this a test? He did not even move, allowing the blade-like aura to sweep past him. He looked very relaxed. The man lowered his hand. Not bad. Ningran frowned. What special ability does he have to become the acting master? Not everyone could see through Lu Yin's cultivation level. From Lu Yin's point of view, only that old man could see through his cultivation level because that old man was at the void transformation realm. The others were all at the void luminous realm. No one's cultivation level surpassed Lu Yin's. The steward did not answer Ningran's question. Ningran looked at Luin. In terms of cultivation, it is impossible for you to surpass the master. Since he has appointed you as the acting master, what special abilities do you have? What special abilities do you want? Luin asked. Ningjin replied, capture the spy. Luin smiled. I can. Ningran looked at Luin and then fell silent. What is this toad? Luin was curious. Ningjin replied, I'll be in charge of the interrogation. This is my innate void spirit venomous toad. Very few people can withstand its poison. Is that so? Luin suddenly thought of someone, Miss Child. Her innate gift was that the stronger the poison she consumed, the more powerful her body would become. It had been a long time since he had seen someone like her. Didn't you say there were 5 team leaders? Where's the other one? Luin asked. The housekeeper replied, Guan Lauda didn't come. You went out to catch spies? Luin asked. The housekeeper said bluntly, I don't want to come. The answer is yes, I don't like Master Xianxia. The other 4 did not react. Apparently, they were used to it. Luin raised an eyebrow. So direct. What's his cultivation level? Peak of the void luminous realm, said the old man. Luin nodded. He has character and value. Let's not bother about him. He then sat up straight and scanned the group. I just found out that Yunwu from the Scenic Cloud clan is a spy. The manor head has already given the order not to leak any information. All you need to do is find everyone who has interacted with Yunwu and give me a list. He then looked at the man with the green blade. You're Yu Pai, right? Go to the Scenic Cloud clan and verify the list with them. Yunwu is definitely not acting alone. Yu Pai was stunned. Yunwu? The Scenic Cloud clan? The others looked at Luin in shock. He had just arrived, and he had already made a contribution? Luin looked at them solemnly. Although I've just arrived and am not familiar with you all, capturing spies is a big deal for the sake of the entire human race. I don't wish for anyone to go against me. Or perhaps you all wish for me to show my might? Yu Pai stood up. There's no need for that. We joined the Heavens Examiner Manor to capture spies. We won't let go of any clues. The old man and Gui-san left as well, leaving only the housekeeper and Ning Ran behind. Where's Yunwu? Ning Ran asked. Luin shrugged. The manor head didn't bring her back. Ning Ran's expression darkened, and she turned to leave. The housekeeper asked, Does Lord Xianxia have any instructions? Where's Guan Laoda? He's in the northwest corner of the city. Luin had originally wanted to ignore him, but after some thought, he decided that it wouldn't take much effort, so he might as well take care of him. The Heavens Examiner Manor's situation was clear, and it was hated by countless people. Anyone who had joined under such circumstances had either been forced to do so, or they really wanted to take care of the spies. Although Su Wuji did not manage the Heavens Examiner Manor much, appointing a team leader was not child's play. Su Wuji would still observe the person, and since he had confirmed that Guan Laoda was the team leader, it meant that there was nothing wrong with this person. Perhaps Guan Laoda was a little arrogant, but as Su Wuji had said, young people should be arrogant and despotic. When Luin saw Guan Laoda, the man was drinking with his subordinates and completely ignored Luin. Luin then used Tai Xian, and a bone spike floated between Guan Laoda's eyebrows. This scene had happened far too many times. However, seeing Tai Xian in the Heavens Examiner Manor shocked everyone, and they all looked at Luin differently. The steward no longer spoke to Luin calmly, and his tone was filled with respect. Guan Laoda was the same, he had been arrogant before, but now, he was obedient. Master, leave the Scenic Cloud clan to me. Yu Pai's cultivation is too low, and they won't take him seriously. Luin replied, There's no need for that. Just wait here, and I'll have something for you to do. Subduing Guan Laoda was too easy. There was a half-ancestor at the general appointing platform, and there was even a progenitor imprisoned in the Ionian kingdom. More than 10 days had passed between Yu Pai's arrival at the Scenic Cloud clan and the list of names that had been sent to Luin. Cloud Dance thought of a way to isolate herself from the Scenic Cloud clan so that no one would suspect her of stealing information from the clan. Given her cautiousness, she'll do everything she can to reduce suspicion, which is also her weakness. This cautiousness allowed me to find the symbol of the Ionian tribe, and it also allowed us to see who her contacts are. Her contacts with these people are definitely open and aboveboard, but the spies that contact her are definitely hidden amongst them, Luin said as he looked at the list of names in front of him. Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, the other captains, and the steward all sat at the front, listening to Luin speak. Many of them could think of the same thing, but finding the spies was the most troublesome part, as they couldn't just capture all of them. Anyone who could associate with Cloud Dance was no ordinary person. Luin didn't know what he was talking about, but he wanted to confirm the list for one person. Investigate this person. Luin circled a name on the list and tossed it to the captains. They all looked over. Ijun? Master, is there something wrong with this Ijun? Gui-san asked. Yes. Gui-san looked at the others. The elder spoke up, This Ijun isn't an ordinary person. Her appearance and talent are the best in the Void God spacetime, and she has a large number of followers, including many descendants of virtual realm powerhouses. She once joined the Endless Battlefield to save her father, and she made great contributions there. She's very famous and has connections with many powerhouses. This woman isn't easy to investigate. Luin looked up, That's why I'm certain that there's something wrong with her. If I were an Ionian, I would also choose to make her a spy. But she made great contributions in the Endless Battlefield, Yu Pai couldn't help but say. Luin asked, On what basis? Everyone was stunned. Luin continued, What was her cultivation level when she joined the Endless Battlefield? She was just a virtual realm cultivator, and yet she was able to make such great contributions. That's the Endless Battlefield, and even virtual transformation realm powerhouses can't guarantee their survival if they enter. How can a mere virtual realm cultivator make such great contributions? What a joke. No one refuted this, as it did sound ridiculous. Of course, I'm not saying that it's completely impossible, but the possibility is very low. The way I see it, there's one way to make sure that she made great contributions. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, The Ionians. The Ionians deliberately made her make contributions? The elder was shocked. Luin said, "That's something I can think of. Since I've joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, I have to think of the worst. Evidence is needed to prove that she's a spy, but conjectures don't. Next, the Heaven's Mirror Manor only has one mission." Luin pressed down on the list. Investigate Yi-jun. The person who had exchanged information with Yunwoo was Yi-jun. This woman was a spy, and Luin wanted her to be on the list so that he could have a reasonable opportunity to investigate her. Otherwise, investigating Yi-jun for no apparent reason would be too unreasonable. Even though Lu Yin's reason for investigating was a little far-fetched, his last sentence was correct. Everything had to be thought of in the worst-case scenario, and this sentence could explain many things. Luin had given the order, and everyone in the Heaven's Mirror Manor's target was Yi-jun, regardless of whether they were willing to investigate her or not. However, the investigation did not go smoothly, and the Heaven's Mirror Manor could only find external information about Yi-jun. They could not meet her at all. The Heaven's Mirror Manor could not expose their identity and investigate her openly either. Otherwise, not only would Yi-jun be on guard, but they would also encounter great obstacles. Yi-jun isn't someone who just anyone can meet. There are too many people who want to meet her every day. Unless we reveal our identity as the Heaven's Mirror Manor and investigate her openly, we won't be able to meet her. Yu Pai was distressed. Guan Lauda added, "I can use another identity to meet her, but I don't know how long I'll have to wait. Even someone like you, who's at the peak of the Void Realm, can't meet her." "This woman is quite ostentatious," Luin muttered. Guan Lauda smiled bitterly, "There's no other way. Unless you can reach the pinnacle in a certain area, you'll have to wait slowly to meet her." "Pinnacle?" Luin was confused. "What does that mean?" "It means the pinnacle," the old man said, his hair disheveled. "For example, being the number one in your generation, being the strongest Void Realm cultivator, or having made a great contribution." "Can I pass the Void Gate?" Luin asked. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The steward was stunned. "You passed the Void Gate?" Guan Lauda was speechless. "You were the one who passed the Void Gate?" Luin replied, "It was me." "It should be fine." Everyone looked at Luin in a different light. Ningran was shocked. "No one has been able to pass the Void Gate for countless years." "How did you do it?" "Master, you're amazing," Gue-san said in admiration. The old man's gaze towards Luin changed, ruthless. Luin said, "All right, since it's possible, let's go meet her. I want to see just what kind of charm this Yi-jun has to attract so many people to line up." There are two types of people lining up to meet Yi-jun. The first are those who admire her and want to marry her, while the second are those who want to ask about the situation in the endless battlefield. It's said that she has a group of comrades who have gone through life and death with her, and they contact her every once in a while. Many people want to know more about the endless battlefield and their families or friends, the old man said as he followed behind Luin. He was old deranged, and the reason Luin had brought him along was because of his unique skill, Xianxia sniff, which allowed him to determine whether someone had contacted him before or not. Luin discovered that the people from Heaven's Mirror Manor didn't know that old deranged was a half-step ancestor, and they only thought that he had become a team leader because of his Xianxia sniff. At this moment, old deranged wasn't as disheveled as he had been in Heaven's Mirror Manor. Instead, he had combed his hair and looked like a kind teacher. The two of them were currently on Yi-jun, and the planet had been named after her. It was a reward from the Void God universe for her contributions in the endless battlefield. "This Yi-jun is very hospitable. Is she willing to meet these people?" Luin asked. Old deranged was speechless. "No, but there aren't many people who can meet her. It's impossible for just anyone to meet her." Yi-jun resided at the foot of a huge mountain. A waterfall flowed down from the peak, filling the sky with white mist. It was very beautiful, and the sound of the zither cleansed one's soul. There were people shouting at the foot of the mountain, hoping to meet Yi-jun, but no one succeeded. "My appetite is the best among my peers. Please meet Yi-jun." This attracted a wave of mockery. "I'm good at painting and would like to draw one for Yi-jun." This also attracted mockery. "My name is..." Luin and old deranged watched from afar. The more they shouted, the less likely it was to meet Yi-jun. "My name is Bo-chi. I've made an appointment and would like to meet Yi-jun." The waterfall suddenly stopped, and a stream of water separated from the waterfall and connected to the young man's feet. "Young Master Bo Chi, please." A voice came from the stream of water. Young Master Bo Chi stepped on the water and headed towards the mountain peak, attracting the envy of the surrounding people. "That's the young master of the Fu clan. I heard that the head of the Fu clan is currently in the endless battlefield. This young Master Bo Chi must be here to find out about the head of the Fu clan," someone commented. "Even though Jun has friends in the boundless battlefield, she can't possibly know how everyone is doing." "You don't know about this. The boundless battlefield gathers information and transmits it to the Six Direction Society, and then the Six Direction Society transmits the information to many parallel universes. The reason why Jun is so popular is because one of her good friends has access to this information. This information includes the names of the experts who died and the names of those who performed meritorious deeds. The head of the Fu clan is at the peak of the Void Bright Realm, so he is worthy of being mentioned in the battle situation. Sir Bo Chi is looking for Jun to ask her to keep an eye out for the head of the Fu clan." "That's true. With Jun's ability, it's impossible for her to directly investigate the situation of someone in the boundless battlefield, but she can pay attention to this information. Perhaps she can mention the Fu clan's leader." Not long after, Bo Chi walked out with a pale face. Someone asked him what happened. He didn't say anything and just walked away. There was no news from the mountain peak, as this information couldn't have been leaked out so easily. Luin walked out with the crazy old man. "Xianxia, you've passed the void gate. Can you meet Jun?" The crowd who had been watching the commotion felt that they had misheard. What did he say? Past the void gate? Past the void gate? He's the one who passed the void gate? It's actually him? There were constant cries of surprise, which showed just how much Luin had shocked them. On the mountain peak, the zither music stopped abruptly, and a pleasant voice sounded out. It didn't belong to the person who had just spoken. This voice was even softer and gentler. "Xianxia, please wait a moment." Luin looked at the mountain peak. There were no experts on Jun, and the strongest was only at the peak of the Void Bright Realm. They weren't on the mountain peak either, so if he wanted to, he could do whatever he wanted. He could even capture this girl directly. He was very clear that she was a spy. This woman could receive information about the endless battlefield, which meant that she was very important to the everlasting race. He waited patiently. Soon, a figure descended from the waterfall, carrying a beautiful aura. Her face was as white as jade, and her face was flushed red. She landed in front of Luin and bowed. "Jun greets Xianxia." They had been waiting here for a long time, but they had never seen Jun treat a young man like this. Luin smiled. "Miss Jun, you're too polite. There's no need to welcome me personally." Jun smiled. "You can't be careless with young Master Xianxia." The Su Pass was built by the Su Master and represents the Nihility universe. Young Master Xianxia, in order to join the Nihility universe, you didn't hesitate to break through the Su Pass and risk your life. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Not many people knew why he had passed the Void Gate. In the Void God spacetime, no, in the Six Direction Society, there were many who passed the Void Gate without needing a reason. However, Jun knew that he had done so to join the Void God spacetime. This woman had some tricks up her sleeve. "Xianxia, please." Jun raised a hand, revealing a flawless arm that was dazzling to the eyes. Luin smiled and nodded, leading the crazy old man and Jun into the peak. After they left, the crowd finally reacted and looked on enviously. This was the difference between people. Jun had personally welcomed Jun, while they didn't even have the right to speak to her. Jun received Luin in a pavilion above the waterfall. The pavilion spanned across the waterfall, and the surroundings were filled with water vapor. Lush greenery hung down from the pavilion, and it was a beautiful sight. Luin could see the people waiting outside, and seeing their anxious and expectant expressions, he looked at Jun. "Do you like this place?" Jun replied, "I can't help it. The people below all want to see me, but I can't meet everyone. I also can't ask my sister to keep an eye on the endless battlefield, so I can only stay here and play the zither for them. I'll try to calm them down and see who's the most anxious. Maybe I can help them." Luin praised. "Miss Jun is so kind." Jun shook her head. "Xianxia, don't tease me. I'm just an ordinary girl, and I have more connections. I'll help everyone. They sat down, and the crazy old man stood behind Luin. Yijun was curious, Senior? He's a servant, don't mind him, Luin said. Yijun was curious, I've never heard of Xianxia having a servant. You must have taken him in recently, or was it a gift from Senior Su Wuwei? The crazy old man raised a brow, gift? That word sounded harsh. Luin remained calm, it seems like Miss Yijun is very interested in me. You know a lot about Xianxia. Yijun smiled, many people bring interesting news from the outside world when they come here. There's quite a bit about Xianxia. Oh, is there any bad news? Luin teased. Yijun smiled, yes, little you said that she's very dissatisfied with you. Luin was surprised, Suyu? It seems like you have a deep impression of her, Yijun said. Luin asked, Suyu's back? What about Suji? They're all back. They came to find me yesterday. If you'd come a day earlier, you could have caught up with them. They missed you very much. Yijun stood up and personally poured tea for Luin. Her fingers were slender, and her pure white skin was very beautiful. There was also an indescribable fragrance that made one feel refreshed. Luin couldn't help but move closer and take a deep breath. What's this fragrance? Yijun hurriedly retreated and glared at him. You're too much, sir. Luin reacted and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Yijun. I rarely come into contact with women, so I'm really sorry. How about this, I'll punish myself with a cup. He picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp, causing Yijun to laugh. If you want to punish someone, it should be wine. Sir, are you using tea in place of wine? Luin smiled, I don't drink, sorry for making fun of me. It's good that you don't drink. Drinking tea is better for you to experience life. You're very emotional, Mississippi looks like you've experienced a lot. Life and death in the endless battlefield, I've indeed experienced a lot. You stepped onto the battlefield to save your father, which is admirable. Xianxia salutes you. Yijun hurriedly replied, I wouldn't dare. Sir Xianxia passing the void gate is admirable. Compared to you, Yijun's small contributions are like fireflies. Luin laughed heartily. Behind him, the crazy old man remained calm. The manor-head seemed to be enjoying himself, and he had to admit that Yijun was beautiful to the point of arousal. Would the manor-head be charmed by her? Yijun looked at the crazy old man. Luin glanced at him, are you not feeling well? No, I just choked, the crazy old man said. Luin smiled at Yijun, it's really fragrant here, I'm also choking. Yijun rolled her eyes, if you don't like it, sir, I'll go change. She then bowed and left. Luin watched her leave and asked, how was it? The crazy old man replied, I definitely did, and more than once. Luin grunted. He obviously knew this, but he needed the Heaven's Reflection Hall's confirmation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to confirm it alone without the support of others. Not long after, Yijun changed into a black robe that accentuated her exquisite figure. Sorry to keep you waiting, Sir Xianxia. Right, what did you come here to ask? Luin replied, the endless battlefield. I want to know the situation there. Yijun didn't understand, if you want to know more about the endless battlefield, you can ask Senior Five Tastes or the Void Yang and Void Ying clans. Why ask me? Lu Yin's lips curled up, I don't like to trouble people I know. Yijun laughed, you're really interesting. Alright, I'll explain it to you. The Endless Battlefield is the largest battlefield used by the Hexagon Association against the Eternals. It's also known as the 100 Alliance Battlefield. It's formed by 62 parallel spacetime civilizations discovered by the Hexagon Association. Luin naturally knew what Yijun was talking about. Back then, Shi Jiao had used this to persuade Luin to fight for the position of sanctification so that he could help Su Xiaonin, who had reached the end of his lifespan and needed to go to the endless battlefield. This was because more than 20 light ancestors had died in the endless battlefield, not to mention the countless half-ancestors that had died there. That was the millstone of life and death, and no one could be sure that they could leave the endless battlefield alive. Rather than saying that the endless battlefield is the final battle between The Six-Party Association and the Eternals. It's more accurate to say that it's the front line of the Six-Party Association's invasion of the Eternals, Yijun said. Luin was astonished. Invasion? He had never heard anyone mention this before. Yijun continued, why is the Eternals so fixated on the endless battlefield? It's because once they let go of the endless battlefield and allow the Six-Party Association to control it, they can directly invade the Eternals. They can attack at close range or retreat at will. This is something that the Eternals cannot accept, so both sides are frantically increasing their manpower in the endless battlefield to wear each other down. Every day, every hour, and even every breath, there are people dying. It's the largest and cruelest battlefield since the dawn of humanity. Luin tapped his fingers on the table. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. No wonder the endless battlefield was such a huge battlefield. If he were the Eternals, he would not fight against the Six-Party Association on the same battlefield. He would definitely think of ways to invade various spacetimes and even gather the 7 sky gods to destroy them one by one. The Eternals did not do this because they could not. Once they did not have enough strength to defend the endless battlefield, the Six-Party Association would be able to invade the Eternals. The sole true God could destroy any parallel spacetime if he had the chance, and powerhouses like the Grand Empyreans, including Void Master and the Ruler of Wood, could also invade the Eternals if they had the chance and destroy what was most important to them. Neither side could bear such losses, which was why the endless battlefield had been created. Right, Luin suddenly remembered that the desolate ancestor had killed his way into the Eternals alone. How had he done it? Had he also passed through the endless battlefield? If so, had he left behind any legends of killing in the endless battlefield? Was the endless battlefield the only place where one could directly enter the Eternals? In theory, it was impossible for the Eternals to casually invade the Six-Party Association, which meant that humans could not casually enter the Eternals as well. Many thoughts flashed through Luin's mind. Yijun continued to speak, and Luin listened quietly. This woman was truly knowledgeable about the endless battlefield. Today's trip had not been in vain. After drinking 7 cups of tea, Yijun finally finished. Luin sighed. I never thought that the endless battlefield would be even crueler than I imagined. Yijun said, if you don't go to the boundless battlefield, you'll never be able to understand the cruelty of the battlefield. Ordinary cultivators might not even be able to see a void transformation realm cultivator, let alone an emptiness realm cultivator. However, in the boundless battlefield, it's possible to encounter an emptiness realm cultivator on the first day. Luin picked up his teacup. Miss Yijun, I admire you. It's no wonder why you're being treated like this. Yijun said, young Master Xianxia, you don't have to admire me. If it weren't for the help of my comrades, I wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything, and I wouldn't have been able to bring my father back. If young Master Xianxia doesn't mind, you can call me Yijun alright, then I won't stand on ceremony. Yijun Luin smiled. Yijun blinked, then can I call you Big Brother Xianxia? Of course. Luin spent most of the day chatting with Yijun. This woman understood the Void God spacetime very well. It would be great if she wasn't a spy. Luin sighed. But then again, if she wasn't a spy, she wouldn't have been able to return alive from the endless battlefield. Had this woman willingly betrayed the humans and become a spy, or had she been controlled by Qin Kong? He wouldn't be able to tell if he didn't fuse with her memories. Luin left with old crazy. Yijun sent them off from afar, and when they were completely gone, her face sank. They had talked so much, but she hadn't been able to see through this person's goal at all. Was he here just to understand the endless battlefield? Go and find out who that old man beside Xianxia is, Yijun ordered. Although she was well informed, it was impossible for her to find out that Luin had joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor. This had only happened recently, and neither the Heaven's Mirror Manor nor the Scenic Cloud clan would have leaked this information. A shadow disappeared behind her. Manor Lord, we can only prove that this woman is related to Yunwu, but we can't prove that she's a spy, Old Crazy said. Luin replied, Yunwu's matter hasn't been leaked. Yunwu hid her scarlet eye, which means that Yijun can't contact Yunwu. Only Yunwu can contact this Yijun, and they're doing it by meeting each other. This makes things easier. You're saying? Impersonating Yunwu? Old Crazy asked, but he immediately shook his head. No, they must have a special way to recognize each other. They're both spies, so it's impossible to tell them apart by appearance. I have my ways, Luin said. Our Heaven's Mirror Manor is understaffed. Come, I'll take you to find someone. Old Crazy was curious. Find someone? No one is willing to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and we're very strict when it comes to accepting new members. Luin ignored him and headed off in a certain direction. Through his conversation with Yijun, he knew where Suji and Suyu were, and he wanted to pull them into the Heaven's Mirror Manor. People like Suji and Suyu were the most suitable to deal with people with conflicting interests. With Suji and Suyu's backgrounds, who couldn't they capture? Even though their families weren't very strong and didn't have any virtual realm powerhouses, Suji had obtained the Astral Stone Disc and become a bonded virtual god. He had even met the Void Master before, which was an honor that few people in the Void God spacetime could achieve. No one knew what Suji had said or done after meeting the Void Master. Some guessed that he was the Void Master's disciple, while others guessed that he was the Void Master's in-name disciple. Regardless of his identity, no one in the Void God spacetime dared to offend him. If someone like him joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, it would save Luin a lot of trouble, and this was only the first step. His goal wasn't just the Void God spacetime. It wasn't difficult to find Suji and Suyu, as they were too famous. At this moment, Suyu was sparring with someone. She had used her innate gift of Thunderwood and her stone door battle techniques, which caused many to sigh in amazement. This was the effect that the Void God spacetime wanted, to attract people to join the 6 directional training halls, merge civilizations, and increase power. Suyu had used her stone puppet battle techniques and her innate gift of Thunderwood to easily defeat an expert whose Void God power surpassed hers. Her pride was greatly satisfied, and she was very proud. After returning from the 6 directional training halls, they had been given this mission, to spar in various places in the Void God spacetime and let the cultivators of the Void God spacetime see the effects of the convergence of civilizations. It wasn't just them, the 6 directional training halls were doing the same in other spacetimes as well. As they spread the word, a large number of people were eager to join the 6 directional training halls, just like how Suyu had seen Shihong. Suyu was pleased with herself and looked around before suddenly turning to look in a certain direction. She frowned. Xianxia? Not far away, Suji looked over in surprise. Xianxia? Luin smiled. Long time no see. Suyu. She gritted her teeth. Why are you here? Not long after, Suji and Suyu brought Luin and the deranged old man to a primitive planet. You want us to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Suji was surprised. Suyu sneered. In your dreams. Only a ghost would go to a place like the Heaven's Mirror Manor. The deranged old man was unhappy, but he didn't interrupt. Luin said, we're short on manpower, which is why we came to you guys. Since you guys have nothing to do, why don't you join? You'll have senior Suwuji support. Suyu sneered. My brother has the Void Master's support. The deranged old man's face twitched. Was this for real? The rumors that Suji was the Void Master's disciple were just rumors. Could it be true? Luin was curious. Suji, are you really the Void Master's disciple? Not yet, Suji replied. Suyu waved her fist at Luin. Stop dreaming. There's no way we'll join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Go find someone else. Luin smiled at Suyu, causing her to grit her teeth. You're asking for a beating. Suyu was furious. You're the one asking for a beating. Xianxia, do you dare fight me? She had wanted to beat Luin up for a long time, but she had never had the chance. The closest she had gotten to beating him up had been ruined by the Spirit Palace, and after that, Lu Yin's speed had been exaggerated. She had no choice but to try again. Suji stopped Suyu and looked at Luin. What realm are you at? Luin answered honestly, the Void Realm. Suyu was shocked. You're at the Void Realm? How is that possible? Suji frowned. Is that the reward for passing the Void Gate? Luin smiled. That's not the reward. If you want to know what the reward is, then join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. You won't be disappointed. I just want to know why you can pass the void gate while others can't, Suji said. Luin replied, the void master told me not to tell anyone. The crazy old man's face twitched, and he couldn't help but look at Luin. Yet another person who was related to the void master. You spoke to the void master? Suyu exclaimed. Luin replied, yes. So, if you want to know what the void master told me, then join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Suji was indifferent. Not interested. I just want to know why you were able to pass the void gate. Luin replied, the void master told me that he admired you and that you had a backbone. Bullshit. How could the void master praise you? Suyu shouted. Suji also stared at Luin with a confused expression. The crazy old man looked at Lu Yin's back. Was the void master praising him? Luin clasped his hands behind his back. These words came from the void master himself. Impossible. Suyu firmly disagreed. She gritted her teeth and glared at Luin. You must have lied to him. Shut up. Suji shouted. Suyu hurriedly shut up, feeling wronged. Suji met Lu Yin's gaze. I believe that you can join the Heaven's Mirror Manor as well. Bro, Suyu called out. Suji continued, the prerequisite is that you have to convince me to join. What do you mean by convinced? Luin asked. The crazy old man sympathized with him, the manor master was definitely going to take care of this kid. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't compare to Guan Laoda, who had been completely subdued by the manor master. That's your problem, Suji said coldly. Luin nodded. Then let's do it. Suji's gaze turned cold as he retrieved the blue energy source from his cosmic ring and pressed it into his body. Energy with a power level of nearly 1,000,000 exploded, and the blue energy repelled everything in all directions. Up to you. Luin laughed and raised his hand, causing the bone spear to float between Suji's eyebrows. This scene had happened too many times in the Void God spacetime, and Luin was satisfied every time. This was the most effective way to suppress an enemy without exposing his strength. Suji stared blankly at the bone spear floating between his eyebrows. What is this? Suyu was stunned, as the bone spear's void god power made it difficult for her to approach it. It surpassed the energy of the blue energy source. Are you convinced? Luin asked. Suji stared at Luin. That's the reward? Luin nodded and withdrew the bone spear. That's right. You ambushed him. My brother has the red energy source, so he can't lose to you. Suji barked, shut up, little you. Suyu grew anxious. Brother, we can't join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Our reputation is too bad. Suji frowned. The Heaven's Mirror Manor is looking for spies for the humans. Regardless of its reputation, it's only beneficial to the humans. He then looked at Luin. What's your position in the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Luin glanced at the insane old man. The insane old man understood. This is the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, appointed by manor head Su Wuji. You're the acting manor head? Suji was surprised to see Luin. He was shocked and surprised. Suyu was also in disbelief. Regardless of the Heaven's Mirror Manor's reputation, how could this Xianxia be the acting manor head? Well said, I'm the acting manor head. Since you've joined the Heaven's Mirror Manor, your first mission is to... Luin paused. Capture Yijun. Yijun was frustrated and in no mood to meet anyone. Ever since she had met Luin, she had felt uneasy, but she did not know where this uneasiness came from. Could it be that something had happened in the endless battlefield? She had tried her best to save those people and even had the help of the Eternals so that she could use them. Nothing had happened to them, right? When she thought of this, she tried to contact the endless battlefield. At that moment, someone reported that Yunwu had arrived. Yijun's eyes flashed. At the foot of the mountain, the river swept the clouds into the mountain. The people around were not surprised. Yijun also had friends who could see her at any time. Yunwu was one of them, but she did not come often. Upon seeing Cloud Dance, Yijun calmly asked, "What business do you have with me?" Yunwu sat opposite her. "I have something to ask you." As she spoke, she sipped on her tea and made a few movements. These movements were the way for the two of them to identify each other. At the same time, it could also be used to transmit information. Even if someone was standing there, they would not be able to understand it because her movements were very normal. Yijun stared into Yunwu's eyes. It's not time yet. It's urgent, Yunwu said. What is it? Yijun frowned. Ultimate Void wants to join the endless battlefield, Cloud Dance said. Yijun's expression changed. Impossible. If he joins, what about the Void God universe? Su Wuwei will come back. Are you sure? I heard that Su Wuwei's position wasn't very good, so he simply retreated and let Su Wuji go. I'll contact them right away. Yijun left after saying that. Yunwu, no, Luyin watched as Yijun left. The space in his eyes turned into lines. Even though he had merged with Yunwu's body, Yunwu did not know how Yijun contacted the everlasting tribe. Yunwu could not see, but Luyin could. Yijun's every move, including the experts hidden in her shadow, could not be hidden from Luyin. Yijun would never have dreamed that she would be targeted by Luyin, who had an innate spatial gift and could fight against progenitors. In the entire Void God universe, how many people in the Void realm were equivalent to progenitors? Such people would not come to see Yijun at all. Yijun also did not expect to be involved with such people. It was too easy for them to know about the situation in the endless battlefield. The people she could come into contact with were either families with at most Void Transformation realm powerhouses or elite geniuses. From what she knew, she did not know much about the Void realm. Just like when Luyin had stepped onto the path of cultivation, even if he had become an emissary, he had no idea how powerful progenitors were. It was only when he could fight against a half-progenitor that he experienced Xianxia's terror for the first time. In Luyin's eyes, Yijun's every move was too clear. He knew what she said, what she did, and how to contact her. Yijun soon returned. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked when she saw Yunwu's strange gaze. Yunwu suddenly changed back to her original appearance. Yijun's eyes narrowed when she saw Yunwu turn back into Xianxia. She suddenly stood up and retreated. Behind her, a ray of light shot out from her shadow and pierced towards Luyin. Several gazes gathered around them, ready to attack Luyin. Luyin smiled. Miss Yijun, why are you in such a hurry to leave? As he spoke, the ray of light that shot out from her shadow stopped. It was a dagger with a card attached to the end. It was a Lost Tribe card. Lost Tribe card? You're from the Lost Tribe? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he released his Void God power, locking his shadow within Yijun's shadow. His Void God power was close to the peak of the Void realm, which was equivalent to 6 origin tribulations. On the other hand, the expert hidden within the shadow was only at the middle stage of the Void realm, which was close to 4 origin tribulations. The difference was too great. Void gods rushed over from all directions. Luyin looked up. If I were you, I wouldn't do something so pointless. Yijun shouted, stop. The surrounding void gods suddenly stopped and stared at Luyin warily. Yijun looked at Luyin and smiled. If Brother Xianxia wants to meet me, why disguise yourself as Yunwu? You can just come directly. Luyin took the dagger and looked at the card behind it. How did you get a Lost Tribe card? Yijun replied, I don't know. I invited this person to protect me. His power has nothing to do with me. Luyin nodded. You've pushed him away cleanly. He looked at Yijun's shadow and flicked his finger. Void God power swept out and shook a short old woman out. She was shocked. She knew that she wasn't this person's match, but her innate gift of being able to merge into her shadow was her innate gift. How did you get a Lost Tribe card? Luyin asked. The card in his hand was very ordinary, just an ancient 4 stars card. It couldn't compare to his Hidden Mountain card, but before the 6 direction training grounds had been established, it had been very difficult for outsiders to obtain a Lost Tribe card. The Lost Tribe was also very united, and there shouldn't have been any tribesmen wandering outside. The old woman didn't answer, and she just stared coldly at Luyin without any fear. Luyin sighed. Looks like you want to die. So be it. He threw the dagger out and pierced the old woman's body, pinning her to the wall behind the waterfall. Blood flowed along the waterfall, adding a tinge of red to the scene. Yijun's expression changed, and so did the surrounding cultivators' gazes on Luin. This old woman had been in Yijun's shadow all this time, including when Yijun had contacted the Everlasting Tribe. It was obvious that she knew everything. Regardless of whether or not she was a spy, not reporting was a crime punishable by death. The old woman hadn't expected Luin to be so decisive and kill her just like that. Yijun also didn't expect this person to be so ruthless. They had been chatting and laughing before, but now he had killed someone in the blink of an eye. Brother Xianxia, this is Yijun planet. You disguised yourself as her and came here, and you even killed my retainer. This isn't very good. Luin said, tell me, how long have you been a spy? Yijun's expression didn't change. I don't understand what you mean. Luin said, since I could disguise myself as Yunwu, it means that I know you like the back of my hand. The first time I came here, I was just testing you, but you hid it well. But it was useless. Yunwu told me everything, or I wouldn't have been able to exchange signals with you. It doesn't matter if you admit it or not, your identity as a spy has been confirmed. Yijun laughed and walked towards Luin, slowly sitting down in front of him. Brother Xianxia, you must be joking. I don't know anything about what you just said. I only know that Brother Xianxia wants to use force on me in this pavilion. Brother Xianxia, everyone admires you for passing the void gate, but that doesn't mean that everyone should listen to you. I, Yijun, am just a weak woman, but I'm not afraid of you. If worse comes to worst, I'll tell the entire Void God spacetime about this and ask everyone to judge. Yijun's expression became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, as if she was ready to cry and complain at any moment. Her expression was full of mockery. Yunwu had pointed it out? Regardless of whether or not it was true, she wouldn't admit it. With the connections she had accumulated over the years and the contributions she had made in the endless battlefield, unless there was substantial evidence, no one would admit that she was a spy. Luin laughed, I know you well enough to know that you're difficult to deal with. How could I not be prepared? You want proof, right? First of all, the information you sent out is proof. Yijun replied, that was my retainer who sent it out. She's already been killed by you. I didn't expect that person to be a spy. I'm ashamed to say that I've allowed a spy to stay by my side for so long. I don't know how many humans have lost, but I can't absolve myself from the blame. I'll definitely report this to the endless battlefield and try to redeem myself. Speaking of which, I still have to thank Brother Xianxia for getting rid of this scourge for humanity. Lu Yin's lips curled up, but you were the one who sent that information. Who knows? Yijun retorted, her eyes bright. Luin pointed to the bottom of the waterfall, ask them if they know. Yijun was stunned and subconsciously looked down at the waterfall. She saw countless pairs of eyes staring at her in disbelief. Even the old woman's blood flowing down the waterfall didn't attract their attention. Right, how could it not attract attention? Yijun felt that something was wrong. She looked down at the bewildered expressions of the people below, what's going on? Luin smiled faintly and didn't answer. High up in the sky, an image appeared. It was the scene of Yijun delivering a message to the outside world. Your tone, expression, and even your words were all broadcasted by me. Oh right, this spacetime also has technological developments. You should know what a live broadcast is, right? Yijun shouted, impossible. She had been operating on this mountain for too many years and knew every corner. How could she not know that someone had broadcasted it? What did you do? Luin took a sip of tea. The tea is fragrant, but your tea is even more fragrant. Let's talk somewhere else. The crazy old man led his team up the mountain and surrounded Yijun. Yijun's face paled when she saw their clothes, and she stared at Luin. You're from Heaven's Mirror Manor? Luin put down his teacup. Deputy Manor Head of Heaven's Mirror Manor, Xianxia. Yijun suddenly lost all her strength and looked up. The scene of her delivering the message was still being broadcasted in the sky, and it was exactly the same. It was indeed a live broadcast, and even the words and expressions were exactly the same. How had this person done it? There was still a peak Void Realm expert on Yijun who was her subordinate, and that person was constantly monitoring her situation. This person should not have been able to spy on her. She could not figure out how Luin had done it, no matter how hard she racked her brains. that peak Void Realm expert had also been captured. This person had received Ijun's favor in the endless battlefield and had willingly come to Ijun to help her. Whether or not he was a spy would only become clear after further investigation. Luyin did not see any information about this person in Yunwu's memories. However, when he had revealed that Ijun was a spy, this person's emotions had clearly fluctuated greatly. From Lu Yin's point of view, this person should not be a spy. Ijun had been confirmed as a spy by Heaven's Mirror Manor and had been taken away. This news shocked many, especially those who wanted to pursue Ijun. They all focused on Heaven's Mirror Manor and tried to find out more information about it. Heaven's Mirror Manor rarely received so much attention. News about Yunwu was also speculated by the outside world. After all, she had met with Ijun, and Ijun had been confirmed as a spy. Yunwu had not come down after that, and everyone began to speculate about what had happened. Luyin specifically contacted Yun to apologize. Heaven's Mirror Manor would continue to hide the fact that Yunwu was a spy, and Yun could not do anything about it. After all, Ijun was involved. However, she did ask if this counted as redeeming herself. Luyin could not answer her question. Dealing with Yunwu was very troublesome. All of the spies claimed that they had been controlled by Qin Kong, which made it difficult for Heaven's Mirror Manor to make a decision. Luyin could not kill all of them, as there were indeed many who had been controlled by Qin Kong. These people did not want to be spies, regardless of whether they were their friends or family. The outside world would not agree to execute all of them, as no one could guarantee that the people around them would not be controlled by Qin Kong. Luyin discovered that Qin Kong was the eternal powerhouse that the Six Direction Society wanted to eliminate the most. The interrogation of Ijun was naturally left to Ning Ran. Ning Ran had not expected Luyin to actually capture Ijun, and the evidence was irrefutable. Looking at Ning Ran's poisonous toad, Ijun was calm. She had already been proven to be a spy, so she didn't intend to explain anything. However, she also wouldn't say anything. The only thing she could say was, "I was controlled." Ning Ran naturally wouldn't believe such words directly. Everything would only be known after the interrogation. Within the city of Heaven's Reflection Prefecture, Suji exclaimed, "I never thought that you'd be able to capture Ijun so quickly. She's involved too many people." "Including you guys," Luyin said. Suji was calm. Suyu looked at him strangely. "So you're actually capable of something like this? You must have been faking it all along. You're too cunning." Luyin was solemn. "To deal with a spy, you're willing to do anything." "Do you want the spy to run rampant?" Suyu glared at him. "Don't accuse me wrongly. How do you plan to deal with Ijun?" Suji asked. "You seem to care a lot about her? Why? Do you like her?" Suji replied, "Capturing her is one thing, but dealing with her is another. If you deal with her the same way as those people from Heaven's Reflection Prefecture, then there's no point in us joining." "You didn't mention this when we joined," Luyin said. Suji looked at him. "Don't disappoint me." Luyin was speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence from? He must have said this many times, and it was like the mantra of the Spirit Palace. Everyone was so arrogant. "I'm going into seclusion for a while. You guys can discuss the results of Ijun's interrogation. If you can't deal with her, then wait for me to come out." "You're going into seclusion? How long?" Suyu asked. Luyin replied, "Not too long." Of course he was going into seclusion. If he didn't, how would he find other spies? Ijun wouldn't be so easy to interrogate, and he wouldn't be able to get anything out of her. He found a place to seclude himself and took out the host skeleton. He released his void god's power and raised his hand to summon his die. He tapped it, and it slowly spun. 6 pips. Lu Yin's eyes widened. 6 pips? His consciousness appeared in a dark space. This time, he looked around and found that the brightest orb of light around him was slightly dim, but he could only fuse with that one. He opened his eyes and stood in outer space. Aside from a few planets, there was nothing else around him. As the memories flooded in, Lu Yin's expression grew uglier. The person he had fused with wasn't a spy, but he wasn't much better than one. He was a selfish madman who would scheme against other families and sects to the point of annihilation for his own benefit. Countless people had died at his hands, and this person had participated in the endless battlefield. This was the most valuable information Lu Yin had obtained from this person's memories, but that was all there was to it. The slaughter in the endless battlefield was between humans and Eternals. Unless they were forced into a corner, humans generally wouldn't kill each other. However, this person specifically hunted humans and stole their resources to strengthen himself. Although this person wasn't a spy, he was even more detestable than a spy. Lu Yin frowned. Fusing with this person's body was disgusting, and he had killed himself without hesitation. When Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, the black and white fog in his heart rotated and increased by a sliver. He had completely forgotten about this. Committing suicide by fusing with someone else's body could increase death energy, and this was the only method Lu Yin had discovered. Other than that, he could only search for death energy left behind by the Grim Reaper. Letting that person commit suicide was a good thing. After all, that person's cultivation was close to that of a sixth tribulation origin cultivator, and he could cause great harm to others. If there was a chance, he could become a spy at any time. He raised his hand and continued rolling the die. A month passed in the blink of an eye. During this month, Ning Ran and Yijun. The toad's effects were truly terrifying. Although Yijun didn't appear to be injured, her willpower was constantly being weakened. The pain brought about by the toad was simply too great. Although the heaven's reflection matter didn't have much of a reputation, they still had many tricks up their sleeves. In particular, the heaven's reflection matter spanned across the six directions society. Not only did they have methods from the void god spacetime, but they also had methods from other parallel spacetimes. Yijun's willpower was quite strong, but she still managed to persevere for the second month. She revealed a list of the people who had come into contact with her. The heaven's reflection matter could find this list elsewhere, but Yijun's revelation was a good start. Yunwu and Yijun had contacted each other face-to-face, so it was very likely that Yijun had contacted the other spies face-to-face as well. However, the spy she had contacted on the mountain peak could not be found no matter how hard she tried. If Lu Yin had not broadcasted Yijun's message, it would have been impossible to convict Yijun through the news he had deliberately spread. Lu Yin was still in seclusion, and there were no signs of him coming out. The entire heaven's reflection matter was investigating that list, and anyone who had come into contact with Yijun wasn't simple. Fortunately, Suji was around, and his status ensured that he could meet anyone. Others might not like the heaven's reflection matter, but they couldn't not like Suji. Even if they could meet those who had come into contact with Yijun, it was useless. It was meaningless if they couldn't find out who the spy was. Suyu complained that Lu Yin was in seclusion and had left all the troublesome matters to them. Su Wuji had been there once and had been amazed by Lu Yin's efficiency in capturing Yijun. He didn't care much about this girl since he had already confirmed that she was a spy. A few more months passed, and the heaven's reflection matter wasn't completely empty-handed. They had caught quite a few spies before Lu Yin had joined them. Among the people who were in contact with Yijun, they continued to investigate and finally had some results. They caught 2 people, both of whom were spies that Yijun had developed. However, the third person was difficult for them. Even Suji could not catch that person. The crazy old man, the housekeeper, Suji, and Suyu all gathered together to discuss this matter. Are we really going to capture him? The crazy old man rarely spoke, but this time, his expression was unprecedentedly serious. Guan Laoda's face sank, and he didn't say a word. Gue-san carefully said, I think we should report this to the manor master. He's in seclusion, Suyu said. Gue-san replied, I mean the real manor master. The others looked at each other, but it seemed that this was the only way. Suji frowned. Lu Yin had invited him to join the Heaven's Reflection Manor to deal with people with powerful backgrounds. Even if the other party was from a virtual realm powerhouse's family, he would still be useful. Why are you all gathered here? Lu Yin appeared. Gue-san and the others relaxed when they saw that he had exited seclusion. No matter what, they didn't need to make a decision. Manor Master, it's only been half a year, and you've already come out? Guan Laoda asked. Louis nodded. I usually only go into seclusion for short periods of time. I only go into seclusion when I have a sudden epiphany. Gui-san hurriedly said, Epiphany? As expected of the manor master who passed the void gate. It's almost impossible for ordinary people to achieve epiphany. Only the manor master can do it so easily. Suyu rolled her eyes. Don't listen to him. Louis was puzzled. Who were you guys talking about capturing? Everyone looked at each other, and it was Suji who spoke up. We found 2 spies among those who have come into contact with Ijun. We're still investigating the rest. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. They had actually found 2 spies. Generally speaking, spies had very little contact with other spies, so it wasn't easy to detect them. The fact that 2 of them had been found so quickly proved that spies were rampant in this spacetime. There's one person we suspect to be a spy, but it won't be easy to capture him, Suji said. Luin was curious. Who? Chungfeng, Suji said in a low voice. Everyone else's expressions turned solemn when they heard the name. Luin raised his brows. Chungfeng? This person was a spy. Luin had rolled the die many times over the past half year and had integrated himself into a few people's bodies. One of them was a spy, and the one who had developed this spy was Chungfeng. Chungfeng hadn't revealed his identity, but the spy had found out himself. This spy was quite smart. He knew that Chungfeng was the one who had developed him, but he hadn't told anyone. Luin understood why they were so troubled when Chungfeng was mentioned. He knew a lot about Chungfeng, but he couldn't say that someone who had just arrived in the Void God spacetime knew so much about Chungfeng. This person wasn't an ordinary person. In fact, he was quite extraordinary. Why is it so hard to capture him? Even you can't do it? Luin feigned curiosity. Suji said in a low voice, Chingfen is very special, and he can be considered handsome. You can think of him as the male version of Lord Yi. If that's all there is to it, then it wouldn't matter. The most troublesome part is that he has another identity, which is Lotus Lord's disciple. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Lotus Sovereign's disciple? The other people's expressions became increasingly grim. You should know that in the reincarnation universe, there are 3 saints, and the 9th stage venerated Lotus is one of them. His disciples are all over the 6 Directions Society, and anyone who catches his eye can be accepted as a disciple, regardless of background or cultivation level. As long as he is chosen, he will become a disciple of venerated Lotus. This Chungfeng is not only a disciple of venerated Lotus, but he has also been invited by venerated Lotus 3 times. Among all the disciples of venerated Lotus, he is rare. Although he is from the Nihility God universe, he is more respected in the reincarnation universe. The insane old man sighed. If we capture this one person, we'll have to face many of Lotus Sovereign's disciples, as well as the 9th stage Lotus Sovereign backing them. This person has been invited by Venerable Lotus 3 times, so you can imagine how much she values him, Gue-san said carefully. He then looked at Luin. Academy Master, I think we should report this to Academy Master Limitless and ask him to make a decision. Even the Limitless Institute's master wouldn't be willing to step in when facing a 9th stage Venerable Lotus. Unless we have a way to confirm that Chingfen is a spy, we'll be able to make the final decision without giving him any chance to refute. Otherwise, Venerable Lotus disciple will be our biggest obstacle. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. He had been thinking about how to capture Chingfen while he was in seclusion, and he knew everything that they were talking about. Against the disciples of the Lotus Lord, the 3 venerables and 9 sages, a single mistake would spell trouble. It wasn't that Senior Lotus would protect a spy unless she was certain that this person was a spy. Even Grand Empyreans wouldn't protect this person. As long as she couldn't be sure, this person couldn't be touched. Touching this person would be disrespectful to Senior Lotus and would attract more disciples. It was just like Lu Yin's above the heavens. Anyone who dared to touch someone from the above the heavens would incur Lu Yin's wrath, unless he was certain that the person was a spy. What are you going to do? Suji asked as he watched Lu Yin's back. Luin asked, why did Venerable Lotus invite this person 3 times? Singing, said Suyu. Luin was surprised. Singing? Suyu nodded with a look of worship in her eyes. Chingfen's singing is the most beautiful song in human history, and it has the effect of healing people's hearts. It's simply too beautiful. Luin looked at Suji, and then at Crazy Old Man and the others. They all nodded. I have to say, his voice is really beautiful. I've heard it once. I've heard of it once. Guan Lao grinned. I heard it once too. Although it was far away, the singing was really. He couldn't describe it. It can make people put down their weapons, Yu Pai said. Have you all heard of it? Luin was astonished. Every year, Qingfen sings at a fixed place. I don't know who he sings to, but at that time, countless people gathered to listen. After all, his singing can even move a ninth-stage venerable lotus. Basically, all the famous cultivators in the Nihility God universe should have heard of him, including the big shots of the Six Directions Society from the Outer Realms. It's not just Lotus venerated Lotus, the Star Lords of the Three Sovereigns universe have also invited Qingfen to sing. Many others want to hear him sing, Suyu reminded him. Luin exhaled. This was more troublesome than he had imagined. Yijun couldn't compare to such a person, and the entire Six Paths Society would be in an uproar. They would go crazy and come looking for him. Unless you make him admit that he's a spy, it'll be too difficult to do anything to him, Crazy Old Man said again. Suyu was in a difficult position. The problem is that even we can't be sure if he's a spy, let alone make him admit it. What if he's not? We'll be in big trouble. Luin fell into deep thought. He had been in seclusion for half a year, and knew that Qingfen was a spy by the 4th month. He also understood that this person was difficult to capture, so he had spent the next 2 months trying to merge into Qingfen's body. The only way was to try his luck, but unfortunately, he hadn't succeeded yet. It was impossible to deal with Qingfen like he had with Yijun. Now, the entire Void God universe knew that Xianxia was the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall, and they also knew what methods he had used to capture Yijun. Qingfen had to be very cautious, and if he could be dealt with so easily, he wouldn't have been able to hide from Lotus venerated Lotus. The only way was to use the spy he had developed to make Qingfen give himself away. How's the news of us capturing Yijun spreading? Luin suddenly asked. Speaking of this, Gue-san immediately flattered, of course, it's amazing. The outside world admires your skills very much. They all say that you are the nemesis of the spies, the nemesis of the eternal race. Under your leadership, the spies of the Nihility universe will be terrified and will not dare to come again. The Heaven's View mansion will also be swept away and be brand new. Estate Master, you don't know how many people have been shocked by Yijun. Now, many people are staring at us. Your deeds have spread throughout the virtual God universe and even spread to other parallel universes. Many people have adapted your deeds into stories to promote. Luin rubbed his head. Get to the point. You're too amazing. You're able to predict things like a god. Gue-san's conclusion made Lu Yin's heart sink even further. Does that mean that the outside world knows everything about Yunwu? Gue-san was embarrassed. The others didn't answer. They knew that Luin had a good relationship with the Scenic Cloud clan, and Su Wuji had promised not to publicize Yunwu's matter. Now that Yijun's capture had spread the news of Yunwu, it wouldn't be good for the Scenic Cloud clan. Luin wasn't thinking about the Scenic Cloud clan, as they could bear the loss of a spy. He was more concerned about the fact that he had used Yunwu to capture Yijun, and it would be impossible to use Qingfen's spies to trap him. Qingfen wasn't stupid, and as a spy, he would definitely pay more attention to this matter. With his status, he would definitely know more than the others. He might even know what Luin had said. Suddenly, Luin thought of someone who had been forgotten and left behind in Mount Supreme. This person shouldn't have been of any use to him, but now, he could be useful. A few days later, a piece of news spread from the Heaven's Mirror matter that caught the attention of many in the Void God spacetime. Tu Shuangshuang had appeared. Tu Shuangshuang, an elite genius under the Sanctification sect. She should have had a brilliant life, at least surpassing the majority. However, this woman had betrayed humanity and became a spy. She had even taken Qing Kong as her master and made a move against all the elites of the Six Paths sect. Everything she had done had made her the focus of the Six Paths sect, and her whereabouts had always been a mystery. No one had expected Tu Shuangshuang to appear in the Void God spacetime and be caught by the Heaven's Mirror matter. The Heaven's Mirror matter announced that anyone who provided clues about Tu Shuangshuang would be rewarded, and anyone who captured or killed her would have a chance to take Su Wuji as their master. Su Wuji was a virtual Grand Realm expert, and there weren't many in the Void God spacetime. Taking Su Wuji as a master meant reaching the heavens in a single step, and he was on the same level as Su Ji and the others. This kind of temptation wasn't something that anyone could ignore. Suddenly, the entire Void God spacetime moved, and countless people came out to search for Tu Shuangxuang. Even some of the older generation experts who were cultivating in seclusion were alarmed. They also wanted to take Su Wuji as their master. At this moment, some people who sold information in the Void God spacetime became popular. However, it wasn't because their business was booming, but because they were being chased and intercepted. No one believed that these people would sell information about Tu Shuangxuang to others. They would definitely do it themselves, and those who didn't have any clues could only keep an eye on these people. These people were most likely to find Tu Shuangxuang. Gradually, this news spread to the reincarnation spacetime, and it attracted the attention of the Sanctification sect. They all thought of ways to enter the Void God spacetime to search for Tu Shuangxuang. No one hated Tu Shuangxuang more than them. The Sanctification sect had become a laughingstock because of Tu Shuangxuang. Just this piece of news caused the Void God spacetime to become the focus of countless people in the Six Direction Society. The Broken Cliff was a very famous place in the Void God spacetime. It was all because of Qingfen, who attracted countless people with his beautiful and dreamy voice. He even attracted the attention of the 9th grade Lotus Venerable. He invited Qingfen 3 times, making this place one of the most eye-catching places in the entire Void God spacetime. Every year, countless people waited around the Broken Cliff, just to listen to a song, even if it was just a sentence. The Broken Cliff wasn't a planet, but a piece of land in the starry sky. It was called the Broken Cliff because of its broken shape. This piece of land wasn't small, and there were hundreds of empires of various sizes inside. However, since Qingfen became famous in the Six Direction Society, those empires disappeared, leaving the Broken Cliff in peace. Under the majestic snow mountain, a man raised his arms in the wind, allowing the cold wind to pierce his bones. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, as if an immortal had descended. He was handsome and handsome. He was Qingfen. At the foot of the snow mountain was a very ordinary village. There were no experts in it, and the people here were all ordinary people. This was Qingfen's hometown, the place where he was born. Although the people in the village didn't cultivate, they could live for a long time under Qingfen's care. As the cold wind gradually weakened, Qingfen lowered his arms and looked up at the starry sky. This wasn't the place closest to the starry sky, but it was his favorite place. When he was young, he met the person who changed his life here, giving him the chance to take charge of his own life. Not long after, Qingfen walked down the snow mountain. Someone was waiting for him at the foot of the mountain. It was a woman with a graceful appearance. She didn't stand out, but her temperament was very good. She was like an orchid in an empty valley with a refreshing fragrance. Tu Shuangxuang has appeared, the woman said. Her name was Lingmu, and she was a disciple of the Lotus Venerable. She just happened to be in the Void God spacetime, so she came to Qingfen's place. Qingfen asked, "Does the Lotus Venerable have any orders?" "No," Lingmu said. Qingfen nodded. Tu Shuangxuang is nothing in the Lotus Venerable's eyes. "It's an opportunity for you," Lingmu said. Qingfen didn't understand. Lingmu looked at him. "Do you want to stay here and sing for the rest of your life? Although your status in the Void God universe is very high because of the Lotus Venerable, this is all you can do. If you can take this opportunity to capture Tu Shuangxuang, I can put in a good word for you in front of the Lotus Venerable and let you join the reincarnation universe. With the Lotus Venerable's help, you might have a chance to become a saint." Qingfen looked calm when he heard Lingmu's words, but a fervent look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Who wouldn't want to become a saint? But could he really do it? In fact, his cultivation talent was average. Normally, he would never have the opportunity to become an extreme powerhouse. The only exception was the reincarnation spacetime, where the position of an extreme powerhouse could be bestowed. Capturing spies for the human race is a must. I will use all my connections to find Tu Shuangxuang. As for the position of sanctification, it will depend on fate, Qingfeng said. Lingmu laughed. The position of Great Stone Saint was bestowed upon an outsider that no one knows. Why can't the position of sanctification be bestowed upon you? Seize this opportunity and you'll become a future saint. After saying this, she left. She had come here to say this. In terms of relationship, she had the best relationship with Qingfeng. If Qingfeng could become a saint, it would be beneficial to her. As for herself, it was impossible. It seemed that anyone could inherit the positions of the 3 venerables and 9 saints, but there were some rules that only the people of samsara time and space could understand. After Lingmu left, Qingfen's eyes burned with passion. He had a chance to become a saint. He had to have a chance. Of course, his chances were not high, but if he had that person's help, even if his opponent was a void transformation realm expert, he would still have a chance. It was time to contact that person. He turned and entered the village. Within the village, those who saw Qingfen all warmly greeted him. Little Feng, you're back. You're not going to practice anymore? You're back early today. Qingfen smiled and nodded. No, uncle, I'll water you later. You must be tired. Third aunt, your clothes are so tattered, you should change them. Got it, little Feng. Go do what you need to do. Good girl. The journey was not long, but Qingfeng walked for more than 10 minutes. Feeling the warmth, smoke rose from the kitchen. It was time to cook again. Qingfen lived alone in a wooden house in the easternmost part of the village. There was no one to serve him, and no one to disturb him. He naturally lit a fire and cooked, just like an ordinary person. The rumors outside are correct. You are indeed the closest to nature. A cold voice sounded from the corner of the wooden house. Qingfen paused. Please leave. No one is welcome here. Including me? A woman walked out from a dark corner. It was Tu Shuangshuang. Qingfen looked over and was surprised. Tu Shuangshuang? Tu Shuangshuang raised her head. Qingfen, long time no see. Qingfen's gaze was piercingly cold. You traitor, you actually dared to appear here. I'll definitely capture you and avenge Senior Huasheng. I'll also get rid of this human spy. Tu Shuangshuang sneered. You and I are the same. Why are you pretending? What nonsense are you talking about? Qingfen yelled. Tu Shuangshuang stared at him coldly. The entire Void God universe wants to capture me, but I can leave whenever I want. But if I leave, some things will never be done. I want to make a deal with you. I won't trade with a spy, Qingfen rebuked angrily. Tu Shuangshuang sneered. I've already said that you don't need to pretend. I know your identity very well. Do you want to become a saint? Qingfen's pupil shrank. What did you say? What did he mean? My identity? I won't talk nonsense with you. I'll teach you the secret of the heaven transformation technique and let you surpass everyone else in terms of cultivation. But at the same time, you have to help me put in a good word in front of Master and ask him to let me go this time, Tu Shuangshuang said. Qingfen frowned. What nonsense. Senior Transcendent has already died in battle, so how can I help you? And I won't help a traitor like you. I'm talking about Qin Kong. Still playing dumb. Do you want the position of a saint or not? Tu Shuangshuang was impatient. Qingfen's eyes flashed as he stared at Tu Shuangshuang. Tu Shuangshuang also stared at him. The two of them looked at each other and the atmosphere was silent. After a while, Qingfen exhaled. I can't see Qin Kong. Tu Shuangshuang said, as long as you send a message to the clan, just say that I helped you obtain the position of a saint and serve the clan better. My master will see it. Qingfen narrowed his eyes. How can I believe you? I can stay and wait for you to make progress with the heaven transformation technique before leaving. Anyway, no one will disturb you here. No one will dare to go against Lotus Venerable's orders, Tu Shuangshuang said. Qingfen had met Lotus Venerable 3 times, and Lotus Venerable had asked him what he wanted. He had asked Lotus Venerable to protect the lives of the villagers so that they could live as long as possible. He had asked for no one to set foot on the peak of the snowy mountain so that he could practice singing there. He had also asked for no one to enter the village so that it would be his world. These 3 requests had earned Lotus Venerable's praise and made Qingfen admired and respected by countless people. With Lotus Venerable's orders, no one dared to set foot on the peak of the snowy mountain or the village. No one even dared to enter the cliff for fear of offending Qingfen. Only a limited number of people actually dared to enter. Okay, Qingfen agreed. Tu Shuangxuang heaved a sigh of relief. I can teach you the heaven transformation technique now. Qingfen said, no rush, I'll cook first. As he spoke, he took out some wood and threw it into the stove. Tu Shuangxuang was stunned. Cook? This word was too far away for cultivators. Suddenly, a lotus bloomed under his feet. Qingfen abruptly turned around. You want to capture me? Tu Shuangxuang, you can't escape. This shout spread across the cliff and into the starry sky. Even though Qingfen's cultivation talent was average, he had accumulated countless resources over the years. In addition to Lotus Venerable's appreciation of him, he was now at the Void Realm. Tu Shuangxuang's cultivation was at the Immortal Realm. Qingfen attacked with Lotus Venerable's power. Tu Shuangxuang was injured and flew out. Qingfen hurriedly chased after her. Tu Shuangxuang didn't expect Qingfen to do this. She turned around and fled. Outside the cliff, many people looked over. Tu Shuangxuang? Why is Tu Shuangxuang here? Not good, Tu Shuangxuang wants to capture Qingfen. Go. Qingfen raised his hand and the lotus treasure enveloped Tu Shuangxuang. There was a fanatical look in his eyes. As long as he captured her, he would be able to make a contribution. Lingmu's words echoed in his ears. Compared to that, so what if he learned the heaven transformation technique? That Xianxi's cultivation talent was shocking, but he still couldn't become the great stone saint. He only wanted to capture Tu Shuangxuang and make a contribution. Borrowing Lotus Venerable's power to fight for the position of saint was much safer than making a deal with Tu Shuangxuang. From what he knew, the Lotus Venerable's personal lotus treasure was enough to capture Tu Shuangxuang in front of everyone. Even if Tu Shuangxuang exposed him like a mad dog, it would be useless. He didn't have to worry about Qin Kong either. The person behind him wasn't someone Qin Kong could afford to offend. Tu Shuangxuang was just a tool to him. That was all. Qingfen, you're crazy. Tu Shuangxuang watched the lotus treasure descend and saw Qingfen's fanatical look. Tu Shuangxuang, I will avenge Senior Saint. Qingfen shouted. Silhouettes appeared in the sky one after another. Tu Shuangxuang was helpless under the gazes of countless people. Of course, she wasn't the real Tu Shuangxuang, but rather Luyin in disguise. His goal was to expose Qingfen, but it was a pity that Qingfen wasn't just cautious, he was also very smart. Looking at the fanatical look in his eyes, could it be that he wanted to use Tu Shuangxuang as an opportunity to do something? Luyin would never have dreamed that Lingmu had arrived before him and changed Qingfen's thoughts, drawing out his ambitions. Otherwise, things might not have turned out this way. Seeing the lotus treasure descend, Luyin had no choice but to leave. Qingfen thought that he would definitely be able to capture Tu Shuangxuang, but as the lotus treasure descended, Tu Shuangxuang disappeared. He took a few steps forward and looked into the lotus treasure. Where was Tu Shuangxuang? At that moment, silhouettes descended one after another. Eh? Where's Tu Shuangxuang? Where's Tu Shuangxuang? Qingfen, are you alright? Where's Tu Shuangxuang? Everyone wanted to know where Tu Shuangxuang had gone, but no one could see her clearly. Qingfen's face paled. Tu Shuangxuang was gone? Far away from the cliff, Luyin walked out and looked back. He had failed, which was both unexpected and expected. It was normal for some spies to be overly cautious, but he was also certain that Qingfen had nothing to do with Qin Kong. Otherwise, Qingfen would not have spoken to Tu Shuangxuang in such a manner. He was also certain that Tu Shuangxuang did not know his identity. Luyin had to think of another way, and just as he was about to meet up with the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, his eyes flashed, and he left. The next moment, a silhouette appeared and then disappeared. Someone was following him. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He had relied on his innate gift of space to leave, but he was still being followed? Who was it? It was definitely not a progenitor, or else he would have been in danger. Who else could possibly follow him? Luyin did not meet up with the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and he maintained Tu Xuanxuang's appearance as he continued to travel through the void. The person following Luyin was shocked as well. This person was definitely not Tu Xuanxuang, and he had such control over space. When had such a powerful expert appeared in the younger generation? Could it be an innate gift? Just like that, the two silhouettes continued to travel through the void. Luyin was certain that the person behind him had a control over space that was definitely not inferior to his own, and the person behind him was also shocked by Lu Yin's control over space. At the cliff, Qingfen and the rest were still searching for Tu Xuanxuang. Jiang Xiaodao and Little Lian had arrived, and they had both walked out of the six-direction training hall. Little Lian had wanted to look for Qingfen to listen to some music, but Jiang Xiaodao had shamelessly tagged along, leaving Little Lian helpless. As soon as they arrived, they heard that Tu Xuanxuang had wanted to capture Qingfen. Little Lian was concerned. "Brother Qingfen, are you all right?" Qingfen's face was still a little pale, but he still managed to smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, Little Lian." Jiang Xiaodao rolled his eyes and made a face at Little Lian. "Why is that Tu Xuanxuang here? How despicable. She actually wants to capture Brother Qingfen." Little Lian raged. Lingmu had arrived as well, and when she saw Little Lian, she was shocked. "Junior sister, why are you here?" "Senior sister Lingmu." Little Lian's eyes lit up, and she grabbed Lingmu's hand. "Senior sister, you have to capture Tu Xuanxuang. That bad woman actually wants to capture Brother Qingfen." Lingmu looked at Qingfen and asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Qingfen explained everything that had happened, but of course, he did not mention Lu Yin's conditions. He only said that Tu Xuanxuang had wanted to capture him and had used Dreamscape to control him. When she heard this, Lingmu grew anxious. "Where is she?" "You didn't capture her?" Qingfen sighed. "I didn't." "You didn't use the power vessel that venerated Lotus gave you?" Lingmu grew anxious, as she felt like she was dreaming. She had just said that she wanted to capture Tu Xuanxuang, and then she had suddenly appeared. It was too much of a coincidence. Qingfen was helpless. "I did, but Tu Xuanxuang just vanished. No one knows where she went. Even venerated Lotus power vessel couldn't trap her? That's impossible." This was Lingmu's first reaction. Little Lian added, "Master's power vessel couldn't trap Tu Xuanxuang?" Jiang Xiaodao and the rest were astonished as well, as they did not quite believe it. However, they had personally witnessed Tu Xuanxuang's disappearance. Lingmu sighed, as she could not blame Qingfen for this. How could Qingfen deal with someone who could not even trap Venerate Lotus? Search immediately and split up. Right, where's the Heaven's Reflection Manor? Why hasn't anyone from the manor come? Xiaolian clenched her fists. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's responsibility is to deal with spies, but they put Brother Qingfen in danger. We must reprimand them. Even without Xiaolian's reminder, Lingmu would have done so. Tu Xuanxuang had come all the way here, but the Heaven's Reflection Manor had no news at all. They were too useless. Although the Heaven's Reflection Manor did not have a good reputation, they should at least be of some use. Once this matter was over, she would definitely report to Venerate Lotus so that she could properly discipline the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Elsewhere, on a planet covered in a green corrosive liquid, Luyin stopped and did not move. A black shadow appeared behind him and distorted the void, but it also stopped in place. "You've been following me for so long. What can I do for you?" Luyin asked. "Who are you?" the shadow behind him asked. This voice made Luyin feel as if he had been struck by lightning. It was too familiar. This voice was far too familiar. It was the Witcher spirit god. Luyin had not expected the witch spirit god to be the one following him. No, more accurately, it was the witch spirit god's clone from the void god's spacetime. To investigate Qingfen, even the seven gods' avatars had appeared. Luyin turned around and stared at the shadow. Sure enough, it was not a person, but rather a strange doll. It was the witch spirit god doll. On the fifth mainland, the witch spirit god had not displayed such control over space. Was it because he did not have the time to do so, or was he unwilling to do so? No, perhaps he had overdone it. Back when the witch spirit god had attacked Xianxia, Luyin had not been able to understand many of the attacks, but he had been able to sense danger. Those attacks might have been related to space. Right, the witch spirit god could hide his sourcebox array in the void, which showed his control over space. Speak. Who are you? The witch spirit god doll made a strange sound and swayed about, as if everything was under its control. Luyin, who was disguised as Tu Xianxia, suddenly released void god power that swept towards the witch spirit god doll. The shaman spirit doll cackled, "Kiki, you're courting death." As soon as it finished speaking, Lu Yin's 5 senses interchanged. His eyes appeared on the back of his hand, and his sense of smell appeared on the side of his leg. He smelled that green liquid that was filled with a corrosive and pungent smell. The doll slowly approached Lu Yin, giving him a feeling that he could not avoid it. Lu Yin stared at the space and watched as the lines were pushed aside by the witch spirit god. This old freak definitely had control over space, and it was no wonder why it was so strange. At that moment, Lu Yin also saw a sourcebox array within the spatial lines. This old freak would hide a sourcebox array wherever he went. The shaman spirit doll was puzzled. "Little guy, you seem to be in a place that you can't see." Lu Yin stared at him and then raised a hand to summon a bone spike. In an instant, Void God's power crazily spread out, and Lu Yin casually tossed it out. The divine witch spirit child was shocked. In his eyes, the bone spike was connected to the line of space, there was no way to avoid it. How could this be? A rare treasure that could control space? The bone spear approached the witch spirit god doll's forehead, and Lu Yin did not hold back. Against an old monster from the 7 godheads, holding back would be courting death. Back in the astral tree realm, Lu Yin had used everything except his progenitor's power, but he had still not been able to stop the witch spirit god. The witch spirit god's half-progenitor clone had almost annihilated the entire 7 courts Yu bloodline. The witch spirit god doll frantically shot through the spatial lines, and so did the bone spear. If there were outsiders here, they would have noticed that neither the bone spear nor the witch spirit god doll had moved from their original positions. However, they did not seem very real, as they were both still and moving. No one could get close to them. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The witch spirit god really did control space, and this strange doll was able to do this. If the bone spear did not contain void god power, then Lu Yin would not have been confident in dealing with it. However, the void god power within the bone spear had been personally imbued by the void master, and with Lu Yin's current realm of void god power, he could draw out void god power that was 20 times his own. What did 20 times mean? It was comparable to an all-out attack from a half-progenitor. Lu Yin's eyes went wide, and his void god power surged. He took a step forward and ignored his 5 senses as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and chased after the witch spirit god doll. The witch spirit god doll cackled. "Little thing, you're courting death." A sourcebox array appeared in the void as it attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin dodged the sourcebox array and then took out the hoe bird skeleton and smashed it at the witch spirit god doll. He also drew out void god power to the limit, as well as the destructive power of a half-progenitor. The witch spirit god doll did not mind, as no matter how many attacks landed on it, they could not touch it. However, Lu Yin was constantly forced to dodge by the sourcebox array, and he was now back to back with the witch spirit god doll. He took advantage of this opportunity to take out his slipper and smash it down. In the past, it had been normal for Lu Yin to use his slipper to slap someone, and it had even looked like a normal person using a slipper to slap someone. But now, the witch spirit god doll could see that the slipper could actually touch space and cut it apart. The witch spirit god would never have guessed that he was facing Lu Yin. The Eternals were all too familiar with Lu Yin, and they could easily recognize all of Lu Yin's techniques. However, Lu Yin was currently using void god power and a bone spike. This was a new power, which caused the witch spirit god to not think in Lu Yin's direction. In a moment of carelessness, the strange doll's head was struck by the slipper, and at the same time, the bone spike pierced through it. The witch spirit god doll's half-progenitor avatar was torn apart. It screamed, "Who are you?" The doll's back was facing Lu Yin, and it did not even see that it was the slipper that had struck it. The entire process had only taken an instant, and the witch spirit god doll had been shattered. It was impossible for the doll's main body to obtain any information from this avatar, just like how Blacklist God had been destroyed by Mr. Mu's million cities. Luine had killed a 7-god sky avatar to silence it. Panting heavily, Luine put away the slipper, the hoe-bird skeleton, and the bone spike. Destroying a 7-god sky half-progenitor avatar was even more tiring than fighting a progenitor. The witch spirit god's control of space was almost invincible, and if not for the fact that the witch spirit god's tracking had been an accident and that he had been prepared, Luine would not have been confident in destroying the witch spirit god. Only after fighting such an existence did Luine realize how terrifying Mr. Mu had been when he had destroyed Blacklist God's avatar. Mr. Mu had been calm and collected, but the difference between them had been too great. If Luine had known about this difference back then, his understanding of Mr. Mu's strength would have been much more accurate. There was nothing left at the original spot, and the witch spirit god doll had been destroyed. Everything had vanished into thin air, and even the corpse was gone. Luine left the planet to prevent others from seeing him. How important was Qingfen that the witch spirit god's avatar would protect her? Hold on. Luine suddenly recalled that the witch spirit god had protected Qingfen, which meant that Qingfen knew about the witch spirit god's existence. If that was the case, could he replace the witch spirit god? When he thought of this, Luine made a prompt decision to disguise himself as the witch spirit god doll and head towards the cliff. At the same time, Lingmu and the others' questions made Luine feel uncomfortable. Boss and the others felt a headache coming on. As a disciple of venerated Lotus, Lingmu did not care about the Heaven's Mirror manner at all. Her attitude was quite vile, and she was just short of cursing them. Guan Laoda and the others did not dare to retort, as the consequences of offending a disciple of venerated Lotus were severe. There were many disciples of venerated Lotus in the Six Direction Association, and offending one was equivalent to offending a whole group. Fortunately, Suji had stepped in to stop Lingmu, or else the people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor would have been cursed by her. Everyone was sullen, and they tried to contact Luine, but they could not reach him. I knew this guy was useless. He got carried away just because he was a little clever. Now that something has happened, we're being questioned, but he's gone. Suyu was dissatisfied. Gue-san was worried, will the Manor Lord be alright? Who knows how many disciples of venerated Lotus came? If there's a void transformation realm cultivator, then he might not be able to escape. The crazy old man was calm, you're underestimating Tai Xian. With Tai Xian, even a void transformation realm cultivator won't be able to capture the Manor Lord. Guan Laoda nodded, the Manor Lord will be fine. He thinks he's smart, but he got us into trouble, Suyu said. Suji said, spies don't trust others that easily. Even spies will be cautious. We can only say that Qingfen is too cautious, or... He looked at the others, it really isn't a spy. Suyu said, I don't think it's a spy. Otherwise, if Tu Shuangshuang was exposed, wouldn't he be afraid that Qing Kong would come looking for trouble? Not necessarily, the crazy old man pondered, if there's a bigger scheme, then sacrificing Tu Shuangshuang isn't impossible. The Manor Lord's actions can be considered giving us a direction. Just wait, he'll tell us when he returns. He has his own judgment. Not long after, Suji received a message from Luine. Go to the cliff. He's still at the cliff? Gue-san cried out. The crazy old man said, it seems like it's not over yet. Since that disciple of venerated Lotus looks down on our Heaven's Mirror Manor, then let's go meet her. At the cliff, everyone had long since left. Qingfen was fine, and Tu Shuangshuang had escaped. There was no reason for them to stay, so they all went to search for Tu Shuangshuang. Brother Qingfen, don't worry. That Tu Shuangshuang will definitely be caught. Little Lian clenched her fists. Qingfen smiled. I know. Sister Little Lian seems to have grown up after her trip to the Six Direction Training Hall. Really? Little Lian was very happy. Jiang Xiaodao bared his teeth. Qingfen, you must be scared. Do you still dare to sing? Sister Little Lian came all the way here just to hear you sing. Lingmu was displeased. Rest for a while. Qingfen replied, it's fine. Sister Little Lian came all the way here, so how can I disappoint her? He then smiled at Little Lian. What do you want to hear? Is that really okay? Little Lian blinked and looked at Lingmu. Lingmu was helpless. Tell me, what do you want to hear? Little Lian was not an ordinary disciple of venerated Lotus. Both Lingmu and Qingfen addressed her as venerated Lotus, but little Lian was the only one who addressed her as master. These were two different concepts, so no one dared to ignore her. She rolled her eyes. I want to hear Star Song. Qingfen smiled. Alright, then Star Song it is. That's great. Jiang Xiaodao, let's go out. You're not going to listen here? Brother Qingfen is going to sing. Don't get close. Let's go. Lingmu left the cliff as well, feeling regretful that she had been so close. If she had known earlier, she would not have left. Qingfen was even more regretful, but he would not show it in front of little Lian. He would always maintain an untainted image, just like the village below. The smoke and fire seemed to have broken away from the cultivation world. It was close to nature and comforting. Soon, a beautiful voice spread out like a ripple, intoxicating Xiaolian and the others who heard it. Luyin heard it and stared at the cliff in shock. This song was able to affect his emotions, and it was truly beautiful. It was as if the song was painting a picture, and he could see stars twinkling in the sky. It made his blood boil with excitement. This was a song that could move a person's emotions. Luyin thought of Luotian, her dance could also move a person's emotions. If they worked together, the scene would be even more beautiful. It was a pity that Qingfen was a spy. The song continued, and Luyin entered the village. The commoners could not see him. He had felt that something was off when he had disguised himself as Tu Shuangshuang, but he wanted to take a closer look. Third aunt, help me hold the ladder. The house is broken, and it leaks when it rains. Sure, wait a minute. I'll wipe the handle. Old man, water the ground when you have time. We're still waiting for a good harvest next year. Cough, cough. This old man is coughing. I don't have the energy. Go away. You won't die anyway. It's good that you're dead. Shoo. Luyin listened to the people in the village talk, and he gradually realized that something was wrong. These commoners had been given a long life, and even their appearances had not changed much. They lived day after day, year after year, and their lives were leisurely and ordinary. This should be what most people pursued. To these commoners, it was immortality, but did they really pursue it? If the world was prosperous and exciting, then immortality would be a form of pleasure. For example, cultivators could go into seclusion for hundreds or even thousands of years. They pursued the peak of cultivation, fought for resources, and climbed one peak after another. This was a process of cultivation, but what about commoners? They fetched water, irrigated, sewed clothes, repaired houses, and did these things day after day. What joy could these things bring them? They would never leave the village, and even if they lived forever, they would only be able to move around in this village. What was the point of living? To them, growing old was the true meaning of life. They had nothing here, but they had to live for a long time. This was not life, but torture. Their gazes were numb. Even though Qingfen's singing was so pleasant to the ears, it was unable to affect their emotions at all. They were only ordinary people. Even a cultivator who was close to becoming a half-martial ancestor would be affected by Qingfen's singing. However, they were not affected. It could only be said that they had long since become numb and had lost their pursuit of life. These people would rather die than live like this. Death should be very simple for ordinary people, but to them, it was unattainable. The so-called taking care of nature and treating his hometown well were just wishful thinking on Qingfen's part. He was using the existence of these people to satisfy his own desires. How could others not see this? Luyin looked up at the sky. Could the high and mighty venerable lotus not tell? When the singing stopped, the people in the village acted as if they didn't know what was going on and went about their business numbly. Qingfen returned. Uncle, I'll hold the ladder for you. The middle-aged man was grateful, but his gaze did not change. Third aunt, why haven't you changed your clothes? It's already so broken. Qingfen looked over. The old woman hurriedly wiped her hands. I'm coming, I'm coming. Qingfen smiled, feeling very satisfied. He liked this kind of scene, just like when he was young. These people had treated him well, and he had hoped to give them as long as possible. This was what they wanted, wasn't it? Qingfen returned to his own house. The house that had been destroyed by the attack on Tu Shuangshuang was being rebuilt with the help of the villagers. Qingfen smiled even more happily. This was what it meant to be simple. After a few days, the wooden house was repaired, and Qingfen moved in. It looked exactly the same as before. The sky darkened, and a strange doll appeared. Kiki. The strange laughter was the trademark of the shaman spirit, and when Qingfen heard it, he hurriedly stood up and saw the shaman spirit doll floating nearby. He bowed respectfully. My lord. Aside from the doll, there was another figure lying on the ground. It was Tu Shuangshuang. Qingfen's eyes burned with passion. My lord, you captured Tu Shuangshuang? The shaman spirit doll lowered its voice. The heaven's reflection manner is coming. They're here to capture Tu Shuangshuang. How should we deal with them? Qingfen asked. How do you want to deal with them? The shaman spirit doll asked. Qingfen's eyes flashed, and he gritted his teeth. I hope that my lord will give me a chance to better serve the clan. You've already done very well. The shaman spirit doll laughed strangely. What else do you want? Qingfen's heart trembled, and he knelt down. He made a great decision and said, let me capture Tu Shuangshuang and hand her over to the Lotus Sovereign. I hope that the Lotus Sovereign will grant me the right to inherit the position of sanctification. You want to become a sanctification? The shaman spirit doll asked calmly. Qingfen couldn't tell if the shaman spirit god was happy or angry. According to the mission that the shaman spirit god had given him, he shouldn't have made such a request. However, this was a rare opportunity, and he still wanted to fight for it. Moreover, he believed that his value was enough, and even if the shaman spirit god was dissatisfied, the shaman spirit god wouldn't do anything to him. If I can become a sanctification, then I can better serve the clan. If you become a sanctification, how do you want to serve? The shaman spirit god laughed strangely. Qingfen was stunned. Becoming a sanctification was a height that he couldn't understand. He didn't know what he could and couldn't do, and speaking carelessly would only lower his chances. For a moment, Qingfen was speechless. I gave you a chance, but you didn't say it yourself. Don't blame me, hee. The shaman spirit doll laughed strangely. Qingfen gritted his teeth and prostrated himself on the ground. Please give me a chance, sir. I don't know the height of an ultimate powerhouse, but I promise that once I become a sanctification, I'll do anything for the clan even if I have to risk my life. He desired to become an ultimate powerhouse too much. Sir, please give me a chance on account of my contributions. With my current influence, I can help the clan kill the Great Stone Saint. Once I become a sanctification, I might be able to help the clan deal with the Lotus Sovereign. The shaman spirit doll fell silent, but his heart was in turmoil. He was obviously Luin in disguise. He had actually managed to get information about the Great Stone Saint's death out of his conversation with Qingfen. Shi Jiao had indeed said that the Great Stone Saint had died in battle, but was this related to Qingfen? The Great Stone Saint's death isn't enough for the clan to help you become a sanctification, the shaman spirit doll said indifferently. Qingfen replied, Sir, you clearly said that this was a great contribution. If I hadn't found out about the Great Stone Saint's location from Lotus Sovereign's disciple, Chen Kong wouldn't have been able to kill the Great Stone Saint before Lotus Sovereign arrived. Sir also said that. Qingfen suddenly stopped and stared at the shaman spirit doll. He suddenly stood up. You're not the shaman spirit god. Lu Yin's gaze trembled. This Qingfen had actually reacted. This person was indeed very cautious. If Lu Yin hadn't disguised himself as the shaman spirit god and the temptation of becoming a sanctification, he wouldn't have been able to get so much information out of the shaman spirit god. However, this was enough. Outside the cliff, the crazy old man and the rest looked at Jiang Xiaodao, Little Lian, and Ling Mu. They had just arrived, and before Lu Yin had disguised himself as the shaman spirit god and spoken to Qingfen, he had already activated the Cloud Connect stone to record this scene. Only the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor had been able to see it, and when they saw Qingfen kowtow to the shaman spirit god, they knew that this was a sure thing, so they had arrived outside the cliff and sent the image to Ling Mu and the rest. Ling Mu and the rest stared blankly at Qingfen as he prostrated himself in front of the shaman spirit god. They didn't say a word as they listened to Qingfen talk about how he had killed the great stone saint. Xianxia was stunned. The shaman spirit god is here? Quick, ask for help. The shaman spirit god is the manor master in disguise, Elder Guan said. The crazy old man and the rest were confused. How had the manor master known that the shaman spirit god could fool Qingfen? They felt that Luyin was becoming more and more mysterious. There was a thump as a lotus bloomed. Qingfen tried to escape, but a bone spike easily pierced through his legs and caused him to fall down. Luyin reverted to Xianxi's appearance and controlled Qingfen. Once I capture you, all the spies in this spacetime will be obedient. Qingfen glared at Luyin. You're Xianxi. You're the one who pretended to be the shaman spirit god. The Heaven's Reflection Manor's people and little Lienza's group hurriedly entered the cliff. Within the village, the villagers walked out and looked on in confusion. Luyin looked down at Qingfen from above. Let me ask you something. Do you think that these villagers hope to live for a long time? Qingfen hadn't expected this question, but it had nothing to do with the fact that he was a spy. Of course. Who doesn't want to live forever? Luyin looked at the villagers. From today onwards, you are all free. Whether you live or die, no one will care about you. The villagers looked on blankly. Qingfen had expected that the villagers would help him, but that didn't happen. The villagers looked on numbly, not reacting to Qingfen's capture at all. This sort of numbness was chilling. What did you do to them? Qingfen bellowed and tried to struggle. At that moment, Xianxia and the rest arrived. Manor master. The crazy old man and the rest quickly grabbed Qingfen. Luyin looked at Xianxia. Long time no see, Xianxia. She was shocked. Brother Xianxi? Xianxi? What are you doing here? Jiang Xiaodao cried out. Lingmu appeared and stared at Luyin. You're from Heaven's Reflection Manor as well? Deputy Manor Master of Heaven's Reflection Manor, Xianxi, Luyin introduced himself. Lingmu ignored him. Hand Qingfen over. Luyin raised his brows. Qingfen is a spy, and it's already been confirmed. Naturally, my Heaven's Reflection Manor will be the one to interrogate him. Why should I hand him over to you? He's also a disciple of Venerable Lotus. No matter what he did, Venerable Lotus will deal with him, Lingmu said. More people appeared, and they were also disciples of Venerable Lotus. There were a total of 5 of them, and they surrounded Lu Yin's group. They used their techniques, causing lotus flowers to bloom in the void. Jiang Xiaodao rejoiced in Lu Yin's misfortune. Facing Venerable Lotus disciples meant that Lu Yin was afraid that he wouldn't die quickly enough. How many of them were there in the 6 directions? These disciples of Lotus Lord were not very reasonable. The crazy old man and the rest exchanged glances. This was troublesome. Now that Venerable Lotus disciples had interfered, even if they confirmed that Qingfen was a spy, it would be very difficult to take him away. Of course, Venerable Lotus disciples wouldn't shield Qingfen's fate, but they wouldn't be able to interrogate him. Manor Lord, we've already confirmed that Qingfeng is a spy. He's worthless. It's not worth it to offend Lotus Lord for him, said the old man. Gue-san also said, that's right, Palace Lord. In any case, this guy won't survive. Even if we capture him and he insists that he's under Qin Kong's control, it'll be hard for us to make a decision, the old man continued. They had gradually come to understand Lu Yin's temperament, and this was the only way they could persuade him. Heaven Mirror Manor was a force that spanned across the 6 sects. If they offended Lotus Supremacy's disciple, many things would become difficult. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere with the matters of the Heavens Examiner Hall. This is a right granted to us by the 6 Direction Association. If you want to steal Qingfen, then I have to suspect that you're in cahoots with him. How dare you? One of Lotus Lord's disciples shouted. How dare you slander Lotus Lord? Crazy old man and the others felt their scalps go numb. They hadn't expected Lu Yin to be so unyielding as to directly confront Lotus Sovereign's disciple. Qingfen had not expected this either, and he gloomily looked at Lu Yin. This person did not understand how terrifying a venerated Lotus disciple could be, and Qingfen naturally did not want to be taken away by one of them. He might still have a chance of survival if he went to the Heaven's Mirror Manor, but if he ended up in the hands of a venerated lotus disciple, there was no way for him to survive. Brother Xianxia. Xiaolian wanted to say something, but she was stopped by Jiang Xiaodao. He looked at Luyin and gave him a thumbs up. You're ruthless, I'm impressed. He quickly pulled Xiaolian back. Lingmu stepped forward. Xianxia, I'll give you one more chance. Hand Xingfeng over to us, and we'll guarantee that he'll receive the punishment he deserves. There's no need for you to offend Senior Lotus for his sake. Luyin stepped forward as well. I've said it before. The authority of the Heaven's Reflection Manor is bestowed by the Six Directions Association. Anyone who dares to interfere and steal from us will be treated as. He paused and looked around. Spies. Lingmu's eyes narrowed. Do you really want to become enemies with Sovereign Lian? I, Xianxia, wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of the Lotus Sovereign. I'm just trying to capture a spy. No matter who it is, no matter what their status is, anyone who dares to steal from me is a spy, Luyin shouted, and a bone spike appeared in the air. Lingmu was astonished. Didn't this person come from the Six Direction training grounds just like little Lian? Why was the virtual god power so terrifying? He was already close to the void transformation realm. Jiang Xiaodao opened his mouth wide. When did this guy become so powerful? Xiaolian's gaze was complicated. She had a good impression of Xianxia. Although they had only met a few times, she didn't want them to be enemies in the future. Capture Qingfen and let's go. Anyone who dares to make a move is a spy, and the Heaven's Reflection Manor can capture them immediately. Crazy Old Man and the others followed closely behind him. No matter what they thought, they couldn't go against Lu Yin's will right now. Otherwise, neither the Heaven's Reflection Manor nor Lotus Reverend's disciples would welcome a traitor. Lingmu stared at Luyin, as this person had truly dared to offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus. In the entire Six Paths Society, there was no one who didn't know what the words disciples of Revered Lotus represented. Although Revered Lotus couldn't be said to be the strongest among the three, he had the most disciples, so many that it was terrifying. His disciples formed a hidden power that spread throughout the entire Six Paths Society. This was publicly acknowledged by the entire Six Paths Association. Even the Void Master would not openly offend the Lotus Venerable, but this person dared to do so? Where did his confidence come from? Did Void give it to him? Contact Senior Void immediately, Lingmu said. Her voice was so loud that everyone could hear her. Luyin didn't care, and his bone spear tore through the lotus, causing the 5 disciples to be sent flying. They wanted to attack, but they stopped. Although they looked down on the Heaven's Reflection Manor, the Heaven's Reflection Manor still belonged to the Six Paths Society. Many people felt that it was unreasonable for the Lotus Venerable's disciples to openly oppose the Heaven's Reflection Manor. After all, the Heaven's Reflection Manor only had one enemy, a spy from the Everlasting Race. Luyin led the group from the Heaven's Reflection Manor past the Lotus Venerable's disciples and left. Senior Sister Lingmu, are we just going to let them go? Someone asked. Lingmu replied, I know what to do. She couldn't do it openly, but she didn't say that she couldn't do it secretly. This person had dared to offend the Lotus Venerable's disciples, so she would use him as an example. It had been a long time since the Lotus Venerable's disciples had made a move. In outer space, Lu Yin's group headed towards the red domain. Suyu's eyes glowed as she watched Lu Yin's back. All of the dissatisfaction she had with him in the past vanished like smoke. This person was so manly. Hey, bro, you're smiling. Suji rarely smiled, but when he saw Lu Yin's back, he smiled. Perhaps joining the Heaven's Reflection Manor had been a good choice after all. Crazy Old Man and the others fell silent, as they hadn't expected Qingfen to really be taken away. This time, the Six Direction Society would probably be in an uproar. They had guessed correctly. When news of Qingfen's capture spread, the Void God Universe was the first to erupt, followed by the Reincarnation Universe, the Wood Universe, and the 3 Sovereigns Universes. Qingfen wasn't enough to reach the apex, but he was backed by Venerable Lotus. Even if he was a spy, Venerable Lotus should have been the one to deal with him. No one had expected Xianxia to take him away right in front of the Lotus Venerable's disciples. He had even declared that anyone who tried to stop him would be a spy. This was clearly not giving Venerable Lotus any face. Xianxi's name quickly spread, even faster than when he had passed the void trial. As news of this spread, Xianxi's passing of the void trial, his capture of Wendy Yushan, and all sorts of other things he had done in the Six Direction training rites were dug up. Only then did many people in the Six Direction Society learn of his existence. When Su Wuji heard the news, his sunglasses fell off, and he drained his drink in one gulp before putting away the cloud vision stone. This had nothing to do with him, so there was no need to look for him. This Xianxi really knew how to cause trouble. Yunwu was fine, but that Juan was a little troublesome. However, since he was a spy, then any trouble was no trouble at all. Qingfen, on the other hand, was the real problem. This guy was Venerable Lotus' subordinate, so why not just leave him to Venerable Lotus? He had to be brought back. Su Wuji sighed, as he realized that he had brought a huge problem upon himself. However, he put on his sunglasses. This brat was very efficient. Suddenly, he remembered something. Had this brat been wearing the everlasting mirror when he had captured Qingfen? In the scenic cloud tribe, Yun was stunned when she heard the news. Xianxi had actually taken Qingfen away right in front of the Lotus Venerable's disciples? He had even threatened the Lotus Venerable's disciples that they were spies? Was he crazy? Many people from the Void Yang and Voiding tribes were also stunned. Su Lai's lips curled up in a domineering manner. The more they understood the Lotus Venerable's disciples, the more they realized how domineering Luyin was. Many people guessed that Luyin did not know how terrifying the Lotus Venerable's disciples were. During this time, the Void Yang and Voiding tribes' astronomical phenomena had become increasingly obvious. The day of the battle with Xiaoxia was approaching. Many people's attention was on these two tribes. With the Void Yang and Voiding tribes working together, the Void God Spacetime had gained a new behemoth. Gue-san and the others relaxed when they saw the red sky in front of them. They had returned. Qingfen also relaxed. He would rather be captured by the Heaven's Mirror Manor than fall into the Lotus Venerable's hands. Otherwise, his fate would be miserable. As long as he insisted that he was being controlled by Qing Kong, the Heaven's Mirror Manor would not be able to do anything to him. However, the Lotus Venerable would not care. Suddenly, everyone stopped. At the border of the red domain and outer space, a figure was sitting cross-legged there. Even though they were separated by a great distance, his gaze pierced through the void and stared at Luyin. Luyin frowned. A half-ancestor powerhouse? Was this Lotus Venerable's disciple? His movements were fast. He should be a void transformation realm. Cultivator from the void god spacetime. The newcomer did not say anything. A void transformation realm void god's power swept across the sky and pressed down on Luyin. How dare you attack the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Guan Laoda and Yu Pai attacked. Suji and Suyu released their void god's power at the same time, but they were swept away by the newcomer's power. The gap between them and a void transformation realm cultivator was difficult to make up for. Even if they used their void god's power, they could not make up for the gap. Qingfen's face paled. This was definitely a Lotus Venerable's disciple, and he could not escape. The newcomer's void god's power suppressed everyone to the point that they could not breathe. The newcomer raised his hand and pressed down again. An oval void god appeared, and the void god's power grew stronger and stronger until it pushed everyone away. Luyin did not move and allowed the newcomer's void god's power to suppress them. This person would not do anything to them, his only goal was to take Qingfen away. The Lotus Venerable's disciple had used a void transformation realm powerhouse to take Qingfen away. This was not to show the Lotus Venerable's disciple's face, but rather to protect someone. Qingfen had leaked the location of the Great Stone Saint's request for help to the Eternals, which had led to the Great Stone Saint's death at Qing Kong's hands. The Great Stone Saint's location could not have been directly leaked to Qingfen, so someone must have been involved. That person was the key to Qingfen's knowledge of the Great Stone Saint's location. That person might or might not have been a spy, but regardless of whether or not he was the one who had indirectly caused the Great Stone Saint's death, and his punishment would not be light. That person had to be Lotus Venerable's disciple. Now that this void transformation realm cultivator had acted, it was very likely that he had been asked by that person to take Qingfen away or to silence him. Qingfen's guess was correct. The newcomer's void god's power did not do anything to them, but Qingfen felt a sense of danger that made his scalp tingle. Once the void god's power descended, he would definitely die. Save me. As soon as he spoke, a void god's power that was not weaker than the newcomer suddenly erupted and pushed the newcomer's void god's power away. In the distance, the newcomer was not surprised at all. He raised his other hand and oval-shaped void gods appeared one after another, increasing the void god's power. The one who had just blocked the void god's power was the insane old man Guan Laoda, and the others watched in shock. They had never known that the insane old man had such power. Wasn't this the power of a void transformation realm cultivator? It was time for the insane old man to reveal himself. He could no longer keep hiding. The insane old man sighed, "You just want to eat and wait for death to come. You've really made things difficult for me, estate master." He then looked at the oval-shaped void gods in the distance. He doesn't want to reveal himself, and he's a void transformation realm cultivator. He's quite famous in the void god spacetime and won't be easy to deal with. There shouldn't be many void transformation realm cultivators who would help Lotus Venerable's disciple, Suji said in a low voice. The insane old man shook his head. "You can't look at it that way. There's a high chance that he'll help Lotus Venerable's disciple, and any possibility will attract a powerful enemy. What if this person is in the void realm?" "Don't scare me," Luin said. The newcomer's gaze turned cold as oval-shaped void gods came crashing over. They weren't just launched with void god's power, but they also contained a unique technique. The insane old man's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything. He just unleashed his own void god's power, causing the oval-shaped void gods to stop abruptly. The newcomer looked at the insane old man in shock. The insane old man looked back at him. "Don't bother. Let's go, you can't take Qingfen with you." At this moment, another powerful foe god's power appeared behind Xiaoqin. The pressure was no less than the one before Xiaoqin. Everyone's expression changed. 2 void transformation realm cultivators? How is that possible? Guan Laoda was shocked. Luin frowned as well. Were they all disciples of Lotus Lord? Impossible. No matter how many Lotus Lord's disciples there were, it was impossible for them to gather 2 void transformation realm experts so quickly. Otherwise, what would the Void Master think? It was impossible for the progenitor realm experts of this spacetime to agree. These Lotus Lord's disciples must have used some other method to mobilize the 2 emptiness realm experts. Old Pervert frowned. "We can't stop 2 of them." "Contact the Lord," Gue-san said with a trembling voice. The others did not say anything. If it was so easy to contact Su Wuji, the 2 void transformation realm cultivators would not be the only ones who had come. Su Wuji must have already known about this matter, but he had decided to stay out of it. He did not want to get into a conflict with Lotus Lord. It was not that he was afraid of the Lotus Reverend. Of course, it was also possible that he was afraid. The most important thing was that in the boundless battlefield, if he wanted to survive, he could not offend too many people outside. Otherwise, he would be isolated and without help, and his ending would be the same as the Great Stone Sage. The boundless battlefield was a millstone of life and death to Ancestor Realm experts. The 2 emptiness transformation realm experts had only appeared to snatch Qingfen away and protect the person who had leaked the name of the Great Stone Saint. They were not here to deal with the Heaven's Reflection Mansion. Therefore, it was normal that Void Realm experts did not appear. "Save me. You have to take me away. I don't want to go to venerate Lotus." Qingfen pleaded with Luin. Luin looked at him. "Then tell me who leaked the Great Stone Saint's whereabouts." The insane old man and the others' hearts skipped a beat and they instinctively stepped back. Once this name was revealed, the Heaven Mirror Manor would immediately go against Lotus Prime's disciples. Lotus Prime's disciples would definitely do everything in their power to prevent this name from being leaked out. At the same time, the Heaven Mirror Manor would also want to find out if this person was a spy. Both sides would not let this matter go and the insane old man did not want to get involved. Acting Mansion Master, Gue-san pleaded with a trembling voice. "Let's put this matter aside for now." Guan Laoda's face twitched. How did things turn out like this? It was a meritorious deed, yet he was intercepted by a void transformation realm cultivator. If he wasn't careful, he might end up running into a disciple of Venerable Lotus. If that happened, how was he going to survive in the 6 Paths Guild? Qingfen's expression changed. Should he speak or not? Release them, shouted Lin Feng. A terrifying faux god strength crushed down. At the same time, a chain appeared. It contained boundless faux god strength, surpassing that of a void transformation realm cultivator. Old Madman was helpless. Acting prefect, forget it. Luyin stared at Qingfen. Speak. Acting potentate. Guan Laoda couldn't bear it any longer and tried to persuade Luyin to give up. Acting Mansion Lord, Senior Lotus will investigate this matter. Why do you need to meddle in the affairs of Senior Lotus disciples? Gue-san said. The old man said, Lian Zun won't allow any spies to appear in his sect. Acting Prefecture Lord, this isn't something we can get involved in. The Prefecture Lord doesn't want to get involved either. Suji and Suyu looked at Luyin. From their point of view, Luyin was under immense pressure. Various images flashed through Qingfen's mind. Should he say it or not? 2 gusts of virtual god power came at him from the front and back. Even the deranged old man wanted to stop. The others also gave him a look, telling him to stop. Luyin suddenly looked at the deranged old man. Even if you have to die, you have to leave Qingfen behind. This is the Heaven's Mirror manor. If a spy is snatched at the manor's entrance, how will he continue to work in the future? Capturing spies is the Heaven's Mirror manor's business. What does it have to do with Senior Lotus? Once this person is handed over to Senior Lotus, the Heaven's Mirror manor might as well disband. The deranged old man was bitter. But even the Prefecture Lord. I don't care. Whatever the Prefecture Lord thinks, as long as I'm the acting Prefecture Lord, I'll decide who the Heaven's Mirror manor's master is. Even if you have to die, you have to leave Qingfen behind. I'll bear all the consequences. If you allow Qingfen to be snatched away, I guarantee that you'll end up the same as the spies. He needed to rely on the Heaven's Mirror manor to do some things. If he allowed Qingfen to be snatched away, how would he continue to work in the future? How would he be able to cross the 6 Paths Society? He refused to believe that the battle at the Heaven's Mirror manor's entrance would continue for long. Many people were watching, and the 2 voiders didn't even dare to reveal themselves. Deranged old man, use your natal spirit. A natal spirit was a completely different concept from an ordinary one. These 2 didn't dare to reveal themselves, so they wouldn't use their natal spirit. Once the deranged old man used his natal spirit, his strength would be several times that of a normal void god's. Once they entered the red domain, things would be different. If they wanted to snatch someone from the red domain, Su Wuji wouldn't agree. The deranged old man was speechless, as he realized that Luyin was a rash youth. Wasn't this clearly going against Senior Lotus disciple? Wouldn't it be better to let go of Qingfen now? He might even be able to form a friendship with Senior Lotus disciple. What was this guy thinking? The 2 voiders stared at Luyin as well, their expressions changing. Was this kid an idiot? Even Senior Void wasn't going to show up, but this kid was actually going to do it. Where did he get the courage from? They had thought that their plan would be foolproof, but they hadn't expected to run into someone like this. The deranged old man didn't want to use his natal spirit, and the 2 voiders didn't want to reveal themselves either. Both sides were in a deadlock at the entrance of the red domain. At that moment, a strange ripple spread out from the void. Luyin looked over. What was this ripple? The deranged old man turned around in shock. Someone's about to break through to the virtual realm. Virtual realm? Everyone looked in that direction, including the 2 emptiness realm cultivators. Was someone about to break through to the emptiness realm? Voiders desired to break through to the virtual realm the most, as only then could they be considered a true powerhouse. They hadn't expected someone to break through at this time. Who was it? Far away, the Voidyang tribe and Voidine tribe all looked up in the same direction. Su Heng and Su Ling held hands as they looked around, the yin-yang sword floating in front of them. I didn't think that we'd break through to the virtual realm at the same time while in seclusion, Su Heng sighed. Su Ling held Su Heng's hand and gently said, with our strength, we could have tried to break through long ago. We just lacked the yin-yang sword. Now that it's back, we'll naturally break through. Su Heng smiled. Brother Xianxia really is our lucky star. Su Ling nodded. At that moment, an endless amount of Void God's power surged in from all directions. Void God spacetime cultivators did not have to go through the origin tribulation when breaking through to the virtual realm. Not only that, but the Void God's power would also push them into the virtual realm. However, the chances of success were pitifully small. Breaking through to the virtual realm required a massive amount of Void God's power to be channeled into one's body in an instant. If one didn't die from overeating, they would die. Compared to the progenitor realm that the fifth mainland needed to break through to the progenitor realm, the Void God spacetime valued talent more. This was also why Su Xiangying valued Lu Yin so much. With Lu Yin's innate ability to draw 20 times the Void God's power and his innate ability to trigger the Void God tide, he would definitely be able to reach the virtual realm. Most people would have to rely on luck to break through. Although the Void God spacetime did not prevent people from breaking through to the virtual realm, the chances of reaching the virtual realm were much lower. The chances of breaking through to the progenitor realm in the fifth mainland were much higher. This was how the universe worked. If someone tried to stop someone, someone would succeed. If someone tried to push someone, someone would fail. This was only fair. Su Heng and Su Lin could have broken through to the emptiness realm a long time ago, but they knew that they would never succeed because they lacked the yin-yang sword and the most crucial step of Master Su Yi's power. If they did not complete this step, they would never be able to break through to the emptiness realm. Boundless Void God's power continuously surged into Su Heng and Su Lin's bodies. This amount of Void God's power was much greater than anyone else's, as these two people were breaking through at the same time. The Void God's power flowed into their bodies and flowed out around the yin-yang sword, forming a cycle. Without this cycle, they would not be able to break through. Other Void Transformation Realm cultivators also needed the Void God's power to break through to the virtual realm. This was the Void God Civilization's cultivation method. At the entrance of the red domain, everyone looked into the distance, their expressions growing more and more shocked. Who's breaking through to trigger such a massive amount of Void God's power? Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was indeed majestic, and he felt that this Void God's power was not any weaker than the power that the Void Master had infused into his bone spear. That was the power that the Void Master had infused into his bone spear, and it was based on Lu Yin's own cultivation and innate gift. It could be said that it was extremely majestic. How could someone who had just broken through have such majestic power? There were many experts in the Void God civilization. Su Wuwei was an expert who could not be seen through. Now that this person had broken through, he would definitely be extremely powerful. The two Void Transformation Realm cultivators who wanted to snatch Qingfen away had complicated expressions. They had dreamed of breaking through to the virtual realm, but it seemed like a single step, but it was actually so close. Now that they saw someone else break through, they were stunned. "Let's go," Lu Yin growled. Old Madman moved and pulled Lu Yin and Qingfen away from the crowd, heading towards the red domain. These two Void Transformation Realm cultivators only wanted Qingfen, and they would not harm anyone else. At the entrance of the red domain, the Void Transformation Realm cultivator regained his composure and attacked even more fiercely. Behind him, Void God's power transformed into a large hand that grabbed at them. "You're still not using your natal spirit." Lu Yin stared coldly at Old Madman. The aura he had cultivated in the fifth mainland for so many years made Old Madman's heart tremble. He could not understand why he did not dare to look Lu Yin in the eye. Lu Yin had killed more than one half-ancestor, and his killing intent was so heavy that even Old Madman could not withstand it. Old Madman bitterly replied, "Acting Academy Master, it's not that I don't want to use it, but I have my reasons." "I don't care what your reasons are, but if Qingfen is taken away, you're dead," Lu Yin threatened. Old Madman could see that Lu Yin was serious, and he gritted his teeth. Fine, it didn't matter if he fought or not, so he might as well give it a shot. "Acting Academy Master, if someone tries to capture me, you have to help me block them." "Alright," Lu Yin agreed. He was not afraid of making a big deal out of it, but he was afraid that it would not be big enough. A strange laugh suddenly rang out, causing Lu Yin's scalp to turn cold. He stared blankly at the doll that had appeared out of nowhere beside him. What was this? The doll that had suddenly appeared was as terrifying as a ghost. Its large round eyes were filled with dark circles, and its mouth was split open but sewn shut. Its pupils were lifeless, but it seemed to be staring at Luin. Its entire body was covered with sewing marks that formed a pattern that resembled eyes. Strings from the doll were connected to Old Madman's hand, and it constantly shook as it let out a strange laugh. This laughter was even more horrifying than the witch spirit god's, and it made Luin feel uncomfortable and disgusted. Qingfen stared at the strange doll beside him in horror. The doll's eyes were staring at him as it let out a strange laugh. This was Old Madman's natal spirit. Luin was bewildered. Was this also a faux god? When the puppet appeared, the crazy old man's entire being changed. He became gloomy and strange, and his lips curled into a smile. He looked extremely cruel. "It's you?" The Void Transformation Realm cultivator in front was shocked. The Void Transformation Realm cultivator behind him asked in a low voice, "You can return?" The crazy old man licked his lips. "Acting Academy. Master, we're going in." The strange puppet raised its head and cackled at the sky. Ripples spread out, followed by boundless faux god's power. This faux god's power was soft and ghostly, and anyone who came into contact with it would feel dizzy and nauseous. Luin suppressed his discomfort and looked forward. They were getting closer and closer to the red domain, and they were about to enter. A lotus flower bloomed in front of them. It was Lianbao. The crazy old man's laughter grew louder and louder, and the ripples continued to erode the lotus flower. However, the lotus flower bloomed once more, and this time it bloomed a total of 4 times. Lu Yin's heart sank. In the words of venerated lotus disciples, a lotus that bloomed at the 9th grade was considered venerated. Below venerated lotus were 8 grade lotuses, and each grade had a different power. Lianbao had been sent to the 5th mainland to train with a grade 4 lotus, which could block an attack from a progenitor. The lotus flower in front of them was also a grade 4, and the crazy old man couldn't break through it with his Void Transformation Realm cultivation. With the appearance of the lotus flower, this Void Transformation Realm cultivator had basically shed all pretense of cordiality. The crazy old man's puppet continued to erode the lotus flower, but a grade 4 lotus could block a progenitor. Lu Yin's current faux god power was far from reaching the virtual realm, and that gap couldn't be made up for by just a few times. "Since you've appeared, someone will settle the score with you." "Hand over Qingfen," the Void Transformation Realm cultivator said as he stared at Luin. Qingfen was terrified, as even Lianbao had been used. That person definitely wanted to silence him. He hurriedly looked at Luin. "I can't go. Take me to the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I'll tell you who leaked the Great Stone Saint's location." "Speak now," Luin said. Qingfen shook his head. He couldn't say anything. If he did, he would no longer be of any value to this person. It was very likely that this person would throw him out and hand him over to Reverend Lotus disciples. If he didn't say anything, this person would definitely bring him into the Heaven Mirror Manor. Once he entered the Heaven Mirror Manor, he wouldn't have to worry anymore. Unless the Heaven Mirror Manor was shameless, they wouldn't allow him to be taken away by Reverend Lotus disciples. To be honest, he could not figure out why Xianxia was involved in this kind of thing. Lotus Venerable would definitely not let go of the person who leaked the trace of the Great Stone Saint. This matter could be solved perfectly, and it would not involve this person. However, this person was stubborn and insisted on getting involved, which was good for him. Luin looked at Qingfen. "If you don't tell me, then I'll throw you out. My patience is limited, and it seems like it wouldn't be a bad idea to hand you over to Lotus Sovereign's disciple." Old Madman rolled his eyes. "Prefecture Lord, just throw him out." He prepared to toss Qingfen out. Qingfen's face was as white as a sheet of paper, and Old Madman knew that things weren't going well. "Yao Lan, it's Yao Lan!" Qingfen cried out. His voice was so loud that it spread in all directions. Old Madman's mouth fell open. Oh no, this brat was so easily frightened. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. He had finally spoken. The Void Transformation Realm cultivator in front of Lu Yin looked at him coldly. "Nonsense. I'm not spouting nonsense. It's Yao Lan, it's her. Xianxia, take me into Heaven's Reflection Hall. I still have something to say. Take me in." Qingfen struggled and stared at Lu Yin. He could only take a gamble and hope that Lu Yin would not give up on him. Of course, Lu Yin would not give up on him. Do the two of you still want to continue? Qingfen is being controlled by Qing Kong, and he's bewitched people. He's making false accusations. Prefecture Lord Xianxia, you don't believe him, do you? The Void Transformation Realm cultivator in the back spoke up. Hand Qingfen over to us. Someone will deal with him, and someone will give you an explanation. I'm not going. Xianxia, don't give up on me. Qingfen shouted. Luyin said, Qingfen is not spouting nonsense. The Heaven's Reflection Hall will investigate this matter. There's no need for the two of you to take action. Please return. Hand Qingfen over to us. The two acted. The crazy old man sighed. At this point, there was no way for him to extricate himself. He could only help Luyin keep Qingfen and allow the Heaven's Reflection Hall to publicly announce that Qingfen was making false accusations. Only then would this matter be resolved. Otherwise, if they allowed Qingfen to be taken away, the disciples of Venerable Lotus would definitely hate them. Unknowingly, the boundless void god's power that had broken through to the virtual realm dissipated. At the entrance of the red domain, the strange doll faced off against two void gods' power. The crazy old man had put in a lot of effort this time. Not only did he have to deal with two void transformation realm cultivators who had hidden their identities, but he also had to think of a way to break through the Lotus treasure and enter the red domain. They did not notice the two figures that had appeared, and they watched curiously. The crazy old man was the first to notice, and he suddenly turned around and looked into the distance. Who's there? The others looked over as well. Brother, we haven't seen each other in a while. How did you join the Heaven's Reflection Hall? A familiar voice sounded out, causing Luyin to be delighted. Brother Suheng? Me too. Suheng smiled as he walked over. Luyin was delighted. You're done with your seclusion? Suheng grinned. Suheng's gaze swept over everyone. Brother, it looks like you've run into some trouble. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Yeah, there are two people blocking my way. I have a home that I can't return to. Suheng's expression turned cold as he looked at the two void transformation realm cultivators. A strange pressure descended upon them, causing their breathing to become heavy. The two were shocked. You're the one who broke through to the virtual realm? Since we're old friends, I won't make things difficult for you. Leave on your own. If you cause trouble for my brother again, there will be no place for you in the void god space-time, Suheng said coldly. Everyone looked on in shock, as they had not expected Suheng to be the one to break through to the virtual realm. Suheng said, if you want to rely on Lotus Sovereign, that's your problem. If you dare to attack my brother again, no one will be able to save you. Lotus Sovereign does not have the final say in the void god space-time. You broke through to the virtual realm as well? Luyin smiled, as this was interesting. The two of them had broken through to the virtual realm at the same time, so it was no wonder that there had been such a huge commotion. He should have guessed that they were heading in the direction of the Void Yang tribe and the Voiding tribe. The two Void Transformation Realm cultivators exchanged glances before helplessly bowing to Su Heng and Su Leng before retreating. They both knew each other and had once been on the same level, but now, there was a huge gap between them. So what if one of them had broken through to the virtual realm? Su Heng and Su Leng had both broken through to the virtual realm at the same time. Not only that, but they also cultivated from the same source. If they worked together, their strength would be unimaginable. The group from the Heaven's Mirror Manor was stunned, as they had not expected two virtual realm cultivators to support them. The crazy old man bowed to Su Heng and Su Leng, greetings, seniors. Guan Lauda, Yu Pai, and the rest bowed as well, greetings, seniors. Su Heng grunted and looked at Luyin with a smile, brother, how did you join the Heaven's Mirror Manor? Where's Su Wuji? Luyin shrugged, it's a long story. Let's go in and talk. So this is the red domain? It's been a long time since we've been here. Let's go. Luyin led the way, and the group entered the red domain. So you felt like she was dreaming. Two virtual realm cultivators calling Xianxia brother? This was too strange. Who would dare to provoke Xianxia in the void god spacetime? These two weren't the only ones supporting him, Su Wuji was one of them, and there was also Senior Su Wuwei. When she thought of this, Su Yu looked at Luyin in a different light. She felt like the gap between them had suddenly widened. When had this happened? When they returned to the Heaven's Mirror Manor, Lu Yin handed Qingfen over to Ning Ran while the others dispersed. Only Lu Yin, Su Heng, and Su Leng remained on the clock tower. Congratulations to brother and sister for breaking through to the virtual realm. Lu Yin smiled and bowed to the two of them. Su Leng rolled his eyes. You're still in the mood to tease us? You've seriously offended Reverend Lotus disciple. Su Heng said, I didn't expect to see you surrounded by two virtual realm cultivators as soon as I came out of seclusion. We were so scared that we didn't even return to our families before coming here. What happened? Lu Yin slowly recounted the events that had transpired during this period of time, and the two of them were stunned. Yunwu, Yijuan, and Qingfen were all spies? Su Heng gasped. Su Leng said, no wonder Reverend Lotus disciple wanted to take Qingfen away. Do you know who Yao Lan is? Lu Yin's expression turned serious. Reverend Lotus' eldest disciple, Yao Lan. She's known as a half-step saint, and she's an absolute genius who can fight against the 9 sages at the immortal realm. She's recognized by the reincarnation spacetime as the successor to Reverend Lotus' position. Yao Lan's influence is extremely high. If not for the reincarnation spacetime's internal problems, she would have become one of the 9 sages long ago. Even though she's still an immortal realm cultivator, she's still comparable to a saint. She's Reverend Lotus' most valued disciple and can order around Reverend Lotus disciples, Su Heng said solemnly. Su Leng continued, not only that, but I met her in the endless battlefield. Her influence isn't limited to just Reverend Lotus disciples, and many people have received her favor. The two who stopped you weren't Reverend Lotus disciples, so they were probably acting out of respect for her. If she's a spy, then things will get serious. Lu Yin said, she might not be a spy, but she can't escape the crime of indirectly causing Stone Sage's death. Let's see how Reverend Lotus will punish her. He paused, let's not talk about me. Are you confident in fighting Senior Xianxia? Lu Yin asked. Su Heng replied, Senior Xianxia has been in the virtual realm for far too long, and he even created his own path to become a legend. How could he be confident? However, if we work together, we should be able to put up a fight. Lu Yin was surprised. If we work together? Of course, Su Leng answered naturally. Lu Yin was speechless. Xianxia had already stepped into the virtual realm, but they still needed to work together. Su Heng laughed. Brother, what's with that look? Su Leng smiled but didn't say anything. Lu Yin said, well, if we work together, it won't make sense. But one person definitely can't beat him, Su Heng said. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. At that moment, Su Wuji returned. The two of you have just broken through to the virtual realm, and yet you've already arrived at Heaven's Mirror Manor. It's truly an honor. Su Heng and Su Leng looked at him and said in an unpleasant tone, Senior Wuji, you've come at the right time. You didn't appear when your subordinates were surrounded, and you only came after the matter was over. Su Wuji smiled bitterly. There's no other way. Heaven's Mirror Manor involves many parties, and Reverend Lotus disciples have too much influence. You won't understand my difficulties. He then looked at Lu Yin. Where's Qingfen? In the red domain, Lu Yin replied. Don't worry. If you have the ability to capture him, then you don't need to take responsibility for the rest. As long as he's in the red domain, no one can take him away unless they step over my dead body. Only then did Su Heng and the others' expressions become slightly better. Lu Yin could understand Void Limitless, as there were some things that were difficult to handle in a certain position. Logically speaking, Void Limitless should have been able to let go, but because of his own plans, he had intentionally aggravated the conflict. This was something that many people did not understand, and Void Limitless probably did not understand either. Manor Lord, what should we do with Qingfeng? Lu Yin asked. Su Wuji said, interrogate him and force him to reveal the details of the other spies. Also, ask him about the specific circumstances surrounding the death of the Great Stone Saint, especially if it involves Yao Lan. You have to get to the bottom of this. Lu Yin nodded. What if Yao Lan is a spy? Su Heng and Su Leng looked at each other. This was a serious problem. If Yao Lan was not a spy, it would be fine. How to punish her was up to the reincarnation time and space. After all, she had indirectly caused the death of the Great Stone Saint. Only the reincarnation time and space had the right to punish her. However, if she was a spy, it would involve the Heaven's View Manor and Lord Lotus's reputation. Even the Jingyun family wished to keep the fact that Yunwu was a spy to preserve the family's reputation, let alone Senior Lotus. Even if Lotus Venerable didn't care, Lotus Venerable's disciples wouldn't agree. Yao Lan's influence was great enough. Su Wuji's expression was solemn. My Heaven's Mirror Manor will investigate anyone who is suspected of being a spy. He then looked at Luyin. The Heaven's Mirror Manor has the right to interrogate anyone who is not participating in the tournament at any time, as well as anyone who is not an extreme powerhouse. If we find out from Qingfan's interrogation that Yao Lan might be a spy, then I will give you the authority to report this to the Six Directions Society's Heaven's Mirror Manor and use the Heaven's Mirror Manor's name to summon Yao Lan for questioning. Luyin raised a brow. In the name of the Six Directions Association's Heaven's Reflection Hall? Su Wuji explained, this interrogation is very formal, and it's not an interrogation. It's only targeted at those who have great influence or have made great contributions to the human race. It's made public to the entire Six-Party Assembly. Not only will the Heaven's Reflection Manor know the answer they want, but it will also allow the entire Six-Party Assembly to verify whether or not the person being interrogated is a spy. This is also a kind of good treatment for the person being interrogated. Sulong narrowed his eyes. Senior Wuji, you want Brother Xianxia to publicly question Yao Lan? Su Wuji shook his head. I only told him that there was a way. You're asking him to die, Sulong said coldly. Luyin was puzzled. What do you mean? Suheng took a deep look at Su Wuji and then said to Luyin, a public inquiry might seem like it's meant to protect the person being questioned, but it's also meant to allow everyone to witness that this person has been cleared of any suspicions of being a spy. Or, it might even directly confirm that this person is a spy. If it's the latter, then that's fine, but if it's the former. He looked at Luyin. Since a public inquiry has already been made, then it means that the Heaven's Reflection Hall is unable to find out the information that they need to investigate. Exposing your secret in front of the entire Six Direction sect. If this person is not a spy, do you think you will let this matter go? The public inquiry isn't about respecting that person, it's about respecting that person's influence. That person must be disgusted or even disgusted by the public inquiry. In that case, you can imagine what will happen to the people in the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who publicly inquired about that person. Luyin understood what she meant. If he were to publicly question Yao Lan, then there would definitely be some matters that the Horizon Manor would not be able to find out. Yao Lan would not hide anything during a public interrogation, so there would definitely be some private matters involved. How would Yao Lan be willing to let this matter be made public? And if it was finally confirmed that Yao Lan was not a spy, how would she take revenge on Luyin for causing her to be publicly questioned? Sulong slowly spoke up. From what I know, there have only been 6 public inquiries in the history of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, and none of them were proven to be spies. All 6 times, the people from the Heaven Mirror Prefecture who were publicly questioned. At this point, she looked at Su Wuji. All of them died. Su Wuji looked up. Their deaths were accidental. Is that so? How could Sulong believe that? Su Wuji seriously explained, since the establishment of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture, countless people have died, and the level of danger is comparable to the endless battlefield. Their deaths were indeed accidental. 6 people are too insignificant compared to the countless deaths that have occurred. The fact that they dared to publicly question people with great influence means that they were brave enough to charge at the very front. People like that die very easily. Suheng replied, who knows? Brother, you should learn more about the Heaven Mirror Prefecture. Luyin nodded. Got it. Suheng and Sulong left, as they had to prepare for their battle with Xiaoxian. 10 days. After the two left, Su Wuji asked, why did you have to capture Qingfan? Luyin replied, a spy should belong to the Heaven Mirror Prefecture. Su Wuji laughed. Don't you think about the gains and losses? If you think too much about gains and losses in this line of work, then you won't be able to continue. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. You're very suited for this path of public inquiry. I'm not lying to you. No matter how we investigate, the deaths of those 6 people were accidental, just like the others who died in the endless battlefield. The people of the Heaven Mirror Prefecture will not die in vain. If someone tried to frame them, then the 6 prefecture masters will not remain indifferent. After all, the Heaven Mirror Prefecture has 6 extremely powerful experts that even Venerable Lotus cannot openly oppose. I know, Luyin replied. I didn't think too much about it. Even if it wasn't an accident, I'm not afraid. I've already started down this path, so I'm not afraid to continue down it. Haha, you're very suitable. It's a pity that you're not in the virtual realm yet. Otherwise, the position of Prefecture Master would have been handed to you, Su Wuji laughed. Prefecture Master, will you be going to watch the battle between Su Heng and Senior Xianxia? Luyin suddenly asked. Su Wuji nodded. Of course. Take me with you, Luyin said. I want to cheer for my brothers. Su Wuji raised his brows. Don't spout nonsense. Compared to your brothers, there will be more people cheering for Senior Xianxia. Senior Xianxia is an elder worthy of respect, and he has participated in the endless battlefield the most times in the entire Void God spacetime. Luyin was shocked. Is that so? Su Wuji solemnly explained, the endless battlefield is a place that not even virtual realm experts are willing to go to. Death aside, any virtual realm expert who enters the endless battlefield is dancing on a knife's edge. They will face powerhouses in the same realm as them, including the 7 sky gods. For example, if I were to face one of them alone, I would definitely die. Senior Xianxia has participated in the endless battlefield more than I have, and more than Senior Su Wuwei. His legend is not only that he created the path of not using external void gods, but that he also killed his way out of the endless battlefield. You should be aware of Yalan's influence. Many people have killed their way out of the endless battlefield, but Senior Xiaoxi's influence is far greater than Yalan's. Countless people have received his favor, and even Senior Su Wuwei has been supported by him. Luyin nodded, as Xiaoxi was truly worthy of respect. Although there had been many spies and redbacks throughout human history, there had also been people like Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Ku who had illuminated the darkness. The primordial space was one such example. There were many people in the primordial space, and the 6 Direction Society naturally had its members as well. Regardless of how Luyin viewed the 6 Direction Society or the Grand Empyrean who had exiled the Lu family, there was one thing that he had to admit: without them, the Eternals would have long since wiped out the entire human race. Wherever there was evil, there would always be good. This was what Mr. Mu wanted Luyin to maintain. He had too many people to protect, and those people revered him and wanted to protect him. This was his responsibility. Manor Lord, do you think that the Eternals will save Qingfen? Luyin suddenly asked. Su Wuji could not answer, as he had no idea how powerful the Eternals were in the Void God spacetime. The underground of Heaven's Reflection Manor was not as dark as Luyin had imagined. Instead, it was a beautiful place with flourishing trees, bright flowers, and all sorts of cute little animals. It formed a garden that was suitable for people to live in. Anyone who saw this place would not be able to associate it with an interrogation, but this was indeed the Heaven's Reflection Manor's interrogation room, and Ming Ran was in charge of it. Yijun was here, and so was Qingfen. The two were separated by a mountain, so they could not see or hear each other. However, they could still see the beautiful scenery. Luyin had arrived. Ming Ran hurriedly went over to greet him. She was now completely convinced of Lu Yin's abilities. This Manor Lord had not relied on his strength to suppress others, but rather his ability to capture spies. She had never imagined that the Heaven's Reflection Manor, which had only been able to capture small fries, would be able to capture so many important people, especially Qingfen. 2 Void Transformation Realm cultivators had even blocked the entrance of the Red Domain to capture him. Even Su Wuji had not appeared. Acting Manor Lord, Ming Ran greeted him respectfully. Luyin stepped forward and looked at Qingfen, whose back was facing them as he watched the waterfall. How is he? Ming Ran replied, just like Yijun, he gave a list of names. There might be spies on the list, but he said that they were all controlled by Qin Kong. Any spies captured by the Heaven's Reflection Manor would use this excuse, which was the biggest headache for the Heaven's Reflection Manor. It was difficult for them to determine whether someone was being controlled or not, and they could not execute all of them. That would be troublesome, as there were too many eyes on the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Those who were qualified to become spies were not ordinary people. Luin quietly looked at Qingfen, whose back was facing them. Anyone would feel relaxed and happy in this beautiful place, but Qingfen, Jun, and the other spies felt different. They all had a poisonous toad on their shoulders, which caused them to suffer unimaginable pain at all times. This beautiful place was exactly what Ningran liked. Enduring pain in such a beautiful place could easily destroy a person's willpower. Luin walked over step by step, circling around Qingfen until he was right in front of him. Qingfen's face was pale, and his veins were bulging. He was in so much pain that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His originally handsome face had turned sinister, and his fingernails had pierced into his palms because he was exerting too much force. Blood flowed down his clothes and dripped onto the bright red petals. "I'm called Xianxia. You should have known about me ever since Jun was captured. I'm not from the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and I joined not long ago. I'm not even from the Void God universe, so I don't care about you. I can ignore the rules and do things. From my point of view, you are being controlled by Qingkong. Of course, even if you are, it doesn't matter." Qingfen stared at him, and the toad on his shoulder made a sound. Every sound made Qingfen feel more pain, so much so that he wanted to die. "We're not strangers, and we've even gone through life and death situations together. You know me, as long as I don't want to, no one can take you away. Similarly, as long as I want to, no one can stop me from doing anything, such as executing you." Qingfen's eyes narrowed. "I'm being controlled by Qingkong. That means that you have no value. I spent so much effort to bring you here not to bring trouble to Yaolan, but rather to gain some value. What value can you provide me that makes me feel that bringing you here is worth it? If I'm in a good mood, I might even be able to help you fulfill your wishes," Luin said slowly. "I'm being controlled by Qingkong." Qingfen didn't say anything else. The interrogation was a long process, and Jun had only revealed the names of the people who had met her. She was still in pain even now. Luin laughed. "Others say that being controlled by Qingkong gives them a chance to live because they have family and friends. They hope that they're controlled so that their crimes can be lessened. What about you? Who can help you?" Qingfen's eyelids twitched. "Is it Lotus Venerable?" Luin asked. Qingfen's eyes widened and narrowed. "What's the point of you insisting that you're being controlled by Qingkong? Who will speak up for you because of this? You said that Yaolan was the one who leaked the Great Stone Saint's whereabouts. Do you think Lotus Venerable's disciples will still help you?" Luin mocked. Qingfen's face paled, and he regretted it. The situation had been urgent, and he had only thought that Yaolan would silence him. He didn't want to fall into her hands, which was why he had mentioned this woman. However, he had forgotten that once he mentioned Yaolan, no one would help him even if he was being controlled by Qingkong. His greatest support was Lotus Venerable's disciples, but he had betrayed them. To you, whether or not you're under Qingkong's control doesn't mean anything. The only thing you need to consider right now is how you can get me to help you survive, or even help you redeem yourself. I'm looking at the big picture, not the contributions of one or two spies. Otherwise, why would I capture you? As long as you can help me make enough contributions." Luin moved closer and stared at Qingfen. His lips curled up as he softly said, "I can let you live a comfortable life." Qingfen's face twitched even more violently, but he still didn't say a word. His thoughts were in a mess, and the pain in his body and Lu Yin's words had thrown him into confusion. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to live, so he didn't want to be taken away by the Lotus Lord's disciples. He was afraid that Yaolan would kill him. Now that Yaolan's name had been mentioned, the Lotus Lord's disciples wouldn't help him. What hope did he have to live? "I'll give you some hope." Luin stood up and looked around. "Only by surviving will you have a chance of being rescued by the Eternals." In the distance, Ningran heard this and was astonished. How could he say such things? This person was too unique. Qingfen's eyes widened. Yes, his only hope was the Eternals. It was the Sorcerer Spirit God. He was a spy that the Sorcerer Spirit God had personally nurtured. The Sorcerer Spirit God would not give up on him so easily. What about the Sorcerer Spirit God? Thinking of the Witch Spirit God, he opened his mouth. His voice was actually very hoarse, completely different from his beautiful singing voice. How did you know that you could fool me by pretending to be the witch spirit god? Where's sorcerer spirit? Ning Rant's expression changed. Witcher spirit god? One of the 7 heavenly gods? Qingfen wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Guan Laoda, the crazy old man, and the others were also puzzled. Lu Yin's disguise as Tu Shuangshuang had not been able to fool Qingfen, which meant that no other spy could fool him. Qingfen was too cautious, but he had pretended to be the sorcerer spirit god. How did he know that the sorcerer spirit god could fool Qingfen? How did he know that Qingfen was a spy that the sorcerer spirit god had nurtured? Lu Yin sneered. Why should I tell you? This was Lu Yin's answer. There were many things that needed to be explained in the 6 direction training grounds, but that might not be the case now. Why should he explain? Who could force him to explain? Unless Su Wuji asked, and Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. However, since Su Wuji did not ask, Lu Yin did not say anything either. Getting Qingfen to speak was not an easy task. Lu Yin did not even try to get Yijun to speak because he could not find a flaw in her mentality. Yijun's contributions in the endless battlefield were enough for her to survive as long as she insisted that she was under Qin Kong's control. Thus, it would be a waste to say anything to her. Qingfen was different. The only thing he could rely on was his identity as a disciple of Venerable Lotus. However, since he had betrayed Zhao Lan, this was gone. As long as he could break through Yijun's mentality, he would say anything. Over the next few days, Qingfen was continuously tortured, but the physical pain was not enough to break through his psychological defenses. If his willpower was so easily destroyed, the sorcerer spirit god would not have chosen him. However, the more determined a person's willpower was, the easier it was for them to have a flaw in their mentality. It was precisely this mentality that made a person so determined, but it was also their only flaw. Lu Yin took Qingfen away, and no one knew that he had brought him out of the red region. There was no danger at the moment, and Zhao Lan had been betrayed. Venerable Lotus disciples only hated Qingfen, but they were not that desperate to capture him. Lu Yin brought Qingfen to the cliff. The cliff was completely different from before. The cliff that Qingfen had protected was gone, and in its place were all sorts of venting marks. The snowy mountain had been cut off, and the sky was covered in thick smoke. Fortunately, the village was unharmed. This was the reason why Lu Yin had ordered the Heaven's Reflection Manor to protect the village. Otherwise, it would have been destroyed by outsiders. There were too many people who hated spies. Qingfen had never thought that he would be able to return to the village. He saw his third aunt, his uncle, and many other familiar faces, but none of them could see him. Lu Yin brought him through the void, and as long as he willed it, these ordinary people naturally could not see him. Uncle! Qingfen could not help but call out, but the old man did not respond. He could not hear him at all. Qingfen looked at Lu Yin. Why did you bring me here? I'll show you what these people are really thinking, Lu Yin said. Qingfen did not understand. What were they really thinking? There was a crash as the wall in front of them collapsed. Qingfen subconsciously tried to help it up. Someone shouted from the side, "Well done." Qingfen stopped and looked over in shock. There were a few villagers he was extremely familiar with. It's finally fallen. Let's smash that wall too, someone suggested, causing a round of cheers. Third aunt, burn your tattered clothes. It should have been burned long ago. Little Anzi is sick. The weather has been changing too quickly. That's great. Someone's finally sick. Forget about that. Pack up. We can leave. We can finally leave. That's great. Qingfen stared blankly at all of this. He looked at the things he cared about. The familiar scene had become unfamiliar. The wall, where he used to squat and sing softly when he was young, had just been pushed down. Third aunt's clothes were very tattered, but it was a gift from him. It was a gift from him to third aunt. Even though he had asked third aunt to change it many times, he didn't want third aunt to change it. Third aunt knew that too, so no matter how tattered it was, she had always worn it. Everything in this village was exactly the same as it had been when he was young, nothing had changed. But in that moment, everything had changed. The villagers had become unfamiliar. Why were they so happy when they were sick? Why did they leave? Why did they destroy the house? Why did they burn the clothes? Why? You thought that you gave them a long life, that they would not age or get sick. You thought that you were maintaining their favorite life, but that's just your selfishness. They've always lived in the beautiful environment you created. What's the difference between that and being kept in captivity? Qingfen roared, "No, I let them live. I want to repay them. They raised me, so I gave them a long life. I made sure that they would never face any disaster. Isn't that good?" "But you deprived them of their freedom," Luin said coldly. "You deprived them of their most fundamental life. What about you? Didn't you live for a long time too? You'll live even longer. I'm cultivating, and every day is different. But what about them? They do the same thing every day. How many times did they repair that wall? How many years did they wear it for? Can a normal person's clothes be worn for that long? Don't say that you didn't do it." Qingfen stared blankly at the overjoyed villagers. They were very happy. He had been taken away right in front of them. Why were they so happy? Weren't they worried about him? What had happened to his persistence? Had he really done something wrong? No, that's right. I helped them, but they didn't know how to repay me. They were ungrateful. Qingfen's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the villagers. When he saw Qingfen's transformation, Luin understood why the witch spirit god had chosen him. What was the difference between his methods and the eternal kingdoms? Both were rearing people in captivity and depriving them of their life essence. It was too easy for Qingfen to become a corpse king. Kill. Kill them all. Kill these ungrateful bastards. Qingfen screamed in his heart as he stared at the overjoyed villagers. They had destroyed everything he cared about the most. This village had been destroyed by them. They were traitors. Luin pressed a hand on Qingfen's shoulder, waking him up. He glared at him, still angry. "I told the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor to protect them and find the other human cities on the cliff to give them a new life." Qingfen's gaze was savage. "They don't deserve it. I let them live without disaster, but they betrayed me and never cared about me. They don't deserve it. If you help them, they'll betray you one day. Then what do you want?" Luin barked. Qingfen growled, "Kill them. You must kill them." "You won't have the chance," Luin said. Qingfen clenched his fists, causing fresh blood to flow. "Give me a chance to kill them. I'll definitely kill them and make them into specimens in the village. I'll rebuild the village." Luin frowned. This person was no longer human. Although he wasn't a corpse king, he was even more terrifying than one. "I can only give you a chance to live and not let you die. As for what you'll do in the future, that's up to you." Qingfen trembled, and his eyes flickered. "Fine, give me a chance to live." He once again glared at the villagers who had left. As long as he had the chance, he would definitely exterminate them. These ungrateful bastards didn't deserve to live. "If you want to live, then tell me what I want to know and buy your own life," Luin said. Qingfen's eyes narrowed, and they flickered. Finally, he said 3 words, "Knowledge Traveler Stream." The Six Direction Association wasn't just a name, it was a huge combination. It didn't just refer to the 6 parallel universes, but also the known parallel universes that they had conquered or cooperated with. All of these were collectively known as the Six Direction Association. The only place that could truly see the Six Direction Association was the Endless Battlefield. The Endless Battlefield was connected by many parallel universes. It was a huge barrier that formed a huge battlefield. Luin had seen the Endless Battlefield through the memories of some people, so he had a better understanding of it. Since there was a battlefield, there was a commander and a commander. The Six Direction Group was the commander of the Endless Battlefield, and they were responsible for issuing orders to everyone in the Endless Battlefield. Receiving orders was not an easy task, and the everlasting race would not allow the humans to transmit information to each other so easily. Therefore, they had a special way of transmitting information about the battlefield. The Six Direction Association transmitted information to the Endless Battlefield, and the Endless Battlefield could also transmit information to the Six Direction Association through certain methods. The Six Direction Association each had their own place to receive information. In the void god spacetime, that place was called the knowledgeable stream. No one knew where the knowledgeable stream was, as it was a secret of the void god spacetime. Even though Luin had merged with many people's bodies, he still didn't know where it was. He estimated that even void god might not know. However, today, Qingfen actually knew where the knowledgeable stream was through him. This was a secret of the void god spacetime. The sorcerer god had developed Qingfen because he wanted to use him to enter the knowledgeable stream and receive information from the endless battlefield to the void god spacetime. The information that Jun had obtained didn't come from the knowledgeable stream, but from a few families that had been trying to send information from the endless battlefield for many years. This method was easily disrupted and could only be considered a small method. Only the knowledgeable stream was the true source of information. Once one entered the knowledgeable stream, they could easily obtain information from the entire endless battlefield. This was what the sorcerer god wanted. Luin exhaled. Rumor has it that no one in the knowledgeable stream can betray humans. How do you know where it is? And how did you get in? Qingfen was still immersed in his hatred for the villagers. As long as there was a chance to survive, he would give up everything. The sorcerer god told me. He told me to just sing and join the knowledgeable stream one day. Other than that, I don't have to do anything else. But you've developed a spy, Luin said coldly. Qingfen was shocked. How do you know? Luin didn't answer. Qingfen replied hoarsely, I didn't reveal my identity when I planted a spy. How did you know? Luin laughed. Do you really think that your plan was flawless? Qingfen understood. You found out about me through those spies, right? I don't believe that you'd dare to act recklessly behind the shaman spirit's back. Joining the knowledgeable stream is very important. You've been famous for so many years, and you've lived for so long just for the chance to join the knowledgeable stream. Why are you still developing spies under such circumstances? Qingfen's eyes flickered, but he didn't answer immediately. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I'll ask you again. Why? Qingfen raised his head and looked at him. Someone told me to do this. Who? I don't know, but he's definitely a high-ranking member of the Eternals. Why did I let you develop a spy? I don't know. However, that person only said that he needed a spy and that it was inconvenient for him to appear, so he asked me to develop and promised me that I wouldn't expose my identity. What did you do after developing those spies? Nothing at all, Qingfen hurriedly replied. Luin retracted his gaze. He had merged with the spy who had discovered Qingfen's identity, and he knew that Qingfen wasn't lying. Although he had developed spies, he had never asked them to do anything. This was strange. What was the point of developing spies without doing anything? Wouldn't it be easier to expose a spy with white hair? No, that couldn't be. Since it was someone from the upper echelons of the Eternals, they couldn't have sabotaged the shaman spirit's plan. What did that Eternal's upper echelon look like? Luin asked. Qingfen replied, I really don't know. I didn't admit that I was a spy at first, but that person was certain that I was. He even said that if I didn't want to, I could hide the scarlet eye in the village. Once that I appeared, it would be useless no matter how I quibbled. Even if he couldn't confirm my identity, the shaman spirit's plan would definitely fail. I didn't dare let the plan fail. If it did, I would lose my value, so I could only do as that person said. Luin frowned. Why was this happening? He hadn't instructed Qingfen to develop anyone as a spy, nor had he asked those spies to do anything. He had spent so much effort to force Qingfen to develop a few spies. It didn't matter who these spies were or what they were used for. The only purpose of doing so was to expose Qingfen. Hold on, Luin suddenly thought of something, and he carefully recalled the memories that he had merged with that spy. He remembered that the spy's discovery of Qingfen's identity was also strange. How had that person discovered Qingfen's identity? He seemed to be very smart and had advanced step by step, but the investigation had gone too smoothly. This shouldn't have happened. Qingfen was very cautious. Luin had disguised himself as Tu Shuangshuang and had been forced to leave. How could a spy have discovered Qingfen's identity? It was as if someone had purposely allowed him to find out. Yes, on purpose. Luing had a guess. Although it was absurd, it was deeply ingrained in his mind. The Eternals might have their own people. It was too dangerous for the shaman spirit god to let Qingfen join knowledgeable stream. If he succeeded, the Eternals would know everything about the Six Direction Association in the endless battlefield. Why had the Great Stone Saint died? Because his location had been leaked. Once the Eternals received information about the endless battlefield, the human race would suffer heavy losses. Under such circumstances, someone couldn't help it. Would that be the case? Luing pondered this. This idea was laughable. He had never heard of a human spy among the Eternals, but it wasn't impossible. Not all of the Eternals were corpse kings. They had subjugated humans, and mutants were typical examples. Luing buried this thought deep in his heart and brought Qingfen back to the Red Domain. Next, he would use the memories that he had merged with to completely dig out those spies. However, before that, he had to watch that duel. The power of the scorching heat and the chill of the heart converged and fused together in outer space to resist a majestic and terrifying void god power. It had been 2 days since Su Heng had joined forces with Su Leng to fight against Xianxia. Many people were watching from afar, wanting to know the outcome of this battle. Luing had been watching for 2 days. The duel had begun as soon as he had arrived, and it had been a battle of void god power. Xiaoxi's void god power far surpassed that of Su Heng and Su Leng, and they had only been able to resist until now by working together and using their yin-yang swords. Xiaoxi was an old man with a very long beard that could wrap around his neck 3 times. It seemed strange, but that beard was the void god that he had nurtured. There was no such thing as a void god forsaken, and only I have a long beard. Manor Lord, who do you think has a higher chance of winning? Luing asked. Su Wuji had brought him here, and he was still unfamiliar with the power of a void god's progenitor. Su Wuji adjusted his sunglasses. Senior Xiao. Luing was shocked. That decisive? Su Wuji said, both sides are currently competing in void god power, but do you know why Senior Xiao lost to Master Void Prime? It was void god power. Senior Xiao is a maverick, and he doesn't want to cultivate void god power. He prefers to use void god power as his own to display battle techniques. Master Void Prime is a standard cultivator from the void god civilization. One uses void god power to increase his own void god power by nearly 20 times, while the other follows the norm and only has superior battle techniques at most. Who do you think is stronger? However, the gap is now closed. Ever since Senior Xiao lost to Master Void Prime, he decided to nurture his void god. Although he still doesn't rely on external void god power, he nurtured his beard and turned it into a void god. It can also draw out void god power that is several times greater than his own. The only difference between him and Master Void Prime is that the gap between them has been closed, but he is more proficient in battle techniques than Master Void Prime. If Su Heng and Su Leng had been able to use their void god power to gain the upper hand at the start, then it would have been hard to say who would win this duel. But now, anyone who understands Senior Xiao and Master Void Prime knows the result. Luing nodded. So you're saying that Senior Xiao used his void god power right from the start just to... That's right, it was to save time. He wanted to tell Su Heng and Su Leng that they had no hope of winning this duel, Su Wuji said. Luing looked over. He had thought that the 2 of them would be able to gain the upper hand if they worked together, but there was still a gap between them. How could the 6th Mainland's mutants resist a powerhouse like Xianxia who could rival the 9 mountains and 8 seas? Even if the 2 mutants worked together, the result would still be the same. Luing also felt that Xiaoxi's power surpassed Xianxia's. Xiaoxi's power was similar to Xianxia's, but as long as he used his beard, he would be able to release void god power that was 10 times greater than his own. Even Xianxia would be suppressed. This was the strength of a void god civilization. At that moment, Su Wuji's expression changed. He looked behind him and saw Su Wuwei's figure appear. Senior Su Wuwei? Luing turned around and quickly bowed. Greetings, Senior. Su Wuwei ignored the 2 and continued to watch the duel in the distance. 2 Void Prime Realm cultivators appeared at once. Not bad, not bad. Hee hee. Senior, you've returned from the endless battlefield? Su Wuji greeted him. Su Wuwei replied, I almost died. It's best if you don't go to that place as often as possible. He then looked at Luyin and sighed in admiration. I heard that you captured quite a few spies, including Lotus Reverend's disciple? Luyin quickly recounted what had happened, and Su Wuwei sighed. The ecstasy matter hasn't been able to achieve much in so many years, but you've done so the moment you entered. No one would believe that you weren't a spy. Luyin was shocked. Senior, you can't joke about this. Su Wuji was shocked as well. Senior, what do you mean? Su Wuwei replied, it's not like the Eternals haven't done something like this before. They intentionally let a spy expose another spy to gain merit. Have you forgotten how the Fifth Mainland started a war with the Sixth Mainland? It's a pity that we didn't have the ability to interfere back then. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Luyin bowed deeply, his expression solemn. I'm definitely not a spy for the Eternals. If you don't believe me, you can investigate me. Void Master has seen me before. Haha, I know you're not a spy. I was just joking, so why are you taking it so seriously? Su Wuji took out something to eat from his cosmic ring and even a drink from Su Wuji. He then looked into the distance as if he was watching a show. That old bastard Xiao sees Void God's power has increased again. I should advise him not to go to the endless battlefield. It would be bad if he died there. There are so many old fogies in the reincarnation spacetime, so why not just let them fight it out? Our Void God spacetime should be the best place to hide. Staying alive is better than anything else, Su Wuwei said as he watched. Su Wuji was speechless. Although this was the truth, there was no need to say it out loud. Su Wuwei's appearance made Lu Yin's heart heavy. No matter what he did, Su Wuwei's impression of him remained the same. What do you plan to do with Lotus Reverend's disciples? Su Wuwei asked. Lu Yin replied, I don't need to explain things to them. What if Lotus Reverend comes looking for you? Su Wuwei asked again. Lu Yin did not answer. What could he do against Lotus Reverend? I'll help you deal with Lotus Reverend's pressure. You can stay in the Heaven's Mirror Matter and work for the humans. There are benefits to being scheming. At least you'll be able to find spies. Lu Yin relaxed. Thank you, Senior. How did you know that you could fool Qingfen by pretending to be the witch spirit god? Su Wuwei did not stop talking and instead continued asking. He had not been joking when he first asked that question. Lu Yin had caught so many spies as soon as he entered the Heaven's Mirror Matter, which was something that no ordinary person could do. However, it would not be good to suspect Lu Yin of being a spy just because of this, as it would chill people's hearts. This was why he had asked this question now. If Lu Yin's answer was not good, both Su Wuwei and Su Wuji would suspect him. Su Wuji had thought about this question before, but he had not had the time to ask. Lu Yin had already thought of an excuse. After I disguised myself as Tu Shuangshuang and was chased away by Qingfen, I was followed by the witch spirit god. Void 5 Tastes and Void Extreme were both shocked. The sorcerer spirit god was following you? Lu Yin nodded. He wanted to capture me. The only reason why Qingfen wasn't tricked by Tu Shuangshuang might be because he was cautious, but it might also be because of the witch spirit god's instructions. Thus, I disguised myself as the witch spirit god and easily tricked Qingfen. In addition, Tu Shuangshuang was indeed captured by me, and I released her in front of Qingfen. Qingfen naturally wouldn't suspect anything. Shaman spirit god, how did you escape? Su Wuwei asked as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked up. Because of Tai Xian. He knew that Lu Yin had Tai Jade, which was how he had found out that Yunwu was a spy and had accepted his invitation to join the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Although the witch spirit god was powerful, he could only appear in the Void God's spacetime as a clone, and each clone was at most at the Void Transformation realm. Tai Jade was more than enough to escape. Su Wuji knew, but Su Wuwei did not. When he heard Lu Yin mention Tai Xian, he was confused. What Tai Xian? The void was extremely strange. Lu Yin replied, Tai Xian was taught by Senior. What does that have to do with Tai Xian? Su Wuwei still did not react, mainly because he did not think that Lu Yin had already mastered Tai Xian. Tai Xian was related to space, and even a virtual realm expert like Xianxia would not be able to master it so easily, let alone a junior like Lu Yin. How could Lu Yin have possibly mastered it? Lu Ying replied, Junior was initiated by Taishan. I relied on my understanding of space to escape. The witch spirit god searched everywhere for me, and I took advantage of that opportunity to trick Qingfen. If I had been a step later, the witch spirit god might have returned. What did you say? You were initiated by Taishan? Su Wuwei exclaimed. Su Wuji was astonished. Senior, you didn't know? Xianxia joined the Heaven's Reflection Hall because he was initiated by Taishan. He could see the traces left behind in space and easily catch spies. Su Wuwei did not hear Su Wuji's words at all, and he stared at Lu Ying. You were initiated by Taishan? Lu Ying nodded. Sort of. Su Wuwei had not taught Lu Ying Taishan out of the goodness of his heart, but purely out of obligation. He had been certain that Lu Ying would not be able to learn it, which was why he had taught him. He wanted to give others the impression that he was doing his best, and if Su Wuwei asked, he would be able to explain. But how had this kid been initiated? Impossible. Try it. Su Wuwei didn't believe it, even if he was beaten to death. Lu Ying raised a hand, and Void God's power revolved. Lines extended along the lines in space, revealing Taishan. Su Wuji was envious, as he could not understand. Su Wuwei was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. How was this possible? How could this kid have initiated by Taishan? Damn it, this was impossible. As the lines disappeared, Su Wuwei was still unable to react. Su Wuji exclaimed. Congratulations, Senior, for accepting such a talented disciple. Scram. Su Wuwei barked, giving Su Wuji a fright. Why was Su Wuji angry? He looked at Lu Ying, only to see the latter's confused gaze. Su Wuwei did not know what to say, as he felt as if his family's treasure had been stolen by someone else. However, he was the one who had told this kid the location of the treasure trove. How did you initiate it? Lu Ying blinked. I just started practicing. I'm quite diligent. Was this a matter of diligence? Su Wuwei's face twitched, and the delicious food suddenly lost its fragrance. You can't possibly initiate it just by practicing. How did you do it? What's wrong, Senior? Lu Ying asked. Su Wuwei took a deep breath and stared at Lu Ying solemnly. Xianxia, I'll ask you one more time. How did you initiate it? Lu Ying coughed under Su Wuwei's dangerous gaze. Perhaps it has something to do with my wood innate gift. Su Wuwei did not understand. What would innate gift? Space. Lu Yin's reply almost caused Su Wuwei to vomit blood. You have an innate gift of space? Su Wuwei was stunned. Lu Ying nodded. Su Wuwei was speechless. No wonder Lu Ying could initiate Taishan. Taishan was related to space, and this kid had an innate gift of space. Taishan was a battle technique tailor-made for him. He wanted to slap himself to death. Are you unhappy, Senior? Lu Ying asked. Su Wuwei looked at Lu Ying. Why didn't you say you had an innate gift of space earlier? You didn't ask, Senior, Lu Ying said naturally. Su Wuwei's expression turned ugly. You got it from the wood dimension? Lu Ying nodded. Su Wuwei finally understood. No wonder Su Xianxia had been so anxious to take this kid as a disciple. No wonder Mu Shikong wanted to steal this kid away. It was all his fault. He should have asked more questions back then, but he had been so preoccupied with hating this kid that he had forgotten to ask. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. If he could, he really wanted to cripple this kid's innate gift of space and see how he could use Taishan. From now on, Taishan would no longer be his symbol. Damn it. Where did the wood dimension get a tree with an innate gift of space? Su Wuwei was curious and decided to get to the bottom of it. Lu Ying said, according to Third Master Mu, that tree has appeared many times, especially in large battles. It's good at taking away some of the powerhouses and escaping. That's it. Su Wuwei exclaimed, you met that despicable tree? Lu Ying nodded, I think so. Su Wuwei looked Lu Ying up and down, as if trying to get to know him all over again. Lu Ying said, it was a close call back in the wood spirit region. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I would have been taken away by it. I was so close, so close. Su Wuwei opened his mouth to say something, but no words came out. In the end, he left without even watching the battle. He had been forced to leave in anger. Su Wuji came over. What happened? Luing shrugged, I don't know. Su Wuji felt strange, but he didn't ask any questions. The battle had changed, and the Void God's power had weakened. Congratulations on the two of you breaking through to the virtual realm, but there's still a gap between you and me. Perhaps in 10,000 years, you'll be able to catch up, but right now, you're not my match, Xianxia said in a low and lonely voice. It was obvious that he had thought of Master Void Prime from Su Heng and Su Lung's power. Although he and Master Void Prime had fought many times due to differing beliefs, they were still friends. Xianxia had once gone to the endless battlefield to retrieve Master Void Prime's corpse, which had been a huge risk. But I'm curious. Where did you find the Yin Yang sword? Xianxia asked. Su Heng replied, I'll tell you after this battle. You still want to fight? Xianxia shook his head. My only advantage against voids was my Void God's power. Now, Void God's power is no longer an advantage, so there's no need to fight anymore. My elephant barrier is something that voids can't hope to match, let alone you. Su Lung's expression turned serious. Senior, do you really think that Ancestor Void Prime is stubborn and won't change? Xianxia was astonished. Senior, you've opened up a new path for many people who couldn't achieve anything on the path of Void God. Even Ancestor praised this miracle. Senior was able to cultivate the path of Void God again because of Ancestor, so Ancestor will naturally change for you, Su Lung continued. Xiaoxi's eyes burned with passion. Void Prime changed for me? Has he studied battle techniques? I really want to experience Senior's elephant wall. This is also what Ancestor Void Prime wanted to see. Even if Senior didn't send us a challenge letter, we'll still challenge Senior once we reach the virtual realm. This was Ancestor Void Prime's order before he went to the endless battlefield, Su Heng said. Xiaoxi laughed, good. That old geezer Void Prime didn't disappoint me. I took advantage of his strength to cultivate my Void God, and he took advantage of my strength to cultivate battle techniques. Good, let me see what kind of battle technique he created to dare fight me. After he finished speaking, a thick stone wall appeared in front of him. He pushed the stone wall horizontally and charged towards Su Heng and Su Lung. His palm imprints were imprinted on the stone wall, bringing out heavy palm imprints that swept through the void and shattered the stars. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. Every palm imprint that swept through the void was not simple, and it gave him a strong sense of danger. Su Wuji sighed, the elephant wall is extremely heavy in the universe. Only Senior Xiaoxi can use a unique battle technique to attack through the elephant wall. Every attack contains the elephant wall's extremely heavy force. It's said that when he fought with Master Void Prime, even Master Void Prime's Yin Yang sword couldn't withstand the palm energy that passed through the elephant wall and was almost shattered. In the face of Xiaoxi's heavy palm, Su Heng and Su Lung used their techniques at the same time. Burning Yang and Hard Yin converged, and through the Yin Yang sword, they drew out the power of Yang into Yin and Yin into Yang, returning the heavy palm back to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi's eyes widened. Good. He then unleashed a barrage of attacks from the elephantine wall, but Su Heng and Su Lung worked together to display the power of Yin and Yang to return the attacks. Void Prime had never thought of taking the elephantine wall's heavy attack head-on. Even if he couldn't take it head-on, he could still neutralize it or even return it. A strange scene appeared in the starry sky. Countless attacks collided with each other. Scorching heat and extreme cold alternated. Terrifying foe god power boiled and swept out in all directions, forcing everyone to retreat until they could no longer see it. Lu Yin saw the wisdom of the Void God universe's predecessors. Not only was Void Prime gifted in the Void God Dao, but he was also shockingly talented in battle techniques. The Fifth Mainland had given birth to people like Progenitor Chen, Progenitor Ku, and the Symbol Progenitor. Other parallel universes could also give birth to people like them. If Void Prime was still alive, who knew what he would have been like? Perhaps he wouldn't have been any weaker than Su Wuwei. Because the shockwaves from the battle had forced everyone back, no one besides Su Wuji could see the battle clearly. Half a day later, the battle ended. Lu Yin hadn't been able to see the battle clearly either, as he couldn't display the power of a progenitor in front of Su Wuji. Senior, what was the result? Su Wuji was silent for a moment. A draw. Lu Yin was shocked. A draw? Su Wuji sighed. Void Prime made up for the lack of battle techniques, and Senior Xianxia also made up for the weakness in void god power. It's normal for both sides to be tied, and perhaps this is the best result. My void god universe doesn't have any power that should be cultivated. Luin looked over. Indeed, there was no power that should be cultivated. The primordial space was the same. Astral source power covered the universe, but there were still many other powers that were as dazzling as the stars. Rune lines, death energy, Sirius, lockbreaking, and so on. There was no need to only cultivate astral source. Xiaoxi's laughter resounded through space, and everyone thought that he had won. Old Void Prime's descendants, you've won, ha ha ha. Xiaoxi laughed. Su Heng hurriedly said, Senior, you clearly won. We're ashamed, so we joined forces to fight against you. Ha 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 ha, how delightful, how delightful. Xiaoxi laughed loudly. His laughter gradually faded away as he left. Not long after, he saw Su Heng and Su Leng. Brother, we'll go back and treat our injuries first. If there's anything, just come to the clan and look for us, Su Heng said. Luin nodded. Understood. A duel that had been going on for a long time had come to an end. It was a good ending. It was just a test of each other's beliefs, not a battle of life and death. However, it still caused an uproar in the virtual god universe. Some people said that Xiaoxi had won, while others said that Su Heng and Su Leng had won. However, most people said that it was a draw. No matter who won this battle, Su Heng and Su Leng had made a name for themselves. There were only a few virtual Tai realm masters in the Nihility god universe, and Xiaoxi was already considered an extreme master second only to Su Wuwei. Su Heng teamed up with Su Leng to fight to a draw with Xiaoxi, and this caused the reputation of the Void Yang and Void Ying clans in the Nihility god universe to soar. They had just stepped into the virtual Tai realm, and as time passed, their cultivation would continue to soar. At that time, the situation in the Nihility god universe would change. Most importantly, the two clans had recovered the Yin Yang sword. As long as there were no accidents, it was almost certain that there would be a generation of virtual Tai realm masters. This was the most terrifying thing. Xianxia, who had helped them recover the Yin Yang sword, was naturally mentioned a lot. Many people said that Xianxia was already a rising star in the Nihility god universe. Not long after, Luin made his move. He continued to capture spies in the Void God spacetime, and no one dared to stop him. With the backs of the Void Yang and Void Ying clans, as well as the support of Su Wuwei and Su Yang from the Heaven's Mirror Manor, the four Void Tai realm powerhouses standing behind Luin, and no one in the Void God spacetime dared to go against him. Lu Yin's capture of spies was also very accurate, and he announced that Yijun and Qingfen had told him to do so. For a time, the Nihility god universe was in a state of panic, and no one paid attention to the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Wherever the Heaven's Mirror Manor made a move, there would be an uproar. In just half a year, the Heaven's Mirror Manor had captured more than 100 spies, shocking the Nihility god universe and the Six Directions Association. Not only were they shocked by Lu Yin's methods, but they were also shocked by the number of spies. And this was only through Yijun and Qingfen. Who knew how many more were hidden behind the scenes? Lu Yin's reputation in the Nihility god universe continued to rise, and his words were absolute in the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Even Su Wuji would not oppose his decisions. In the Nihility god universe, on a rather bustling planet, a spacecraft constantly ascended and descended as alarms rang throughout the planet. Young master, let's go. The people from the Heaven's Mirror Manor are coming this way, the old man said anxiously. A golden dagger floated above his shoulder, it was his Nihility god. In front of him, the youth's gaze was gloomy. So what if they're coming? I'm not a spy. What's there to be afraid of? Young master, you're not a spy, but master is, the old man said anxiously. The youth suddenly turned around and glared at the old man. Why didn't you stop father? He actually betrayed the humans and became a spy. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to kill us? If he didn't do that, the family would have been finished. How do you think we got this planet? This is the price master has to pay for becoming a spy. Let's go, young master. The old man grabbed the youth and was about to take him away, but the youth struggled free. Where's father? Master, master. The old man was speechless. The youth's eyes flickered, and when he saw the old man's hesitant expression, he bitterly said, "He ran away, right?" The old man sighed. "He left me behind and ran away by himself." "Heh, to think that I thought he cared about me." The youth was despondent, and he waved a hand. "You can leave too. Don't worry about me." The old man grabbed the youth again. "If you want to leave, you'll have to leave with young master. Let's go." The youth continued to struggle, but suddenly, one spacecraft after another exploded, and Nihility God's power pressed down on him. The old man shuddered. It's still too late. In outer space, Luin walked out with Guan Lauda, Su Yu, and a group of cultivators from the Heaven's Mirror Manor behind him. Beams of light shot out. Guan Lauda frowned. "How dare you?" Nihility God's power swept out, causing all of the spacecraft to explode and the planet to tremble. Luin raised a hand to stop him. "There's no mistake about this planet." He then looked in a certain direction and took a step forward. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the youth. The youth's body swayed, and he almost fell to the ground. The pressure from the Nihility God's power blurred his vision. The old man hurriedly stood in front of the youth and knelt down to beg, "Mr. Xian, this has nothing to do with the young master. The spy was master's, and it has nothing to do with the young master. Please let the young master off, I'm guilty as well." Suyu was not surprised. She had captured many spies during this period, and some of them had directly admitted to their crimes. Guan Lauda snorted. "Don't even think about escaping. I'll go capture them, Mr. Xian." Luin nodded, and Guan Lauda left. The youth stubbornly looked at Luin. "I'm not a spy." "I know," Luin replied. He then looked at the old man kneeling in front of him. "You're willing to sacrifice yourself for your son." The old man's eyes narrowed, and his face paled. The youth frowned and looked at Luin in confusion. "What did you say?" Luin explained, "The one kneeling in front of me is your father, and the one who ran away is a fake. You're just a chess piece left behind by that person. It's an interesting setup, but unfortunately, it's useless." The youth couldn't believe it, and he looked at the kneeling old man. "Impossible, you're spouting nonsense." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "You want the one who ran away to be your father?" The youth's mind was in a mess, and he didn't know what to do. The old man closed his eyes, feeling weak all over. Had he not been able to fool Luin after all? Luin looked outside. The spacecraft had exploded, the flames were burning, and a few people were wailing. They didn't deserve any sympathy, as they had done anything wrong. They were all the pawns of that spy. The youth's screams and the old man's despairing cries could be heard from behind him. Some people liked to act smart, whether it was the spy or the old man. The old man had hoped that his son would obtain good resources, and he had been willing to let his son become that person's son on the surface. That person had achieved his goal, and so had the old man. Only the young man had suffered, but he had also enjoyed a lot over the years. Even though the others had been captured, if this youth hadn't betrayed the humans, then he would still have a chance to escape. With his current level of cultivation, it would be much better than being a wandering cultivator. There were gains and losses. The continuous capture of spies caused Xianxi's name to spread throughout the Six Paths Society. Luin knew that the Eternals would definitely find a way to get rid of him, and he was looking forward to seeing what kind of power the Eternals had left behind in the Void God spacetime. "Acting Manor Master, someone requests an audience," the butler reported respectfully. "Who is it?" Luin looked at the list in his hand. All of the spies that he had infiltrated had been identified, and the next ones he captured would either have to continue infiltrating or be analyzed. "Ku Jian, from a space-time continuum," the butler reported. Luin put down the list. "Please." Ku Jian quickly entered the red domain and arrived at the clock tower. Luin didn't welcome him, and he simply stood at the top of the tower and looked down. This was the red domain, the heaven's reflection manor. Even though Ku Jian had the strength of a half-ancestor, he could only request an audience here and could not casually tear through the void to enter. This was a rule that even Void God Realm cultivators had to abide by, let alone someone from a space-time continuum like Ku Jian. Ku Jian looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. Ku Jian's expression was calm, but the depths of his eyes changed once more. He realized that every time he met Lu Yin's attitude would change. Initially, Lu Yin had looked down on him, but later on, they had cooperated and treated each other as equals. Now, Lu Yin was the acting manner master of the Heaven's Reflection Manor and had Su Wuwei, Su Wuji, Su Heng, and Su Lung as his backing. Even he Ran would have to change his attitude. When meeting Lu Yin again, this person had single-handedly changed Lu Yin's attitude towards Ku Jian in an extremely short amount of time. Ku Jian took a deep breath and entered the clock tower, where the butler led him to Lu Yin. Senior should be here soon. Lu Yin smiled and invited Ku Jian to take a seat. Ku Jian smiled and politely replied, "Sorry to disturb you, acting manner master." Lu Yin laughed. "Senior, why are you being so formal? Please take a seat." Ku Jian nodded and sat down. He smiled. Acting Academy Master's name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Lady He Ran sent her regards. "Thank you, Lady He Ran," Lu Yin smiled. The two chatted for a while before Ku Jian cut to the chase. "Can Acting Academy Master recommend us to purchase resources from the Void God universe?" Lu Yin replied, "Didn't we agree on this before? Are you worried?" "Of course not," Ku Jian hurriedly replied. It wasn't that he was worried, but rather that He Ran was worried. Lu Yin's status had changed too quickly, and he had changed the status of the Heaven's Reflection Manor in the Void God universe. No one dared to offend the Heaven's Reflection Manor, and they were worried that Lu Yin would no longer care about them. He Ran was smart, and she knew that Xianxia was no longer the same as before. She had once told Zijing that even if Xianxia entered the Void God universe and became a disciple of an extreme powerhouse, she would still have a way to deal with him. However, she didn't dare to say such a thing now, as Lu Yin didn't just have one extreme powerhouse backing him, there were four of them. Ku Jian had also come to test Lu Yin's attitude towards the Void God universe. He wanted to know if this person's attitude towards the Void God universe had changed. The result made him heave a sigh of relief, as this person hadn't changed at all. Although Lu Yin had put on airs, it was normal for him to maintain his status. Soon after, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Heaven's Reflection Manor and headed towards the Void Yang and Void Ying clans to trade for the two-colored soil. Ku Jian could sense that Lu Yin's cultivation had changed too much. Although he was shocked, he didn't ask any questions. Having an extreme powerhouse as a master was indeed different. Although Su Wuwei was only Lu Yin's guide, Lu Yin could use Taishan, so he was definitely Su Wuwei's disciple. Su Wuwei was an existence second only to the Void Master in the Void God universe. Ku Jian looked at Lu Yin with envy. When Lu Yin arrived, the Void Yang and Void Ying clans gave him a grand welcome. Su Heng and Su Ling even personally came out to give Lu Yin face. This allowed Ku Jian to see Lu Yin's status in the two clans. The two-colored soil trade went smoothly. Ever since Su Ling broke through to the Void Tai realm, the entire Void Ying tribe obeyed her every word. The animosity of the past had long disappeared. The Void Yang tribe and Void Ying tribe walked down the path of merging their powers even more easily. Now, they no longer referred to themselves as one tribe to the outside world. Instead, they referred to themselves as two tribes. Su Lai had gone to the Six Direction dojo at her own request. Su Ling did not stop her. She did not blame Su Lai for wanting to replace her. On the contrary, Su Lai was highly valued. Not everyone could go to the Six Direction dojo as they wished. Su Lai was not at the Void Transformation realm, but he could go to the Six Direction dojo. After the two-colored soil transaction, Lu Yin and Ku Jian left the Void Yang and Void Ying tribes. Ku Jian's attitude towards Lu Yin became even more courteous, as this person's influence was simply too great. "Senior," Lu Yin called out. Ku Jian hurriedly replied, "Substitute Academy Master, please don't call me senior anymore. Just call me Ku Jian." "How can that be?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Jian smiled bitterly. "If I call you senior again, how am I supposed to face senior Su Heng and the others in the future?" Lu Yin nodded. "All right. Ku Jian, when will the trade in the primordial space take place?" Ku Jian replied, "If you have the time, I can do it now." "What about Zijing? Does she have time?" Lu Yin asked. Ku Jian replied, "Yes, I can go pick her up right now." "Then you can go pick her up." I'll go back to the primordial space myself. Just as Kujian was about to leave, Luyin suddenly asked, how many people know that I came from the primordial space? Kujian thought about it. Not many. Lord He Ran, me, Lord He Shu, and Lord Mo. Just the four of us. Lord Mo? The powerhouse who was protecting Lord He Ran? Luyin was curious. Kujian nodded. Luyin waved for Kujian to head to the transcending space while he himself headed to the Eternal Kingdom. He then used the Eternal Kingdom to return to the Fifth Mainland. When he returned to the Above the Sky sect, Luyin met with Lu Bujing and the others. He learned that the Fifth Mainland had not been doing much recently, and that Elder Chan was resisting the Forgotten Ruins deity in the Three Monarchs spacetime. Although it was dangerous, as long as Lord Luo did not want the Three Monarchs spacetime to be destroyed, he would do his best. Luyin wondered how Xianxia was doing. There's something you need to take note of. Wang Wen opened his gadget and displayed the images of several people. These people are from the Six Direction Association. Luyin was shocked. The Six Direction Association? Wang Wen nodded. The power they use is completely different from any of the Fifth Mainland's cultivation systems. They're not very powerful, but they've never appeared in the Fifth Mainland before. They're also not from the Six Direction Association's 6 parallel spacetimes. They should be from another parallel spacetime, but they're working for the Six Direction Association. These people's cultivations aren't very high, Luyin commented. Wang Wen said, that's the problem. It's not easy for the Six Direction Association to come to the Genesis space. According to what you said, the Three Monarch spacetimes did not directly come to our coordinates, and there are only a few people who can come to our Genesis space. With their cultivation, they shouldn't be able to catch the attention of those people, so why did they send them here? We've been watching them for a long time, but they haven't done anything. They're just like normal cultivators. From what I can see, they're just trying to adapt to life in the Genesis space. Luyin frowned. The Six Direction Association's attitude towards the Genesis space was not friendly, so these people definitely had a goal in mind. But what was it? You didn't catch any of them and ask them? We did. That person told us everything. Their goal was to adapt to life in the Genesis space and nothing else. It's that simple? It should be to let them adapt first. If there's any mission, they'll be given it later. Luyin said, then don't worry about them. I'll ask around about the Six Direction Association. This time, the transaction between transdimensional space and the Home of the Gods had been completed, and the Home of the Gods had obtained even more resources than the previous transaction. However, as the transaction was nearing its end, the Mirror God asked to go to transdimensional space to take a look, which was not an unreasonable request. The sect above heaven has already begun investigating the loss of resources. Although they haven't found any problems yet, something could happen at any time. Luyin asked, did Luyin order the investigation? Taishan replied, I specifically looked for Luyin some time ago, but he's been in seclusion all this time. It shouldn't be him investigating, but either Lu Bujing or Wang Wen. Kujian's gaze turned cold. Should we get rid of them? Mirror God hurriedly said, please don't. These two stay in the sect above heaven all year round. The sect above heaven is not an ordinary place. Even half-ancestors can't return unless a progenitor intervenes. Killing intent flashed through Kujian's eyes. Resources were what transdimensional space valued the most, and he was specifically in charge of this area. He had received a death order that if there was a problem with the transaction, he would be in trouble. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Fortunately, the sect above heaven doesn't suspect anything. These resources are too little for the entire Fifth Mainland, and no matter how much they investigate, they won't be able to trace it back to the Home of the Gods. However, I believe that transdimensional space wants more than these resources. Kujian replied, of course, if possible, I want all of the primordial space's resources. Mirror God glanced at Luyin and whispered, that's why I want to go to transdimensional space to take a look. At the very least, I'll know what my backup plan is. Luyin replied, that's a reasonable request. Kujian, can you ask Master He Ran for permission? Kujian replied, there's no need for that. This is our second transaction, so we should naturally take them to take a look. Will acting potentate come with us or? Zijing interjected, let's go together. We haven't seen each other in a long time. There's too much going on at Heaven's Reflection Manor. Luyin was troubled. Zijing pursed her lips. Then I won't force you. Luyin took a deep breath. Forget it, it's time to rest. I'll go with you. Zijing smiled. All right. Kujian saw everything and then brought Luyin, Zijing, Mirror God, and Taishan to transdimensional space. Taishan hadn't spoken much before and after the transaction, but his relationship with Luyin was quite good and his status wasn't any lower than Mirror God's. Kujian didn't look down on him either. Luyin knew too little about transdimensional space. Even though he and Zijing had been captured and brought here, they had only been to a few places and spent most of their time fighting in the drifting cloud space. They didn't even have a basic understanding of transdimensional space. Under Kujian's guidance, Luyin finally experienced the local customs of transdimensional space and saw the prosperity of this cultivation civilization. Mirror God and Taishan also had their horizons broadened, especially when they saw the host of the feed technique. They were stunned speechless for a long time. Kujian was very satisfied with their shock, just like how the Six Directions Society viewed the primordial space. Although they had made a deal with each other and seemed to respect each other, Kujian had never cared about the home of the gods. Even if the home of the gods had a strange method of creating something out of nothing, it couldn't compare to the feed technique and the energy source. Kujian brought them around for a few days, but that wasn't enough time to understand transdimensional space. However, they only needed to understand one thing: transdimensional space's power. They saw the feed technique with their own eyes, displaying the destructive power of a half-ancestor. They also saw the energy source restore all energy to its original state. They also saw the feed technique create something similar to a spatial teleportation sourcebox array. This was something that Luyin had never seen before. Transdimensional space's feed technique had displayed too many miraculous and powerful abilities, causing Mirror God and the others' expressions to change again and again. Luyin's understanding of transdimensional space had been too superficial, but only now did he understand a little. The power of feed can theoretically erase all living things. As long as enough matter is extracted from the source box, it can even destroy the universe, Kujian explained. He didn't want to show off in front of Mirror God and the others, but he wanted to tell Luyin that no matter how high his status was, he couldn't ignore transdimensional space. Transdimensional space was one of the Six Directions Society, and it was an incomparably powerful existence that wasn't any weaker than the Void God's universe. After showing off their power, Kujian wanted to take them to relax. The transdimensional space's favorite place was the Beast Arena. We develop and research cultivation techniques. We aren't good at cultivation, but we like to watch cultivators fight astral beasts. This is the best way for us to relax in transdimensional space. Acting Academy Master, please, Kujian introduced as he led Luyin to the largest beast arena. Luyin sat down and looked in front of him. This was the place where he had been sent to fight to the death, but at that time, he had been fighting inside. Now, he was watching from the beast arena. There was a sea of people all around, and cheers could be heard everywhere. The more civilized a person was, the more they needed a barbaric way to vent. Not only could they vent their stress, but they could also show their superiority. This was a barbaric civilization. To cultivators, this sort of beast arena was meaningless. They might fight every day, but in the hyperspace world, they could only watch from here. How long has it been since I fought inside? Luyin asked as a beautiful woman dressed in revealing clothing served him. When she heard Luyin's question, she almost spilled the drink she had just poured. Mirror God and Taishan were shocked. The Tao Lord had fought there before? Kujian answered, more than 3 years. Luyin reminisced, 3 years. It doesn't seem like a long time, but it feels like a lifetime has passed. Kujian smiled, the acting academy master has reached his current position in just 3 years. Anyone who understands him would find it unbelievable. Luyin smiled, even I find it unreal. On the beast arena, one man and one beast fought fiercely. Luyin could clearly see the fear and despair in that person's eyes. Not too long ago, Luyin had also felt the same way, but he had fought his way out. He had started from Drift Charge Planet and started from the bottom, but this person had not been so lucky. The roars of the beasts and the cries of the people were quickly drowned out by the endless cheers. Countless people were clamoring about something, making a ruckus of excitement and excitement. Ku Jian had been observing Lu Yin the entire time, but his calm expression made it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Why did that person fight? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Ku Jian replied, there are many reasons, whether it was a punishment or a willingness. If the acting academy master wants to know, I can get someone to ask. Lu Yin waved a hand, no need. He then paused and his lips curled up. Lord He Ran, do you like to watch these kinds of shows? Ku Jian had not expected Lu Yin to ask this, and he didn't know how to answer. Lu Yin smiled, if you don't know, then forget it. The final result was unexpected, that person actually survived. Even though he was in a miserable state and had lost 2 of his limbs, he was still alive. The moment he was carried off, his eyes shone with hope. He had not been punished, but rather had willingly fought. This victory should be able to exchange for something that could change his life. Everyone had their own path, and Lu Yin would not interfere with the choices of others, even if he could change that person's fate with a single sentence. He raised his head and looked at the sky. Was there really someone controlling all of this? Would that person feel pity when he saw this? At this moment, cheers once again erupted as another person entered the arena. That person's opponent was a gigantic bat-like creature that took up 1/3 of the beast arena, making it impossible for that person to escape. Lu Yin looked over and was surprised. Xiaowu? You know him? Zijing asked. Lu Yin nodded. Ku Jian, isn't he Xiaowu? Why would he choose men enter the beast arena? At this moment, in the beast field, Xiaowu was trembling. He looked in horror at the giant beast that was struggling madly in front of him. His eyes were filled with despair. Ku Jian explained, the first batch of people to join the Hexagon training grounds has already left, and everyone has a position. Xiaowu and a few others were assigned to guard the research data, which was originally a very relaxed position. However, someone took advantage of the situation and destroyed the data, causing the research progress to slow down and waste at least a few years of their time. Lord He Ran ordered them to be thrown into the beast arena. Once they're released, they won't blame anyone if they die. Lu Yin looked at Zijing. Zijing explained that data was recorded decades ago, and we're going to redo the research. Lu Yin understood. Does the acting potentate know this Xiaowu? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, we've met once. Then, what does the acting potentate mean? Ku Jian asked. Lu Yin replied, this is Lord He Ran's will. What can I mean? Ku Jian replied, if the acting potentate doesn't want Xiaowu to die here, just say the word, and Lord He Ran will give you face. Lu Yin smiled and didn't say anything. Xiaowu was doomed, and that bat beast wasn't something he could deal with. Although this person had a battle technique and might have an innate gift of wood, he relied on energy sources the most. Without that source, his power level would be greatly reduced, and it would be strange if he survived. He Shu hadn't protected him. Xiaowu's battle was much more exciting than the previous person's. He used the Stone Gate's 8 hands and Void God's strength, and even used a sneak attack to break one of the bat beast's teeth. He then used that tooth to use the Stone Jian and Roaming Dragon's flash, but his body was still bitten by the bat beast. It was only a matter of time before he died. There were obviously people outside the arena who didn't want him to die so quickly. Every time the bat beast tried to eat him, he would be dragged away. This kind of struggle between life and death was the most despairing. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, why don't they just let him die? Ku Jian answered, it's a rule of the beast arena. Once the cheers for a battle reach a certain level, the battle will continue until the cheers die down. It's to make the spectators excited and move the mood of the entire beast arena. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were too many people cheering. The more Xiaowu struggled, the happier they were. Within the beast arena, Xiaowu coughed up blood as he slammed into the ground. A shadow loomed over him as the gigantic bat opened its mouth to bite him. Xiaowu's body was dragged out of the arena. The gigantic bat chomped down on the ground, but it didn't manage to eat him. The same scene played out over and over again, and Xiaowu gradually gave up struggling. He wanted to die, and he would rather die than endure this kind of torture. There was a thump as the ground shook and Xiaowu was dragged away again. He had already given up on struggling, and the cheers died down. If he didn't struggle, how could others enjoy this? However, Xiaowu immediately started struggling again, and the cheers grew louder. Luin looked outside and saw that someone was threatening Xiaowu that if he gave up struggling, they would throw his sister into the beast arena. This made Xiaowu go crazy, and he vented his anger on the bat beast. The two fought again, and the cheers grew louder and louder. How cruel! At that moment, a commotion came from behind. Luin looked over and saw that it was Suiyu. Suiyu hadn't expected to see Luin here, but her surprise only lasted for a moment. She was looking for Zijing. Get out! Kujian barked. Suiyu shouted, please let my grandfather go. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena. It has nothing to do with my grandfather. Kujian's eyes widened, and he was about to say something when Luin said, let her do it. Kujian was stunned, but he didn't object and simply waved a hand. Suiyu rushed in and knelt in front of Zijing. Lady Zijing, it's my fault that the information was damaged. I'm willing to fight in the beast arena, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't lead the decision-making team, please. Zijing said. This wasn't my decision. Suiyu continued to plead, please, we can retest the information. Just say the word, and my grandfather won't have to lead the decision-making team. Please. Kujian coldly replied, I've said what I needed to say. Get out and don't disturb the guests. Suiyu, what's going on? When did you leave Six Direction Training Hall? Luin asked. Suiyu's body trembled, but he didn't look up as he continued to kneel on the ground. I, Xiaowu, and a few others from Six Direction Training Hall were responsible for guarding the information. We're willing to accept any punishment, but please don't implicate my grandfather. He can't lead the decision-making team, or the family will be finished. I can die, but nothing can happen to my grandfather. Please, Lady Zijing, I beg you. Zijing asked Luin, did you get to know each other from Six Direction Training Hall? Luin nodded, we're quite close. Zijing looked at Kujian, if I test it myself, it won't take up much time. Can I help her? Kujian replied, I can ask Lady He Ran for help. Suiyu was delighted, thank you, Lady Zijing. Thank you, Lord Xianxia. Thank you, Lord Kujian. Luin looked towards the beast arena, release that one as well. Kujian casually waved his hand and crushed the bat beast into pieces. Its blood splattered across the arena and dyed Xiaowu's entire body red. Xiaowu fell to the ground and looked in Kujian's direction, only to see Luin there. Luin smiled at him and left. This place was detestable. Hurry up and thank Acting Academy Master Xianxia. Without him, you would have died today, Kujian berated Xiaowu. As he watched Luin leave, Xiaowu slowly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground, thank you. The cheers in the beast arena stopped, and many cursed in dissatisfaction, hoping that Xiaowu would continue fighting. However, when Kujian's white energy soared into the sky, no one dared to say anything else. Luin walked out of the beast arena and took a deep breath. The air outside was much better. Mirror God, Taishan. You've seen hyperspace. You can go back now, Luin said. The two bid farewell to Kujian, who personally sent them back to the home of the gods. Suiyu chased after them from the beast arena and thanked Luin once more. Luin was curious, as he had learned from Zijing that hyperspace had a thorough analysis of spacetime. The cultivators from the drifting cloud space had hidden themselves to save Lu Yun, but hyperspace had seen everything. How had the information been destroyed? A spy, Suiyu answered. Luin understood. Every spacetime of the Hexagon Association had spies, and even hyperspace, who thought that it had a thorough analysis of its own spacetime, was no exception. With the everlasting race's methods, no matter how hard hyperspace searched, there would always be many spies. From Lu Yin's point of view, the cosmic tree space had far fewer spies than the Hexagon Association because the humble school was more efficient than the heaven's reflection matter. Since it was done by a spy, it should have been handed over to the heaven's reflection matter. Why should you bear the responsibility? Luin asked. Suiyu answered, the council can't blame the heaven's reflection matter, so they can only punish us. Grandpa was willing to leave the council so that I wouldn't be punished. What about Xiaowu? Isn't he one of He Shu's people? Why is he so pitiful? Luyin asked. Suiyu glanced at Luyin. Other than us, there's also He Shu guarding the information. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he laughed. Xiaowu had taken all the blame for He Shu, so it was no wonder that he was in such a miserable state. However, he definitely hadn't done it willingly. No wonder he was so resentful. Did you just say that the council can't blame the heaven's reflection matter? Luyin suddenly asked. Suiyu replied, our spacetime is very special because we believe that we can analyze the entire spacetime and detect any external intrusion. Thus, we rely on cultivation techniques for both combat and investigation. The heaven's reflection matter's master is the Yu family's head, Yu Feng. The Yu family directly delegated the task of searching for spies to all bearers of the heaven's reflection matter and the monitoring system. This makes it so that even though the heaven's reflection matter exists, it's practically non-existent. However, due to the monitoring system spread throughout spacetime, it's practically everywhere. Relying on the monitoring system, we've caught many corpse kings, which is worthy of the heaven's reflection matter's name. However, spies are very difficult to catch because they're all our own people. No matter how powerful the monitoring system is, it's impossible to identify them. The Yu family is in charge of the heaven's reflection matter? No wonder the council doesn't dare to blame them. Luyin finally understood. The Yu family was a behemoth in spacetime, and the Yu family's ancestor was the one who had developed the heaven's reflection matter. This technique was one of the most powerful cultivation techniques in spacetime, and even now, the Yu family was still the one who understood the technique the most. Even though they only had one seat in the council, they didn't need that seat since the council couldn't control them. Luyin had learned a long time ago that although the council seemed to be in charge of spacetime, it was actually just a tool to help determine who would win between He Ran and Bai Qian. Before He Ran and Bai Qian, the council had always been in charge of such matters, but they still had a lot of power on the surface. They wouldn't dare to blame the Yu family even if they had 10 times the courage. Since the heaven's reflection matter's master was Yu Feng, it meant that he could use the black energy source, which meant that he was a progenitor. Such powerhouses were extremely rare in spacetime. Luyin hadn't expected the heaven's reflection matter to be like this in spacetime, but what would it be like in the wood spacetime and reincarnation spacetime? Compared to spacetime, the heaven's reflection matter in the void god spacetime was much more normal. Kujian returned not long after. Luyin asked him to lead the way as he wanted to see He Ran. It was still the same staircase with blooming flowers that served as a foil for the most beautiful woman. He Ran looked down at Luyin from above. Luyin respectfully. Salute her, Lady He Ran. He Ran smiled. Xianxia, I told you before that you don't need to bow when you see me. You're about the same age as my younger brother, He Shu, so you can just call me Sister Ran. Zijing hurriedly stopped him. No, how can you do that? It's too offensive. He Ran replied, if I say it's okay, then it's okay. Luyin smiled. Since that's the case, I'll call you Sis Ran from now on. I've been wanting to call you that for a while now, but I was afraid that you'd be angry. How could that be? Having a younger brother like you, I feel proud too. He Ran smiled. Luyin raised his head and openly looked at He Ran. The first time they had met, his actions had angered He Ran, and she had forced him to kneel. Now, when she met his gaze again, He Ran had a faint smile on her face. Her pure and beautiful face was imprinted in Luyin's eyes. Even though Luyin had seen many beauties before, He Ran still stunned him. The first time he had looked up, he had seen a pair of perfect legs that were dazzlingly white. What had left the deepest impression on him had been her eyes that sparkled like stars. They were so beautiful and flawless that he had forgotten to look at her face. His entire mind had been filled with those eyes, and he had been at a loss when he had been scolded by her pleasant voice. Now, when he looked at He Ran's face that was hidden in the air, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind. That face satisfies all human fantasies. He Ran was a perfect woman. She was perfect in every way a woman should be. She was so perfect that it shouldn't exist. It was as if the word woman was created for her. If there was really a creator who created humans, perhaps she would be the creator's most perfect masterpiece. Bai Qian was beautiful, but her beauty was completely different from Yiran's. One was a woman's beauty that could turn everything soft and gentle, while the other was a woman's beauty that could control everything. If the two of them were placed on a battlefield, Yiran would definitely not survive for more than a second, while Bai Qian might even be able to dominate the battlefield. However, if one were to compare her purely as a woman, Bai Qian was far inferior to Yiran. She was a woman, a perfect woman. She did not need to embellish or add anything. She was a woman, and she was only a woman. Humans seemed complex, and they could cultivate, develop technology, practice techniques, myths, and civilizations. However, at the end of the day, they could only be divided into two types, men and women. Regardless of whether it was business, cultivation, war, or lies, they were all competitions between people. Yiran was the embodiment of perfection in a woman. Lu Yin's reaction satisfied Yiran. Very few people could look at her directly, not only because of her status, but also because she hated the way people looked at her. What right did they have to look at her? She was a lowly piece of trash, and she felt that looking at her was blasphemy. However, Lu Yin was different. He was extremely talented, had an extremely powerful master, and was in charge of the heavens' reflection matter. His achievements and abilities were enough to make Yiran look up to him, and this gaze gave him the right to raise his head. Look, if you look at me, any other woman will pale in comparison. Yiran's lips curled up as she looked at Lu Yin. Her sparkling eyes were abnormally bright. You should be ashamed of yourself. Lu Yin lowered his head. Yiran was even more satisfied, no one could look at her without bowing their head. She was the future ruler of ultra spacetime. How could Bai Qian compete with her? Lu Yin did indeed lower his head, but it wasn't out of shame. Instead, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist taking this woman away. Such a beautiful woman made him think that if the above heaven sect had such a perfect image, how many people would want to join? Looking at such a woman every day was pleasing to the eye. Sister Ran, I'm here to ask for forgiveness, Lu Yin said. Yiran didn't understand, ask for forgiveness? Lu Yin explained, I personally interfered and released Sui Yu and Xiaowu so that they wouldn't be punished for having their data destroyed. Ku Jian stepped forward and respectfully said, My lord, this subordinate agreed without permission. Zijing said, My lord, this subordinate is willing to redo the experiment and restore the data. Yiran laughed, I thought it was something big. You don't have to tell me such a small matter, just let Ku Jian do it. Xianxia, you and Hishu are both brothers in my heart. You don't have to be reserved in ultra spacetime in the future. You can do whatever you want. Lu Yin smiled, thank you, Sister Ran. He then asked, is the two-colored soil and other resources enough? If not, I'll get more. Zijing replied, if not, continue the trade. Get as much as you can. Alright, I understand. Lu Yin took it upon himself to take care of everything. Yiran smiled faintly, satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. She could tell that this person was very excited. Being able to call her sister was something that many people begged for. Even if some of them were older than her, it didn't matter. Once they called her sister, they would be tainted with a trace of perfection. Work hard, and these people would think of ways to obtain her approval and praise. Xianxia was no exception. Lu Yin didn't stay long at Yiran's place, as it wasn't a good place to chat. Ku Jian led him away. Even now, Lu Yin still didn't know where Yiran's staircase was. Since Uncle Imo was there, he didn't use his domain to investigate, but he would find out one day. Sister Ran? Lu Yin looked back. Interesting, I'll make you call me 7th bro one day. Lu Yin originally wanted to head to the Void God spacetime, but he received an invitation from Sui Yu's family to be their guest. Sui Yu's grandfather, Sui Yu, is a very capable person. Their family isn't a big one, but Sui Yu started out as an ordinary person and eventually joined the decision-making team. He's one of the few people who joined the decision-making team as a commoner, Ku Jian told Lu Yin, implying that it was up to him to accept the invitation since Sui Yu was just an ordinary person. There were nobles and commoners in the hyperspace dimension. Sui Yu was a noble because her grandfather was a member of the decision-making team. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to become a noble. It would be impolite if I didn't go. Ku Jian, please take me to their house. Kujian nodded and didn't say anything else as he led Luin to Zuyu's family. Luin didn't know how big the hyperspace dimension was, but he knew that there were teleportations everywhere in the hyperspace dimension. They had really analyzed their own spacetime thoroughly. There weren't that many teleportation devices in the Inception space, and only the Astral Combat Academy had some. Zuyu's residence wasn't big, and only Zuyu and her grandfather welcomed Luin. "We're the only ones living in our residence. Her parents died on the battlefield, and everyone else has been sent out. Please don't blame us, Mr. Xianxia," Zuyu said politely. Luin replied, "You're too polite. I'm very grateful for your invitation." Zuyu was solemn, "I'm the one thanking you, Mr. Xianxia. If it weren't for you, I would have already left the decision-making team. It's not that I'm attached to the decision-making team, but that I've offended too many people. Once I leave, Zuyu and the others will be in dire straits." "Thank you again, Mr. Xianxia." Zuyu bowed as well, "Thank you, Mr. Xianxia." Luin helped Zuyu up. "I've known Zuyu for a while, so we're considered friends." Zuyu sighed, "I'm afraid I won't be able to repay your kindness." "I'm ashamed." Luin smiled, "It's nothing. If you're still so polite, I'll leave. I'm not used to it." "Haha, you're right. Mr. Xianxia, please." Zuyu beamed as she looked at Luin. Their first meeting felt like a dream. Who would have thought that the person who had been accepted as a follower by Mudo would have reached such heights? If she had known earlier, she would have blushed and hurriedly followed. Zuyu was a cheerful person who spoke without hesitation. He often lamented about injustice, and it would be strange if he didn't offend someone like that. Luin had come to understand more about hyperspace through Zuyu. Zhuigong explained a lot about hyperspace. Perhaps he was drunk, but he said a lot of things that were considered confidential. For example, on the surface, there were 30 white energy sources stored in hyperspace, but in fact, there were 70 of them. These white energy sources were equivalent to the strength of a half-ancestor, which meant that hyperspace could create 70 half-ancestor powerhouses in the shortest amount of time. This number shocked Luin. "Thank you for your support. Brothers, thank you so much. How many half-ancestors were there in Heaven's Path? Even the Cosmic Tree sect might not reach this number, and the 3 monarchs might not even have 20 half-ancestors. Even the Void God spacetime and the Wood spacetime might not have this number. Although the white energy source's power should not be a match for a normal half-ancestor, this number was still terrifying. And this is just the white energy source. Do you know how many black energy sources we have?" Zhuigong was so drunk that he couldn't even speak properly. Zuyu hurriedly supported him. "Grandfather, you're drunk. Go back and rest." Zuyu smiled, "Grandpa isn't drunk." Zuyu smiled apologetically at Luin. Luin looked at Zuyu curiously, "How many?" He did not care if the old man was drunk or not, everyone was well aware of that. 10, Zuyu said. Lu Yin's expression changed. 10 black energy sources represented 10 powers that could rival a progenitor. However, on the surface, Zuyu only had 5, and Zuyu had hidden half of them. The power of 10 progenitors surpassed the number of powerhouses in the Void God spacetime. Even if Su Heng and Su Lin broke through to the Void Realm at the same time, the Void God spacetime still did not have 10. This was the power of Zuyu. Lu Yin was shocked by Zuyu's hidden strength, but Zuyu's explanation was simple. Zuyu was the best at finding parallel spacetime, and once he found a suitable one, he would analyze the energy and create an energy source. After countless years, Zuyu had used up a lot of black energy sources, but there were still quite a few left. There were even more white energy sources, and there were even more energy sources below that. When the 6 direction training grounds were established, the 3 monarch spacetime seemed to be the most active, but in reality, Zuyu is the same. We have many energy sources, but not many people can use them. As a result, a lot of energy can't be used and can only be used for research. Grandpa, you're really drunk. Zuyu was worried. Zuyu had said so much, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? Lu Yin did not continue on this topic, as he already knew enough. This was Zuyu's way of thanking Zuyu for saving his life, and asking any more questions would be insatiable. They chatted casually for the rest of the time, and Zuyu was sober. Luing stayed at Zuyu's residence for a day before leaving. As for the matter of the Heaven's reflection matter, the public servant also spoke quite a bit about it. The Heaven's Mirror Prefecture's prefecture master was Yu Feng, not because the Yu family had fought for it. Instead, it was because the decision-making team wanted to divide the Yu family's power. Rather than saying that it was the decision-making team, it was more accurate to say that it was the real ruler of Transdimensional. That ruler was the source of the competition between He Ran and Bai Qian. He was the person who had established the decision-making team and was also the person at the helm of Transdimensional. The Hegemon was the creator of the energy source cultivation technique. Hyperspace was supported by two major cultivation techniques. One was the energy source, and the other was the art of bestowment. The art of bestowment was the Yu clan, and the energy source was the sovereign. Luing never mentioned that ruler to anyone, as he had long since learned of the ruler's existence from Bai Qian. He raised his head and stared at the starry skies. When would that sovereign appear? Outside the manor, a figure was standing in a corner. When Luing walked out, the figure hurriedly appeared and knelt in front of him, kowtowing heavily. "Thank you." This person was Xiao Wu. Luing looked at Xiao Wu kneeling in front of him. It was just convenient. Xiao Wu kowtowed again. "Thank you." He kowtowed one after another, causing the ground to resound with a heavy thud. His words of thanks grew heavier and heavier. "If I were you, I would return to He Shu's side. At least that would be a guarantee." Luing looked deeply at Xiao Wu and then left. Xiao Wu knelt for a long time before getting up, his eyes filled with a bone-deep hatred for He Shu. Luing tore through the void and left hyperspace, but he didn't return to the void god spacetime. Instead, he went to the Eternal Kingdom, where he returned to the fifth mainland and returned to Earth. The sea breeze blew past, and seagulls flew under the blue sky, their cries relaxing. A beautiful figure lay calmly under a large parasol, drinking fruit juice. There was no one around. This was actually a deserted island. Luing walked over. "How long have you been here?" The figure looked up and took off her sunglasses, revealing a beautiful face. It was Bai Qian. "Just arrived." "How long has it been since you last came back?" Luing asked with a smile. He lay down on the other side and took a sip of his fruit juice. "Many years," Bai Qian replied. Luing looked at the sea and stretched comfortably. "You're not someone who misses home, but it must feel different to be back." Bai Qian put down her fruit juice. "That's all? How's the situation?" "Not good, I'm considered eliminated." He Ran is very happy. "Eliminated, the only way to turn defeat into victory is to cheat. That's why I've been helping you cheat." "You're helping yourself." "But I'm not confident about that mysterious ruler. I met the Void Master in the Void God spacetime, and he's someone who interacted with Wu Tian. The ruler of hyperspace shouldn't be too far off." Bai Qian looked at Luing, scared. Luing smiled. "I'm also the Tao Master of a sect in the primordial space. What's there to be afraid of? I just can't make a mistake, or the entire Six Direction Society will attack me." Bai Qian replied, "As long as you control the decision-making team, you can beat He Ran." Luing laughed. "Are you really that naive? That ruler's decisions can't be completely controlled by the decision-making team. That's why there's one thing that's very important." Bai Qian looked at Luing seriously. "I need you to blaspheme He Ran." Luing was stunned. "What did you say?" Bai Qian repeated, "I can do everything else, but this is the only thing that's very troublesome. Only you can do it. Help me blaspheme He Ran." She then looked at the surface of the sea. That ruler is obsessed with cleanliness, just like this calm sea. If a foreign object appears on the surface of the sea, it will be destroyed without hesitation. He Ran is the sea in that person's heart, and I'm just a small river. That's why I never had any hope of winning, and that's why those people only care about He Ran. But if He Ran is blasphemed, then it's the same as a foreign object appearing on the sea. It's not something that person can tolerate." Luing pursed his lips. "Then you haven't considered my feelings?" Bai Qian was astonished, as this expression almost never appeared on her face. "Isn't that what you want? He Ran is a perfect woman." Luing looked away. He had to admit that this woman was perfect, so perfect that he wanted to capture her and place her in the Above Heaven sect as a mascot. But how could he blaspheme her? Don't tell me you don't know how to do it. Bai Qian felt strange. Lu Ying replied, of course. Tell me. There's no need. I'll teach you? Lu Ying was speechless, are you sure? Bai Qian met Lu Yin's gaze, her gaze calm, as long as you wish. Lu Ying looked at Bai Qian's calm gaze and suddenly raised a hand to pull her head closer to him. At this moment, the two were so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Bai Qian's gaze remained calm, without any ripples, and even her breathing did not change. For a full 3 minutes, the two maintained this posture, neither of them moving. Finally, Lu Ying released his hand. I remember what Bai Shui said when she mentioned you. She said that you had a face that could make the rainbow pale in comparison, a military strategist like Zhuge Liang, the heart of an empress, and a genius in the way of the sword. He paused, however, you abandoned her and Earth. I didn't care at the time, but now it seems like you're just as she said. In your eyes, there's only your goal, and nothing else. Bai Qian put on her sunglasses, disappointed? Lu Ying smiled, no, I'm just relieved. But I'm worried about you. Bai Qian stood up, her long hair cascading down her back as she gave off a delicate fragrance. If we work together, we can obtain everything we want from hyperspace, but we can't change that person's mind. Blaspheming he ran is necessary, and only you can do that. Train hard, and it'll be nice to have a relationship when you have time. Lu Ying shook his head, as he had actually been underestimated. This woman was too calm, like a block of ice. Even in the face of death, she would not react much. Such people were the most terrifying. Have a relationship? He rubbed his cosmic ring, wondering when he would be able to save Yen. Lu Ying did not stay on Earth for long and returned to the Void God spacetime, returning to the Red Domain. He returned to the Red Domain to capture spies, and he also asked Suyu to introduce him to Eulele. Why are you looking for Lele? Suyu stared at Lu Ying, her eyes filled with caution. Lu Ying sat down, I'm not looking for Eulele. I want to talk to the Yu family through her. Suyu was suspicious, she's a very innocent girl. Don't lie to her. Lu Ying raised a brow, do I look like someone who would lie to her? What else? Suyu sized Lu Ying up again. The methods that Lu Ying had used to capture Yijun and Qingfen were all lies, and in Suyu's heart, he was basically a swindler. Although Lu Ying had forcefully resisted the pressure of Reverend Lotus' disciple and changed her opinion of him, she would still call him a swindler for the rest of his life. Alright, hurry up and contact her, Lu Ying said impatiently. Suyu snorted and went to contact Eulele. Soon after, she said, Lele should be researching something. Just wait, it'll take a long time. What could she be researching? Lu Ying thought that Suyu was lying to him. Suji's voice rang out, Lele is publicly acknowledged as a genius, and no one in the entire spacetime would dare to claim that they can surpass her in the art of bestowment. The Yu family has never had a female heir since ancient times, but Lele made history and forced the Yu family to make her the heir. She's that powerful? Lu Ying had only wanted to contact the Yu family, and he recalled what he had seen at the pavilion in the Reincarnation Tao Academy. Suyu and Eulele had an extremely good relationship, and he had wanted to use her to contact the Yu family. He had not expected Eulele to be so powerful. Suji said, Lele is very smart, and even he Shu has to admit that. If you really want to trick her, then you should give up. Lu Ying rolled his eyes, I just want to talk to the Yu family. They control the heaven's reflection matter, so perhaps we can work together across realms. Cross realms? Suji and Suyu did not understand. Lu Ying solemnly said, spies are the greatest threat to the entire human race. We've already gotten rid of many spies in the Void God spacetime, but it's hard for us to make any breakthroughs. Why don't we think of a way to help other parallel spacetimes get rid of spies? Suji's eyes lit up. Contact Lele as soon as possible. Suyu nodded and glanced at Lu Ying suspiciously. Is this for real? Regardless of whether Lu Ying was telling the truth or not, it would be a good thing for Suji if he could search for spies in the hyperspace. Spies brought too much harm to the human race. However, contacting Eulele was not that simple. Suyu kept trying, but they were separated by parallel spacetimes. She needed someone to send a message to the hyperspace before she could contact Eulele. Eulele was still immersed in his cultivation or something else, so it was not that easy to contact him. Luin waited for several days, but Eulele did not contact him. Instead, Su Xianxin contacted him. The two had not met since Su Xianxin had returned to the Hexagon training grounds. However, Su Xianxin was especially concerned about news of Luin, especially when Su Lai and the others from the Void God Spacetime had entered the Hexagon training grounds and brought news of Luin. This made Su Xianxin want to meet Luin even more, but he had to wait for the results of the trial in the origin space. 99th? Luin blinked. There's an order? Su Xianxin came to Heaven's Mirror Manor to meet Luin and brought him the results of the trial. Luin had officially obtained a seat in the Grand Empyrean Tea Party and was ranked 99th. Of course there's an order. Otherwise, how can the seats of the Grand Empyrean Tea Party be so random? What if you randomly sit in front of an extremely powerful senior? It's easy to offend them, Su Xianxin explained. Luin smiled. I see. He then thought of the Yuan sage. Back then, the Yuan sage had asked him to fight to the death at the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. Perhaps he could have obtained a seat, but if that was the case, then he would have one seat and Xianxia, which meant that he would have two seats. What should he do? Regardless of how the Grand Empyreans would react, everyone else would probably hate him. With your cultivation and fame during the trial, it's already a blessing for you to obtain a seat. Why do you care about the order? Su Xianxin. Luin replied, of course I don't care about the order. I'm just curious. Su Xianxin looked at the ruined city outside the clock tower. I didn't think that after we parted at the Su Pass, you would actually join the Heaven's Reflection Manor. When Yin told me, I couldn't believe it, but fortunately, you did well. Luin replied, this junior has offended a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xianxin waved his hand. We wouldn't dare offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus, but to you, being a disciple of Venerable Lotus isn't a big deal. You are Senior Su Wuwei's subordinate, and you also have Senior Su Wuji, Senior Su Heng, and Senior Su Leng. Su Xianxin's expression became somewhat strange. You have 4 virtual Tai realm experts standing behind you. Even if Venerable Lotus personally came, he wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But Xianxia, if you meet the disciples of the Lotus Sage in the outer world, you have to be careful. You have to be respectful. No matter what grudges you have with the disciples of the Lotus Sage, it's best if you can resolve them. After all, you will definitely go to the boundless battlefield in the future. The disciples of the Lotus Sage have a great influence there. Luin nodded. This junior understands. I don't wish to offend a disciple of Venerable Lotus. Su Xianxin had come mainly to tell Luin about the Grand Empyrean Tea Party. To them, this was the most important matter, but Luin had already forgotten about it. Wait, what else had he forgotten? Luin. He suddenly thought of something, but then forgot about it. It had to be very important. What had happened recently? He thought about it for a long time and finally remembered that he had forgotten to ask Bai Qian for Star Sibyl's invitation. He sighed, as he had missed such a good opportunity on Earth. He would have to wait until the next time they met. 3 days after Su Xianxin left, Suyu successfully contacted Eulele. Do you want to talk to Lele personally, or do you want to find a middleman? I'll talk to her personally, Luin replied. I guessed it. Suyu calculated the time. Let's do it tomorrow. The person who's closest to here will arrive tomorrow. You can go to the hyperspace with him. Once you're there, use this cloud connection stone to contact Lele. He accepted the stone. Thank you, little you. Suyu blushed. Who told you to call me little you? She then quickly left. Suji had been nearby, and when he saw this scene, he glanced at Luin. You two are not suitable. Luin was speechless. The next day, a person from a hyperspace arrived and brought Luin to the hyperspace with an energy tear. After arriving, Luin tried to contact Eulele with the cloud connection stone. Not long after, Eulele's unkempt appearance appeared on the screen. His hair was messy, and it looked like he hadn't been washed for dozens of days. His eyes were unfocused, and his pupils were white. No matter how one looked at it, he looked like he was about to die. Luin was stunned. Hello, I'm Xianxia. Eulele found a spectacle frame, but there were no lenses. He adjusted it. Oh, it's you. Little you said that you were looking for me. What's the matter? I want to talk to your father. Eulele scratched his hair, causing white bits to fall down. Luin raised his brows. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. You want to talk to my father? Why are you looking for me? I can't contact him directly, Luin said. Eulele scratched her hair again and yawned. Wait, I'll wash my face and talk to you. She then ended the call. Luin looked at the cloud connection stone. Was this woman really the smartest genius? It wasn't impossible. The more talented they were, the stranger they were. Just because no one could understand their worldview didn't mean that it was wrong. Not long after, the cloud connection stone screen opened, and Eulele appeared. She was much more spirited this time, and her eyes weren't as wide as before. Xianxia, are you there? I'm here. Luin looked at the screen. Eulele asked seriously, what identity will you use to meet my father? Will you be Xianxia, or the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall? Is there a difference? Luin asked. Eulele answered, the difference is whether or not I'll keep your identity a secret. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Heaven's Reflection Hall, Master. Eulele nodded. Alright, I'll keep your identity a secret. She then took out another cloud connection stone. Wait, what if I meet your father in my own capacity? Luin asked. Eulele answered, you have a good relationship with Hiran, so if you meet my father as yourself, I'll make this matter public. You can think about the results yourself. Luin stared at Eulele. This woman was interesting. Another screen opened, and a stern-looking middle-aged man appeared. His hair was completely white, and he had an aura that didn't match his appearance. Father, this person is looking for you. Eulele pointed at the screen. The middle-aged man looked over and met Lu Yin's gaze. Xianxia? Junior Xianxia greets Senior Yufeng. Luin smiled. The middle-aged man was the head of the Yu family, Yufeng, and also the master of the Heaven's Reflection Hall. He was in charge of a colossus like the Yu family, and even Hiran had to be wary of him. What identity will you use to meet me? Luin was amused. This father and daughter were really close, and they even asked the same questions. Father, I've already asked this question, amusement said. Yufeng grunted and looked at Luin. What is it? Luin was solemn. I'm sure you've heard about what happened to this junior in the void god space. May I know if I have the opportunity to go there? To catch spies? Yufeng asked. Luin replied, I'll try. Spies are the greatest threat to humanity. Not long ago, I heard that some data in the Heaven's Reflection Hall was destroyed. This sort of thing should happen quite often in the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Although it won't cause too much damage, it could still cause a delay. If possible, this junior would like to help. Have you caught all the spies in the void god space? Yufeng asked. Luin replied, of course not. Why do you want to come to the Heaven's Reflection Hall to catch spies? Are you looking down on our efficiency? More or less. Eulele looked up at Luin. You're so honest. Luin smiled. It's just the truth. If the Yu family had tried their best to catch spies, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Since the Yu family isn't willing to do it, this junior is more than willing to do it for you. Yufeng said, it seems like you know quite a bit about the Heaven's Reflection Hall. You must have learned about it through our staff. I can't hide anything from you, Senior. Yufeng sneered. If you enter the Heaven's Reflection Hall, then you won't be able to hide anything from me. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This junior doesn't need to monitor the Heaven's Reflection Hall. I don't need anything from the Heaven's Reflection Hall. I just need the Yu family's support. Yufeng was confused. Then what are you after? Eulele stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Don't find excuses. A suitable reason can indeed lower our guard, but if it's too suitable, then it won't be suitable. Luin looked at Yufeng and then at Eulele. Catch spies. Yu Fang and Eulele snickered, clearly not believing him. Luing continued, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I'm planning to catch spies. In any case, the Heaven's Reflection Hall has analyzed the Heaven's Reflection Hall, so I won't be able to escape your control once I enter. What are you worried about? Yu Fang snorted. I'm worried that you're colluding with that woman, he ran, to destroy the Yu family. I'm worried that you'll use the Heaven's Reflection Hall's name to do something to the Yu family. There are many things that I'm worried about. Xianxia, you have such a good relationship with Hiran, so what do you think I'm worried about? Lu Yin sighed. Everyone says that the Yu family is smart, but you're too smart. You're always looking ahead, but you can't see further than that. If I'm really working with Hiran to do something to you, then you should welcome me into the Heaven's Reflection Hall. Only by making a move can you counter it. If I don't do anything, then are you going to keep on your guard? That's why I'm willing to let you come. The Yu family will officially send an invitation to Xianxia from the Heaven's Reflection Hall. We're inviting you to come to the Heaven's Reflection Hall and capture spies in the Heaven's Reflection Hall. I want to see what you're planning to do, Yu Fang said. Eulele smiled. With interest. It's too boring to keep researching cultivation techniques. I hope that you're planning something, or else my father's efforts will go to waste. Just an invitation is enough? What about the decision-making team? Lu Yin asked. Yu Fang replied, the Heaven's Reflection Manor doesn't need the approval of the decision-making team. The Six Directions Guild is actually one entity, so even if we didn't invite you, you still have the right to come and help us investigate the spies. There's no need to say so much to me, it's all nonsense. Lu Yin frowned, there was such a thing? He had been too careless, no wonder Yu Fang had agreed. It was as if he had been provoked, but he couldn't refuse from the start. He had only said so much to test Lu Yin. The father and daughter had tacitly tested each other at the same time. Lu Yin felt a headache coming on, these two were difficult to deal with. Right, let Lele follow you. She's too innocent and needs to experience the darkness of human nature, Yu Fang suddenly said. Eulele was shocked, Father, what are you saying? Follow who? Follow Xianxia, of course. He's even tricked spies, there's no one more sinister than him, Yu Fang said naturally. Lu Yin was displeased, Senior, I'm doing this for the sake of humanity. You're going overboard. I'm not going, I want to study cultivation techniques, Eulele objected. Yu Fang tried to tempt her, this Xianxia is definitely plotting something. Find out if you can. You can relax a little while studying cultivation techniques. Eulele was moved. Lu Yin ended the call, this father and daughter were too arrogant. Were they arrogant or conceited? Even Hiran couldn't casually provoke them. The Yu family had created the bestowment technique, and their attitude was proof of their foundation. They had the confidence to disregard everything. Lu Yin suddenly developed a strong interest in the Yu family. He couldn't stay in the hyperspace for too long, as he would be easily monitored. Lu Yin returned to the Void God spacetime, and when he returned to the Red Domain, he suddenly thought of something, where's the crazy old man? He hadn't seen the old man this time, so he immediately tried to contact him, but Yun Tongshi couldn't be reached. Lu Yin looked for the housekeeper and the others, but they couldn't contact the crazy old man either. No one knew where he had gone. The housekeeper thought of Gue-san, who was usually on good terms with the crazy old man in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Gue-san came to Lu Yin, not knowing what to say. Lu Yin frowned, you know where the crazy old man went? Master. He said that if he doesn't return in 10 days, I'll tell you. I'll tell you now, Lu Yin said. In order to bring Qingfen back, the crazy old man had exposed his void transformation realm cultivation. This was something that Guan Lao Da and the others had not known about, and the crazy old man had also said that he would be easily captured if he was exposed. Lu Yin had promised to protect him, and he did not want to go back on his word. He had also been curious as to who had been able to capture the crazy old man and scare him into hiding his cultivation. Now, it seemed like something had really happened. Gue-san took Lu Yin to find the crazy old man, and Lu Yin hoped that nothing would happen to him. Normally, a void transformation realm cultivator wouldn't get into trouble so easily, and the crazy old man was currently a member of the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Although the Heaven's Mirror Manor had a bad reputation, It wasn't something that just anyone could deal with. Luin asked, looking at Gui-san. Just now, I saw his descendants, but Master Hua wasn't there. Who would want to capture him? Luin asked. Gui-san had a bitter expression on his face. Acting palace master, I really don't know. Lord Crazy didn't say anything. He just often laments about life and talks about dying at any moment. I've asked him a few times, but he never said anything. Luin frowned. Does he have a grudge with a virtual realm powerhouse? Gui-san was shocked. Virtual realm? Did a virtual realm powerhouse act against him? I'm asking you. I don't know. In fact, there are only a few virtual tie-layer cultivators in the virtual god universe. If the person who captured Master Crazy is really a virtual tie-layer cultivator, you might as well ask the mansion master. Maybe the mansion master knows that Master Crazy was recruited by the mansion master. Luin immediately contacted Su Wuji. A while later, Su Wuji arrived with a gloomy expression. Gui-san, go back first. Gui-san knew that he couldn't listen to what was about to happen, and he didn't want to hear it either. He hurriedly left. Self-preservation was the most important thing. After Gui-san left, Su Wuji sighed. He was still captured. What happened? Which virtual realm powerhouse captured Master Maniac? Do they have a grudge? Luin asked. He knew most of the virtual realm powerhouses in the Void God universe, and he had even met the Void Master before. He didn't think that any virtual realm powerhouse would act against Master Maniac. Su Wuji replied, he's not an enemy, but there are some rules that cannot be broken. He broke them, and so did I. It's troublesome. Master, I told him to reveal his cultivation and said that I would protect him. Please tell me what exactly happened, Luin said in a low voice. Su Wuji took out some drinks and handed one to Luin, who accepted it. You should have heard of the new inn, Su Wuji said. Luin was surprised. The one at the front lines? Su Wuji nodded. Master Maniac escaped from the new inn, and the one who captured him was the owner of the new inn. Revenge. Luin understood, so that was the case. The new inn was located at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. As its name suggested, it was an inn that could accommodate anyone, as long as they hadn't betrayed humanity. Once they entered, their past grievances would be cleared, and no one from the Void God universe could enter to seek revenge. Otherwise, they would have to face the owner's revenge. Cho Chio was in the virtual realm, and even though he wasn't as powerful as Su Wuwei, he was still in the virtual realm, and not just anyone could provoke him. Entering the inn was equivalent to being protected by Cho Chio, but the price was that you would never be able to leave the inn and would have to live with the inn. If the inn lived, the people would live. If the inn died, the people would die. The new inn was at the front lines of the war between the Void God universe and the Eternals. It was attacked by the Eternals every day and could be destroyed at any time. This was one of the reasons why countless people no longer sought revenge and entered the inn. It would eventually be destroyed. The existence of the new inn was to allow those who entered to fight to the death for the sake of humanity. If the crazy old man had entered the new inn, he shouldn't have left, but since he had escaped, the new inn naturally wouldn't let him go. Cho Chio had personally come to capture him, and the virtual realm power that had been left behind here was Cho Chio's. The crazy old man broke the rules by escaping from the new inn, and I also broke the rules by taking him in even though I knew that he had escaped. Now that he's been taken away by Cho Chio, it's impossible to bring him out. He won't have a good ending either, Void said. Why did the crazy old man escape? Who was it that forced him to enter the new inn back then? And why did you take him in even though you knew that it would break the rules? Void drank his drink. I don't know the first two questions, so I didn't ask them. As for the third question. He put down his drink and continued, the crazy old man's nose is very sharp, and only someone like him is suitable to stay in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. That's why I invited him to join us when I first saw him. I only found out that he had escaped from the new inn after he joined the Heaven's Reflection Manor. I was the one who invited him, so if I sent him back to the new inn or told Cho Chio that he was here and allowed him to be taken away by Cho Chio, wouldn't that be embarrassing? What would outsiders think of me, Void? That I'm afraid of Cho Chio? What a joke. Luin pursed his lips. So even you don't know much about the crazy old man? If Cho was willing to take him in, then that means that my heaven's reflection manner can take him in as well. Since that's the case, it has nothing to do with me. It's fine as long as he can catch spies. Luin looked into the distance. Then what do we do now? He's already been taken away by Cho. What else can we do? Don't tell me that you want to take him out of the new inn. That would be tantamount to falling out with Cho. He's still a virtual realm expert. Luin said, Manor Lord, the Heaven's Reflection Manor has caught so many spies that their name has spread throughout the Six Direction Society. Do you know how famous the crazy old man is aside from me? When I went to the hyperspace dimension, someone mentioned that the crazy old man's nose was the reason I was able to catch so many spies. That's the truth. Too many people in the Six Direction Society know that the crazy old man belongs to the Heaven's Reflection Manor in the Void God Spacetime and is under your command. But now, he's been captured by the new inn. This? Void G's expression turned ugly, as this was too humiliating. Cho had snatched one of his people, and if he didn't do anything about it, Void G wouldn't be able to take it. The only reason he had kept the crazy old man alive was because he was worried that outsiders would say that he was afraid of Cho. Now that Cho had captured the crazy old man, it was equivalent to slapping Void G in the face. Others didn't care about the reason or the rules, they only knew that someone from the Heaven's Reflection Manor had been captured by the new inn. As the Manor Lord, it would be too humiliating if he didn't do anything about it. Manor Lord, no matter what, should we go to the new inn and take a look? Luin asked. Let's go. Su Wuji then led Luin to the new inn. The crazy old man had broken the rules of the new tavern, but Luin didn't insist on bringing him back. Rules were rules, after all. The crazy old man had voluntarily entered the new tavern to avoid revenge, but he had gone back on his word in the end. No one would be able to accept that. Most importantly, Luin had promised the crazy old man that he would protect him. Regardless of whether or not Luin could protect him in the end, he had to at least try. However, they were in the wrong this time. Luin had seen the rainbow wall of the Three Monarchs spacetime and the continent that was swept up by the reincarnation spacetime. Now, he saw the front line of the virtual god spacetime. It was a vortex that seemed to have been magnified countless times and enveloped the entire virtual god spacetime. Xiaochen stared blankly. Initially, he thought that the rainbow wall and the continent that it swept up were shocking enough. Now, he discovered that the faux god spacetime border was not bad either. The faux god energy whirlpool that surrounded the entire spacetime was boundless. This is your first time seeing it, right? Void Extremity sighed. This is the border of the Void God spacetime. People who see it for the first time won't be able to understand how Void Master did it. That's right. How did you do it? Luin asked. Void was extremely solemn. I don't know. Void Master's power isn't something we can pry into. Luin suddenly realized the biggest weakness of the Six Directions Association's parallel spacetime cultivation. Whether it was the Void God spacetime, the Wood spacetime, or the Three Sovereigns spacetime, everyone cultivated the power of a ruler. No matter how high their cultivation was, they would never be able to surpass the threshold of a ruler. If the Void Master died, what would happen to the Void God spacetime? Although Senior Su Wuwei controlled space and was ancient and powerful, he would never be able to surpass the Void Master. This was because the power that he cultivated came from the Void Master. The Fifth Mainland was different. Although the primogenitor's astral sources were spread throughout spacetime, not everyone cultivated them. The Grim Reaper, Fate, and others had created their own powers. Neither Progenitor Chen nor the Symbol Progenitor had completely cultivated the primogenitor's power. Perhaps this was why the Above Heaven sect was so brilliant. The opposite was the reincarnation spacetime. Under Su Wuji's guidance, the two easily entered the Void God vortex. In the distance, the battlefield was still in full swing. This vortex strengthened the cultivators of the Void God spacetime while weakening the Corpse Kings. Although it looked like a vortex, it only blocked the Corpse Kings. For those who cultivated the Void God spacetime, it was a cultivation. Holy Land. They could use the vortex's characteristics to move quickly, but the Corpse Kings could not. Pairs of scarlet eyes looked over from different directions to reinforce the battlefield. Su Wuji directly attacked and easily erased the scarlet eyes. Luin also attacked, his bone spear piercing through a large group of corpse kings and causing blood to spray out of the vortex. We can't kill them all. Let's go. Su Wuji led Luin forward, traversing an unknown distance. When Luin finally stopped, he saw a huge stone city with 3 words written on it, New Inn. Su Wuji and Xianxia, visit the New Inn. Su Wuji shouted. With a bang, a corpse king appeared out of nowhere and crashed into the stone city wall, turning into a pool of blood. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. This New Inn really did exist at the front lines. Everyone thought that it would be destroyed sooner or later. The stone city gates opened and 2 large men gestured for them to enter. Luin looked at the 2 big men. They were at least 3 meters tall, and they were neither giants nor normal humans. They were just a little taller, and their cultivations were at the peak of the void realm, which meant that they were at the peak of the emissary realm. They were only 1 step away from the half-progenitor realm. Most of the people who came to the New Inn were trying to avoid being hunted down by their enemies in the spacetime. These people were able to escape from the spacetime to the New Inn, which meant that they were not easy to deal with. There was no one with low cultivation here. On the way here, Su Wuji had said that even though there was only 1 virtual Tai realm expert, Qiao, there were at least 5 virtual transformation realm experts, which was a terrifying number. Before the crazy old man was exposed, there was not a single virtual transformation realm expert in the Heaven's Mirror Matter. Outsiders thought it was normal. It was obvious that virtual transformation realm experts were not common, but this New Inn had so many of them. Bang! With another loud bang, another corpse king crashed into the wall and died. This New Inn stone city shouldn't have been this color, but after so many years, it had been dyed a dark red, almost black. It was unknown how many corpse kings' blood had dyed it. This was not Su Wuji's first time here. Aside from helping people hide from their enemies, this is also an inn in the outside world. Everything from eating to resting can be done here. It's like an inn on a battlefield, but there's a price to pay. Luin replied, of course there's a price. Otherwise, this place would have been destroyed a long time ago. Su Wuji led Luin into the New Inn. From the outside, it looked like a giant stone city, but from the inside, it looked like an inn. Tables were arranged in rows, and waiters shuttled back and forth. It was very lively. There were more than 1,000 tables, and most of them were full. The waiters shuttling back and forth to serve food and wine were all at the Void Realm. This was a scene that would never be seen in the outside world. These people all had hidden pasts, and since the New Inn had accommodated them, they had to adapt to its rules. This place was basically giving these people a chance to extend their lives, but they would eventually die. What would the 2 of you like to eat? A waiter asked enthusiastically as he wiped down a table for the 2. Su Wuji and Luin sat on either side of the table, and Luin looked around curiously. The outside world was the battlefield of the life and death grinders, and once one left, it was hard to predict whether they would survive or not. However, this place was not oppressive at all. In fact, it was very lively. The waiters and managers were all smiling, and they all looked very cheerful. Give me some of your specialties, Su Wuji said. At that moment, a rather mature woman walked over. She was dressed in heavy makeup and patted the back of the waiter's head. You're blind. These are the Heaven's Reflection Matters Manor Head and Acting Manor Head. Go away, I'll do it. The waiter smiled. All right. He then turned around and walked over to another table. What else would you like to order? I'll be right there. The woman pressed her hands on the table and smiled charmingly at Su Wuji before looking at Luin. Why have the 2 lords from the Heaven's Reflection Manor come here? Do you need our help with something? Su Wuji looked at the woman. Bring me Cho. Haha, the boss is very busy. If you have any orders, please feel free to tell me. If I can help, I'll definitely do it. The woman smiled. Although she was dressed in heavy makeup, she did not look disagreeable. Luin smiled. You're the boss's wife? The woman gasped and covered her mouth. Acting Manor Head, don't say such things. If the boss hears you, she giggled. Haha, I'll be embarrassed. It'll happen sooner or later, Luin smiled. The woman giggled. Acting manor head, you really know how to talk. No wonder so many people like you. However, the boss is indeed very busy today. How about we come back another day? Su Wuji sneered and slammed his hand on the table, causing ripples to spread out and shake the entire inn. Instantly, the woman's eyes turned cold, and her killing intent soared to the heavens as she stared at Ji Wuji. She wasn't the only one. Everyone in the tavern looked over with bone-chilling coldness. They were not afraid of Ji Wuji's power. These people had been able to escape all the way to the new inn, and they had all experienced life and death situations. They had lived on the front lines of the battlefield and were not afraid of death. If someone wanted to die, even if it was Su Wuji, they would still dare to bare their teeth. Many of the people who had come to the new inn to eat were here for the first time, and they had never seen these people in such a state before. Many of them were shocked. The new inn was completely silent. See, this is the new inn, Su Wuji said calmly. A sharp triangular weapon had appeared in the woman's hand at some point, and she stared at Su Wuji. Rest, manor head. We welcome you. If you want to cause trouble, you'll have to step over all of our corpses. The enthusiastic waiter from before seemed to have become a completely different person. There was a faint stench of blood around him, and there was a bone-deep killing intent in his eyes. There were at least 100 gazes all around them, and there were quite a few void transformation realm powerhouses among them. Even Luin felt pressured. Su Wuji, our grudges have already been settled. What, do you still want to cause trouble? A voice sounded out from the corner. It was an old man who was pouring tea for a guest. He was a void transformation realm cultivator and looked sinister and terrifying. Su Wuji coldly replied, "This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Brother Wuji, the new inn is filled with pitiful people. Why do you have to be like this?" Someone else spoke up. This person was also a void transformation realm cultivator, and his voice was cultured and refined. It was someone who sounded like an accountant from the second floor. Su Wuji looked up. Why are you pretending to be a good person? That's not what you said when you destroyed the human race. He then looked around. There are no good people in the new inn. No matter why you fled here, the outside world will not tolerate you, so you should stay here and fight to the death for the human race. Cut the crap. Ha, what arrogance, someone else spoke up, and this one was a void transformation realm cultivator. Luin felt numb. There were too many void transformation realm cultivators here, and each one was more powerful than the last. This person didn't even care about Su Wuji. Boom. 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 Thud. Footsteps sounded out, and everyone looked towards the corner where a man was walking down. His face was green, and he looked quite strange. His eyes were as calm as still water, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his broken leg, which was replaced by a piece of wood. Every step he took caused the wood to clatter loudly against the ground. He was Cho Shui, the owner of the new inn. At this moment, no one spoke. They all watched as Cho Shui slowly walked towards Su Wuji. It was not a long walk, but it took him quite some time. Su Wuji did not say anything, nor did he rush Cho Shui. He just watched. Cho Shui walked until he was a few meters away from Su Wuji. Looking for trouble? Su Wuji coldly replied, not interested. Cho Shui's gaze landed on the table. It's broken. Compensation. He then walked past Su Wuji, clearly not interested in receiving him. Where's old crazy? Su Wuji asked. Cho Shui stopped, and he happened to be level with Luin. His back was facing Su Wuji. He broke my new inn's rules, so he should be punished. Are you going to interfere? Su Wuji solemnly replied, no matter what, he's still a member of my Horizon Manor. He's done a great service in capturing the spy. Here, he has done nothing wrong. He just wants to live, Cho Shui said coldly. Su Wuji said, give me some face and let me take him away. Cho Shui turned around and met Su Wuji's eyes. No. Su Wuji's eyes narrowed, but Cho Shui did not mind. The atmosphere was solemn. Around them, a thick killing intent filled the air. With a clang, a guest left. Soon after, a large group of guests left as well. None of them dared to stay behind when facing a virtual realm expert. If they did not die at the hands of the Eternals, then they would be killed by the shockwaves. There were also some guests who didn't want to leave, but the people at the Nuin didn't care. They all gathered around Luin and Su Wuji. They showed no respect for Luin, who was a virtual realm powerhouse, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent. Just as the woman had said, if anyone wanted to cause trouble, they would have to step over her dead body. No one in the Nuin was afraid of death. Luin coughed and stood up. Senior Cho Shui, can you let us see old crazy? Everyone's eyes focused on Luin, and the pressure on him instantly increased. Cho Shui's gaze seemed calm, but this person had established the Nuin, and his experiences were unimaginable. His calm gaze brought with it a mountainous pressure. Xianxia? Cho Shui asked. Luin bowed. That's me. Cho Shui stared at Luin. You're very good. As soon as he said those words, all of the pressure disappeared. Regardless of whether it was Cho Shui or the people of the Nuin, their gazes towards Luin suddenly became gentle. Luin wasn't used to this. One person and 3 words were enough to change the attitudes of so many powerhouses. Just how much prestige did this person have? Junior doesn't understand. Luin was puzzled. Cho Hu looked at Su Wuji. Xianxia joining the Horizon Matter was the best decision you've ever made in your life. Su Wuji sneered, do I need you to tell me that? Cho Hu looked at Luin again, I didn't do anything wrong here, so there's no need to mention this. He joined the Nuin, and the Yin helped him block his enemies, so he should have stayed behind like these people. However, he broke the rules, and the Nuin cannot tolerate someone like him. Everyone here has their own story, and they have their own reasons for leaving, but they all stayed behind. The rules were set for them, and once they break the rules, the Nuin will lose all meaning. Do you understand? Luin nodded. I understand. I'm very grateful that Senior is willing to tell me so much. However, I was forced to expose the old lunatic. He's a hateful person who broke the rules of the Nuin, but to me, he's just a subordinate. I don't know what I can do to appease the Nuin's resentment and fix the rules. Cho Hu looked away. Rules are rules, and no one is allowed to break them. The people here don't care about their lives, but they care about the rules. The rules are their lives. Can't we even meet? Su Wuji barked. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense again, and everyone glared at Su Wuji. It was as if they would attack as soon as Cho Hu gave the order. There was a moment of silence. Cho Hu said, out of respect for Senior Su Wuwei, we can allow Xianxia and the old man to meet. He then waved a hand, and a man walked out and said to Luin, come with me. Luin looked at Su Wuji. Su Wuji nodded. Luin followed the man out of the main hall and towards the top of the inn. They soon reached the top, which was outside the stone city of the new inn. Void God's power whirlpool swept past like a gale. Off in the distance, the old man was sitting cross-legged. When Luin arrived, he opened his eyes and was shocked to see Luin, acting Manor Lord. Why are you here? Luin walked up. I didn't expect you to have such experience. You actually escaped from the new inn. The old lunatic said bitterly, I knew I had my reasons, so I didn't want to reveal my cultivation base. I was afraid I'd be captured. The man who had brought Luin up was disgusted. The new inn saved your life, but you broke the rules. You deserve to die. Luin asked, is the new inn's punishment for you to stay here? The crazy man replied, until death do us part. Lu Yin's expression changed. This punishment was severe enough. This was the front line of the battlefield. A powerful undead king could appear at any time. This meant that the insane old man would have to face the constant attacks of undead kings until he died. Acting Lord, you said you would protect me, the old lunatic begged. It wasn't that he didn't want to take the boy away, but how was he supposed to do that? Looking at Cho Hua's attitude, meeting him once was the limit. The man sneered, you don't know how to repent when things have come to a head. You're a coward. The old man roared, I'm not afraid of death. I have unfinished business. Who here doesn't have unfinished business? The man barked. He was also a void transformation realm expert. The old lunatic's entire body trembled. I didn't kill Master's family. After escaping from the new inn, I spent decades searching and finally found their bloodline. I've been waiting for the murderer to come out. I want to avenge Master, and I don't care what others think of me. I don't care if I die at the hands of others, as long as I can avenge Master. He then looked at Luin with hope, acting Lord, please save me. I can die, but I have to avenge Master's family before dying. I can't die here, acting Lord, you promised to protect me. Shut up, the man barked. Luin asked, can you let me talk to the old lunatic alone? The man was troubled. Senior Cho Hua agreed to let me see him, but he didn't say he could monitor me. The man looked at Luin, you can't take him away from the new inn. Don't do anything unnecessary. Don't worry. The man left, leaving only Luin and the old lunatic. The old lunatic looked at Luin expectantly, acting Lord, I know it'll be difficult to take me away from the new inn, but I beg you, please try. Luin muttered, I'll try. You wouldn't have been exposed if not for me. Since I promised you, I'll do my best to protect you, but if I can't, I'll do my best to fulfill your wish. The old lunatic's eyes lit up, Master should have died at the hands of a half-terrant from the Three Monarchs spacetime. Luin was surprised, a half-terrant from the Three Monarchs spacetime? They're like the Void Transformation Stage cultivators of the Void Transformation Stage, and they're absolute experts. My respected teacher was unable to escape with his cultivation at the Void Transformation Stage. When I reached my respected teacher, all traces of him had been erased, and many of my respected teacher's friends had arrived too quickly. That was a trap set up for me. But before I escaped, I saw traces of a spacetime battle technique that belonged to the three sovereigns. It should be the Sovereign King Arrow, a battle technique that uses the Sovereign King's Chi to create extremely powerful arrows. With my teacher's cultivation, for the Sovereign King Arrow to be effective, the person who used it must have an extremely powerful Sovereign King Chi, but I am not sure if my teacher died from the Sovereign King Arrow or not. Luin was puzzled, if you can see the traces of the arrow, why can't others? The old lunatic gritted his teeth, that's where the problem lies. Master didn't die from the arrow, but there were traces of the arrow at the scene. I said it, but when they searched again, the traces were gone. Someone in the group who was chasing me must have erased the traces. As long as we find that person, we'll be able to find Master's killer. I'm a wandering cultivator, and if it wasn't for Master, I wouldn't have had the chance to reach the Void Change realm. Master's wife, and his family treated me very well, so I can't let his death be in vain. I'll find the killer even if it means risking my life. Luin asked, so you're saying that if we can find the person who killed your master with the Sovereign Arrow, that person could very well be the killer? The old lunatic bitterly replied, it's possible, but it's also possible that it's just a cover. The person who did it might have learned the Sovereign Arrow, but not from the Three Monarchs spacetime. That's difficult to find. Luin felt a headache coming on. Before the Hexagon training grounds appeared, the civilizations of the Hexagon Society had merged before. No one knew who had learned which civilization's power, just like how people from the reincarnation spacetime could challenge the Void Gate or how people from the Void God spacetime could buy energy sources. The Sovereign Aura wasn't that difficult to learn. I've been searching for decades, and it wasn't easy to find a descendant of my master's bloodline. If the killer finds out, he might make a move, the old lunatic said. Luin raised a brow, who told Senior Cho Kong about your whereabouts? The old lunatic froze, his eyes narrowing, you mean? I'm not sure, but it looks like I'll have to go back as soon as possible. He then turned to leave. Acting Academy Master, my life is fine, please avenge my master, the old lunatic shouted. Luin turned his back to the lunatic and left, but before he left, he said, who doesn't have unfinished business in the new inn? Even Senior Cho Kong is the same. I'll do my best to fulfill my promise to you. If you can survive, then do your best to live. He then left. The old lunatic stared at the empty rooftop with a complicated expression. How could he not want to live? But his master's death had to be avenged. Luin returned to the main hall. Su Wuji looked at him. The old lunatic's punishment on Tian Tai is to wait until he dies, Luin said softly. Su Wuji frowned and looked at Cho Kong, that's too cruel. What's the point of capturing him? You might as well have killed him. Cho Kong was cold, those who break the rules won't die so easily. You're not targeting me, are you? Su Wuji was unhappy. Cho Kong replied, "You're not worthy." Su Wuji was furious. Luin asked, "Senior, is there really no way for us to take him away?" Cho Kong looked at Luin. "Senior Su Wuwei enlightened me, which is why I have the new in. I'll let you see him out of respect for you, but that ends here. Please leave." "A life for a life," Luin said loudly. Everyone looked at him in shock. The woman with heavy makeup cried out, "You want to trade his life?" "Of course not." Luin looked at Cho Hua. "The purpose of the Nuin's existence is to die a worthy death for humanity. Since that's the case, I'll use the life of an everlasting void realm powerhouse in exchange for the crazy old man's life." Cho Kong looked at Luin strangely. "You have the confidence to say such words. You're worthy of Taishin. It seems like you're very confident in dealing with the everlasting." Su Wuji was pleased. Xianxia has eliminated almost all of the Void God spacetime spies. Cho Kong didn't mind, but with me, you can't break the Nuin's rules no matter how many spies you kill, not even a Void Transformation Realm Corpse King. 2, Luin said. "Little brother, you're too arrogant. You're only at the Void Realm," someone reminded him. Luin saw that Cho Kong was still unmoved. 3. Su Wuji raised his brows. "Xianxia." Luin acted as if he hadn't heard and continued. 4. Cho Kong looked deeply at Luin. "You want to trade the lives of 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the old lunatic's life?" Luin raised his head. "That's right. For half-ancestor Corpse Kings wasn't a lot. He had killed the 12 Marquises on the back of the battlefield, and he had also destroyed God Witchcraft Spirit's avatar in the Void God spacetime. That was an avatar that could challenge a progenitor, but it had still died at Lu Yin's hands. As long as no progenitor intervened, Luin would be able to dominate the battlefield. He could kill any Corpse King he saw, and they wouldn't be able to escape." Cho Kong nodded. "For Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can trade for the old lunatic's life. According to the Nuin's rules, you have the right to make it up to him once." Luin sighed. "But you can't take him away," Cho Kong continued, his gaze cold. "Cho Kong, for Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can't even take the old lunatic away? You're too evil." Su Wuji shouted in dissatisfaction. Cho Hua replied coldly, "The crazy old man broke the rules, so he's willing to pay with his life. For Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings can buy his life, but they can't buy back the rules. These are the rules of my new inn. Look at these people, who doesn't want to leave? Many of their enemies died long ago, and they can live freely in the Void God spacetime for the rest of their lives. However, because of the rules, they can't leave and can only stay with the new inn until they die. Their lives are also lives. For Void Transformation Realm Corpses can eliminate their hatred for the crazy old man for breaking the rules, but they can't continue to break the rules." Luin looked around. When the crazy old man was mentioned, everyone's eyes were filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. Who here didn't want to leave? Were they really willing to wait for death here? Waiting for death was more painful than dying, but they followed the rules and stayed here. This made them even more resentful of the crazy old man who didn't follow the rules. For Void Transformation Realm Corpses was a huge price to pay. No matter how dissatisfied these people were, they could only endure it unless they could also say such arrogant words. However, this was already the limit. If they broke the rules again, the new inn's morale would drop. Before coming here, Luin had known that it would be difficult to take the crazy old man away, but now that he knew it was impossible. Even Su Wuwei wouldn't be able to take the crazy old man away. This was the meaning of the new inn's existence, unless they destroyed it. Cho Hua looked at Luin. "Now, are you still willing to exchange 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings for the crazy old man's life?" Su Wuji pressed a hand on Lu Yin's shoulder. "Don't be rash." Lu Yin's lips curled up. "Of course. Dealing with the Eternals is a matter of course. Even without the crazy old man, if possible, I would kill 40, or even 400 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings." Cho Hua's eyes lit up as he looked at Luin with admiration. "Send my regards to Senior Su Wuwei." Luin nodded. Not long after, the two left the new inn. "Xianxia, you're still too impulsive. How can the Eternals Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings be so easy to kill? They fled as soon as we arrived. Corpse Kings have an advantage in a battle of the same realm, especially those who have learned the Corpse King transformation. They're almost impossible to kill. If we run into the clones of those old monsters from the 7 sky gods, even we would have a headache, Su Wuji reproached. Luyin was helpless. Senior, I had no choice. Su Wuji was stunned. I thought you were really that righteous. I want to eradicate the Eternals, and I'll do everything in my power to do so, but I also want to live. Nothingness laughed heartily and tossed a bottle to Luyin. That's more like it. I knew it wasn't like you to be so impulsive. You'll have to kill 4 Void Transformation Realm Corpse Kings in the end. That's not going to be easy. Luyin sipped his drink. I'll take it slow. Senior Chochio didn't set a time limit, so maybe one day I'll get lucky and run into a few half-dead Corpse Kings. I might even be able to kill them all. In your dreams. Emptiness laughed. Even though he hadn't been able to bring back the crazy old man, he had tried his best. After leaving the new inn, Luyin hurriedly went to the place where Chochio had taken the crazy old man away. There was a family there that was a descendant of the 100 family, a descendant of the crazy old man's master. The crazy old man had been keeping an eye on them for decades, all for the sake of Chochio. Luyin had suspected that Chochio had spread the news that the crazy old man was in the Heaven's Reflection Manor to the new inn. He had wanted to lure the crazy old man away before making a move on this family. However, after thinking about it, Luyin realized that the possibility wasn't high. This family was just an ordinary person, so even if Chochio had found out, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble. Chochio wasn't stupid, so he wouldn't be used. No matter what, Luyin had to keep an eye on this family. He hadn't been able to bring the crazy old man back, so he could only do his best to fulfill his promise. The problem was that Luyin had wanted to bring the crazy old man with him to the hyperspace dimension to face the spies. Bringing a half-ancestor with him would be a good way to fool the spies and prevent any unexplainable incidents. But now that the crazy old man wasn't around, where would he find a Void Transformation Realm powerhouse? A half-ancestor would be considered an expert in any parallel spacetime. After all, there were far too few progenitors, and even if there were more half-ancestors than progenitors, there was a limit to how many of them there were. It should be known that even the Heaven's Mirror Manor, which had Su Wuji overseeing it, only had the crazy old man hiding his half-ancestor cultivation. Of course, there was another half-ancestor underground that no one knew about, not even the crazy old man. That person should be the guardian of the Red Domain, and Su Wuji hadn't even told Luyin about him. Sometimes, a half-ancestor was even more difficult to find than a progenitor. This was because a progenitor had already reached the peak of the progenitor realm, while a half-ancestor was still cultivating with the progenitor realm as their goal. They simply didn't have enough time. It would be very difficult for Luyin to find a half-ancestor to follow him by himself. Fortunately, the Yu family had timely invited Xianxia to the hyperspace dimension to assist in the search for the spies. Su Wuji returned to the Heaven's Mirror Manor and summoned everyone from the Heaven's Mirror Manor. This was the first time he had asked about the interrogation of the Void God's Mirror Manor spies. Ningyu reported, "We didn't bring Yunwu back, and Ijun, the spy above her, only gave us a list of contacts. He didn't say anything else, and the same goes for Qingfen. The other spies did tell us about the situation, and we followed their instructions and continued to capture spies. However, we didn't gain much, and many of them escaped. All of the spies claimed to be under Qingkong's control." Su Wuji snorted. Qingkong doesn't have the time to control so many people. At most, 1 or 2 of them are under Qingkong's control. Ijun and Qingfen are definitely hiding something. Continue the interrogation, and we have to pry open their mouths. Luyin didn't know what Ijun was hiding, but he assumed that it wasn't anything too important. At most, it would implicate the spies in the endless battlefield. What Qingfen was hiding was the information that he had given Luyin about the location of knowledgeable stream, as well as the possibility that Luyin could enter it. Luyin had told Qingfen not to tell anyone about this, as knowledgeable stream was extremely important. It was related to the exchange of information between the Six Direction Association and the parallel spacetime continuum. If possible, Luyin would look for that place in the future. Of course, it wouldn't matter even if Qingfen told Luyin about it. Luyin was the acting manor head of the Heaven's Mirror Manor, and he had the authority to carry out his own plans. Suji, how do you feel in the Heaven's Mirror manner? Su Wuji asked. Suji respectfully replied, the acting manner master is insightful. This junior has learned a lot from him. Su Wuji nodded. Suji was a rare genius in the Void God spacetime, and he had even met the Void Master before. No one could underestimate him. Su Wuji looked around before his gaze landed on Luin. I'm here today to tell you that the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor has invited Xianxia to assist in capturing spies. What do you think, Xianxia? Luin calmly replied, the Six Direction Association is part of the Heaven's Mirror Manor. If the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor needs it, this subordinate will not refuse. Su Wuji continued, the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor situation is different from the Void God spacetime. The Heaven's Mirror Manor only exists in name, and the Yu family is also just a figurehead. I don't know why Yufeng has invited you, but if you don't want to go, I'll help you turn him down. Luin hurriedly replied, capturing spies is what this junior wants to do the most. Many of the spies in the Void God spacetime have already been eliminated, and the next task is to interrogate them. Even those who are suspected spies should be released so that the spies who escaped can return without worry. While I'm free, I'll go to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor to see if I can capture some spies to serve the humans. Su Wuji thought about it. Alright, as long as you're willing to go. You can choose who you want to bring with you. Luin said, Guan Lauda, Yu Pai, and Suji. What about me? Su Yu cried out. Suji scolded, little Yu, the manor head is here. Don't be impudent. Su Yu stuck out her tongue and quickly lowered her head, but she still glanced at Luin. Luin recalled her relationship with Eulele. I'll bring you along as well. Su Yu was satisfied. Manor head, we're lacking a void transformation realm powerhouse. The transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor isn't safe, and this junior doesn't want to lose his life there, Luin said. Su Wuji's brows rose. You want a void transformation realm to follow you? Luin nodded. He wasn't worried that Su Wuji would suspect him of the reason why he had gone to the Nuin to look for the crazy old man. After all, who wouldn't want a void transformation realm powerhouse? Su Wuji rubbed his head. A void transformation realm, that's a little troublesome. I'll go ask around and see who's willing to go with you, but don't get your hopes up. Most void transformation realm powerhouses want to break through. Luin replied, there's nothing I can do if there's no one. Su Wuji left to find a void transformation realm powerhouse for Luin to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor, even if it was only temporary. However, the results were just as he had expected. Not a single void transformation realm powerhouse was willing to join the Heaven's Mirror Manor. They were either busy cultivating or overseeing their own territories. No one had the time to accompany Luin to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. In the end, Su Wuji could only console Luin and give him some resources. Luin shamelessly asked for the white energy source, but Su Wuji immediately refused. The white energy source was equivalent to a half-ancestor's power level, and it was quite expensive. Even if he was an extremely powerful powerhouse and had the face to buy it from the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, he still had to pay a hefty price. If you're really worried, then don't go. Su Wuji rolled his eyes. Luin was helpless. Then forget it. Let me give you an idea. Since Yufeng invited you to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor, ask him for the white energy source. The Yu family should have some of that stuff, Su Wuji said. He was just trying to trick Luin. On the surface, there were only 30 white energy sources in the entire transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. Luin couldn't take advantage of Su Wuji, so he could only take Guan Lauda, Yu Pai, Suji, and Su Yu with him to the transdimensional Heaven's Mirror Manor. At the same time, the Yu family formally submitted a proposal to invite Xianxia to assist the Heaven's Mirror Manor in capturing a spy. The committee didn't dare delay and quickly reported it to Yiran. Yiran quickly agreed. Do you agree that Xianxia should get close to the Yu family? Uncle Mo asked. Yiran's eyes were deep. The Yu family's proposal is just a formality. Even if the committee rejects it, they'll still invite Xianxia. Will the Yu family openly oppose the committee? I don't know. No one knows what the Yu family's background is. I just want to know Xianxi's stance. I'll bring him here. No need. Let's wait and see. Although the Yu family doesn't care about the committee, they've been quite courteous to me. I've schemed against them a few times, but they haven't retaliated. Perhaps they really did invite Xianxia because they're a spy. What about Bai Qian? Has she been in contact with anyone from the Yu family recently? No, I've been keeping an eye on her. I haven't had any contact with the Yu family at all. The Yu family has never interfered with this kind of competition. At this moment, Ku Jian arrived. Sir, the Heaven's Reflection Manor has officially accepted the Yu family's invitation. They've sent Xianxia, Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, Su Ji, and Su Yu to hyperspace to assist the Yu family in capturing the spy. So soon? Uncle Emma walked out. Ku Jian hurriedly bowed to him. He smiled. It seems like my little brother Xianxia is anxious to get closer to the Yu family. Could it be because of Su Yu? Ku Jian asked. He was startled. Su Yu? Ku Jian explained, the others on the list are normal. Even Su Ji might be here to train, but Su Yu is different. She has no cultivation and isn't very talented. She can only be considered an ordinary genius, but she followed Xianxia to hyperspace. The only reason I can think of is that she has a good relationship with the Yu family's Yu Lei. This Su Yu has a good relationship with Yu Lei? Uncle Emma was shocked. Ku Jian explained the relationship between Su Yu and Yu Lei. He had been paying attention to the Six Direction training grounds. Uncle Emma asked, could it be because of Su Yu and Yu Lei that the Yu family invited Xianxia? He's eyes flashed, I hope so. There's no need to do anything for now. So this is hyperspace? It's my first time here, Yu Pai sighed. They appeared in the Yu family's territory, and as they looked around, they saw countless tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal stretching into the distance. Luin didn't know what they were. He knew that many people were watching them, including the Yu family, and the other powers of hyperspace. There was even a possibility that the ruler was watching. Lei is coming, Su Yu said happily after contacting Yu Lei. Everyone waited patiently. Guan Laoda suddenly released his Void God's force, triggering an alarm. The tiny objects that resembled the carriers of bestowal began to move as if they were targeting them. Guan Laoda immediately felt a sense of danger. How could these small objects make him feel threatened? The others looked around cautiously. The objects only moved for a short while, and when Yu Lei arrived, they all returned to normal. When you come to hyperspace, don't release any power that doesn't belong to this dimension. Otherwise, you'll get beaten up, Yu Lei said. Yu Lei's appearance was still the same, his fluffy hair had not been washed in days. Su Yu complained, Lei, you're dirty. Yu Lei glared at her. You dare call me dirty? Come here. I'm not going. You're so dirty. Stay away from me. Come here. No, I won't go. As he watched the two girls chase each other, Luin was not in a hurry. Bringing Su Yu along had been the right decision, at least the atmosphere would be less tense. Soon after, under the lead of Yu Lei, everyone headed toward the area where the Yu family was located, Ziyu boundary. The Ziyu realm was not called this before the Yu family created the gift technique, but with the appearance of the gift technique, the Yu family quickly became a super spacetime behemoth. With their home planet as the center, the Ziyu realm spread to the surroundings. Nearly 1/5 of the super spacetime area was designated as the Ziyu realm, which belonged to the Yu family. Even the ruler of hyperspace didn't refuse. Luin and the others had been at the edge of the celestial traversing realm. Now, they had officially entered the celestial traversing realm. Are those all carriers of the art of feeding? Su Yu exclaimed. Yu Lu said proudly, that's an experimental carrier. My Yu family created it as a gift. The art of feeding has countless ingenious ideas, and those are both experimental and defensive methods. If I hadn't arrived in time, you all would have been blasted to smithereens. Luin watched as a very small carrier of the art of feeding streaked past, and the one in the center was a source box. The principle behind the art of feeding was to analyze a source box and extract the material within it for use. The larger the source box, the more material it contained, and the more powerful the art of feeding would be. Could there be so many source boxes in this densely packed room of bearers? Could these source boxes still be called source boxes in hyperspace? Soon, Lu Ying saw even larger source boxes, and the further in he went, the larger the source boxes became. 1, 2, 3. Along the way, he saw 3 source boxes that were the size of Earth. Soon after, he saw even larger source boxes that definitely surpassed the Luck Path source box array outside of Shenwu continent. If all of these source boxes were absorbed by the art of feeding, how much power could they release? Source boxes were sealed by the universe, and using the power of that seal to form an attack was equivalent to borrowing the power of the universe. What had the genius of the Yu family who had created the art of feeding been thinking? Humans were truly intelligent creatures. Eulele had introduced them to many of the Yu family's experiments along the way, and this was just what the Yu family had shown them. Lu Ying was certain that the Yu family was hiding a shocking power. Why are you so close to me? Lu Ying was puzzled. Ever since they had entered the Zio realm, Eulele had been intentionally or unintentionally close to him, and even Suyu had noticed. Eulele answered matter-of-factly, to keep an eye on you. Guan Laoda and Yu Pai exchanged glances, and then they stepped forward to stand between Eulele and Lu Ying. Eulele frowned. Get out of my way. Don't get in my way. It's just as your father said. You want to follow me and watch me investigate the spies? Lu Ying was amused. Eulele replied, you definitely have a goal. My father and I rarely agree, but every time we do, our conclusions are always correct. Lu Ying nodded. Then keep an eye on me and see what my goal is. Lele, you don't like this guy, do you? Suyu leaned closer to Eulele and teased him. Eulele frowned again and looked back at Suyu. It's possible. Everyone was stunned. Even Lu Ying was stunned. Eulele looked at Lu Ying. If you're smart enough, you can also stay in the Yu family. Lu Ying pursed his lips. No, and I'm not smart. I can tell, amusement said. Lu Ying wanted to beat her up. Suyu laughed. Lele, you're still so cute. Eulele suddenly placed a hand on Suyu's mouth and then quickly jumped away. Yu, does it taste good? Dandruff. Suyu shrieked, almost deafening Suji and the others. Damn Lele, I'm going to kill you. Haha, come on. Under Eulele's and Suyu's banter, the group quickly passed through the vast regions of the Zio realm and arrived at the Yu family's homeworld. Xianxia, acting manor head of the Void God Spacetime Horizon Manor, greets manor head Yufeng, Senior Yufeng. Lu Ying bowed. Everyone behind him bowed in unison. Yufeng nodded and stared at Lu Ying the entire time. Xianxia, what do you know about the hyperspace dimension? Lu Ying smiled. This junior traveled from the hyperspace dimension to the Hexagon training grounds. I'm ashamed that I don't know much about the hyperspace dimension. Hehe, you don't know much about it? I don't believe you, Yufeng said. Lu Ying was afraid that Yufeng would reveal that he had taken the initiative to come to the hyperspace dimension, so he hurriedly asked, can this junior meet the people from the hyperspace dimension's Heaven's Reflection Manor, as well as information on their past investigations? Yufeng was very generous, and he handed over all of the information on the hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor to Lu Ying. Not only that, but he also gave Lu Ying the authority to monitor the hyperspace dimension. The hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor never actively investigated anything, and they relied on surveillance to find spies. Thus, the results were not great, and even if they did catch a few spies, it would not be important. This was related to the civilization of the hyperspace dimension itself, as well as the Yu family's stance. Lu Ying had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, wanting to use the hyperspace dimension's Reflection Manor to enter the hyperspace dimension. He had made it clear that he would not borrow the Yu family's power to monitor the hyperspace dimension, but he had not expected that Yufeng would actually give him this authority. Senior, what's going on? Lu Ying did not understand. At this moment, he had been brought to a vast continent by Yufeng, and he was standing on a map of the entire hyperspace dimension. He could see any place he wanted as long as that place was under surveillance. Yufeng replied, since my Yu family invited you here, we will naturally do our best to assist you. But I've already said that I don't need this authority, Lu Ying said, as he was afraid that the Yu family would be suspicious. Yufeng did not care. It doesn't matter. It's not like this is a secret, and having surveillance will save you time in many situations. It won't be able to help you check on Iran, the decision-making team, or even the secret cultivation techniques that you're currently researching. Luin raised his brows, as there seemed to be another meaning to those words. He looked at Yufeng, but Yufeng did not say anything. Instead, he casually tapped a finger, causing the star map beneath his feet to continuously enlarge. The region that had been pointed at was infinitely enlarged, and Luin finally felt as if he was in that region, and he could see everything that was happening there. He saw a spacecraft fly past, and he saw the changes in the stars. It felt very real, and it was not any worse than when he had used Sirius to observe the entire fifth mainland. This was the hyperspace dimension's control over itself. They claimed that they had completely analyzed everything within the hyperspace dimension, and as long as an unfamiliar power appeared, it would quickly cause a commotion. When the star map shrank, Luin lowered his head and looked at the entire hyperspace dimension beneath his feet. Did this mean that he was being controlled by the hyperspace dimension, or was the hyperspace dimension being controlled by him? It was a very strange feeling. The Yu family controlled the heaven's reflection matter by relying on this method of surveillance. They did not even have a talent like Ming Ran, let alone old crazy. Senior, are you really going to let Lei follow me? Luin asked. Yufeng's lips curled up, and he stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Why? Are you afraid of being discovered? Luin was puzzled. Senior, you seem to be certain that I have other goals aside from capturing spies. Yufeng was rather interested. You definitely have other goals, and they're related to Iran. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. However, I don't know if it's beneficial to Iran. Yufeng looked up at the sky and then back at Luin. I sent an invitation to the decision-making team for you to assist in capturing spies, but the team only replied after you arrived. This means that no one gave the team any orders from the start. With Iran's perfectionist nature, she would not take the risk of being rejected by the decision-making team. If this was all part of her plan, then Iran had no idea that you were in contact with the Yu family beforehand. Luin was amused. Perhaps Iran was hoping that Senior would notice this. Yufeng sneered. I know her very well, and my guess is the truth. This is a fact that I, Yufeng, am certain of. Luin was surprised by Yufeng's confidence, so that's why you're willing to give me the authority to monitor hyperspace? Yufeng praised, you reacted quickly, but you guessed wrong. I was willing to give you the authority from the start for no other reason. His expression was solemn, only by giving you what you want will you be able to do what I want to see. At night, hyperspace was no different from the fifth mainland. Euleilei's gift art hung in the night sky of the Yu family's mother planet, emitting a faint light that illuminated the planet and illuminated the path for hundreds of millions of people. Luin looked at the rabbit-shaped gift art in the night sky. Euleilei really had a bad taste, letting hundreds of millions of people on Mother Planet see the moon. Throughout the day, both Yufeng and Euleilei gave Luin the impression that they were frivolous and did not care about anything. However, they displayed their powerful self-confidence, to the point that Luin felt that they were the true rulers of hyperspace. How many black energy sources did the Yu family have? This was something that Luin was interested in. To what extent would they be able to utilize the bestow technique? Isn't it cute? Euleilei appeared outside Lu Yin's courtyard and pointed at the sky excitedly. So you came over, Lei, you're shameless. How is that pig cute? Damn it, it's clearly a rabbit. Euleilei chased after her. Luin closed the window. Euleilei was stubborn and had actually stared at him. The Yu family was certain that Luin had other motives, but Euleilei had stared at him so openly. This was the first time Luin had experienced something like this. Speaking of which, these overly intelligent and overconfident people were rather troublesome because their guesses were always right. Under normal circumstances, Luin and the others would need to look through the information on hyperspace's heaven's reflection matter before they could decide where to start. However, Luin found Yufeng, hoping that he could give him the authority to enter hyperspace. Yufeng did not refuse and brought Luin to the coordinates of hyperspace, allowing Luin to leave his aura there. Every spacetime had coordinates for outsiders to travel to and from. Luin had not been qualified in the past, but now he could. He had left his mark in the void god spacetime and hyperspace, and he could also enter the Three Monarchs spacetime through the Thunder Sealing clan. He was only missing the Wood spacetime, the Lost clan, and the Reincarnation spacetime. Over the next few days, Eulalie squatted outside Lu Yin's residence as usual. She did not care about her image, as no one in the Yu clan had asked her to do so. She just stared at Lu Yin. He tore through the void and returned to the Eternal Kingdom. The Yu family was certain that he had other motives, so there was no need to hide it. If they had the ability, they would find out. When he reached the Eternal Kingdom, he found Luo Lauer and brought him back to the hyperspace dimension. "Brother-in-law, you can directly enter the hyperspace?" "Even I can't," Luo Lauer exclaimed. Lu Yin had brought Rolf here to make a deal with the mysterious person. Since he had just arrived in the hyperspace continuum, he could either use his Dai's 6 pips to consume the resources of the hyperspace continuum or use this method. Lu Yin didn't have any hyperspace continuum resources at the moment, so he hoped to obtain some clues about the spy through this deal. "I got it!" Luo Lauer exclaimed as he looked at the message in his dark green glasses. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. It had actually been possible to buy one, and even a spy knew about it. "You can't find out who this person is at all." "I can't find anything," Luo Lauer replied helplessly. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. It seemed that he would have to first obtain some resources from the hyperspace dimension. The most reliable way to do this was by reading someone else's memories. This person had been able to trade for information regarding his spy, so it was possible that he could use this information to determine Luo Lauer's identity. "I'm close to finding my own clues." Thinking of this, he hurriedly sent Luo Lauer back to Eternal Kingdom. At the same time, under the dim firelight, someone was bewildered. "Luo Hao? Why did he buy the spy's information? He's back? He shouldn't have bought the spy's information. If it wasn't him, who could it be? The Yu family? Or someone else?" Mu Jun disappeared, and the Thunder Sealing clan and Luo Ho all disappeared. Now that he's reappeared and bought the spy's information, this is interesting. Could the Yu family be behind him? The 3 sovereigns are working with the hyperspace dimension, which means that they're working with Iran. It's not impossible that the Yu family is behind the 3 sovereigns. On the 5th day after arriving in the hyperspace dimension, Lu Yin made a decision to investigate the recent destruction of the information. The information had been destroyed by the spy, causing Xia Wu, Sui Yu, and the others to be punished. If not for Lu Yin, Sui Yu would have left the council and Xia Wu would have died. This matter is connected to me by fate. I'm a person who believes in fate. Sui Yu led Lu Yin's group to the location where the information had been destroyed. Since they wanted to investigate the destruction of the information, they naturally had to find the person involved. "Where's Xia Wu?" Lu Yin asked. Sui Yu's expression turned ugly. "He's become He Shu's dog again." "He Shu still wants him?" Lu Yin was surprised. Sui Yu replied, "Xia Wu has been with He Shu for many years and understands him too well. He Shu doesn't care if he's dead, but if he's alive, He Shu will definitely keep him by his side." She then whispered, "I'm sorry for letting you down." Lu Yin laughed, "I don't mind. We weren't friends in the first place. There's no need to investigate the destruction of the information since there aren't any clues. The spy has a unique concealment ability, and some people suspect that he's related to the people from the drifting cloud space." Sui Yu told Lu Yin everything she knew. Lu Yin recalled the drifting cloud space's power, and it was indeed suitable for concealment. However, Zijing had also said that everyone in the drifting cloud space was being monitored by the hyperspace dimension, and they just didn't know about it. The hyperspace dimension had thoroughly researched the drifting cloud space, and it was impossible for the drifting cloud space to hide. Then who had told the public that the person who had destroyed the information could be someone from the drifting cloud space? Did that person not understand the hyperspace dimension? Or did they want to help the real spy hide? Who said that it was someone from the drifting cloud space? Lu Yin asked. Sui Yu replied, "Many people said so, and it's been spreading for a long time." Lu Yin looked at Eulalie, "Help me find out who was the one who destroyed the information. With the Yu family's power, if this person has a high status, then there might be a problem." Eulalie's eyes lit up, "I didn't expect that. You're quite talented at finding spies." Lu Yin shook his head, not because of his talent, but because of the amount of information he had. If one didn't know that the hyperspace dimension had analyzed the drifting cloud space's power, then it wouldn't be a problem to say that it was someone from the drifting cloud space. This was what it meant to have information as a weapon. So you didn't understand, it was just a rumor, so how could there be a problem with that person? However, she didn't ask any further questions. She could tell that she had to be careful when speaking in front of Xianxia. He could analyze every word she said. When they arrived at the location where the information had been destroyed, Luyin pretended to search around, even letting Guan Laoda and the others take a look. They walked around in confusion, not knowing what to look at. Eulele blinked. This place has been checked many times. Do you think you're smarter? Suyu glared at her. Shut up. Eulele rolled her eyes and mumbled that she wanted to feed Suyu some dandruff. At that moment, lines flitted past her, forming a square drawing in the void. Eulele's eyes narrowed as she looked at the lines beside her. She wasn't the only one, everyone who was within the drawing felt as if they were in an illusion. Luyin used his void god's power to decorate the lines in the void, causing them to materialize. It was as if another world was being displayed in front of everyone, and to those who couldn't understand it, it was a strange feeling that brought an indescribable sense of danger. Humans were always afraid of the unknown. Even someone as smart as Eulele who liked to explore the unknown was intimidated by the lines and didn't dare to move. Red light kept flashing in the frame of his right eye, which was a sign of danger. At the same time, all sorts of spacetime detection abilities rang out. Taishu's domain was activated, and the entire area boiled over. Spacetime detected a power that they didn't recognize, and it was immediately reported to the decision-making team and the powerhouses with the black energy sources. After a few breaths of time, a figure descended with a black energy that caused the void to distort. Luyin realized that while the spacetime source had its drawbacks, its greatest advantage was that it could be hidden. Without using this power, one would never know that there was an extremely powerful existence so close to them, even if it was just a powerhouse with a black energy source. Senior, Junior Xianxia has been ordered to track down the spies, Luyin bowed. The newcomer was a fierce-looking man with a fierce-looking face. His exposed arms were covered in scars, and he looked at the square drawing. This is Taishu's domain? Senior, you know about it? Luyin asked. The man nodded. I've seen it a few times in the endless battlefield. You're Xianxia, the acting master of Heaven's Reflection Manor who inherited Senior Su Wuwei's Taishu's domain? That's me, Luyin replied. The man sighed in admiration. I heard that you've mastered Taishu's domain, and that you've only learned it for less than a year. I didn't dare to believe it, and I never thought that a genius like you would exist. My name is Wenshi, and I'm in charge of guarding spacetime. You can look for me directly if you need anything. Those spies are as annoying as rats, and I'll be eternally grateful if you can find them. Luyin solemnly replied, I won't let you down. Wenshi nodded, glanced at Eulele, and then left. Luyin silently calculated that it had only been 5 breaths of time since Wenshi had appeared in Taishu's domain. How had the spies been able to destroy the information? The only possibility was that Wenshi hadn't been nearby at the time and had only rushed over after the spies had destroyed the information. It wasn't impossible, as even a progenitor couldn't travel through spacetime in such a short time. The square drawing disappeared. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Eulele moved closer to Luyin, her eyes shining. What kind of power is this? It's the fear of the unknown, and it's the power of the unknown. Luyin casually pulled her aside. Come with me. Where are we going, acting master? Guan Laoda asked. Luyin raised his head. I found the traces. Everyone was shocked. So fast? Eulele couldn't believe it. How could it be so fast? Regardless of whether she believed it or not, Luyin led them in a strange direction. He had purposely chosen this path, since he had used Taishu's domain to find traces of space, he had to make it look real. Hey, what's the route you're taking? Eulele was confused. Luyin answered in a low voice, the path of the spy. Eulele fell silent, as he didn't believe that Luyin could use his Taishu domain to find the spy. Suji was excited, could the Taishu domain really detect traces left behind by space? Xianxia had used this method to find Yunwu, and it was said that he had even evaded the pursuit of a powerful corpse king. Suji hadn't believed it before, but now that he could find the spy, he had no choice but to believe it. Luin didn't know if the spy's information was true, but if he found out that it wasn't, he could just say that the spy had purposely lured them here. In any case, he would be the only one saying it, and no one would be able to expose him unless Su Wuwei arrived. The results didn't disappoint, the information they had bought was true. When Luin brought the group in front of one of the girls, she was stunned. Yu Pai immediately took her down, but she tried to resist by using a strange innate gift that could transform her body into gravel and scatter over a large area, making it impossible to find her. She wanted to use this to escape, but she had confessed without being pressed. After seeing her innate gift and comparing it to all the surveillance footage before the data had been destroyed, Luin immediately confirmed that she was the spy. This was the 5th day since Luin had arrived in the hyperspace, and he had managed to find the spy in just 5 days. His efficiency shocked the entire hyperspace. The decision-making team looked at Luin. Sat up straight. He caught the spy? Ku Jian respectfully reported, yes, the evidence is sufficient. Was surprised, how did he do it? Ku Jian replied, it said that he used a battle technique called the Taishu domain. Lord Wenshur should know more about it. Wenshur quickly arrived and was very respectful towards Ran, unlike Ku Jian who was always so submissive. Ran didn't treat Wenshur as casually, Mr. Wen, what is the Taishu domain? Wenshur exclaimed, that is an incomprehensible power that is related to space. It is a battle technique that belongs solely to Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God Senior Void God. Back in the boundless battlefield, when the Taishan domain was unleashed, even the 7 heavenly gods exclaimed in surprise. They called it the power to control space. Wenshur said a lot, but in short, the Taishan domain was quite powerful. Ran frowned. She knew everything about Xianxia and knew that Xianxia seemed to have mastered an incredible battle skill. However, she was different from Bai Qian. She didn't care about personal strength and only pursued perfection. Therefore, she had only casually skimmed over the Tai Jade domain. She didn't expect that this battle skill would be able to amaze someone like Wenshur. Uncle Mo should have seen it too. Wenshur looked in a direction and said. Uncle Mo walked out with his hands clasped behind his back. I've seen it before. Senior Su Wuwei's Taishan domain is at a level that we can't even comprehend. It's even more so for us who use energy beyond spacetime. It's said that Xianxia relied on the spatial traces left behind in his Taishan domain to find his spy? Wenshur nodded. Although it's inconceivable, it's not impossible. Was surprised. Is there really such a thing? Uncle Mo smiled bitterly. We used the black energy source to reach a height that countless people could only dream of. However, this kind of trick came with a price. In fact, we can only be considered as the users of the extremely strong's power, not the ones who control it. Retracted her gaze as Lu Yin's figure appeared in her mind. This Xianxia was becoming more and more valuable. She had still underestimated him. It was time to have a chat with this little brother of hers. Uncle Mo, please bring Xianxia here, said. Wenshur frowned. Lady Xianxia has done a great service to both beyond spacetime and the human race by capturing the spy. I hope that Lady will treat him well. Smiled. Mr. Wen, you don't know, but Xianxia is a younger brother that I acknowledge. Wenshur was shocked. I see. I spoke too much. I have to thank Mr. Wen for being so concerned about this little brother of mine. Smiled. Uncle Mo nodded and left. Wenshur left as well. On one side, the woman had just been captured and was on her way to the Yu family. On the other side, the Yu family had also found someone who was not any slower than Luin. It was the person that Luin had asked Yu Lele to find, the person who had wanted to destroy the information in the drifting cloud space. Finding this person was one thing, but capturing him was more difficult because he was a member of the decision-making team. The first suggestion to target the drifting cloud space had been made during a meeting of the decision-making team. When Luin found out about this, he was even more certain that there was something wrong with this person. Lu Yun had been imprisoned, and beyond spacetime had analyzed the entire drifting cloud space. Under such circumstances, this person had still been able to target the drifting cloud space and spread the news in such a short time. It was impossible to say that there was nothing wrong with this person. It was impossible for this person to not know that Lu Yun had been imprisoned. Even Elders One knew how many black energy sources were hidden in beyond spacetime. Lu Yun's imprisonment was not a secret, and if the drifting cloud spaces people knew about it, then the decision-making team should know even more. This was a deliberate diversion. Then what about this person? Lu Yun asked. Although there was something wrong with this person, he was still someone who controlled beyond spacetime, so Lu Yun could not capture him. Eulele did not mind. Father has gone to deal with it. When you return to our house, I guarantee that he will arrive early. Lu Yun nodded. As expected, Yufeng did not care about the decision-making team at all. It seemed that the members of the decision-making team were important spies, but in reality, it was just a title. Before they could return to the Zio realm, the group was stopped by Uncle Mo. Xianxia. Lady He Ran wants to see you. Eulele raised his brows and stepped forward. Xianxia wants to go to the Yu family. Uncle Mo smiled. It's just for a while. It won't delay matters. Lu Yun said, I originally wanted to wait until this investigation was over before meeting Sister Ran, but since Uncle Mo is here, let's go greet Sister Ran first. Eulele looked at Lu Yun strangely. Sister Ran? Yes, Sister Ran. What's wrong? Lu Yun asked. Eulele bared his teeth and tugged at his hair, causing white dandruff to flutter about. Lu Yun hurriedly retreated, as did Suyu, Suji, and the others. So corny, Xianxia, you're disgusting. He then left in disgust. Lu Yun was speechless, as he did not dislike him. Uncle Mo's gaze turned cold. Although these words were directed at Lu Yun, they had included He Ran as well, which was a little too much. If not for the Yu family's little princess, Uncle Mo would have slapped Xianxia long ago. Uncle Mo, please don't take offense. Let's go, Lu Yun said politely. Uncle Mo nodded and led Lu Yun away. The others naturally went to the Zio realm first. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, Lu Yun smiled brightly. Sister Ran, I'm here to greet you. He Ran giggled. You've been here for a few days now, haven't you thought of visiting me? Lu Yun was helpless. Too many things. I don't know what's wrong with the Yu family, but they suddenly invited me to the hyperspace to help catch spies. The hyperspace purged so many spies that I couldn't embarrass myself in the hyperspace, much less you. That's why I haven't rested for the past few days. I've been thinking of ways to catch spies, and fortunately, I've finally found one. But I heard that you only use Tai Jade to find spies in the void. It's not that troublesome, He Ran said curiously. Uncle Mo looked at Lu Yun. This kid had actually learned Tai Jade in just half a year. It was unbelievable. Lu Yun complained, if only it were that simple. Sister, do you know how many people can leave behind traces in the void and how to distinguish them? It's a lot of knowledge, and it took me a lot of effort to analyze the habits of everyone who went to the records office. Only then can I tell who left behind the traces. That troublesome? It's been hard on you, He Ran comforted him gently. Lu Yun smiled. It's hard work, but it's fine as long as I don't embarrass myself. Most importantly, I can't embarrass you, Sister Ran. Outsiders already know that I call you Sister Ran. He Ran was astonished. Everyone knows? Uncle Mo replied, Xianxia said it in front of outsiders, so it should have spread. Lu Yun asked carefully, Sister Ran, there won't be any problems, right? He Ran's lips curled up. Of course there won't be any problems. I'm very happy that you're doing this. It means that you really see me as your sister. Of course. Lu Yun puffed out his chest. He Ran smiled. I didn't give you a gift the last time we met, so I'll make it up to you this time. She then dropped a white energy source and floated in front of Lu Yun. Lu Yun's breathing quickened. This is a white energy source that's second only to an extreme powerhouse? Sister, this is too precious. He Ran laughed. What's so precious about it? You already have one. If you can't use it, just sell it. You can buy something you need. Actually, I don't know what to give you. Just give yourself to me, and I'll bring you back to the above heaven sect as a mascot, Luin thought to himself, but he still expressed his gratitude on the surface. Little brother, I asked Uncle Mo to bring you here because I have something to remind you of. He looked at Uncle Mo. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. What is it? Uncle Mo seriously asked, Xianxia, why did the Yu family invite you to the transdimensional Heaven Scorpion Hall to help capture a spy? Do you know about this? Luin replied, I don't. I find it strange as well. After so many years, the Yu family didn't seem to care much about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, but now, they seem to care. You're wrong. The Yu family cares a lot about the Heaven Scorpion Hall. However, something happened in the past that caused the Yu family to be passive about the Heaven Scorpion Hall, which led to the current situation. The Yu family once had a prodigal son named Xian. Luin quietly listened to Uncle Mo speak. Before this, he had not known about this matter at all. He had only known that the Heaven Scorpion Hall was a way for the decision-making team to share the Yu family's authority. Now, Uncle Mo was telling him a different version of the story. Xian was a famous prodigal son of the Yu family. His reputation was terrible in the outside world, but in the transdimensional heaven sect, he was practically the epitome of a hedonistic son. The reason for this was because he had squandered all of the Yu family's wealth in order to unify the Heaven Scorpion Hall. Xian was a prodigal son, but he was also a prodigal son with dreams and aspirations. His life's goal was to unify the Six Direction Society's Heaven Scorpion Hall and make it stand apart from the Six Direction Society while still enjoying the privilege of capturing spies. In order to achieve this goal, he had used the Yu family's boundless wealth to make friends with the Six Direction Society and rope in people from all over. In the end, he had become a prodigal son that everyone ridiculed. Not only had he failed to accomplish his goal, but he had also caused the Yu family to fall into depression for a generation. Because of Xian's extravagance, if not for the Yu family's deep foundation and control of the temporal transference technique, the Yu family would have been wiped out a long time ago. Xian is Yufeng's grandfather. On the surface, Yufeng doesn't care about the Heaven's Mirror matter, but in reality, he's always wanted to fulfill his grandfather's wish. He wanted to humiliate everyone who mocked Xian and gain face for the Yu family, Uncle Mo explained. Yufeng saw everything you did in the Void God universe, and he's already set his sights on you. He wants to use your influence in the Heaven's Mirror manner to unite the Void God universe and the temporal transference manner. His next step will be to use your ability to capture spies and the Yu family's foundation to completely unify the Heaven's Mirror manner, allowing the Yu family to control this colossus. Luin was stunned, but at the same time, he was enlightened. Why hadn't he thought of that? Previously, he had only wanted to use the Heaven's Mirror manner to cause trouble and take advantage of the situation to gain more resources. He might even be able to take revenge and dominate the Six Direction Society, but compared to Xian's goal, he was simply too humble. That's right. Unifying the Heaven Mirror manner and turning it into a colossus in the Six Directions sect, a colossus that spanned across the entire Six Directions sect. In addition, the Six Directions sect would grant them the privilege of capturing spies. If they succeeded, the Heaven Mirror manner would become a terrifying existence. Everything else aside, he could even pull in a few progenitors, which would surpass the above heavens. Lu Yin's breathing quickened. This was something he could do. Do you understand? Lady Hiran doesn't want you to be used by Yufeng without knowing, so she asked me to remind you, Uncle Mo said seriously. Luin bowed deeply to Uncle Mo. So that's how it is. Thank you for the reminder, Uncle Mo. I understand now, I really do. Uncle Mo was satisfied. This kid's attitude was very good. It's good that you understand. Yufeng is too smart, and Eulele is also publicly acknowledged as the smartest person in this generation. Little brother, I'm worried about you and the Yu family, Hiran said worriedly. Luin replied, don't worry, sister He. Thanks to your reminder, I know what to do, and I definitely won't disappoint you. Hiran pursed her lips. Are you sure? If you want, I can negotiate with Yufeng and have him let you go back to the Void God universe. No matter what, Yufeng won't openly fall out with me. Sir, if that's the case, your situation will become even more difficult, Uncle Mo advised. Don't worry, Sister Ran. It won't be that easy for the Yufeng to use me. Besides, this is hyperspace, and I don't believe that the Yu family will be able to do anything to me under your watch. Don't worry. Uncle Mo reminded him, don't underestimate Yufeng. Louis nodded. Definitely not. He was distressed. Since you've already made up your mind, do as you please. If there's anything you need, immediately contact me or Uncle Mo. We'll help you as soon as possible. Louis grunted an acknowledgement before being sent off by Uncle Mo. After Louis left, Ran's expression returned to normal. His gaze was proud and profound, and no one knew what he was thinking. Uncle Mo returned. My lord. Did Xianxia say anything? Ran asked. Uncle Mo replied, he didn't say much, he just kept thanking you. I can tell that he really doesn't know why Yufeng invited him. Ran disdainfully replied, what an idiot. If he wasn't useful to us, talking to him would be a waste of time. You don't even know the purpose of his invitation. What do we do now? Uncle Mo asked. Ran replied, let nature take its course. We just have to keep an eye on Bai Qian. I'm afraid that the Yu family will take the initiative to ally with Bai Qian, which would be disadvantageous to me. Even if the Yu family has never interfered in this kind of competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. At that moment, Ku Jian arrived. My lord, Tuing has been captured by the Yu family. Ran was shocked. Tuing? The one from the decision-making team? Why did the Yu family capture him? Apparently, it has something to do with a spy. Lu Yin arrived at the Zio realm. Just as Yu Lei had said, Tuing had already been brought over by the decision-making team. Oh, someone went to bring Big Sis back? Yu Lei immediately mocked Lu Yin when she saw him. Lu Yin ignored her. What? You found such a noble sister, and now you're ignoring people? Have you gone to heaven? Yu Lei continued. Lu Yin said to her, you've broken my initial impression of you. Yu Lei blinked. What impression? Lu Yin replied, an innocent and kind girl who's intoxicated by her career. Huh? Yu Lei was confused. So you shouted even louder, why would you think that? Lei, that damned girl, is two-faced and has a cheap mouth. Yu Lei's face darkened. Damn yeah, what nonsense are you talking about? You're the one with a cheap mouth. So you said, it's mainly because you're two-faced. You actually gave your dandruff to others to eat. Don't talk nonsense. I've only given it to you. Damn Lei, I'm going to beat you up. Don't cause trouble, we're doing business. Yu Lei rolled her eyes and allowed Suyu to pull her hair from behind. She mocked Lu Yin seriously, what benefits did you get from sucking up to others? You came to our Yu family because of Ran, right? Sure enough, there's a problem. Lu Yin casually said, maybe. Take me to Tuing. Hey, be serious. I'm guessing you're conspiracy. There's no conspiracy. Absolutely. Think whatever you want. It's related to Ran, right? That's right. You admit it? Yes. What conspiracy? Check it out yourself. Along the way, Yu Lei kept pestering Lu Yin and asking him all sorts of strange questions. No matter what she said, Lu Yin would admit to it. She was so angry that she wanted to feed him dandruff. Yu, this guy is too infuriating. Do you think he's telling the truth? Yu Lei fumed and kept scratching her hair. Suyu rolled her eyes, wasn't he? Invited by your Yu family? What conspiracy is there? Yu Lei bared her teeth, really wanting to tell the truth. Not long after, Lu Yin saw Tuing. More accurately, he didn't see him, he heard him. Tu Ying's roar could be heard from afar, how dare your Yu family capture me? I'm Tuing, a member of the decision-making team. What are you trying to do? Let me go, you're being too presumptuous. Lu Yin gradually approached as he listened to Tu Ying's roar. Soon, he arrived at a spacious area that wasn't covered by any light. A group of Yu family members were standing guard in front of him, and there was a transparent barrier in the middle. An exasperated middle-aged man was locked inside, panting heavily and shouting with a sinister expression. Lu Yin didn't go over and just watched. Yu Lei was confused, aren't you going to interrogate him? I won't be able to get anything out of him, and he'll only shout louder. Where's your father? Luin asked. Euleilei's eyes darted around. Tell me what he said to Yiran, and I'll have my father interrogate him. Luin didn't respond. Yufeng would definitely come. This guy was only a suspect, and he was a reasonable suspect. However, that didn't mean that he was actually a spy. Who knew, he might have said the wrong thing in a moment of stupor. Luin realized that Euleilei's attitude towards him had changed after meeting Yiran. At first, Euleilei had looked at him with interest, and even though Euleilei was sure that Luin had some sort of motive, he hadn't been so hostile. Now, however, Euleilei basically viewed Luin as an enemy, and his gaze was rather unfriendly. Does your family know what you're doing? The decision-making team won't let you off. We were personally appointed by His Excellency, and we have our own missions. You're being too presumptuous. Or does your family really think that you can replace His Excellency? The feed technique can never replace an energy source. Yufeng arrived and walked past Luin, entering an empty area. When he saw Yufeng appear, Tuing stopped yelling and gritted his teeth. His gaze turned sinister as he growled, "Family Heju, I thought you wouldn't come." "Why wouldn't I?" Yufeng retorted. Tuying's eyes narrowed. "Isn't it better to pretend that you don't know anything?" Yufeng calmly replied, "We captured you because you're suspected of being a spy." "What a joke, I'm suspected of being a spy. His Excellency controls the entire hyperspace. If I'm a spy, why would he let me join the decision-making team?" Tuing questioned. Yufeng clasped his hands behind his back. "That's his business. I have my own deductions." "What deductions?" Tuing asked angrily. Yufeng calmly replied, "During the meeting, you suggested that the people from the drifting cloud space might have been the ones who destroyed the information. However, as a member of the decision-making team, don't tell me that you didn't know that drifting cloud was imprisoned. Don't tell me that you didn't know that drifting cloud had already analyzed the drifting cloud space. The people from the drifting cloud space seemed to be hiding in the hyperspace, but they were actually using them for experiments. Otherwise, they would have been captured long ago. How could these people destroy the information? And you're saying that they did it? Don't tell me that you're just crazy and that you're just spouting nonsense. In order to show off in front of him, you've all racked your brains and thought of ways to show off. You wouldn't say a single word." Tuing angrily retorted, "Human innate gifts are very strange. How do you know that the people of the flowing cloud space haven't been born with any strange innate gifts? Perhaps there are geniuses with extraordinary innate gifts among them. Even hyperspace can't completely unravel the mysteries of the human body. Also, it's possible that someone like Lu Yun has been born in the flowing cloud space. Who knows? Whether it's slander or not, we'll know once we investigate," Yufeng said. "What if we can't find anything?" Tuing glared at Yufeng, his eyes bloodshot and filled with hatred. No matter what the final outcome was, it was a fact that he had been captured by the Yu family. This would definitely affect his position in His Excellency's heart and make the other members of the decision-making team suspicious. The Yu family had basically destroyed his future. If possible, he would definitely destroy the Yu family at all costs. Yufeng didn't intend to respond to Tu Ying's hateful gaze. Instead, he simply said, "If we can't find anything, then we can't find anything. What else can we do?" Tuing was furious. In the distance, Luin raised his brows when he heard this. The Yu family didn't care about the decision-making team at all. The Excellency that Tuing was referring to should be the hyperspace dominator, and Yufeng didn't seem to be afraid of him. Or perhaps the Yu family, who had created the gift technique, thought that they were on par with the dominator who had created the energy source? If that was the case, then the decision-making team was just a servant in Yufeng's eyes. This attitude was normal. But why? Why was the Yu family on par with that dominator? From the information that Luin currently had, even if the Yu family was several times stronger, they would not be able to shake that ruler's position. It was simply impossible for them to be on equal footing. Simply put, the Yu family also had a seat in the decision-making team. If Yufeng was truly on equal footing with that ruler, then the Yu family would not be able to enter the decision-making team. Even Yu Ting from the Six Direction Training Rites was afraid of Yiran, which was not an attitude that came from being on equal footing. The hyperspace continuum had an abyss that Luing could not see, and it seemed to be much more complicated than the void god spacetime. Yufeng did not say much to Tuing. No matter how much he looked down on Tuing, he could not use external forces to interrogate him. Otherwise, it would be a slap to He Ran's and that ruler's face. Uncle Mo came over and demanded that the Yu family release Tuing. Yufeng brought Luing along to confront Uncle Mo. So you're saying that Tuing is a spy, but it's just a guess? Uncle Mo asked Luing. Luing replied, yes, but there's no evidence. Uncle Mo looked at Yufeng and said respectfully, family head Yu, Tuing is still a member of the decision-making team. Arresting him without any evidence would not have a good impact. Lord He Ran hopes that family head Yu will release him. Yufeng looked at Uncle Mo. Is impact more important or a spy? Uncle Mo hesitated. No matter how great the impact was, it could not compare to the destruction that a spy could bring. However, if he said that, Yufeng could send him away with a single sentence, so Tuing had to be taken away. Uncle Mo, what do you think? I'll have to trouble you to investigate Tuing, Luing said. Me? Uncle Mo was astonished. Yufeng's eyes flashed as he looked at Luing. Yu Lele approached from behind. This guy was definitely plotting something. Luing smiled. I believe that whether it's Lord He Ran, the Yu family, or the decision-making team, none of them will allow a spy to exist. If Tuing really is a spy, then Lord He Ran will definitely get rid of him first. Since that's the case, why don't we release him? Even if we lock him up, we won't be able to get anything out of him. You were the one who wanted to capture him, so you released him as soon as He Ran's people arrived. Xianxia, Yu Lele wanted to say something, but Luing cut him off. I asked you to use the Yu family's power. If you can't find anything, then you'll naturally be released. Yufeng nodded. I'll leave the matters of the heaven's reflection manner to you. If you're willing to let it go, that's fine. Uncle Mo heaved a sigh of relief. Facing the Yu clan, even an extremely powerful expert like him did not have the confidence to take Tuing away. Only the Yu clan themselves knew the depth of their foundation. Not to mention other things, Yufeng himself could use the black energy source, and the Yu clan had at least one black energy source hidden away. If they did not give him face, there was nothing he could do. Don't worry, if Tuing is really a spy, Lord He Ran will not let him off, Uncle Mo said. Not long after, he left with Tuing. Although Tuing resented the Yu family, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only keep his resentment in his heart. After they left, Yu Lele sneered, as expected of someone else's good little brother. He doesn't have any stance at all. Lele, go take a look at the fifth experiment. Yufeng sent Yu Lele away. Luing also sent Guan Lao Da and the others away, including Su Ji and Su Yu. He then asked, Senior, are you sure you can monitor Tuing? Yufeng was confident, unless that person personally acts, I can monitor whoever I want in this hyperspace. That's good, Luing nodded. Tuing is a member of the decision-making team, and he refuses to admit it. We have no evidence, so we can't pry his mouth open. We can only do this. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. Take him away, and the first person he'll meet will definitely be He Ran. I can also hear their conversation. Is there a problem? Yufeng asked. Luing smiled, Senior, you're testing me. After all, it involves He Ran. Yufeng and Luing exchanged glances. Luing shrugged, anything is insignificant when it comes to finding a spy, including He Ran. Yufeng smiled, what's your relationship with He Ran? She's my sister Ran, Luing answered with a smile. Yufeng could not understand Luing. He had admitted it so openly, but he was also willing to let him monitor He Ran. Did this person really think that capturing spies was his only goal? Tuing was taken away, and the first person he met was indeed He Ran. Yufeng and Luing also heard their conversation. The conversation between He Ran and Tuing was normal, and the result was within Lu Yin's expectations. Tuing was forced to leave the decision-making team. If Tuing was a spy, then He Ran would definitely be the first to get rid of him. She would not allow anyone to ruin her image, and having a spy support her would only make her a laughingstock. Now that there was no way to prove that Tuing was a spy, He Ran could not directly get rid of him. The only thing she could do was to remove him from the decision-making team and make him lose his authority. This way, even if he was a spy, he would not be able to do anything. Tuing could not accept this result. He could not understand why being suspected of being a spy would result in such severe consequences. He could only say that he did not understand the psychology of those high above him. Whether or not Tuing was a member of the decision-making team, the Yu family would not relax their surveillance of him. For the time being, Luing could rest for a while. After all, he had just captured the girl who had destroyed the information. Once she was captured, she would immediately say that she was being controlled by Qin Kong. However, this was the hyperspace, and Luing could not decide the final outcome. He could only leave it to the Yu family. What he needed to do now was to roll the die. The quickest way to catch spies was to roll the die. He had caught over 100 spies in half a year in the Void God dimension because he had constantly rolled the die. Even if he rolled enhance and merged with the spies' bodies only a few times, he could still catch a whole batch of spies. Spies were more or less connected to each other, so this was the quickest way. Luing needed to maintain his reputation as an expert at catching spies in order to fulfill his desire. Hyperspace's currency was called Ultralisk, and Luing could easily obtain some. Luing held the Ultralisk in his hand and studied it for a long time before his heart sank. This Ultralisk was actually a metal material used to create energy sources. It was not only an energy source, but it was also widely used throughout the entire hyperspace, including as a carrier for the feed technique. It was a material that the hyperspace needed the most, and it was also a necessary material. The problem was that it was useless to Luing. Rolling enhance consumed the power of the current spacetime, and it could only merge with the person in the current spacetime. However, Ultralisk was just a type of metal, so where did its power come from? Hyperspace itself was not overshadowed by the power to change the world. Instead, it constantly developed cultivation techniques and used all things in the universe, which was fundamentally different from a cultivation civilization. The Hui crystals of the Three Monarchs universe were also materials that could carry Monarch's aura, but as long as Luing could consume the Monarch's aura, he should be able to merge with the cultivators in the Three Monarchs universe. However, hyperspace did not have the power to cover spacetime. Luing had not thought of this before and had neglected it. Now that he suddenly thought of it, he was at a loss. What should he do? Roll enhance? No, how could he catch spies in the shortest time possible? If he could not do it, how could he gain the trust of the Yu family and establish the image he wanted in the Sixth Direction Association? This was a headache. What else could he do besides roll enhance? Spies were very difficult to find, and if not for the fact that roll enhance was too heaven-defying, Luing would not have been able to find Yunwu so easily and expose Jun. He would not have been able to purge the spies in the Void God dimension. Luing did not feel that he was much smarter than others when it came to finding spies. The purpose of the Heaven's Mirror Manor was to capture spies, but their efficiency was very low. There were even progenitors among them, and in a fair comparison, Luing had no advantage over the Heaven's Mirror Manor. Luing kept thinking about how to capture spies, but there was only one way: the person who sold information that Luo Lao could contact. If that person could help him find the spy who had destroyed the information, then he should know more about the spy. However, if this person knew who the spy was but did not expose him, then he was just like Realmless in the cosmic tree. He did not care about the greater good of humanity and only cared about his own interests. Luing did not trust such a person. When it came to people he did not trust, his method was to find them and deal with them. Xianxia had obtained a lot of information from Realmless because he had broken through Realmless. That was how he had been able to find a group of spies in the cosmic tree, as well as the people who had colluded with them. If Luing could find this information seller, then he might be able to reap the same benefits. Luing had no pity for such people. Although it was rushed, this was the only way he could think of at the moment, so he could only try. Luing returned to the Eternal Kingdom and brought Luo Lao to hyperspace to contact the information seller. "Brother-in-law, what information do you want to buy?" Luo Lao asked. He was very happy, as being used by Luing meant that he had value and could perform meritorious deeds. As long as he could perform meritorious deeds, he would be able to succeed under Luing. He did not want to stay in the Eternal Kingdom aimlessly. He had not avenged his mother's death yet, and his enemy was right under his feet. However, he could not do anything about it. Luin had already thought of a plan, and his gaze turned cold. Information on Zijing. Luo Lauer thought that he had misheard. Who? Sister Zijing? Luin said, contact him and buy all the information on Zijing from him. Most importantly, Luin stared at Luo Lauer, find a way to let him know that we need to send information to the Zio realm. Luo Lauer was shocked. The Yu family? Brother-in-law, why are you doing this? Just do as I say, or can't you do it? Luin frowned. Luo Lauer was flustered, and when he saw Lu Yin's expression darken, he recalled Mu Jun's miserable state. I can do it. Although I don't know who this person is, he definitely knows of my existence. As long as we contact him within the Zio realm, it'll be fine. However, the Zio realm is the Yu family's territory, so it'll be easy for us to be discovered. Lu Yin immediately brought Luo Lauer to the Zio realm. Although there were many surveillance methods in hyperspace, it was impossible for them to monitor him. The universe was huge, and surveillance methods could not cover every corner. Furthermore, he was someone who could wrestle with a progenitor, so how could these surveillance methods detect him? They did not contact him that day. It's normal. I once waited for an entire month to buy information, Luo Lauer said. Luin was not in a hurry and waited patiently. 6 days later, Luo Lauer exclaimed, I've got it. Luin looked over and stared at Luo Lauer's dark green glasses without saying anything. Luo Lauer began to trade. At the same time, in a dimly lit area, a tired man was looking at the screen in front of him. He really knows how to pick the right time. I'm so tired. He had originally wanted to stop the trade and rest for a few days, but when he saw the screen, his eyes lit up. Old Luo? As he spoke, he stepped forward, breathing heavily. It's really Luo Lauer. He's finally appeared. Does he want to buy information about Zijing? Not a spy? What does he want? After hesitating for a while, he began to communicate with Luo Lauer. Luo Lauer was nervous. This was a huge matter that involved Luin and the Yu family, so he could not afford to mess it up. Brother-in-law, he's asking for sky-high prices, Luo Lauer asked. Deal. Brother-in-law, he has so much information about Sister Zijing? How did you find out about Big Sister Zijing when she was young? Luo Lauer exclaimed. Luin frowned. He wouldn't have been surprised if this person had been able to find out about Zijing's current situation, but if he had even been able to find out about her childhood, then that wasn't simple at all. This proved that this person had considerable authority in the hyperspace. On the other side, that person excitedly stared at the screen. Almost there, almost there. Don't end it, please don't end it. He was locating old Luo's position and leaving behind evidence. This was a rare opportunity, so he definitely couldn't end the transaction. On the other side, Luin was lost in thought as he stared at the information regarding Zijing. He didn't know what the person who sold the information was doing right now, but he definitely knew that the person he was dealing with was Luo Lauer, who was related to Mu Jun's disappearance and was also located in the Yu family. How would this person deal with such exaggerated information? It was impossible to find this person through trade, so he had no choice but to divert the trouble away by leaking such a huge amount of information to see if he could find any traces of this person. When he thought about this, Luin missed his dies enhance. He did not need to waste any effort and could directly read someone's memories. This method had saved him a lot of trouble. A 6 on the die was equivalent to giving him the answer to the proposition. It was much more efficient to reason in reverse rather than having no clue at all. The Zio realm, it's the Zio realm, exclaimed the person in the dark. He was so excited that his face turned red. As expected, it's the Yu clan. Right, the Yu clan is in charge of the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture, so it's normal for them to buy information from spies. But it's possible that other people from the Heaven's Mirror Prefecture would buy it too, especially Xianxia. She was the one who captured that spy, but we can't be sure that she was the one who bought the information. We can't rule out the possibility that the Yu family is using him. This person was originally invited to hyperspace by the Yu family, so it's normal for him to be a puppet. But Xianxia couldn't have bought Zijing's information. they were originally lovers. Only the Yu clan would know that Zi Jing was involved in the research and development of the most secret of cultivation techniques. We've always hidden this from the Yu clan, so only the Yu clan would know. That person paced back and forth. The Yu clan, Mu Jun, Ultra Spacetime, and the three sovereigns. His eyes were bright, and his exhaustion was swept away. He suddenly looked up at the screen of light again, at the position of the Zio realm. Let's go all out. On the other side, Lu Yin had sent Luo Lauer back to the Eternal Kingdom. He had done everything he could, and all he could do now was wait. He didn't know what the information seller would do next. Perhaps the seller would do nothing and only focus on selling information. He could not take the initiative to attack, so he could only release the bait. Since that person likes to sell information, it shows that he is short of resources. Such a large amount of information is enough for him to get a sum from the Three Monarchs universe. Don't let him down. That person did not disappoint, as he desperately needed resources. He was willing to trade with anyone, even if that person was a spy, as long as they gave him resources. Now, such a large amount of information had been exposed to him. As long as he could sell it, he would have all the resources he needed. He could not resist this temptation. The giant rainbow wall was the most beautiful and dangerous place in the Three Monarchs universe. Inside and out, it was equivalent to life and death. At every moment, countless pairs of eyes looked outside the rainbow wall with apprehension and unease. Ever since the continents had been stuck to the rainbow wall, there were even more such gazes. I think it's in Xianxia's direction, Elder Chan said as he looked ahead. He was standing on the rainbow wall, and outside the rainbow wall was an endless continent. It was not a real continent, but rather the meditative ruins. Elder Chan had seen the god of oblivion in action on the Fifth Mainland, and he had also seen it during the era of the Daosor sect, but he had never seen such a large meditative ruins before. As soon as he arrived at the rainbow wall, he saw the boundless meditative ruins, which forced Luo Jun, Xingjuan, and Xiaoxinji to continuously retreat. This also showed Elder Chan just how terrifying the god of oblivion was. Even if he touched this meditative ruins, he would often forget everything. Even though this period was not long and only lasted for an instant, it was enough to determine victory and defeat for an expert. Even though the god of oblivion was powerful, he had not faced the four of them directly. After all, they were still four progenitors and would not be easy to deal with. They were now trying to figure out which direction the god of oblivion would attack from. The rainbow wall protected the entire Three Monarchs universe. If the four of them were together, the god of oblivion would not attack them, but he could attack other regions, and they would not be able to save them in time. In the past, the Great Three Monarchs array had resonated with the rainbow wall, allowing the three monarchs to instantly attack no matter where they were. However, Mu Jun had disappeared. Although Elder Chan and Xiaoxinji had made up for the lack of power, they could not make up for the loss of the Great Three Monarchs array and the entire Three Monarchs universe. Not only that, but the rainbow wall was also weakening. If they could not find Mu Jun, then either someone could replace her, or the rainbow wall would disappear sooner or later. I also think it's in Xiaoxinji's direction, Luo Jun said in a low voice. Star Monarch said, I think it's in my place instead. Elder Chan said, the god of oblivion was injured by Senior Xiaoshang in my origin space and has not recovered yet. His hatred for the Xia family is too strong. That's why he left Xiaoxinji for last, Star Monarch said. Elder Chan did not expect him to think this way and fell silent for a moment. Hee, you old fellows can only guess? Continue, I will attack with all my strength in an instant. I don't know which one of you can block it in an instant, hee. The god of oblivion's voice spread throughout the Three Monarchs universe. Xiaoxinji narrowed his eyes. How troublesome. Bai Xing and Elder Chan should have replaced him and let him return to the starry sky tree, but Elder Chan came and Bai Xing did not, so he greeted them. In his words, why should they replace Xiaoxinji and fight to the death in the Three Monarchs universe? Even Bai Wangyuan could not force Bai Xing, who was a progenitor. Bai Xing did not come, and only Elder Chan came. It was not enough to completely replace the Three Monarchs' great formation. The main reason was that they had to defend a large area, and Luo Jun did not want to let Xiaoxinji go. Only the Three Monarchs universe is on the defensive. The other 5 universes have already attacked to chase us out of their universe. Luo Shan, what's the point of holding on to the title of the 3 monarchs? Defend one corner for the 6 monarchs. What can you gain by fighting to the death? Even if the Eternals are defeated, what will be left of the 3 monarchs universe? The God of Oblivion mocked. Luo Jun said in a low voice, don't waste your breath. We've known each other for so many years, and we understand each other. It's useless for you to say this. The origin space is far stronger than the 3 monarchs universe. If you drag them to the 6 monarchs universe and they accept the origin space, do you think the 3 monarchs universe can still be one of the 6 monarchs universe? The God of Oblivion smiled. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold. He had considered this as well, but Mu Jun had suddenly disappeared. The only thing he could do was to keep Xianxia here and drag the origin space in. Otherwise, the 3 monarchs universe would be in danger. Have you ever considered that all of this might be what the origin space wants? The God of Oblivion asked again. Elder Chan sighed. The Eternals are the best at bewitching people. They use the temptation of eternal life and great power to cause flaws in people's hearts, but you are still humans. If you don't care, how could you have fallen? God of Oblivion, what do you care about? Little brat, since when did you have the right to lecture me? The God of Oblivion said with disdain. Elder Chan replied, I'm just curious. Leave your curiosity in your coffin. If you want to get information from me, let little Luin do it. I'll answer whatever he asks, hee hee. The God of Oblivion attacked, and the world outside the rainbow wall turned upside down. Her target was actually Elder Chan. Although Elder Chan was the latest to break through to the progenitor realm, he was definitely not the weakest. Even Bai Wang Yuan was wary of the ancestral chi of the 3 sons. In the 3 monarchs universe, Elder Chan and the God of Oblivion had fought more than once. Although it had caused a huge commotion this time, it had ended quickly. You old things are boring. Let's go play with Luin in the origin space. I wonder how he's doing. I really miss him. The God of Oblivion giggled and left the 3 monarchs universe. Elder Chan raised his brows. If you dare to leave this universe, the Eternals will never be able to step in again. Luo Jun stared at Elder Chan. He wanted the God of Oblivion to leave, but Elder Chan did not want her to cause trouble for Luin. You can try. The God of Oblivion's voice grew softer. Elder Chan's gaze turned cold, and he attacked outside the rainbow wall. Spacecraft after spacecraft flew out of the rainbow wall and collided with countless corpse kings. Their scarlet eyes were densely packed together, causing one's heart to tremble. Beams of light shot out, and each spacecraft was plated with Monarch's aura. They were multicolored and painted the universe in a dazzling brilliance. Suddenly, the spacecraft's beams of light stopped, and the person controlling the spacecraft stared blankly at the screen. Mu Jun is here. It was just 4 simple words, but it caused everyone who saw it to tremble. It wasn't just one spacecraft that was like this, as all the spacecraft screens showed the same words. Inside the rainbow wall, all the data related to science and technology showed the same words. Soon, Luo Jun appeared in a spacecraft. Return. He sent his contact information to the person who had sent the message. Let's talk here. It was still 4 words. Luo Jun's expression was calm as he asked the others to leave. You should be able to hear me. It's an honor to speak with you, Lord Luo. A mechanical voice sounded, but it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Luo Jun looked at the screen. You want to talk to me, but you don't want me to know who you are. This is the only way. Are you the one who captured Mu Jun? Lord Luo, you've misunderstood. I just happened to know about Mu Jun, so I came to inform you. The price. Let's ask Lord Luo to confirm the authenticity first. As he spoke, the screen changed. On it was evidence of Luo Lauer's location, but the destination was not shown. Luo Lauer's words were not wrong. Not only that, but the person also listed the information of his transactions with Luo Lauer. For a full hour, Lord Luo just watched. I have left traces of these records in the hyperspace. I will tell Lord Luo the method. Lord Luo can ask others to verify it. Tell me, where is Luo Lao? Lord Luo's eyes were cold. Although he did not care about family, he was still his son. Back then, Luo Zong had killed many of his brothers and sisters. He knew and stopped him, but he might not have been able to stop Luo Zong from secretly framing him, so he sent Luo Lao to the hyperspace as a hostage. However, he never dreamed that Luo Lao would one day plot against Mu Jun. There must be a top expert behind him. Otherwise, with Mu Jun's caution, it was impossible for him to disappear. Lord Luo knew what it meant to disappear. Let's talk about the price now, Lord Luo. Although one could not tell whether the mechanical voice was happy or angry, the speaker's tone revealed the speaker's excitement. He was a big step closer to his goal. Not long after, the screen turned off and someone entered. Lord Luo, we didn't find anything. Trash, Lord Luo growled, scaring the person into kneeling. Continue to investigate. Gather all the talents. In the Three Monarchs universe. We must find this person, Lord Luo ordered. Yes. In the hyperspace, under the blooming stairs, Uncle Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Lord, there is a guest. On the stairs, he appeared. A guest? At this time, a voice sounded. Should I look for you or Bai Qian? Was confused. Who? Uncle Mo looked up. Three Monarchs universe, Luo Shan. Was surprised. Luo Shan? Although the Six Directions sect looked down on the Three Monarchs universe, compared to other universes, the Three Monarchs universe was too weak. It was undeniable that the Three Monarchs universe brought about a great shock. Rather than saying that they represented the Three Monarchs universe, it was more accurate to say that the Three Monarchs universe dragged them down. If there were no Three Monarchs universe, they would definitely be top figures in any universe. After all, those were three extremely powerful experts. Lord Luo, come out and meet me, said. Her voice was pleasant and calm. The void split open, and Luo Jun walked out. He raised his head and looked at the stairs. At this moment, Uncle Mo stood in front of Luo Jun. Luo Jun said indifferently, even I can't see it? No, Uncle Mo said directly. Lord Luo's gaze was too domineering. Luo Jun's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward. At this moment, Uncle Mo only felt the world shaking. Everything around him changed. He couldn't stop Luo Jun. This was the only thought in his mind. For some reason, Luo Jun put down his foot. Forget it. We're partners after all. Although we've never met, we're still familiar with each other. What's the situation with the Yu clan? Was puzzled. Why are you asking about the Yu clan? I suspect that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family. Was shocked. Uncle Mo also looked at Luo Jun in shock. Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan? How is that possible? Did not believe it. Luo Jun replied, I hope it's not true, so please do me a favor. I want to verify it myself. On this day, the tranquil hyperspace changed. First, the surveillance went out of control, and then, chaos appeared in many regions. Extreme powerhouses hurriedly took care of it, and the tranquil hyperspace seemed to be disturbed by something. Luo Jun appeared outside the Zio realm and stepped in. He appeared at the place where Luo Lauer had bought the information and looked at the ground. It really is here. He then looked forward with a cold gaze and released his tricolored monarch's aura. It was as if a multicolored monster had appeared and enveloped the entire Zio realm. At this moment, countless people in the Zio realm saw the tricolored monarch's aura cover the sky and change the earth. It even caused the stars to change colors, creating an indescribably terrifying pressure. Lu Yin's expression changed. This was the power of a progenitor, which meant that Luo Jun was the one who had come. He had used Luo Lauer to probe the person who had sold the information, hoping to use the information that Luo Lauer was in the Yu family to expose him. However, he had not expected such a huge reaction. That person had actually directly told the three sovereigns, otherwise, Luo Jun would not have appeared. There was definitely something wrong with that person. Luo Shan, what are you doing? Yu Feng's furious voice rang out as black energy swept across the horizon and dispersed the monarch's aura. Luo Jun coldly glanced at Yu Feng. Where is Mu Jun? Yu Feng was stunned. What Mu Jun? Where is Luo Ho? Where is the Thunder Sealing clan? Luo Jun asked again. Yu Feng angrily shouted, are you crazy? What does the Thunder Sealing clan have to do with Luo Ho and my Yu family? Luo Ho appeared in the Zio realm. Hand him over. Luo Shan attacked without holding back. A huge battle broke out in the Zio realm as the black energy clashed with the tricolored monarch's aura. Lu Yin had originally thought that the black energy would not be able to defeat the tricolored monarch's aura, as energy was just energy. Although it had the destructive power of an extreme powerhouse, it could not compare to a true progenitor. However, Yu Feng's black energy had overturned his understanding. Even though they were both black energy, there were differences in strength. Yu Feng's black energy was actually able to block the tricolored monarch's aura. At this moment, he was paying attention to the Zio realm. She silently agreed that Luo Jun had killed his way into the Zio realm and transferred when sure way to use Luo Jun to probe the Yu family's foundation. Luo Jun was not weak. Her idea was not bad. As the tricolored monarch's aura continued to strengthen, beams of feed technique shot out from the Zio realm and pierced through the tricolored monarch's aura. There was more than one feed technique in the Zio realm, and they shot out beams of power that even Luo Jun feared. Lu Yin's scalp went numb when he saw this power. He had never thought that a progenitor's destructive power could be measured in numbers. 1 beam, 2 beams, 3 beams, all the way until 7 beams. A total of 7 beams of feed techniques killing power forced Luo Jun to retreat. Luo Jun himself had not expected the Zio realm's foundation to be so strong. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. However, these people were underestimating him too much. The 3 Monarch spacetime was the weakest of the 6 Directions Association, but he was not. Luo Jun looked up and tricolored light appeared under his feet. It spread out and formed a circle. The light then rose vertically, connecting the sky and earth, becoming the most resplendent point in the Zio realm. Yu Feng's gaze changed. He waved his hand, and beams of light shot towards Luo Jun. In the next instant, the tricolored light on Luo Jun's body expanded endlessly. At this moment, the entire Zio realm changed, turning into another 3 Monarch spacetime. The black energy was actually wrapped up by the tricolored monarch aura and fell down. Yu Feng's pupils shrank. This was a domain-like power that cultivators who had reached the extreme realm would possess. Luo Jun attacked, slamming a palm towards Yu Feng. Yu Feng continuously retreated, and Luo Jun followed closely behind, closing the distance between them. They were both extreme realm powerhouses with destructive power, but Luo Jun's black energy was no match for Luo Jun's. Black energy did not need to be cultivated to the extreme realm to possess the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. Although it was fast, its weakness was that it did not have a cultivation process. Whether it was in terms of battle prowess, temperament, or other aspects, it was far inferior to a normal progenitor. Although Yu Feng's destructive power was comparable to Luo Jun's, Luo Jun displayed a power that was similar to the progenitor's realm, and Yu Feng was instantly suppressed. Just as Yu Feng was about to be struck by Luo Jun, he retreated to an incomparably large source box. This source box had suddenly appeared, as if it had come from a parallel universe. It was larger than any source box he had ever seen before, and it was covered in a host of feed technique. Luo Jun's expression changed as he looked at the feed technique that was frantically extracting the sourcebox's substance. He felt a strong sense of crisis. This was the Yu family's foundation. At the same time, another figure tore through the void and attacked Luo Jun. It was another expert who could use a black energy source. The Yu family had 2. Lu Yin looked at the person who had appeared. Was it Yu Ting? Yu Ting was strong enough to use a black energy source, but it depended on whether the Yu family had one or not. It was obvious that the Yu family had more than one. With 2 extreme realm powerhouses and a powerful feed technique, Luo Jun would not be able to gain an advantage. Luo Shan, get lost. If not for the everlasting race, you would already be dead. Yu Feng roared. Luo Jun growled, hand over Mu Jun, are you crazy? What does Mu Jun have to do with the Yu family? Yu Feng cursed. Luo Jun waved his hand, and a mountain appeared. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed when he saw the mountain. Was that Mount Supreme? It was Mount Supreme again. Tu Xuanxuang had Mount Supreme, and Luo Jun had Mount Supreme as well. These were the pillars of the primordial space. Just how many more were there outside? A person walked out from Mount Supreme. His appearance couldn't be seen, but his entire body was distorted by the airflow. As this person walked out, Luo Jun shouted, "Attack!" The person in the airflow raised a palm and attacked Yu Feng. Yu Feng was stunned. This person who had suddenly appeared not only had extremely destructive power, but he was even more threatening than Luo Jun. What kind of power was this? Xianxia? Luyin hadn't expected Luo Jun to bring Xianxia along. Wasn't he afraid that the Forgotten Ruins deity would take this opportunity to attack the three sovereign spacetime? Luo Jun and Xianxia were enough to suppress the Yu family, but it was obviously impossible to defeat them. Luo Jun only wanted Xianxia to buy time for him to search the Zio realm. Xianxia used his own strength to stall Yu Feng while Yu Ting still had the feed technique to buy time for Luo Jun. Luo Jun's tricolored monarch aura searched every corner of the Zio realm, but there was no trace of Luo Lao or Mu Jun. In the end, he captured Yu Lele. "If you want your daughter back, bring Luo Ho to me." With that, Luo Jun and Xianxia returned to the three sovereign spacetime. The entire process wasn't long, but Wen sure didn't appear for a while. Yu Feng's expression turned ugly, and he immediately went to find he ran. Back in the Zio realm, Luyin watched the intense battle and thought about the person who had sold the information. There was definitely something wrong with this person, and he might even be a spy. Although that person had provided information about a spy who had destroyed the information, that woman might have been bait and wasn't of much value. This person was the spy behind the scenes. Of course, there was also the possibility that he wasn't. Regardless, Luyin had to find this person first. The news of Luo Jun killing his way into the Zio world and capturing Yu Lele shook the entire Six Directions Guild. No one had expected such a thing to happen. Among the Six Direction Society, the three monarch universes were at the bottom, while the reincarnation universes were recognized as the strongest. Apart from them, the other four were about the same. The Yu family had a transcendent status in transdimensional universe, and their foundation was unfathomable. Yet, one day, Luo Jun had killed his way in and captured Yu Lele. This matter was tantamount to slapping the Yu family's face. More importantly, Luo Jun's reason for killing his way into the Zio world was that the Yu family had caused Mu Jun's disappearance. This was not simple. Why was the Yu family related to Mu Jun's disappearance? What was their goal? Was it the Yu family's doing? Many members of the Six Paths Guild had questions about this matter. Yu Feng had gone to look for He Ran, but Luyin did not know what had happened. He only knew that after Yu Feng returned to the Zio realm, he angrily took Yu Ting to the three sovereign spacetime. Not long after, more and more news arrived. Many of the Six Direction Association's powerhouses had entered the three sovereign spacetime continuum to mediate. Wenshur had also arrived at the celestial traversing realm, and he was most likely searching for Luyin. Suling went to the Zio realm and found Luyin. "Sister Ling? Why are you here?" Luyin was shocked. Suling replied, "It's all because of you." Luyin didn't understand. Suling said, "You are still staying in the Zio world even after such a huge incident happened to the Yu clan. Aren't you afraid that something might happen?" Luyin replied, "This is a matter between the Yu family and the three sovereigns. It has nothing to do with me. I was only invited here to capture a spy. With Lord Luo's strength, the Yu family might not be able to protect you. Don't underestimate the three sovereigns, especially Lord Luo. He's a legendary figure." Luyin was moved. "I'm fine, Sister Ling," Suling rolled his eyes. "Let's talk about it after this matter is over. The Yu family was slapped in the face by Luo Jun, so you might suffer a loss if you work with them. Although the Yu family is smart, they don't have a good reputation." A few days later, this matter came to a temporary end. Luo Jun had no evidence to prove that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the Yu family. At most, he could only prove that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio world. However, the Zio world was too large, so it was not strange for anyone to appear here. He could not determine that there was something wrong with the Yu family just based on this. The reason why Lord Luo was certain that it was related to the Yu family was because Luo Lauer appeared in the Zio world, and it was also related to the internal struggle of ultra spacetime. The cooperation partner of the three monarch spacetime was Iran, and the Yu family was obviously not on the same side as Iran. This was also Iran's guess. But as long as there was no evidence, the Six Direction Society would not allow internal strife, and Lord Luo had to release Eulele. This was the Six Direction Society's bottom line. The Yu clan brought Eulele back, and Luo Jun also said that once it was confirmed that Yu clan was involved in Mu Jun's disappearance, even if the three monarch spacetime didn't want it, he would make the Yu clan pay the price. These ruthless words were not only spoken to the Yu clan, but also to other people. He must find Mu Jun. If Mu Jun died, this grudge must be avenged. Yu Feng returned to the Zio realm. When he heard that Wenshi had investigated, his expression turned ugly. When he heard that Su Lung was also there, he hurriedly went to find him. "Senior, how is it? Lele is back?" Lu Ying quickly asked when he saw Yu Feng. Yu Feng nodded, and his gaze swept past Lu Ying before landing on Su Lung. He politely said, "You must be the newly advanced virtual realm powerhouse, Su Lung." Su Lung grunted in acknowledgement and smiled. "I've long heard of the Yu clan's great name. I've taken the liberty to come here and disturb you." Yu Feng smiled. "It's no trouble at all. It's the Yu clan's honor to have you as a guest in my Zio realm." After exchanging some pleasantries, Su Lung left the Yu clan. Eulele had already been brought back, and with the Six Direction Society's mediation, Lord Luo could no longer do anything to the Yu clan. Thus, there was no need for her to keep watch over Lu Ying. After Su Lung left, Yu Feng directly asked Lu Ying, "Where is Luo Ho?" Lu Ying was stunned. "Luo Ho? What do you mean by that, senior?" Yu Feng stared at Lu Ying. "Who's behind you?" "Mu Jun was the one behind you." Lu Yin's face sank. "Senior, Lord Luo killed her way into the Zio realm and captured Eulele. She did indeed cause the Yu clan to suffer heavy losses, but senior shouldn't blame this on me. I'm just a junior, so how could I have the ability to scheme against Mu Jun?" Yu Feng's gaze deepened. "It sounds unreasonable, but I don't need logic. You didn't come, so this wouldn't have happened. Now that you're here, this happened. Luo Ho had a good relationship with you in the Six Direction training rites, and you must have had a motive for deliberately approaching my Yu clan. It's hard for me not to link this matter to you." Lu Ying frowned. Most people would not think that this matter was related to him, as he had nothing to do with any of the three sovereigns. However, Yu Feng was certain that he was the culprit. Lu Yin's head hurt. He liked to meet people who thought they were smart, as they could often analyze details that ordinary people could not see. He was the best at using these details to divert trouble, but Yu Feng was different. He only looked at the beginning and the end, skipping over the analysis of the process. If he suspected someone, he would immediately confirm it. Lu Ying did not know how to deal with such a simple and crude method. "It looks like the Yu clan is certain that this matter is related to me. Then why didn't senior mention it in front of others?" Lu Ying asked. Yu Feng replied, "I wanted to see what else you could do. My Yu clan has nothing to do with Mu Jun's matter, so I'm not afraid of being wrongly accused. Unless you have the ability to make other parallel universes target my Yu clan, then I'll accept it. Otherwise, the person behind you will be exposed sooner or later." He then left. Lu Ying watched Yu Feng's departing figure. This was troublesome. No wonder the Yu clan had a bad reputation in the Six Direction Training Society. If they were certain of something, they did not need evidence and only looked at the results. Who could stand that? Even if their guesses were the truth, without evidence, people would think that they were overbearing and unreasonable. The Yu clan was smart and arrogant, so they would not act in a way that ordinary people would accept. This clan was very strange. After leaving Lu Yin's line of sight, Yu Feng saw Eulele come looking for him and stopped her. "Father, move aside. I want to settle the score with Xianxia. He must be the one behind this." Eulele bared her teeth. She was just like Yu Feng, determined that Lu Ying was the culprit. Regardless of whether there was evidence or not, there was definitely something wrong with this guy. Yu Feng replied, "I've already looked for him." "How was it?" "What do you mean?" "He won't admit it." Does the Yu clan need him to admit something? He's not someone from a spacetime continuum. So what if we're certain? Of course we'll capture him and interrogate him. Lord Luo has no evidence that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan, so he could only retreat. We also have no evidence that Xianxia is involved. Yu Lele asked, he still dares to resist? Yu Feng frowned. He has 4 powerhouses backing him. Yu Lele fell silent and scratched his head, causing dandruff to fall off. Yu Feng retreated. Time to wash your hair. I'm irritated. I don't want to wash it. Yu Lele was unhappy and felt even more sullen. The Yu clan had never needed evidence to do anything, and they could arrest anyone they suspected. This was one of the reasons why the Yu clan was in charge of the Heaven's Reflection Manor. Are we just going to let this Xianxia scheme against us? Yu Lele clenched his fists. Yu Feng smiled. Let him be. I want to see what else he has up his sleeves. What about that he ran? That woman lured Wenshur away, which allowed Lord Luo to charge into the Zio realm. Yu Lele's expression turned ugly. Yu Feng's expression darkened. This matter won't pass. Could Xianxia have been sent by He Ran? Yu Lele guessed. Yu Lele had guessed this from the very beginning, and the fact that Luyin had called her sister Ran made Yu Lele even more certain. Yu Feng shook his head. That's unlikely. Although he's close to He Ran isn't stupid. It's not her style to send someone so brazenly to approach the Yu clan. Besides. He paused for a moment before continuing, He Ran doesn't have the ability to deal with Mu Jun. She's working with the 3 sovereigns, and if she tries to deal with Mu Jun, she'll easily become the target of everyone and lose her footing in the 6 Direction Association. She won't take such a risk. Then how is Xianxia going to deal with Mu Jun? Yu Lele was confused. Yu Feng frowned, as this was also why he hadn't revealed Xianxia's identity. What was this person hiding? The Void God space? No, that shouldn't be the case. Was he a spy? It wasn't impossible, but it wasn't likely. Sacrificing the entire Void God space's spy for Xianxia was too great a price to pay. This person wasn't worth it. What was it? Where is Xianxia from? Yu Feng asked. Yu Lele was stunned. I don't know. Yu Feng was astonished. You don't know? I thought you knew, father. Yu Lele felt wronged. Yu Feng was exasperated, this was too laughable. Even now, the Yu clan still didn't know Xianxia's origins. This person had clearly joined the 6 Direction training grounds from the Void God space. The Yu clan's status in the Void God space was high, but they didn't even know Xianxia's origins. If this got out, they would be laughed at. They thought they were smart. Yu Feng felt like he had grasped onto something. There was definitely something wrong with this Xianxia's origins. Uncle Ting definitely knows, Yu Lele reminded him. Yu Feng immediately contacted Yu Ting. Yu Ting's reply caused Yu Feng's expression to change. It was the Genesis space? The Zio realm was quiet for a while, and Luyin waited patiently. After a while, he would bring Luo Lao over and contact the person who had sold them the information. That person had betrayed them once, and since he couldn't find any leads on this person, he could only continue to contact him. Yu Feng came over and gave Luyin a mission. Investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo. Luyin didn't understand. The person who provided the information? Yu Feng replied, someone told Lord Luo that Luo Ho had appeared in the Zio realm, which is why Lord Luo is certain that Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu clan. I want you to find this person. Luyin laughed. Senior, are you sure that I'm related to this matter, and you're not worried about letting me look for him? Yu Feng replied, you're the one who's urgently looking for this person. Perhaps you planned this together with this person and purposely let Lord Luo find you, or perhaps you used this person. You knew beforehand that this person would tell Lord Luo and purposely let him know that Luo Ho was in the Zio realm. If it's the latter, then you don't want this person to know your identity, and this person definitely won't let you know his identity either. I'll give you a chance to investigate this personally. Go to the 3 Monarch space and find this person. The 3 Monarch space will cooperate fully. After hearing Yu Feng's words, Luyin rubbed his cosmic ring. If I'm in the first situation, then I'll cut off my own arm. If I'm in the second situation, then I'll do my best to investigate. Even if this matter has nothing to do with me, the Yu family won't suffer any losses if I investigate. Are you willing to do so? Yufeng asked. Luyin shrugged. We've reached a bottleneck in our investigation, and this person is deliberately trying to sow discord between Luo Jun and the Yu family. He might be a spy as well, so it's a good direction to investigate. Yufeng nodded. I hope to hear good news from you. He then turned to leave, but before he left, he turned his back to Luyin. I heard that you offended the primordial space's Dao master, Luyin? Lu Yin's eyes widened, but his voice was calm. Yes. I've heard of Luyin, and he's quite capable. If possible, I'd like to meet him and resolve your grudges. Yufeng then left. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. What did Yufeng mean? What was he trying to say? Even if everyone in the Six Direction Society knew that Yufeng had come from the primordial space, they would not link him to Luyin. However, Yufeng was different, as he was certain that Luyin was related to Mu Jun's disappearance. Xianxi's identity alone made it impossible for him to do anything to Mu Jun. The only possibility was that there was a powerhouse from the primordial space behind him. Yufeng definitely knew about Xianxi's identity, and after some analysis, he might be able to guess that Mu Jun's disappearance was related to the primordial space. Yufeng's guess was correct. It was not that others could not guess, but that they would not think in this direction. He had taken the initiative to approach the Yu family, which had caused Yufeng to become suspicious of him. Then, he had tried to probe the information cellar, which had caused Luo Jun to kill his way into the Zio realm. This had also aroused Yufeng's suspicions. Luyin was the one who had slowly led Yufeng's suspicions towards him, which had led to Yufeng's suspicions. However, he had no other choice. If he did not probe the information cellar, then it would be very difficult for him to find a spy in the hyperspace. Getting close to the Yu family was a necessary step, or else he would not be able to plot against the hyperspace. The Yu family and he were not on good terms, so he had to get close to them. The Yu family was too unreasonable, whether it was Yufeng or Yu Lulu. What exactly had Yufeng guessed? Yufeng's guesses did not require evidence, as long as he guessed it. For safety's sake, Lu Yin's identity as Xianxia should be abandoned. Once someone from the Six Direction Association connected Xianxia to Luyin, it would be easy to verify their suspicions. However, this identity was very important. How could he give it up so easily? Luyin was conflicted. If he really couldn't do it, he wouldn't come to the Yu family. When he thought of this, he hurriedly left with Guan Laoda and the others to find He Ran. His next destination was the Three Monarchs universe. Since Yufeng asked him to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate, in order to prevent him from doing something unfavorable to himself, he would follow his steps first. However, before going to the Three Monarchs universe, he had to first understand the Three Monarchs, especially Lord Luo. That was why Luyin had gone to look for He Ran. Yufeng asked you to go to the Three Monarchs universe to investigate the person who provided information to Lord Luo? He Ran was shocked. Luyin nodded and helplessly replied, Sister Ran, that person was able to contact Lord Luo without his identity being discovered. This proves that he's quite capable, but I'm not confident in his abilities. Then I'll go talk to Yufeng. Actually, this is a matter of the Three Monarchs, it has nothing to do with you, He Ran said. Luyin replied, that person is trying to sow discord between us. Being suspicious of the Yu family is the same as being suspicious of a spy. This is something that I should do, so there's no point in looking for Yufeng. He looked at Luyin, wanting to say something, but hesitated. Is there trouble? He Ran asked with concern. Luyin sighed, Yufeng's attitude towards me has completely changed, and he's also speaking ill of you. I can't take it anymore, and I'm afraid that one day I'll quarrel with him, so I'll go to the Three Monarchs universe first. He Ran was furious, Yufeng has gone too far. No matter what his attitude towards me is, you were invited by the Yu family from the Void God universe to help catch the spy. How can his attitude towards you change just because of your relationship with me? Uncle Mo, please go to the Yu family. Luyin quickly stopped her, no need, Sister Ran. I don't want to have anything to do with the Yu family, so I won't trouble you. Uncle Emo looked at He-Ran. He-Ran nodded, alright, I won't contact the Yu family in the future. Lu Yin's contact with the Yu family had never been part of He-Ran's plan. She was more worried about what Bai Qian was up to, so it was better not to contact him now. Sister Ran, what's Lord Luo like? Lu Yin suddenly asked. He-Ran was puzzled, why are you asking about Lord Luo? Lu Yin said, after all, I'm going to the Three Monarchs universe this time. Lord Luo and Yu Fang are both extremely strong, so it's not impossible for me to come into contact with them. You won't come into contact with Lord Luo, Uncle Emo said. Lu Yin didn't understand. Uncle Emo explained, the Three Monarchs universe has always been watched by the Forgotten Ruins god. Although it's the weakest corner of the Six Direction Association, its battle situation is no better than the other universes. In fact, it's even more intense. This is also why the reincarnation universe intervened after Mu Jun went missing and forced the primordial space to send reinforcements to the Three Monarchs universe. This time, Lord Luo killed his way into the Zio universe because of Mu Jun and relaxed the defense of the Rainbow Wall. This has already made everyone unhappy, and the Six Direction Association doesn't want anything to happen to the Three Monarchs universe. Even if Mu Jun's disappearance is related to the Yu family, Lord Luo should still ask Ultra Space to investigate. If he leaves the Three Monarchs universe, it's very easy for the Rainbow Wall to fall and cause irreparable damage. The reincarnation universe has said that he won't be able to leave the Rainbow Wall anytime soon. Lu Yin relaxed. Although the Three Monarchs universe was the weakest of the Six Direction Association, that didn't mean that Lord Luo was weak. On the contrary, both Su Leng and Yu Fang were very wary of Lord Luo, especially Su Leng. Luo Jun was a legendary figure, which wasn't a casual statement. Uncle Mo, is Lord Luo very strong? Lu Yin asked, but he was actually referring to the previous question. Uncle Mo looked at He-Ran. He-Ran nodded. Uncle Mo said, the Six Direction Association is divided into strong and weak, but the Three Monarchs are not weak. Lord Luo, in particular, is known as Luo Shan. He's one of the few known to have walked out of the Void World alive. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The Void World was a completely dark space that appeared when progenitors fought and tore through the void. It was an incomprehensible world, and Lu Yin had asked several people, especially those who were extremely strong, what would happen if they fell into that dark space. Everyone's answer was the same, they would definitely die. There was no light, no sound, and no sense of touch. There was nothing there at all. This was something that one didn't need to enter to know. However, other than that, no one knew what else was there because no one had ever walked out of it alive. The universe was a strange existence, and the space that normal people saw was only the surface layer. Cultivators tore through the void, and the astral sources that envoys absorbed were all layers of space. No one knew exactly how many layers there were. The void world was a world that humans knew could be entered, but they couldn't understand. It was just like how the first human who tore through the void didn't know what the void was. In the future, humans might be able to control it, but for now, no one had done so. No one had ever heard of anyone coming back alive from the void world. Lord Luo really came back alive from the void world? Lu Yin was shocked. Uncle Mo was solemn. There are 62 parallel universes in the Six Direction Association. When the Six Direction Association was first established, there was a parallel universe that was even stronger than the Three Sovereigns universe. However, the Three Sovereigns universe was one of the Six Direction Association because of Lord Luo. To be honest, perhaps no one outside of the Grand Empyreans knows how strong Lord Luo is. On the surface, Lord Luo, Mu Jun, and Star-Lord formed the Three Sovereigns array to resist the God of Forgotten Ruins, but many people don't believe that Lord Luo can come back alive from the Void World. His strength might not be enough to defeat the God of Forgotten Ruins. Of course, this is just a guess, and the only thing that can confirm it is the Grand Empyrean's attitude towards Lord Luo. The Grand Empyrean is willing to give Lord Luo a certain amount of respect. After hearing Uncle Mo's words, Lu Yin thought back to the battle in the Zio realm. From start to finish, Luo Jun had only used the monarch's aura and a power similar to the ancestral world. He hadn't used any battle techniques, and as Lu Yin stared at Luo Jun, he felt a faint sense of danger. Had Lord Luo hidden his strength very well? Did the Yu family know? Perhaps this was the reason why the Yu family hadn't fought to the death with Lord Luo? Little brother, don't think too much about it. You won't have any interactions with Lord Luo for the time being, and Lord Luo is in a cooperative relationship with us. If you go, he'll just support you. You'll have a much better life in the Three Sovereigns universe than in the Yu family, He-Ran said. Luin felt bitter. Alright? If Lord Luo saw him, he would definitely recognize him. He wouldn't be any weaker than Su Wuwei. The Three Sovereigns universe was the only parallel universe that the Six Paths Association had tried to find a way to interact with the Genesis space. Lord Luo was definitely no stranger to him. The more Luin understood about the Six Paths Association, the more he understood how powerful these parallel universes were. They weren't as simple as they seemed. The Void Lord of the Void God universe, Su Wuwei, the ruler of the hyperspace, the 10 black energy sources, the feed technique, and the cultivation techniques that were currently being researched. Not to mention the reincarnation universe, even the Three Sovereigns universe, which seemed the simplest and easiest to deal with, was in trouble. What was Lord Luo hiding? He had joined forces with the Three Sovereigns array to resist the God of Forgotten Ruins. From the beginning to the end, he gave people the feeling that they couldn't defeat him unless they worked together. Even Uncle Mo, who had dealt with him before, couldn't see through him. This person was really the same type of person as Luo Zong. Luin thought about it and decided that he should ask Mu Jun. Only Mu Jun and Taixingjun could possibly understand Lord Luo. After leaving He-Ran's place, Luin took Guan Laoda, Yu Pai, and Su Ji to the Three Sovereign Spacetime Continuum. As for Su Yu, he was left behind in the hyperspace. Nominally, he had been invited by the Yu family to assist in the capture of a spy. The Three Sovereigns universe gave off a completely different feeling from the hyperspace. Luin could clearly feel it because he also cultivated the monarch's aura. Although the Three Sovereigns universe wasn't big, it was still changed by the monarch's aura. If he used it here, he should be able to use up his Dai's 6 pips. Then, the next thing to do was to earn money. Songbai was the one who welcomed Luin in the Three Sovereigns universe. Luin had purposely exposed his identity to the Lightning Ceiling clan, but Songbai had taken him away. Songbai wasn't surprised to find Lu Yin's group. Mr. Xian 7th, the sovereigns have sent me to welcome you. Please follow me to the Imperial Domain. Luin nodded. Senior Songbai, long time no see. Songbai said, I've offended you in the past. I hope you won't hold a grudge. I'm not that petty. I remember that you belong to the Mo courtyard. Why are you welcoming us? Where's the Heaven's Reflection Manor? Luin asked. Songbai replied, the Heaven's Reflection Manor's master is the missing Lord Mu Jun. Luin sighed, no wonder. That Luo Lauer is so hateful. If I'd known he was going to do something like this, I would have killed him. Songbai didn't believe him, but the Three Sovereigns universe's suspicions towards Luin had never disappeared. Did he really not know where Luo Lauer was? But if he did, why did he go to the Lightning Ceiling clan? Even though Songbai's suspicions towards Luin were minimal, it was enough to make Songbai scrutinize him. His mission was to comply with Lord Luo's orders. On one hand, he had to cooperate with Luin in investigating the person who had passed on the information, and on the other, he had to keep an eye on Luin. Luin naturally wanted to rest after arriving at the Three Sovereigns universe. Under Songbai's guidance, they entered the Imperial Domain and were arranged to stay in a courtyard suspended above a cliff. The scenery was beautiful, with beautiful mountains and rivers, and the vast Milky Way. Senior Songbai, you're staying here too? Luin asked. Songbai replied, you're all new to the Three Sovereigns universe, so you don't know much about this place. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side and help you if you need anything. Lord Luo is so thoughtful. Thank you, Luin said courteously. Closing the door, Luin let Guan Laoda and the others rest while he entered the house and took out Mount Supreme to bring out Luo Lauer. After Yu Feng had asked him to come to the Three Sovereigns universe to investigate the informant, he had brought Luo Lauer and he ran along. Luo Lauer had always been in Mount Supreme. How could he not bring him along to the Three Sovereigns universe? We're here? Luo Lauer looked outside the courtyard through the window and saw Songbai sitting by the side of the mountain. He was so frightened that he hastily retreated. The Yu family wants me to investigate the person who sold the information, but that person is in hyperspace, so I can't investigate him. Do you have any objections? Luwing asked. Luo Lauer said, brother-in-law, even my cheap father can't find any clues about that person, so I can't help at all. Luwing looked outside, I'm short on money. Luo Lauer was stunned. Huh? I'm really short on money, Luwing repeated. Luo Lauer suspected that he had heard wrongly, but he heard the same thing twice. Brother-in-law, are you short of money? What money? Huijing, Luwing said. Luo Lauer was curious as to why Luwing wanted the Huijing. Was he trying to pull some strings? There was no need for that, but he didn't dare to ask. Brother-in-law, how much do you want? The Thunder Sealing clan has a batch. That's not enough, far from it. I want a lot, Luwing said. He then looked at Luo Lauer. Is there any way for me to obtain a large amount of Hui crystals? It's almost ridiculous. Luo Lauer subconsciously said, rob the Emperor's treasury. The treasury of the three sovereigns? More or less. It's the treasury of the three sovereigns, but it's huge. Part of it belongs to my cheap father, so the amount of Hui crystals there is ridiculous. It's even faster than robbing the Crystal Row. The Crystal Row was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's Mavis Bank, but its reserves were far inferior to the Emperor's treasury. This was the universe of the three sovereigns, and their cultivation realms were filled with hegemony. Whether it was cultivation, territory, or resources, everything was controlled by the three sovereigns. Robbing the Emperor's treasury definitely wouldn't work, so what about the Crystal Row? Brother-in-law, how many Hui crystals do you want? See if it's the same as what I understand, Luo Lauer asked carefully. Luwing smiled. Actually, it shouldn't be much. Luo Lauer sighed. Tens of billions. Luo Lauer's mouth fell open, and his face paled. Tens of billions? Is that a lot? Luo Lauer swallowed, speechless. The Lightning Sealing clan's resources only add up to 200 million. Luwing wasn't surprised. The Lightning Sealing clan was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's Day-Night clan. Although they were slightly stronger, they still had a half-progenitor. However, in the universe of the three sovereigns, this amount of resources was about the same. Brother-in-law, what do you want so many Hui crystals for? Luo Lauer didn't understand and subconsciously asked. Luwing replied, I have my own uses for them. Is there any way to help me get them? Luo Lauer's face turned bitter. If he had a way, he wouldn't have been so poor in the past. He looked at Luwing. If he couldn't help, then it would be difficult for him to stand out in the above heaven sect in the future. Let me think about it. Luwing wasn't in a hurry. If Luo Lauer couldn't do it, then he could ask Lightning Sealing Guanqin. If it really didn't work, then he could temporarily use the Lightning Sealing clan's resources, which would be enough for him to assimilate for a while. If not for Tsang by keeping an eye on him, then he would have a way to obtain the Hui crystals. This Lord Luo was truly cautious. After thinking for a while, Luo Lauer said with a bitter expression, brother-in-law, the only thing I can think of is to rob the Emperor's treasury. There are quite a few crystals in the Crystal Row, but they definitely won't be enough to satisfy tens of billions. Furthermore, even if the three monarch spacetime crystal rows had that many crystals, they would still be scattered. Moreover, they would definitely not have that many crystals. The Emperor's storehouse isn't easy to rob. By the way, Lord Luo changed the world and created the monarch's aura to cover the entire three monarch spacetimes. Why would he need so many crystals? It's for the Rainbow Wall, Luo Lauer said. As the son of Lord Luo, he knew a lot. The Rainbow Wall originated from the great formation of the three lords. It needs to replenish the monarch's aura at regular intervals, and this period isn't long. Father thought that if he gets injured one day and can't replenish the monarch's aura in time, the Hui crystals in the Emperor's treasury will be his protection. Luwing understood. Even if Lord Luo was a legend, and no matter how deep he hid his cultivation, he still wouldn't be able to defeat an Eternals. Luo Lauer said, brother-in-law, that cheap father of mine is even more cautious than Mu Jun. Although I don't know how he keeps an eye on the Emperor's warehouse, I'm sure that once someone enters the Emperor's warehouse without his permission, he will be the first to discover it. Then why did you ask me to rob the Emperor's warehouse? Luwing raised his brows. Luo Lao smiled, brother-in-law, I'm talking about people who don't have his permission. We can find someone who has his permission to help us take out the crystals. Luin looked at Luo Lao. It seemed that he had brought him out to be useful. As I said, the Emperor's warehouse will transfer a batch of crystals to the Rainbow Wall every once in a while to maintain the monarch's aura. Usually, it's worth 10 billion, and the time of transfer isn't fixed. We can start with the person who transferred it. That person is the boss of the Three Monarch Spacetime Crystal Store, the head of the Hui Crystals. Xianxia. Luo Lao slowly opened his mouth and told Luin all the useful information he knew. It had to be said that Luo Lao had put in a lot of effort over the years. Otherwise, he would have died at Luo Tsong's hands like his other siblings. He had a great understanding of the Three Monarch Spacetime through his connections with the Thunder Sealing clan, and he even knew about Xianxia's most secretive matters. How do you know that Xianxia colluded with Fu Yuan to steal the Hui crystals? Can the Thunder Sealing clan find out? Luin didn't believe it. Luo Lao pursed his lips, I bought it. Luin looked at him deeply, not only did you buy information about hyperspace, but you also bought information about the Three Monarchs spacetime? More accurately, I mainly bought information about the Three Monarchs spacetime, Luo Lao said. He looked at Luin, brother-in-law, do you know how many ways Luo Tsong has thought of to kill me over the years? He then raised a finger, 7. Luin was shocked. Luo Lao calmly replied, 7 ways. Luo Tsong really thinks highly of me. He had the Mu clan steal the resources that the Thunder Sealing clan gave me while using them to kill me. Hyperspace didn't even care about me. If I hadn't bought information beforehand and knew about his methods, I would have died long ago. My mother left me some resources before she died, but I've used most of them over the years. They can only protect me until now. If you hadn't taken action to capture Mu Jun, Luo Tsong would have continued to attack me. Although Luo Lao's tone was calm, Luin could hear the sorrow in his voice. He had been abandoned by his own father, plotted against by his own brother, and had no choice but to use the resources that his mother had left him before she died to save his own life. His cheerful appearance hid a deep sorrow. Luin was affected by it. He also had a huge grudge to take, but compared to Luo Lao, he was much better off. At least he had the ability to fight back and had a chance. Although it was still far away, there was always hope. Luo Lao, on the other hand, would have disappeared along with the Thunder Sealing clan if Luin hadn't appeared at the right time. Luo Lao suddenly slapped his head, why are you talking about this? We can definitely get the Hui crystals if we use Xianxia, and she took 10 billion in one go. Although it's not up to your standards, it's barely enough. But there's one thing we have to be careful of, nothing can happen to this woman. We have to focus on Fu Yuan. Why is that? Luin didn't understand. Luo Lao said, there were 2 people who competed for the position of boss of the Crystal Bank. One was Xianxia, and the other was Matriarch Mu. There was no one else besides them. In the end, Xianxia took the position because my father needed to curb Mu Jun's power. At that time, that powerhouse from the Genesis space hadn't arrived yet, so Mu Jun's influence wasn't that great. If anything happened to Xianxia, Matriarch Mu would take over. Mu Jun was captured by me, so how could Matriarch Mu take over? Luin didn't understand. Luo Lao shrugged, the Mu family's foundation in the Three Monarchs spacetime is too deep. There are people from the Mu family everywhere, and Luo Zong is still there. Luin had almost forgotten about Luo Zong. Although Mu Jun had been captured, Luo Zong was Luo Jun's son, and the only one who could take over the Three Monarchs spacetime. He was also extremely talented, so as long as he was around, nothing would happen to the Mu family. So nothing must happen to Xianxia. We can't let someone from the Mu family take over just because of 10 billion Hui crystals, right? Luo Lao said. Lu Yin's lips curled up, no. Luo Lao was stunned and looked at Luin in confusion. Luin wanted to laugh. Who said that Matriarch Mu was from the Mu family? She could also be one of them since she still had the Grim Reaper's seal in her body. The Three Monarch spacetimes were divided into 3 regions, namely the Lower King Starfield, the Upper King Starfield, and the Monarch Starfield. Only the people from the Monarch Starfield could walk freely in the Upper King Starfield and the Lower King Starfield, and it was very difficult for the people from these two starfields to enter the monarch starfield. They could only use their connections. However, there were some people who could enter the three regions, and the crystal wall was one of them. The development of humanity had broken away from its primitive state, and the economy was a very important factor. The crystal wall was like the Mavis Bank, controlling the economy of the three monarchs. In the Emperor Starfield, the crystal wall's headquarters was circular. It was even larger than a planet, and it rotated slowly as if it was a clock for the Emperor Starfield. Dong, dong, dong. A man stood outside the door with a nervous expression. Enter, a woman's voice sounded. It sounded steady, experienced, and had traces of time. The man entered and bowed. Assemble. A woman sat in front of him. She wasn't very pretty, but she was the type that was pleasing to the eye. Her eyes were very sharp, and when she looked up, it was as if she could see through people's hearts. The man's heart trembled. How is it? The man respectfully replied, It hasn't reached the standard yet. Look again, the woman said and lowered her head. No one knew what she was looking at. The man walked out, thought for a moment, and knocked again. Enter. The man walked over to the woman. Assemble. It's reached the standard. You can fill it up. The woman replied. Well done. Thank you for assembling. The man wiped the sweat off his forehead. His task was to check whether the rainbow wall had reached the standard for replenishing the monarch's aura, and this job was very simple. It wasn't that the job was difficult, but that it was too simple. It was so simple that one glance was enough. However, with just one glance, some people were right, while others were wrong. Every time he reported, it was like trying his luck. Everyone who knew Xue Ningqiu knew that she had a standard in her heart, but no one knew what that standard was. The man walked out with a complicated expression. He didn't know how many more days he could do this job, and he might not be so lucky next time. Luckily, he had reacted quickly this time, or he would have lost his job. Let's go to Mo Courtyard, the woman said indifferently. Following her words, two figures walked out from behind her. They both had the cultivation level of a monarch's servant. They were here to protect Xue Ningqiu, and the entrance to the emperor's storehouse was in Mo Courtyard. The woman was Xue Ningqiu. The two of them followed Xue Ningqiu like shadows towards Mo Courtyard. One of them was surprised, it was Luin in disguise. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good, going to the emperor's warehouse as soon as he arrived. He had only wanted to see when Xue Ningqiu would go so that he could make arrangements. As for Cangbai, how could she possibly monitor him? Mo Courtyard was second only to the sword and shield of the three monarchs in the Three Monarchs universe. It had a total of 15 half-martial ancestor powerhouses guarding it, deterring the sovereign domain. Even other parallel universes were afraid of Mo Courtyard. Even though there were definitely more than 15 half-martial ancestors in each parallel universe, they were unable to unite. Only the three monarch universes were able to unite all the half-martial ancestors together, becoming a force that no one could ignore. After all, the fifth continent only had 7 half-martial ancestors back then, so one could imagine how powerful Mo Courtyard was. With Mo Courtyard guarding, unless it was an extremely strong person, no one would be able to enter the emperor's warehouse. And within the emperor's warehouse, there must be other methods of surveillance. Xue Ningqiu was too familiar with Mo Courtyard. It was like returning to her own home. Luin was rather curious, as he had heard that the Mo Courtyard's courtyard master was a peak half-martial ancestor. He was currently attempting to break through to the ancestor realm. Once he succeeded, the three monarchs' timespace would have an additional powerhouse. This person was called Chen Lu. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was beneath Mo Courtyard. Along the way, no one noticed anything strange about him. Even an extremely strong powerhouse might not have been able to discover him, let alone Mo Courtyard. The entrance to the emperor's warehouse was rather grand, and there were 3 statues that represented the 3 monarchs. Lord Luo was in the middle, Lord Mu was on the left, and Lord Xing was on the right. A man was standing at the entrance, and when he saw Xue Ningqiu, he frowned. You need to replenish the rainbow wall so soon? There's no other way. The war is too intense. Xue Ningqiu walked closer step by step until she was 3 meters away from the man. She smiled, her aura completely different from before. The man's eyes lit up. I want 50 million Hui crystals this time. This person was called Fu Yuan, and according to the information provided by Luo Lauer, this person had cooperated with Xue Ningqiu to steal the Hui crystals. The two of them would steal Hui crystals each time, and although they didn't steal a lot, it was different after a few times. After so many years, Fu Yuan had accumulated a huge amount of Hui crystals. He wanted to surpass Chen Lu and become Mo He Courtyard's courtyard master. If Chen Lu broke through to the ancestor realm, then he would become the next courtyard master. 50 million is a bit troublesome, Xue Ningqiu whispered. Mu Jun's disappearance has caused the Three Monarchs formation to become unstable. The rainbow wall is also weakening day by day, so it might attract Lord Luo's attention. Fu Yuan frowned. I don't have enough Hui crystals to break through to the peak of Half Monarch. After so many years, you've taken no less than 1 billion Hui crystals since you first became a Half Monarch. To be honest, that's a huge number. The situation isn't good now, so you should try to reduce it. If Mu Jun returns and the Three Monarchs formation stabilizes, I might even give you 100 million. Fu Yuan lowered his voice. Chen Lu is about to break through to Half Monarch, and the competition in Mo He Courtyard is very intense. You don't want that position to be taken by someone else, right? You've taken as many Hui crystals as I have over the past few years. There are 10 billion Hui crystals, but you've only taken 50 million. That won't attract anyone's attention. They didn't hide their conversation from Luin, as these two guards were people they trusted completely. They would never have imagined that one of them was Luin. No matter what Fu Yuan said, Xue Ningqiu refused to give him that many Hui crystals. In the end, Fu Yuan could only agree to take 10 million. To a half-ancestor, 10 million Hui crystals was a very small number that wasn't even worth mentioning. It was just like how 10 million star essence was to a half-ancestor from the Fifth Mainland. However, Fu Yuan had accumulated them over a long period of time, and after stealing them so many times, the number of Hui crystals he had on him was ridiculous. There was only one use for all of them, which was to break through to the peak of Half Monarch. Xue Ningqiu's Hui crystals were used to break through to Half Monarch, and she was also a peak ruler's attendant. Both of them had their own needs. According to the information that Luo Lauer had purchased, these two had been together when they were young, which was how they had managed to contact each other. It was also possible that Xue Ningqiu knew that Fu Yuan was in Mo He Courtyard, which was why she had taken the initiative to contact him. Regardless of the situation, they were stealing from each other. Soon, Fu Yuan retrieved 10 billion Hui crystals from the Imperial Treasury and left Mo He Courtyard with Xue Ningqiu. They headed towards the Rainbow Wall, which was Fu Yuan's mission in Mo He Courtyard. From start to finish, Lu Yin and the other guard acted the same way. Nothing out of the ordinary happened as they calmly watched everything unfold. He had seen the terrifying amount of Hui crystals in the treasury, and he estimated that there were no less than 1 trillion of them. If something happened to Lord Luo, these crystals would be enough to support the Rainbow Wall for a considerable period of time. They were strategic resources for the Three Monarchs. If he wanted to cultivate a monarch's aura, these crystals would be very suitable. Sigh. The distance from Mo He Courtyard to the Rainbow Wall was quite far, so Fu Yuan and Xue Ningqiu took a spacecraft as usual. They weren't in a hurry, or else Fu Yuan could have brought Xue Ningqiu to the Rainbow Wall quickly. That way, it would be difficult for them to discuss anything. Along the way, Fu Yuan took away 10 million Hui crystals, and Xue Ningqiu relaxed. Everything needs to be stable right now. There can't be any accidents. I know. Fu Yuan's tone was unpleasant. Xue Ningqiu didn't say anything else. At that moment, someone reported, "Assemble. The Mu family has been spotted ahead." Xue Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were stunned. The Mu's family? Not long after, the two saw Matriarch Mu. So it's a spacecraft from the assembly. I was wondering why it looked so familiar. Matriarch Mu's calm face carried a hint of coldness. Xue Ningqiu felt uncomfortable, but she didn't dare offend Matriarch Mu. The only reason they had won back then was because Lord Luo didn't want the Mu family's influence to be too great. Now, even though Mu Jun was missing, Luo Tsong was still around. The Mu family couldn't lose power unless someone replaced Luo Tsong. Matriarch Mu saw Fu Yuan. Long time no see. Fu Yuan replied politely, Senior, long time no see. Why are you here, Senior? Shui Ningqiu asked in a respectful tone. Matriarch Mu replied casually, It's nothing. Someone told me that the amount of Hui crystals you provide to the rainbow wall each time is wrong, so I came to take a look. Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu's expressions changed when they heard this. Senior, who spread rumors about us? You can't talk about such things, Shui Ningqiu said sternly. Fu Yuan's expression was gloomy, but he didn't say anything. Matriarch Mu said indifferently, whether it's true or not, we'll know once we check. Assemble and take out the Hui crystals that were provided to the rainbow wall. The Hui crystals in the Emperor's vault are different from those in the outside world. The monarch's chi belongs to Lord Luo alone, so it can't be faked. Shui Ningqiu's heart sank. She had just given 10 million Hui crystals to Fu Yuan. If Matriarch Mu checked, it would be equivalent to admitting that the two of them had stolen the Hui crystals. Senior, assembling the Hui crystals isn't child's play, and not just anyone can check it. This is a task given by Lord Luo. If you want to check it just because you heard a few words from others, others can do the same. If one day an eternal spy takes the opportunity to steal the Hui crystals, who will bear the responsibility? Shui Ningqiu said unyieldingly. Matriarch Mu frowned. You're not willing? Yes, I can't. Shui Ningqiu didn't back down. She couldn't care less at a time like this. Matriarch Mu looked at Fu Yuan again. What's your attitude? Fu Yuan said, if you want to check the Hui crystals in the assembly, I'd like to ask how you can prove that you're Matriarch Mu. If you're an eternal spy in disguise and have methods that we can't see through, wouldn't the Hui crystals be stolen as soon as they're taken out? Matriarch Mu sneered. What a joke. Would a spy who can fool you take action for such a small amount of Hui crystals? It's true that the Hui crystals are few, but it's related to strategy, Shui Ningqiu said. If we don't replenish the Hui crystals in time and cause problems to the rainbow wall, then it'll be a big problem. Fu Yuan stepped forward. If you really want to check it, you can report it to Lord Luo and let him decide. Matriarch Mu sneered. You two speak one after the other. Perfect coordination. The person who reported it to me was right. The two of you really do look like the two of you stuck together when you were young. Shui Ningqiu and Fu Yuan were shocked. Not good, they've been found out. Old Lady Mu suddenly attacked, and long needles pierced through the void, forming a diagram that pressed down on Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu. Today, I have to investigate the crystals even if you don't want me to. If I can't find anything wrong with them, I'll apologize to you and ask for forgiveness from Lord Luo. Fu Yuan pushed Shui Ningqiu away and his palms trembled. Monarch Qi gathered and formed a diagram of 3 different colors. With a bang, the spacecraft shattered and Fu Yuan retreated. He was no match for Old Lady Mu. Matriarch Mu and Mu Jun were of the same generation. Mu Jun had outstanding talent and had reached the monarch realm. Matriarch Mu's talent was slightly inferior, but she had also reached the peak of the half-monarch realm. In the entire Mohe courtyard, only Chen Lu could surpass her. Old Lady Mu, you want to steal the crystals? Shui Ningqiu exclaimed. At that moment, Fu Yuan suddenly turned around and grabbed Shui Ningqiu's hand, snatching her cosmic ring under her incredulous gaze. I'm sorry, but I can't hide it anymore. We'll meet again if there's a chance. He then turned around and slapped Old Lady Mu again before tearing through the void and leaving. Shui Ningqiu was stunned. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away, but she had already thought of a way to deal with him. The crystals they had stolen could be recovered, and Old Lady Mu didn't have the right to investigate them. With Fu Yuan in front of her, she had time to fill in the gaps so that Old Lady Mu wouldn't find anything wrong. Lord Luo wouldn't punish them for what they did when they were young. She hadn't expected Fu Yuan to run away so quickly. His escape was equivalent to him admitting to stealing the crystals and betraying her. Fu Yuan! Shui Ningqiu roared. The void had already closed, and Fu Yuan had disappeared. Old Lady Mu's diagram flashed through the void, leaving nothing behind. Her gaze was cold. He ran pretty fast. She then looked at Shui Ningqiu. There really is a problem. How many crystals did you steal over the years? Let's see how you explain this to Lord Luo. Shui Ningqiu's face was ashen. Fu Yuan had escaped, so there was no need to interrogate him. Not long after, Old Lady Mu faced the screen respectfully, and Lord Luo was on it. Lord Luo saw Old Lady Mu and Shui Ningqiu. Fu Yuan ran away? Yes, I was incompetent and couldn't stop him. Old Lady Mu apologized. Luo Jun looked at Granny Mu. How do you know that they stole the Hui crystals? Someone sent a message and inadvertently found out about the relationship between Fu Yuan and Shui Ningqiu when they were young. In addition, Fu Yuan has been improving rapidly in the past few years. He just stepped into the half-monarch realm not long ago and his cultivation is not much lower than this subordinate's. There's something fishy about this matter, so I wanted to investigate it. I didn't expect Fu Yuan to escape so easily, old Madame Mu replied. Luo Jun looked at Shui Ningqiu and saw that her face was ashen. He said indifferently, you deal with this matter. From today onwards, you're in charge. Granny Mu was overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. Just as Fu Yuan had said, Lord Luo did not care about the Hui crystals. It was his power to begin with, and he could have as much as he wanted. As long as it was not discovered, everything was fine. Once it was discovered, there was no need for Shui Ningqiu to exist. Luo Jun is high and mighty and regards all the cultivators in the Three Monarchs universe as servants. Such a person doesn't care about Shui Ningqiu's life or death, let alone why she did this. Granny Mu suppressed her excitement. The transfer was not only to replenish the position of the Rainbow Wall's Hui crystals, but also to control such a behemoth like the Crystal Wall. This would increase the Mu family's influence in the Three Monarchs universe. Although Mu Jun was not here, as long as Luo Zong was here, the Mu family would never fall. This position also showed Luo Jun's attitude, he still supported the Mu family. As the screen disappeared, Granny Mu relaxed. She waved her hand and had someone take Shui Ningqiu away. She stood there quietly. The next moment, the void tore apart and Fu Yuan walked out. Granny Mu looked over and her expression changed. She was about to attack when Fu Yuan changed his appearance into Lu Yin's Xianxia. Granny Mu stopped and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. It had been more than 2 years since she had seen this person. Mu Jun had disappeared, the Lightning Ceiling clan had disappeared, and the Three Monarchs universe had changed. She did not know if Mu Jun's disappearance was related to this person, but she could not think of anyone else. For the past 2 years, she had been on tenterhooks, waiting for this person to appear. Every time she faced Luo Jun, she was afraid that he would see through her. She had never experienced such a life before, not even on the front lines of the battle against the Eternals. Well done, Lu Yin smiled. He had captured Fu Yuan as soon as he boarded the spacecraft. Otherwise, Fu Yuan would not have escaped no matter how stupid he was. Where could he have escaped to? If he ran, he would never be able to return. He cultivated the sovereign aura, and if he did not reach the sovereign realm, he would be in trouble once he ran out of sovereign aura in another spacetime. Why did you help me? Granny Mu asked. Lu Yin sat down, I didn't help you. I just wanted some resources. If not for the Emperor's library, I would have gone to your Mu clan to get some. The Mu clan had many resources, but it was unlikely that they would be able to take out 10 billion. Everyone in this spacetime was a servant of the Three Monarchs, and even the Mu clan did not have many resources. Granny Mu looked at Lu Yin deeply, is Mu Jun's disappearance related to you? Lu Yin and Granny Mu looked at each other, she's in my hands. Granny Mu's scalp went numb. Mu Jun was a powerhouse, but this person had captured her. Who was this person? What kind of power did he have? She could not imagine. What are you trying to do? Did the Thunder Ceiling clan let you? Granny Mu was interrupted when Lu Yin disappeared. She stared blankly at the empty space in front of her, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. The events in the Three Monarchs spacetime did not affect Xianxia, and he was still in the courtyard while Songbai was outside. Lu Yin walked out and took a deep breath, different spacetimes have different climates. Senior, which spacetime do you feel is the most comfortable in the Six Direction Society? Songbai replied, I'm from this spacetime, so I naturally feel that my own spacetime is the most comfortable. Lu Yin smiled, I actually feel that the Void God spacetime is the most comfortable. Songbai smiled and did not say anything else. Her mission was to monitor Luin, but on the surface, she was helping him with his investigation. Luin went out for a walk before returning and announcing that he was going into seclusion, saying that he had gained some enlightenment. The word enlightenment was indeed enviable. Sovereign aura was stored within Hui crystals. Unlike star essence, the Hui crystal was just a medium, and it wasn't made of pure monarch's aura. This was why Luin was quite nervous before he rolled his die. Fortunately, he could draw out the sovereign aura from the Hui crystals, which was all thanks to the sovereign aura that he had gained when he had first joined. At this moment, he had a total of 930 million Hui crystals, all of which had come from Fuyuan. He had captured Fuyuan, so the Hui crystals naturally belonged to him. As for the 10 billion Hui crystals that had been transferred to the Rainbow Wall, Luin did not touch them. No one would care about losing tens of millions of Hui crystals, as the Luo Jun would not care. However, the Luo Jun might not care if he lost too many pieces, as all three monarch spacetimes were under his control. Surrounded by billions of Hui crystals, Luin looked up, and his die appeared. He tapped it. 2 pips were useless, as he had nothing to analyze. 4 pips again. Time stop space, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. After entering the time-stop space, Luin needed to cultivate the serious technique and memorize the primogenitor's scripture. He firmly believed that the primogenitor's scripture was extensive and profound, and that it would definitely bring him benefits. A year passed, and the scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed. Only a second had passed since he appeared in the real world. He tapped it again, and the die slowly spun before stopping. 4 pips again. When it came to the die's 6 pips, 1 pip was the least wasteful, as one could always obtain something, regardless of whether it was good or bad. 4 pips was the most useful and also the most troublesome. Although 4 pips could stop time for a year, there were times when he did not want to cultivate, but he also did not want to waste it. Helpless, Luin still chose to cultivate. He did not know if it was a curse, but the more he did not want to cultivate, the more likely he would encounter it. The 3rd time was 4 pips, and the 4th time was still 4 pips. Luin increased the time to a year and continued to cultivate. He could not waste it. 4 pips 3 times meant that he had cultivated non-stop for 3 years. When he returned to the real world, it felt like a lifetime had passed. During these 3 years of cultivation, he had successfully increased the number of stars that the Sirius technique could revolve to 370,000. The 6th level of Sirius technique had 380,000 stars, and he was only 1 step away from perfection. Luin had originally not wanted to cultivate, but now he would rather roll 4 pips. He wanted to feel what it felt like to reach the 7th level of Sirius technique. The 7th level of Sirius technique was the legendary peak of Sirius technique. It was not the number of stars, but the simulation of the starry sky. Luin did not think too much about it and rested for more than 10 days before continuing to roll the die. He wanted both pips and pips. A month later, Luin opened his eyes, stood up, and looked out of the courtyard. His seclusion was finally over. His Sirius technique had reached 380,000 stars, which was the peak of the 6th level. He was only 1 step away from the 7th level, but he had failed at this step. He did not know how to cultivate the 7th level of Sirius technique. He had just come out of the time-stop space, and he had continuously cultivated the Sirius technique for the past year. However, he had not made any progress in the technique, and he had only reached 380,000 stars. Forget about the 7th level of Sirius technique, even the number of stars had not increased. Even at 380,000 stars, there was no change no matter how hard he cultivated. Helpless, Luin could only cultivate other things when he rolled 4 pips, such as the monarch's aura. He had already cultivated it to the level of a monarch's attendant. In his heart, the continent formed by the Fatesand had much more tricolored soil. It was embellished by the river of Void God's power, and there were even sprouts that came from the wood dimension. There were more and more different powers in his heart, and at first glance, it looked colorful and a little messy. Outside of cultivation, he had also rolled 6 pips a few times. As expected, the monarch's aura within the Hui crystal could allow him to fuse with other people. He had fused with several people, some with high and some with low cultivations. One of them was even a demigod from the Mo courtyard. His luck was pretty good, and There were indeed spies among the people he had fused with. After all, the Eternal spies were very compatible with the people he was fusing with. They had all chosen people with high cultivations and great influence. Luin pushed open the door and walked out. Songbai looked over and sized him up. "You're done with your seclusion?" Luin nodded. "Senior, I'm going to capture a spy. Do you want to come with me or stay here?" "Of course. Lord Luo ordered me to stay by your side at all times to make things easier for you." Luin replied, "But I'm going to hyperspace." Songbai was shocked. "Hyperspace? Now?" Luin smiled. "It's been more than a month since I left hyperspace. Someone has finally jumped out. Senior, let's go." Hyperspace had countless metal mining bases. Not only did they mine metal, but they also processed the metal and completed the first process before transporting it to the later stages. Luin, Songbai, Eulele, Suyu, and the rest appeared outside a large metal mining base. "You're saying there's a spy here?" Eulele was surprised. The others looked at Luin, not understanding how he'd found out. Of course, Luin had found out by reading the memories of the people he'd merged with. The person he'd merged with was Mu Jun, and he ran, one of the members involved in the exchange of resources. His cultivation was decent, but his disguise was inconspicuous. He knew the trade between hyperspace and the three monarchs like the back of his hand. After finding out that these two were spies, Lu Yin's fear of the Eternals deepened. How much did the Eternals know about the human world? No one knew about the trade between hyperspace and the three monarchs, and even the Yu family didn't know about it. However, the Eternals definitely knew, and they were extremely detailed. They might even have a list. With a list and spies planted in various places, the Eternals might have already known about the direction of Zijing's research. If that was the case, why didn't they make a move? Luin suppressed his doubts and led people into the metal base to capture someone. The person resisted at first and refused to admit that he was a spy, but after being confirmed by Luin with various evidence, he could only say that he was being controlled by Qin Kong. Eulele was stunned when she saw that Luin had actually captured a spy. She couldn't figure out how Luin had found out about this spy. This spy had nothing to do with the one who destroyed the information, and that spy's life didn't have this person either. How did Luin find out? Eulele couldn't figure it out, and neither could Yufeng. They considered themselves smart, but they still felt that Lu Yin's ability to capture a spy was a mystery. Suyu felt a little admiration for Luin. She had initially hated him at the Sixth Direction training rites, but she had felt guilty about the incident with the lightning tree. Then, she had felt even more disgust after being used during the trial in the primordial space. After that, she had been convinced by Lu Yin's courage in facing off against the disciples of Reverend Lotus. Now, she actually felt a little admiration for him. This person was truly skilled at capturing spies. Through this spy, Lu Yin naturally caught the spy in the Three Monarchs universe. After capturing 2 spies in a row, Guan Laoda and the others had something to do. They had to analyze the people who had been in contact with these spies and determine the possibility of them being spies. They had done this kind of thing many times over the years and had a certain amount of experience. Lu Yin was not idle either. The Three Monarchs universe's spies involved more than just hyperspace. He just wanted to use hyperspace's spies to find the Three Monarchs universe's spies. Otherwise, it would be too fake to capture the Three Monarchs universe's spies, and it would be easy to be suspected. Now that the spy of the Three Monarchs spacetime has been caught, he uses the spy's confession as a reason to make a series of he caught 2 spies, and one of them was actually hiding in Emohi's courtyard. Songbai's face turned green. Emohi's status in the Three Monarchs universe was well known, and those who could enter and leave Emohi's courtyard more or less had some background. Although this spy was only a servant in Emohi's courtyard, he was not an ordinary servant and just happened to be related to Songbei. It's related to you, senior? Lu Yin was surprised. He really didn't know about this. He only knew that this spy named Wu Tong had been developed by the spy he had merged with, but he hadn't directly integrated into Wu Tong's body. This person was just a servant in Emohi's courtyard, and Lu Yin couldn't figure out why the Eternals would develop a servant as a spy. Although Emohi's courtyard had a high status, it was very transparent. 15 half-monarchs and the entrance to the Emperor's warehouse were all there was to it. There was no point in developing a spy here, and it would be easy to detect and implicate other spies. Songbai's face turned ugly. He's the descendant of a disciple I once took in. My disciple died in the endless battlefield, and it was a small contribution. His descendant was arranged to enter Emohi's courtyard, and I taught him when I had the chance. Although his talent wasn't high, it was enough for him to cultivate to the level of a monarch's attendant. Wu Tong knelt in front of Lu Yin, his entire body trembling and his eyes filled with despair. Songbai kicked out, and Lu Yin hurriedly grabbed Wu Tong to prevent him from being kicked to death. Songbai replied, "Don't worry. Even if I kick him to death, I'll still be suspected of being a spy." "It's good that you know, senior." Lu Yin didn't need to be polite. Songbai stared at Wu Tong. "Speak. Why did you become a spy?" Wu Tong was terrified, and Lu Yin released him as he knelt on the ground. "Ancestor, I didn't want to. I was forced." "Forced by who?" Songbai roared. Wu Tong trembled as he explained how he had become a spy. Actually, there wasn't anything special about it. He had been lured out of Emohi's courtyard, threatened, and forced to do something. The Eternals had plenty of methods to develop spies, and Lu Yin knew this from the start. Actually, he had been developed before, or rather, forced to do so. Many of the things he had done had coincided with what the Eternals had wanted him to do. Although he wasn't a spy, he was still a spy. This was an open scheme that the shaman spirit god had given him. Through fate, he had even seen that he would have a scarlet eye in the future, and that he would slaughter his family. Even Lu Yin couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't become a spy in the future, let alone anyone else. Songbai let out a long breath. "Since you became a spy, what did you do to harm the humans?" Wu Tong trembled. I told them about the ancestors' habits and cultivation times." "Anything else?" Songbai asked. Wu Tong shook his head. "No, nothing else." Songbai was astonished. "Nothing else? That's all you did after becoming a spy?" Wu Tong was confused. "Wasn't that enough?" "Yes." Songbai didn't believe him. "The Eternals worked so hard to develop you as a spy, and that's all they told you to do?" Wu Tong gulped. "Why yes." Songbai looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin asked, "Senior, what secrets could there be in Emohi's courtyard that would be worth a spy's attention?" Songbai thought about it and agreed, but it didn't make sense. It wasn't easy to develop a spy, especially in Emohi's courtyard. The 15 demigod monarchs here weren't to be trifled with, and it would be easy for them to discover a spy's identity. Lu Yin squatted in front of Wu Tong. "The person who developed you was also captured by me. It was through him that I was able to find you." Wu Tong wasn't surprised, as only that person knew that he was a spy. "Tell me everything you said to him. Don't miss a single word, pause, or expression," Lu Yin said sternly. Wu Tong looked at Songbai and saw her glaring at him. He grew even more afraid and nodded. "All right, I'll talk. Less than an hour later, Wu Tong finished speaking. He hadn't interacted much with that person, and he had only spoken for so long because he had completely retold the entire conversation without any change in his expression. Lu Yin said, "It seems like I didn't have time to give you a mission." Songbai could tell as well. "But what's there in Emohi's courtyard that's worth investigating?" Lu Yin laughed. "That's not necessarily true. 15 demigod monarchs, and one of them is about to break through to the extreme realm. It's impossible to say that there's no value." Wu Tong suddenly exclaimed, "That's right, I remember now. I encountered something strange." Songbai and Lu Yin looked at him. "Go on." Wu Tong said, "One day, I came into contact with Manren, but it wasn't him. Instead, it was a strange person who said something strange. Manren was the spy that Lu Yin had captured in the Three Sovereigns spacetime, and it was this person who had developed Wu Tong." "What did he say?" Lu Yin was curious, but he suddenly raised a hand to stop Wu Tong from speaking. He looked at Songbai. "Senior, please leave." Songbai was unwilling. "Why should I leave? Anyone can capture a spy, and Wu Tong is a spy from Emohi courtyard. It's reasonable for me to know everything." Lu Yin frowned. "This is a matter of heaven's reflection matter. It's not impossible that you're a spy. You suspect me? Songbai's eyes widened. Luin said, I'll say it again. Please leave, or I'll report to Lord Luo that you're interfering with Heaven's Reflection Manor's investigation of a spy. You should know what the outcome will be. Songbai glared at Luin, but he didn't back down. Helpless, Luin left. After Songbai left, Luin said to Wu Tong, speak. Wu Tong rolled his eyes. If I speak, can you let me go? Luin raised a brow. Wu Tong hurriedly said, what I did shouldn't be a big problem. As long as you and Ancestor don't tell anyone, no one will do anything to me. I can also guarantee that this strange incident that I encountered should be valuable to you. Luin thought about it. All right. As long as what you say is valuable, I won't announce that you're a spy. However, you can't stay in this spacetime any longer. Go to a parallel spacetime. Wu Tong was shocked. A parallel spacetime? How can that be? The probability of death is too high. Luin replied, as a spy, you won't have a good ending. Wu Tong thought about it and then gritted his teeth. All right. Thank you, my lord. If outsiders found out that he was a spy, he would definitely die, so he might as well take a gamble in a parallel spacetime. Actually, he had already cultivated to the level of a ruler's attendant. If he went to a normal parallel spacetime, he might even be able to dominate it. Not all parallel spacetimes had developed cultivation civilizations, and not all of them were very powerful. A ruler's attendant was equivalent to the Fifth Mainland's emissary. In that era, there were no half-progenitors, and emissaries were rare even in the outerverse of the Fifth Mainland, let alone in other parallel spacetimes. A ruler's attendant was not weak. I'll give you 1 more year. If you can't find it by then, don't even think about breaking through to the extreme realm. You won't be able to join either. We don't accept trash, Wu Tong said. This was the strange thing he had encountered and heard. He looked at Luin apprehensively. It should work. He was afraid that Luin would go back on his word, but he had no other choice. Luin fell into deep thought. Joining? Trash? Unable to break through to the extreme realm? In the Three Monarchs universe, who was in a hurry to break through to the extreme powerhouse level? There was only one person, Chen Lu. Was this matter related to Chen Lu? Chen Lu was the lord of Mohe Yard. What else did he need to join? Obviously, it is not about the Three Monarchs universe, and it is unlikely to be related to the spy, otherwise, it will not be passed to the wrong person. Luin felt like he had discovered something big. Not long after, Songbai came in again and could no longer see Wu Tong. Where is he? Songbai asked. Luin replied, for Senior's sake, I allowed him to go to a parallel timeline. In any case, he didn't cause any losses, and he was forced to become a spy. Songbai frowned. He's a spy. What do you mean by giving me face? His last words must be very valuable to you. Luin smiled at Songbai. Perhaps. How the spy is dealt with is a matter for my Heaven's Mirror Manor, so there's no need for Senior to worry about it. All you need to know is that he went to a parallel spacetime. As for his future path, he can only walk on his own. Perhaps he's dead, or perhaps he's living a carefree life. Songbai looked at Luin intently. He really wanted to know what Wu Tong had said. If Wu Tong was willing to let Xianxia go, then it must have been extremely valuable. Senior, Wu Tong has already appeared in Mo Courtyard, so the Eternals must be plotting against Mo Courtyard. Perhaps Wu Tong isn't the only spy inside. I'd like to take a look around and experience the power of the sword and shield of the Three Monarchs. Songbai replied, as you wish. Lord Luo has ordered that you can go anywhere within the Three Monarch spacetime continuum. There were no secrets about the Mo Courtyard, so Songbai didn't mind if Luin wanted to go. He wanted to know what Wu Tong had said, but Luin had no intention of telling him. When he was disguised as Shui Ningqiu's bodyguard, he had already been to Mohe Courtyard once. This could be considered his second visit. The Mo Courtyard was a place where half-martial ancestor experts gathered. It was suitable for all kinds of people to cultivate. The environment was different, and there was no lack of resources. If it wasn't for the Emperor's warehouse, it could be considered a place to retire. Under Songbai's guidance, Luin began his tour of Mo Courtyard. His main goal was to find someone called Old Greenskin. This person was one of the Mo Courtyard's half-martial monarchs, and he was also the one that Luin had merged with. Through this person, Luin knew exactly who was in the Mo Courtyard. And the main reason he wanted to find this person this time was to understand Shenlu. It was impossible for him to understand it through someone else's oral narration. He would not be able to learn anything at all. This is Old Greenskin's cultivation ground. Do you see those green fruit skins on the ground? That's the outer skin of a fruit from Old Greenskin's hometown. His greatest hobby is to eat this stuff, so everyone calls him Old Greenskin. Songbai introduced the fruit to him as she led him to the next location. Luin stood still and squatted down to pick up the green hide. Songbai's expression changed, and she hurriedly pulled Luin back. Acting manner master, you can't. A furious roar rang out. Who dares to touch my things? As he spoke, the void exploded and transformed into countless dazzling lights that flickered. They formed a strange scene that was like stars exploding as they extended towards Songbai and Luin. Songbai hurriedly stood in front of him. Old Greenskin, don't be angry. This is the acting manner master of Heaven's Reflection Manor, and he's here to tour Mo Courtyard. He didn't mean to offend you. Luin stood behind Songbai and looked ahead. An angry old man walked out of the void and glared at Luin. In the sky and on the ground, a tricolored sovereign aura spread out, distorting the edges of every speck of light. It was as if countless universes were shining. Songbai, I'll give you face this time. I won't pursue this matter. Take him and get lost. Songbai relaxed. This Old Greenskin was not simple, and he was an expert second only to Chenlu in Mo Courtyard. Because of his bad temper, no one wanted to bother with him, but if they fought, even Chenlu would not dare to say that he could definitely win. His cultivation realm might not be as high as Chenli's, but his battle prowess was definitely top-notch. He had slaughtered his way through the endless battlefield for many years, and he had even escaped from a powerhouse of the Eternals. Songbai admitted that there was still a gap between them, so he quickly turned around to take Luin away. Luin squatted down again and picked up the green skin. Songbai's expression changed when he saw this. Acting manner master, you. The greenskin's eyes narrowed, and killing intent flashed through his eyes. You're courting death. Luin looked at the greenskin in his hand and slowly said, Big mountain, picked after the rain. It's a green fruit that's harvested twice a year. It tastes dry and bitter, so it's not very tasty. The greenskin paused and stared blankly at Luin. You mean Big Mountain? Songbai was stunned. What big mountain? Luin looked up at the greenskin and smiled. I didn't expect to meet someone from my homeland here. I'm Xianxia, and I used to live in Mount Liangbard. The greenskin's killing intent quickly turned from shock to joy at seeing an old friend. You're from Mount Liangbard? I just lived there for a while, and I happen to be a fan of green fruits. Senior, we're fated to meet, Luin smiled. The greenskin laughed and stepped forward, pushing Songbai aside to appear in front of Luin. At this moment, the two were less than 6 meters apart. One more step, and Luin would be able to merge with the greenskin's consciousness once more. He had once merged with the greenskin's body and had a deep impression of him. This person's deepest impression was of his days living in his homeland. He had once grown tired of the killing in the cultivation world and had returned to live in seclusion. But for various reasons, it had been difficult for him to return. He needed Lord Luo's permission to do so. However, with Lord Luo's character, how could he allow him to leave Mo Courtyard so easily? The greenskin could only use the green fruit to reminisce about his homeland. He hadn't expected to meet someone from his homeland here, and a sense of familiarity welled up within him. He took another step forward and handed the green fruit to Luin. Try this. At this moment, the two were only a meter apart. Lu Yin's consciousness merged with the greenskin's body, and the greenskin's consciousness dissipated. He couldn't control his body, and the fruit in his hand fell to the ground. It was a strange scene, but Songbai didn't see it because the greenskin was blocking her view. Luin quickly searched through Chenli's memories, and when the fruit was about to fall to the ground, he controlled the greenskin's body to grab it and pass it back to him. The next moment, Lu Yin's consciousness shifted and he took the fruit. The entire process took less than 2 seconds. The greenskin didn't know that 2 seconds had passed, and Songbai didn't care either. Only Luin knew what had happened in those 2 seconds, and he had seen what he wanted to see. This is also a green fruit of the Greater Mountain, but it was picked before the rain. It was picked very carefully, and I pinched it 3 times to disperse the bitterness, leaving only a sweet aftertaste. Luin ate it. His eyes lit up as he ate the fruit. The greenskin laughed. Not bad, that's it. You really know how to do it. Oh, right, what's your name? Xianxia? Luin took a step back and bowed. Junior Xianxia greets senior. The greenskin waved his hand. Don't call me senior, just call me old greenskin, just like the rest of them. How can that be? That's rude. Luin was serious. The greenskin replied, you can call people of the same generation as you, and so can those I approve of. Anyone else who dares to call me that will be killed. Xianxia, come, I still have a lot of green fruits. Let's try them together and see if you can guess which mountain they were picked from. Alright, this junior is also hungry. Senior, please. You eat first, haha. With the die's 6 pips, it was easy for Luin to get close to anyone he wanted. Even if it was a heinous person, he could use their memories to get closer to them. This was an advantage that no one else could compare to. Songbai was at a loss. How did these two become so close? Luin chatted with the greenskin while recalling the memories he had just seen. There was something wrong with Chenlu, a big problem. Through the greenskin's memories, he saw that Chenlu had used the Sovereign King arrow to easily kill a corpse king of the same level in the endless battlefield. This wasn't a big deal, as many people knew the Sovereign King arrow battle technique. Out of the 15 half-monarchs in the Mo courtyard, at least 10 of them knew it. However, Chenlu had also investigated the Bai family, which was why Luin was sure that there was something wrong with this person. The greenskin had inadvertently discovered that Chenlu had investigated the Bai family in the Void God spacetime. He didn't care at first, as the Void God spacetime had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he didn't get along with Chenlu, so he never cared. However, this information was too important to Luin. Chenlu was a half-monarch and had the tyrannical Sovereign King arrow battle technique. He had also investigated the Bai family, and if there were no surprises, it was Chenlu who had annihilated the Bai family. This situation matched what Wu Tong had said. That person had sent a message to Chenlu to get something as soon as possible. Looking at the 3 monarch spacetimes, only Chenlu was in a hurry to break through to the extreme realm. Then, the Bai family might have something that Chenlu wanted. While Luin was chatting with the greenskin, his thoughts had already flown to Chenlu. Chenlu was the courtyard master of Mo Courtyard, recognized as the #1 half-monarch in the 3 monarch spacetime. His name was known throughout the 6 Directions Association, and many people believed that he could break through to the monarch realm. Even the 3 monarchs valued him. Mu Jun could order anyone in Mo Courtyard to do things, but he couldn't order Chenlu unless he wanted to. This was Chenli's status. Through the memories of the greenskin, Luin was very clear about how strong Chenlu was. No wonder he could easily kill the old madman's master. But why did this person attack the Bai family? The greenskin had no memory of this, and it had nothing to do with the 3 monarch spacetime, so it was Chenli's own business? Luin stayed with the greenskin for a long time before leaving. After leaving, he searched for information about all the half-monarchs in Mo Courtyard in the name of investigation, mainly to investigate Chenlu, but he couldn't just investigate him alone. It was too conspicuous, so he simply investigated all of them. A few days later, Luin looked at Chenli's information, which recorded a lot of things about him. This person was considered a star in the 3 monarch spacetime, and no matter how big or small he was recorded. However, there was no information about him being related to the Bai family, and there was very little information about him being related to the Nihility God spacetime. This was strange. It was impossible to destroy the Bai family depending on his mood. What did that person say he wanted to get as soon as possible? Could it be that what Chenlu wanted was in the hands of the Bai family? Since he didn't understand, he decided to take a look. Luin went to the Mo Courtyard once more, using the excuse of paying a visit to Chenlu. He wanted to meet the Mo Courtyard's courtyard master, a future powerhouse. When Luin arrived at Mo courtyard to formally visit Qianlu, he was told that Qianlu wasn't there. Lu Yin's heart sank. Where did Qianlu go? The man in front of him was Qianli's disciple. Master didn't say where he was going. I can pass on the message. Luin said, I admire Qianlu, so I came to meet him. Since he's not here, then forget it. He turned to leave, but after a few steps, he turned back to look at Qianli's disciple. How long has Qianlu been gone? Qianli's disciple replied, he's just a step late. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he smiled. Thank you. He then left Mo courtyard. Songbai was puzzled. Why is the acting academy master looking for Qianlu? As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed. Is there something wrong with the hall master? Senior, you're overthinking. I just admire the academy master, so I came to meet him. Songbai relaxed. That's good. There can't be any problems with Qianlu. He's an extreme powerhouse from the Three Monarchs spacetime and has made great contributions in the endless battlefield. If there's a problem with him, then many people will be denied. Luin was curious. Denied? What do you mean? Songbai replied, Senior Qianli's cultivation path is amazing. He followed Lord Luo, Lord Mu, and Lord Taixing, and was recognized by powerhouses from other parallel spacetimes. Mr. Daheng from the Yuqimu spacetime praised him for his outstanding achievements. Luin sighed. He's indeed amazing. To be able to follow the Three Monarchs and successfully cultivate to his current realm, Qianlu must be very strong. Of course. Songbai didn't really care about the other people in the Mohe courtyard. Even the old green-skinned man, who was second only to Qianlu, was only a little apprehensive. However, he admired Qianlu from the bottom of his heart. The courtyard master's greatest achievement is killing an eternal corpse king of the same realm with a single arrow. His sovereign king arrow is unparalleled in the world, and it's precisely because of this that Mr. Daheng praised him as a human genius. Once he breaks through to the extreme realm, the courtyard master will be a great killing machine wherever he goes. As they spoke, the two of them returned. When he saw Songbai standing guard outside the courtyard, his expression darkened, and he hurriedly returned to the void god spacetime. If his guess was correct, then the person who had passed on the wrong information to Wu Tong had passed it on to Qianlu. Qianlu might be looking for the Bai family right now, because in old Greenskin's memories, he had seen Qianlu investigating the Bai family recently. This timing did not mean that the Bai family had been destroyed by Qianlu, but it did mean that Qianlu was searching for the Bai family. With the addition of the Sovereign King arrow, Luin was almost certain that his guess was correct. Even though he had taken the Bai family to the Red Domain, Qianlu would still be able to find them if he really wanted to. Luin had deliberately left clues that pointed to the Red Domain, just like how the crazy old man had used the Bai family as bait to lure the enemy who had annihilated the Bai family. When it came to breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm, Qianlu might not necessarily be afraid of the Hong Domain. In the empty god universe, outside of the red region, an arrow was shot into the ground. The arrow was covered with three-colored monarch chi. It did not tear the void apart, but the void did not have time to react. It disappeared instantly. The ground of the red domain cracked open with the arrow at the center. Buildings were destroyed, and a cold aura swept out in all directions. There was a furious roar as a berserk void god force shot up into the sky, followed by a long spear that carried a terrifying amount of void god force. Someone walked out from the ground, blood flowing everywhere. His scarlet eyes looked outside of the red domain. He was a void transformation realm cultivator who had always been protecting the red domain. His only mission was to protect the red domain from powerful enemies. With a void transformation realm cultivator's power level, it would be very difficult for him to not react in time unless someone at the virtual realm attacked. However, he had not been able to react in time to that arrow, which had pierced through his shoulder. If he had not been so far away, that arrow would have caused even more damage. It was a Sovereign King arrow from the Three Sovereigns universe. Who dares to invade the Heaven's Reflection Manor? The man shouted as he looked outside the red domain. Within the red domain, many people stared outside in fear and anger. That arrow had shattered the red domain and caused many casualties. Gue-san and Ning Ran were both there, and they looked outside and felt an enormous pressure. The housekeeper hurriedly contacted Su Wuji to inform him that a powerful enemy had invaded. Another arrow pierced through the void and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator pushed out with both hands, and his long spear released Void God force that was several times greater than his own, forming a barrier that was close to the Virtual Realm Cultivator's own Void God force to protect the red domain. The arrow pierced through the Void God force barrier, and it paused for a moment before another arrow shot out. Then, one arrow after another finally broke through the barrier and shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator was shocked. With his Void God force that was close to the virtual realm, an enemy of the same level should not be able to break through it, but the enemy had broken through with just a few arrows. Who was it? Who was it? It was definitely a powerful cultivator of the same level. Even an extremely powerful cultivator would not dare to be careless with such archery skills. The long spear stabbed out, but it was pierced through by the arrow and split in two. The remaining power of the arrow shot towards the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator, who hurriedly dodged and escaped. If not for the long spear, he would not have been able to escape from that arrow. This enemy's every arrow froze the void, making it impossible for him to dodge. It was over. If the chief did not come soon, he would be dead for sure. Under the red domain, the captured spies were overjoyed. Was there an eternal cultivator coming to save them? Qingfen looked up. Could it be the witch spirit god? Yijun sat on the beautiful scenery with the poisonous toad on her shoulder. When the red domain shattered, a ray of sunlight shone through, illuminating her pale face. Seeing the red domain tremble continuously as if it was about to collapse, Yijun smiled. The eternal cultivators must have come. On the red domain, the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator looked into the distance in shock and despair. A total of 5 arrows came from afar, freezing the entire red domain. 4 arrows were shot towards him, and 1 arrow was shot towards the bell tower. With a boom, the bell tower shattered, and the arrows pierced through the ground, shooting into the ground through the cracks. Right below it was Yijun's dazed face. The arrows pierced through the entire red domain, causing the stars to explode. Yijun's body shattered, and she completely disappeared. Many people had died with her, including people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor and spies. The Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had blocked 1 arrow, but the other 3 had also shattered him, staining the ground with blood. A Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died just like that. There was a family living in a corner of the red domain. They were the descendants of the 100 family clan. Only 10 seconds had passed between the first arrow and the Void Transformation Realm Cultivator's death. In just 10 seconds, a Void Transformation Realm Cultivator had died, and even the red domain had been destroyed. The descendants of the 100 family clan curled up in fear, not daring to go anywhere. At that moment, a figure walked out and looked down at the descendants of the 100 family clan with a fervent gaze. It should be here. It has to be here. As he spoke, he landed and saw the group of people curled up in the corner. He opened his mouth and said something. An old man in the group was shocked, and his eyes widened. It's you. You're the one who destroyed the 100 family clan. The newcomer was about to say something when his expression suddenly changed. He casually tossed out a lotus treasure and took a step forward, sweeping away the group of people in the corner and tearing through the void. Su Wuji arrived in the red domain and looked at the corner. He immediately attacked, but the lotus treasure blocked his attack. When he was about to attack again, he discovered that the person who had invaded the red domain had already disappeared along with the 100 family clan. Su Wuji roared in anger. He had been too late. He had only been 10 seconds late, but he had already caused such an irreversible situation. The 100 family clan had disappeared, and the red domain had been destroyed. If he could not catch the culprit, he would be mocked for countless years and become the most humiliating manor master in the Heaven's Reflection Manor. He had to find out who this person was. By the time Luin returned to the red domain, it was already too late. He looked at the shattered red domain and frowned as he breathed in the stench of blood. Su Wuji was puzzled when he saw Luin return. Shouldn't you be in the hyperspace? Luin replied, Manor Master really doesn't care about anything. I'm currently on a mission in the 3 sovereign spacetime. Su Wuji did not want to discuss this. Why did you come back at this time? Investigate the names of the people that Ijun came into contact with. Some of them might be spies. This is a clue that I found in the Three Sovereigns spacetime, Luin said. Su Wuji looked away as the people from the Heaven's Reflection Manor quietly dealt with the corpses. This was especially true of the Void Transformation Realm powerhouse. All that was left of him was a blood-stained piece of cloth. Manor Master, what happened? Luin asked in a low voice. Su Wuji explained the situation to Luin. Luin was shocked. Lianbao? It's not Lotus Sovereign's disciple. They wouldn't be that bold, and Qingfen is still around. It's just that. Su Wuji paused and frowned. The 100 family clan has gone missing. Luin was shocked. Is it the culprit who killed the entire 100 family clan? Su Wuji's eyes narrowed. He was not wearing his sunglasses, and his entire being exuded a cold and austere aura. This was the first time Luin had seen him like this, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill. Don't let me find out who it is. Otherwise, even the son of a Grand Empyrean won't be able to live. Luin raised his brows. Su Wuji seemed to like using other people's sons as metaphors. He had previously used the Void Master's son as an example, and now, he was using the Grand Empyrean's son as an example. Not long after, Luin left the Void God spacetime and headed to the Three Sovereigns spacetime. Ijun was dead, and he had not expected that she would be so unlucky as to die in the aftermath of the battle. After returning to the Three Sovereigns spacetime, the first thing Luin did was visit Chenlu. He wanted to confirm whether or not the person who had attacked the Red Domain was Chenlu. Acting Manor Master, you just came to visit. Why are you here again? Chenli's disciple was puzzled, and he looked at Luin with a questioning gaze. Luin replied, I'm not looking for Manor Master Chenlu this time. I heard that there's a strange stone in the Manor Master's cultivation area, and I'm quite curious about it. Would it be possible for me to take a look? Chenli's disciple immediately understood. There was indeed a strange stone here that could release a sound that was similar to the morning bell and the evening drum. There were many people who visited it, so it was not a problem for the acting Manor Master to take a look. My apologies, acting Manor Master. Master has instructed that no one is to disturb him. Senior Chenlu is back? Luin was shocked, and his eyes turned cold. Chenli's disciple replied, Master just went out to pick some things, and it wasn't convenient for him to tell you before. Now that he's back, I can tell you, but Master ordered that no one is to disturb him. If you're willing, I can pass on the message. If it's not convenient, you can just wait a few days. Luin smiled, it's nothing, I just wanted to visit. I'll wait for Chenlu to come again when he's free. With that, he left. After Luin left, Chenli's disciple seemed to have heard something and respectfully replied, this person is Xianxia, the acting academy head of Heaven's Reflection Manor. He was invited to the Three Sovereigns universe to investigate the person who provided the information to Lord Luo. He's here to visit Master. He paused for a moment and then said, I understand. With that, he left. When Luin returned to the courtyard, Songbai asked, your ability to capture spies on behalf of the academy head is truly eye-opening. When will you investigate the person who sold the information to Lord Luo? I know what I'm doing, Luin replied and closed the courtyard door. He naturally didn't stay in the courtyard, but instead left using his innate gift of space to keep an eye on Chenli's disciple. The information that Wu Tong had received had not been wrong, and he had only heard it himself. If there was a third person present, then that person's cultivation would not be much higher than Wu Tong's. Otherwise, Wu Tong would have been discovered long ago. Chenli's disciple was the most likely candidate. Luin had taken a closer look, and Chenli's disciple's cultivation was about the same as Wu Tong's. If Wu Tong wanted to pass on information to a spy, he would do his best to conceal himself, so it was normal that Chenli's disciple would not be able to discover him. Following Chenli's disciple, Luin found that he had come to the place where Wu Tong had received the information. As expected, the information had been passed on to Chenlu. Looking at the mark left by Chenli's disciple, Luin remained where he was. If Chenlu had obtained what he wanted, he would definitely come here to hand it over to the person who had passed on the information. Luin just had to wait here. As the sky darkened, there was no one around. Lu Yin hid himself, and not long after, someone arrived. This person's cultivation was not high, only at the level of an emissary. After arriving, this person also hid himself and stood at the location where he had left the mark. Not long after, the void distorted, and another figure appeared. Lu Yin's eyes widened. It was Chen Li's disciple. If I didn't rush you, you wouldn't have done anything, right? The first person who came here questioned. This person was clearly only a star envoy, but he dared to question Chen Lu, a half-martial ancestor. Chen Lu was only one step away from breaking through to the extreme powerhouse realm. He was an absolute powerhouse, second only to the three sovereigns in the Three Sovereigns universe. Chen Lu was calm. Old Ghost Bai's disciple has been trying to lure me in by saying that he's a descendant of the Bai clan. That disciple's strength isn't weak, and he's even stronger than Old Ghost Bai. That place is also close to the Red region, and if I'm not careful, I might be exposed. Not only will I not be able to obtain the item, but I'll also be in trouble. But you did it. You killed your way into the Red region and took away the 100 clansmen. If you had done this earlier, the news I brought wouldn't have been so unpleasant, the star envoy said. Chen Li's tone gradually turned cold. Old Ghost Bai's disciple was taken away by the new inn, which was why I had the chance to act. Even so, I only had 10 seconds. If it wasn't for Lian Bao, I would have been captured. By Su Wuji. It was too dangerous. It's worth it. Give it to me. Chen Li placed his hand on his cosmic ring. Suddenly, a warning sign exploded in his mind, and a sense of crisis descended. It was just like when he had been targeted by an eternal powerhouse in the endless battlefield. He would never forget that feeling for the rest of his life. Not good, someone was here. In the void, a bone spike suddenly appeared and pierced through Chen Li's right hand in the blink of an eye. With an unparalleled power, it shattered Chen Li's arm. His hand with the cosmic ring was flung far away, and blood splattered everywhere. In front of Chen Lu, the star envoy was stunned. Blood splattered onto his face, and he couldn't react in time. Chen Lu suddenly turned around. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so fierce that he couldn't even defend himself. Impossible, this person clearly wasn't an extreme powerhouse. If an extreme powerhouse had launched a sneak attack, he wouldn't have just lost an arm. Chen Li's body was about to release a tricolored sovereign qi. Lu Yin stirred up spatial lines and directly appeared in front of Chen Lu. He stepped in reverse and disrupted time. The sovereign qi that should have appeared suddenly disappeared. Chen Lu was shocked, and before he could react, an indescribable power enveloped the surroundings. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed him and forcefully weakened his strength. Chen Lu felt powerless, and he knew that he was in trouble. He had encountered a powerful enemy that he couldn't deal with, and his opponent had even launched a sneak attack. With a thump, Chen Lu fell to the ground. Behind him, Lu Yin stood up with the slippers in hand and sighed in relief. Not bad, very smooth. Against a half-ancestor like Chen Lu, Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless. Even if he couldn't use his progenitor's strength, he was still confident in using all of his strength. The bone spike had shattered Chen Li's right arm, leaving him with nothing to use. At the same time, Lu Yin had used the Ian Evolution True Scripture to weaken Chen Li's overall strength. In that instant, Chen Li couldn't even reach the level of an ordinary half-ancestor. At most, he would have the power of a peak star envoy, which made it impossible for Chen Lu to resist or evade. In the end, Lu Yin had used the slippers to end the fight. Lu Yin's entire attack flowed smoothly, and even an extreme powerhouse like Chen Lu was stunned. As for the star envoy, he was already stunned. He looked at the unconscious Chen Lu and then at the slippers in Lu Yin's hand, feeling that everything was absurd. Lu Yin had casually slapped the star envoy unconscious and taken him away. This situation was a little strange. After capturing Chen Lu and the star envoy, Lu Yin returned to the courtyard and placed them inside Mount Supreme. He then began to search for his spoils of war. There were quite a few good things in Chen Li's cosmic ring, including a few 100 million light crystals. There was also a Lianbao. Lu Yin was delighted, as Lianbao was very useful. If it weren't for Lianbao, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the red domain. However, the thing that Lu Yin cared about the most was a rock, a landscape painting rock. He had never expected to obtain a landscape painting rock from Chen Li's cosmic ring. This was the third rock that he had obtained. The first piece had come from the Han clan, the second from the House of Illusions, and the third. He glanced at the unconscious Qianlu and then at the nervous emissary. Is this what you want? The Star Envoy's gaze landed on the rock and he gulped. I know you, Xianxia. I'm asking you a question. Luin frowned. The Star Envoy said, Xianxia, you took something that you shouldn't have. You better give it to me, I can be your pawn. With a smack, half of the Star Envoy's face was smashed and blood flowed down his cheek, staining the ground red. His eyes flashed in disbelief. This person had just hit him. Ever since he had obtained his new identity, he had gotten whatever he wanted. No one had ever hit him before, but this Xianxia had actually done it. He slowly looked at Luin, his eyes filled with bone-deep hatred. Luin was indifferent. Looks like you won't talk, then die. He raised his hand and pointed it at the Star Envoy. The Star Envoy's eyes narrowed. No, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. He didn't want to die, he had obtained this identity by chance, so he couldn't die here. Speak, Luin said indifferently. The Star Envoy's eyes flashed as he looked at Luin and then at the unconscious Qianlu. He silently cursed this person for being useless and whispered, I'm from the Hall of Freedom. Luin raised a brow. The Hall of Freedom? You don't know about it? The Star Envoy was shocked. Luin really didn't know. He had merged with many people's bodies, but coincidentally, he hadn't seen any information about the Hall of Freedom. Perhaps it wasn't that those people didn't know about it, but rather that they knew too little about it and didn't have a deep memory. It was impossible for him to know all the memories of those he had merged with, so he was at a loss when it came to the Hall of Freedom. The Star Envoy sighed, no wonder you attacked me. Xianxia, the Hall of Freedom is a power that you can't afford to offend. Don't make a mistake and give me the stone. It's useless to you, but the Hall of Freedom needs it. As long as you give it to me, I can pretend that nothing happened today and even recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom. Tell me about the Hall of Freedom first, Luin said coldly. Half of the Star Envoy's face was bleeding, and he hated Luin to the core. However, his life was in Luin's hands, so he didn't dare to show it. He could only say, the Hall of Freedom was created in the wood spacetime by Sir Deheng. It was neither good nor evil. A single thought was eternal. The Hall of Freedom takes in all who yearn for freedom, regardless of whether they are good or evil. Anyone who isn't bound can join the Hall of Freedom. Aside from Sir Deheng, there are 2 other extreme powerhouses in the Hall of Freedom. This is how powerful the Hall of Freedom is. Xianxia, if you're willing, I can recommend you to join the Hall of Freedom. No one dares to touch you. Luin laughed, but I've already hit you. What will the Hall of Freedom do to me? The Star Envoy's eyes flashed, as long as you join the Hall of Freedom, everything will be fine. And if I don't? Luin asked. The Star Envoy was astonished, why not? Do you know how many people want to join the Hall of Freedom? Do you know who Sir Deheng is? He's an extreme powerhouse second only to the sovereigns in the wood spacetime, and he's widely acknowledged to be incomparably powerful. Every time a Grand Empyrean tea party is held, he'll be able to chat freely with the Grand Empyreans. He's one of the top figures in the Six Directions Association, and with Sir Deheng's protection, you won't have to worry about anything. Isn't that good? Luin nodded, sounds good. Then, what's the Hall of Freedom's stance on dealing with the Eternals? The Star Envoy was solemn, of course, we'll kill them without holding back. The Eternals are the common enemy of humanity. Luin fiddled with the stone, what does the Hall of Freedom want with this broken stone? The Star Envoy frowned, you don't need to ask. As long as you hand the stone over to me, I'll give you a share of the credit, and you might even be able to join the Hall of Freedom. The Hall of Freedom's requirements aren't that high. If even you can join, then it should be easy for me to join. Do I need a referral from you? Luin was disdainful. He's not from the Hall of Freedom. Qianlu woke up and sat up. The Star Envoy was displeased, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course I'm from the Hall of Freedom. Qianlu looked around, you formed your own space? He looked at Luin, you're Xianxia? Everyone was wrong about you. You were even able to capture me, and you have the strength to fight against an extreme powerhouse. You've hidden yourself well. Luin met Qianli's gaze, nice to meet you, Headmaster Qianlu. You kept asking to see me just to keep an eye on me, right? You know that I was the one who exterminated the Bai family, Qianli said. Luyin replied, I didn't before, but I do now. What do you want? Qianli asked. Luyin replied, I promised the crazy old man that I would protect him or avenge him. What do you think I'll do? Qianli replied, kill me, and the Hall of Freedom won't let you off. Luyin pointed at the emissary, he said that he'll recommend me to the Hall of Freedom. Qianli shook his head, he's just a key. The emissary didn't understand, what key? Luyin didn't understand either, he was curious about Qianli's attitude towards this emissary. Even if this person was the son of an extreme powerhouse, Qianli shouldn't have tolerated him so much. Qianli sighed. The world is ever-changing. I never thought that I would lose to luck at the last step. He sighed. This person isn't a member of the Hall of Freedom. He's just a vessel for the Hall of Freedom. The moment Mr. Daheng brought me into the Hall of Freedom, he planted a door in my body. A door that won't affect my cultivation, but will only obstruct me when I try to break through to the extreme realm. With that door in place, I won't be able to break through no matter what. Luyin was shocked. There was such a thing? It's not difficult to open this door, you just have to complete the task that Mr. Daheng gave you. This stone? Luyin asked. Qianli nodded and looked at the stone with a burning gaze. As long as you give this stone to Mr. Daheng, he'll give me the key to that door. It's this person. The emissary's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be the key? You've cultivated the freedom technique, Qianli said. The emissary's face paled, and he looked lost. Of course he had cultivated the freedom technique. The Hall of Freedom would select suitable people from countless people to cultivate the technique, and only those who could cultivate it could join the Hall of Freedom. This was common knowledge, but what did it have to do with a key? The Mahasbara technique is the key to opening that door within my body, but the prerequisite is that Mr. Daheng must agree to infuse a strand of power into this person's Mahasbara technique. That strand of power will completely absorb this person and form the key to opening that door. He then looked at Luyin. Tell me, why would a mere key allow you to join the Mahasbara Palace? Those who can truly join the Hall of Repose can be counted on one hand. I don't know who exactly there are, but only those at my level can join. Him? Why? The emissary shouted, impossible. You're lying. I'm a member of the Hall of Repose, and everyone respects me. No one dares to offend me, and the Hall of Repose still has missions for me to complete. Qianli shook his head. It's just a key. Why would a person bother with a key? Mission? With your cultivation, what kind of mission could you possibly have? He's just a messenger. His cultivation is low, so he won't attract any attention. Luyin looked at the emissary. That's right, why would a person care about a key? The others did not know that he was the key. They respected him because he was a member of the Hall of Repose. This person was somewhat lamentable. His fate was destined to be a key. Impossible. Impossible, the emissary roared, unable to believe this fact. Qianli immediately attacked and slapped the emissary to death. Too noisy. Luyin looked at Qianli. You don't care that the key is gone? Qianli looked up. Will you give me the stone to complete the mission? Of course not. Then there's no point in keeping the key. Luyin was curious. Why would the Hall of Repose collect such stones? Qianli's eyes flashed. Collect? You've seen other stones? Luyin casually tossed the stone to Qianli. The diagram on it is obviously incomplete. It must have been knocked off from an entire diagram. Qianli stared at the stone in a daze. He was just one step away. If Mr. Daheng finds out that this stone is with you, your fate won't be any better than his. Even if you have an extremely strong backer, no one can stop the Hall of Repose from getting what they want. Their actions are both righteous and evil, and they are not restrained. They will definitely get what they want. Qianli tossed the stone to Luyin. Luyin laughed. Then don't let them know. They'll find out, Qianli said. Just like how you found out that this stone was in the hands of the Bai family and then wiped them out. Luyin asked. Qianli was cold. The world of cultivation is cruel. Morals and bottom lines are just the wails of the weak. Now that you know all of this, I have no intention of living. As for the Bai family, do you think that their stone was passed down by their ancestors? They also stole it from someone else. The Bai family's disciple is from your red domain. I was the one who framed him and forced him into a corner, forcing him to go to the new inn. But if it was just a trap, how could he have ended up in such a miserable state? No one dares to say that they haven't done anything wrong at their level of cultivation. The Bai family is like that, and so is his disciple. That includes you, Xianxia. Luyin smiled. What eloquence. You wiped out an entire family, but you're blaming the world of cultivation for everything. Qianlu closed his eyes and did not say anything else. There was no point in saying anything now. Do you want to die? Luyin suddenly asked. Qianli's eyes were still closed, and his tone was calm. What's the point of asking this? Don't you want to take revenge for the Bai family? Luyin wanted to fulfill his promise to the crazy old man and do his best to take revenge for the Bai family. But at the moment, killing Qianlu and keeping him alive were two completely different things. Besides, he wanted to use 4 everlasting half-progenitors in exchange for the crazy old man's life, which was already enough. As for Qianli's life, that could be dealt with later. Is the door that Mr. Daheng left in your body really unsolvable? Luyin was curious. Qianlu opened his eyes. He cared about breaking through to the extreme realm, and he had not hesitated to kill his way into the red domain. As for life and death, he had already accepted at the moment that emissary had died. Unsolvable. What if an extreme realm powerhouse intervenes? Luyin asked. Qianlu looked at Luyin. Who are you? I can confirm that you are not an extreme realm powerhouse, but you have the power of an extreme realm powerhouse. This is very unusual, and you've been hiding it all this time. Now that you're saying this, it means that there is an extreme realm powerhouse behind you. Luyin replied, everyone knows that I invited Senior Su Wuwei to guide me in my cultivation of Void God's power. I also have a good relationship with the Void Yang and Void Yin tribes. Can it be them? Impossible. Qianlu was certain. The extreme realm powerhouse behind you is definitely not one of them. It might even be someone we don't know. He then stared at Luyin. An everlasting? What if it is? Luyin asked. Qianlu met Luyin's gaze. I don't want to be a spy. Luyin raised his brows. What you've done isn't much better than being a spy. If Lord Luo finds out that you've sided with Freedom Palace and have been working for Mr. Daheng, will he let you off? Qianlu was calm. Betraying Lord Luo and betraying humanity are two different things. Luyin did not know what Qianlu was thinking. Perhaps this person was telling the truth. Perhaps Qianlu was certain that Qianlu was not a spy and was just putting on an act for Luyin. Otherwise, most people would kill a spy, even if they were willing to become one. Luyin did not need to know what Qianlu was thinking, as this person was very valuable. I hope that you're telling the truth. You have to take revenge for the 100 family. Back to that question, if you have an extreme realm powerhouse helping you, will you be able to open that door? Luyin asked. He was testing Mr. Daheng's strength, and through Qianli's words, he could determine Mr. Daheng's level within the 6 Direction Association. Qianlu thought about it and then shook his head. Unless you have an extreme realm powerhouse behind you that is comparable to the 6 Direction Association spacetime ruler, it's unlikely. Lu Yin's heart sank. Is Mr. Daheng that strong? Qianlu was helpless. If he's not strong, how can he be free and unfettered? Regardless, Lu Yin still wanted to try. He needed a progenitor to help him understand the 3 monarch spacetimes and Lord Luo. Elder Chan could not do it, and no one around him could either. Qianlu was the most suitable candidate. Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme and tore through the void to return to the Eternal Kingdom. He then headed to the 5th mainland to find Mu Xia. When Qianlu saw Mu Xia, his expression changed. An extreme realm powerhouse. This was a pressure that only someone on the same level as the 3 monarchs could give him. Mu Xia also looked at Qianlu, his gaze penetrating Qianli's body as if he had seen something. A moment later, he sighed. Someone sealed a power in his body, causing his monarch's chi to be incomplete. Once he tries to break through to the progenitor realm, although there is no origin tribulation, he will not succeed. Outside of the primordial space, breaking through to the progenitor realm and other spacetimes did not require origin tribulation. Breaking through in the void. God's spacetime depended on one's innate talent, but breaking through in the three monarch spacetimes required both innate talent and a complete circulation of monarch's chi. Mr. Daheng knew this, which was why he had been able to prevent Chen Lu from breaking through. Chen Lu did not dare to tell Lord Luo, as that would be tantamount to admitting that he had dealings with the Repose Palace. Lord Luo might not be able to break through Mr. Daheng's door. In Chen Li's heart, Mr. Daheng was an existence that surpassed Lord Luo. He did not hold out much hope for Xia either, even if this person was also an extreme realm powerhouse. The gap between them was huge. Senior, do you have any confidence in helping him break through that door? Xia's eyes flickered. The person who left this seal in his body is extremely powerful, and it's not any weaker than 9 mountains and 8 seas. However, it's hard to tell exactly how strong they are. That door. He paused. Lu Yin's heart sank. Even Senior had no way? Chen Lu was not surprised, as this had always been the case. This was why he had not sought out Lord Luo the first time Mr. Daheng had left a seal in his body. We can try, Xia said. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Senior, are you confident? Xia laughed. I can't say I'm confident. Let's use the evil relic to clash with this door. Besides, I also want to see this person's strength. He then pointed at the location where the door had been planted in Chen Li's body. A shrunken evil relic appeared and entered Chen Li's body, viciously slamming into the door. The method was simple and crude, but Chen Lu was shocked. No. Just as he finished speaking, his mind rumbled as two terrifying powers collided with each other, producing a tearing sensation. His face paled. This was not good. Fresh blood flowed from Chen Li's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His entire body was covered in blood, and he looked extremely miserable. Lu Yin's expression changed. This guy couldn't have died, right? Chen Lu thought so as well. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of forcefully breaking open that door, and he had even tried to use his sovereign's aura to smash it open. The result was that he had been heavily injured and had to go into seclusion for a year. This time, Xia's attack had caused him to think that he would be torn to pieces. Xia's expression turned serious. It's indeed powerful. With that, the evil Saraira in Chen Li's body suddenly split into 2, 2 into 3, and 3 into 9. 9 identical evil Sarairas formed a circle, and the center of the evil energy emitted a mighty chime that sounded divine and unfathomable. Chen Lu was the one who felt it the most, as the chime seemed to be right next to his ears. It was the chime of the evil energy colliding with the evil Saraira. When the 9 evil Saraira appeared, they formed a circle that resembled a bracelet of light. Pfft! Chen Lu spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, he felt as if his body had been torn to pieces. Xia stared at the door within Chen Li's body, which had shattered. The bracelet formed by the evil Saraira had also shattered. Just a strand of energy was left behind, but it was able to cancel out my evil Saraira. That energy should have been casually left behind by this person, but it was enough to kill a progenitor. Junior brother, this person cannot be provoked. Lu Yin was even more shocked. Senior brother, your evil Saraira was cancelled out? Then what are you going to do? Xia replied, it's fine, I'll just form another one. Was that what he meant? The evil Saraira was Xia's ancestral world. How could it be reformed after it was destroyed? Then wouldn't the blood ancestors' injuries be child's play? Senior brother, the evil Saraira is your ancestral world. How can it be restored after it's destroyed? Lu Yin was at a loss. Xia clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Chen Lu, who was lying on the ground. Your senior brother's battle prowess is only on par with 9 mountains and 8 seas, but when it comes to energy consumption, even senior Lu Tianyi can't compare to me. Everyone has their own advantages. Senior Lu Tianyi is invincible, and his divine seal catalog can command the heavens. Progenitor Chen, Xiaoshang, is a peerless killer, and the symbol ancestor is astonishingly talented. Each of them has a side that surpasses all living beings. As for me... He stared at Lu Yin. As if afraid that Lu Yin would Not believe him, Mu Xia raised a hand, and another evil Saraira appeared in his palm. It then enlarged and appeared beneath his feet, surrounded by runes. It was exactly the same as the first time he had used the ancestral world. Luin was dumbfounded. Does that mean that your ancestral world will never shatter? Mu Xia nodded. You can say that. At least until now, no one has made me feel that they can truly destroy my ancestral world. So that's how it is. No wonder, no wonder. This was the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Actually, as Mr. Mu's disciple, there was no need for Luin to say anything. Qing Ping had been able to judge a progenitor as a half-progenitor and warlord, which was an incomparably monstrous talent. Although Senior Mu Xia could also fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas, Luin had always felt that something was missing. He did not have that invincible spirit that allowed him to surpass his peers. Although being able to fight against 9 mountains and 8 seas was already shocking enough, and it was enough to be recorded in history, Luin had always felt that something was missing. Now, he knew that Senior Mu Xia was a bottomless pit. He did not have an invincible strength that could suppress everything, but he had a limitless strength that could grind out time with anyone. Given Senior Mu Xia's character, if he had said it, then it had to be true. Mu Xia could not defeat Bai Wang Yuan in a short period of time, but someone like Madman Lu could. Over time, no one would be able to defeat Mu Xia. Compared to Ancestor Ku had the confidence to charge into the Eternals and kill their only true god. From this, one could see how exaggerated Senior Mu Xia's confidence in his own strength was. This was Senior Mu Xia's unique characteristic, his strength was limitless. If the blood ancestor had Senior Mu Xia's unique characteristic, then he would not have weakened from being a progenitor. To a certain extent, Senior Mu Xia's strength would never weaken, and it would only steadily increase. Among all the people that Luin had seen, Senior Mu Xia's strength increase was the most stable. The increase was not exaggerated, but it was enough as long as it was stable. After eliminating any future troubles, there would be a day when Senior Mu Xia would reach unimaginable heights. This was Lu Yin's senior, the disciple that Mr. Mu had acknowledged. Cough cough. Chen Lu coughed up blood and opened his eyes, but everything was blurry. Lu Yin and Mu Xia looked at him. Senior Mu, his injuries aren't serious, right? Mu Xia replied, it's not a fundamental injury. He'll be fine after a few days of rest. It's just a flesh wound. When Chen Lu heard this, he supported himself with his hands and struggled to get up. He left a bloody handprint on the ground and bowed deeply to Mu Xia. Thank you for your help, Senior. Chen Lu was well aware of the terrifying strength of someone who could break through Mr. Daheng's power. This person did not seem to have suffered any injuries, which was what Chen Lu was most afraid of. Could this person be on par with Mr. Daheng? Lu Yin's lips curled up, as Chen Lu had overestimated Mr. Daheng. Lu Yin did not understand Luo Jun's strength, nor did he understand Senior Mu Xia's strength. However, Senior Mu Xia had been able to break through that door, which meant that Senior Mu Xia was not much weaker than Mr. Daheng. In any case, Senior Mu Xia definitely surpassed Luo Jun. This was interesting. Chen Lu, I said that I would help you break through that door. How do you feel now? Are you confident that you can break through? Lu Yin asked. Chen Lu looked at Lu Yin with fear in his eyes. I should be able to. Lu Yin replied, I'm not helping you for free. He suddenly attacked and sent the Grim Reaper's imprint into Chen Li's body. Chen Lu subconsciously used his sovereign's aura to resist, but it was immediately disintegrated by the Grim Reaper's imprint. He was shocked. What kind of power was this? Don't think that you can act all high and mighty just because you've become an extreme realm powerhouse. You'll never be able to break free from my control, Lu Yin said. If I save you, you'll have to work for me. Otherwise, you can choose to die. Chen Li's eyes flickered, but before he could reply, Mu Xia also attacked and tapped Chen Li's body. The previous attack had broken through that door and given Chen Li hope of becoming an extreme realm powerhouse, but this attack had pushed him into the abyss. I've also left some evil energy in his body. Regardless of whether or not he's broken through to the progenitor realm, the evil energy will cause his body to explode and die unless his cultivation surpasses mine. Mu Xia explained. Chen Li's face darkened. This feeling was even more unbearable than being controlled by Mr. Daheng. Mr. Daheng had only left a door in his body, but these two were directly controlling him. He did not want to be controlled. The extreme realm was right in front of him, and he could see the peak of humanity. He could reach it, but he could not break free from these two. He could either reach the peak and become a puppet, or he could decline and die without a corpse. Chenlu only had these two choices at the moment. Mu Xiao left, as Chenlu had no interest in what Luyin was doing outside. This junior had many tricks up his sleeve, and Chenlu was curious about what his master was thinking. Both Qingping and Chenli's thoughts were pure, one judged criminals while the other killed spies. Only this junior had done everything, and he could be considered an anomaly in their sect. "What do you want me to do?" Chenlu asked. Luyin replied, "No matter what I want you to do, you have to do it. This is the price." Chenli's tone was low. "Once I break through to the sovereign realm, I'll be of great help to you. I need to be equal." "No," Luyin said bluntly, "I'm giving you one last chance. Either you accept your fate and be controlled by me, or you die. There are no other options." Chenlu was overjoyed, unless this person wanted to die. Chenlu knew that the Bai family would not let the old maniac off so easily, and he would try his best to escape Chenli's control. They had a tacit understanding, so there was no need for so much nonsense. In the end, Chenlu chose to live, as that was the only way to survive. He did not believe that he would not be able to escape from these two once he broke through to the extreme realm. He might even be able to borrow Sir Daheng's strength to break through. He knew that the stone was in Lu Yin's hands, and that was its value. No one was stupid, there was always a chance for survival, and Chenlu would do his best to grab hold of it. A month later, an overwhelming amount of Sovereign's aura appeared outside Mo courtyard. Old Qing Pai and the rest looked up in shock. "What's this?" On the rainbow wall, Lord Luo turned around, his eyes gleaming. "He broke through? Good, there's finally one more. Ha 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 ha." Elder Chan looked into the three sovereign spacetime. Was this a breakthrough to the progenitor realm? How could one break through to the progenitor realm in this spacetime? He was very curious. Lord Luo could change the world, and although the three sovereign spacetime was small, the person breaking through would still cultivate Sovereign's aura. Would Lord Luo be able to interfere with this breakthrough? No one gave Elder Chan an answer, so he could only wait. Luyin walked out of the courtyard and looked into the distance. "Senior Songbai, what's going on?" Songbai was excited. "The academy master is breaking through." "Senior Chenlu? He's about to break through to the extreme realm?" Luyin was shocked. Songbai nodded. "Our three sovereign spacetime will finally have another extreme powerhouse." Luyin looked into the distance. He had to succeed, or all his efforts would have been in vain. Chenli's breakthrough was expected, and everyone in the three sovereign spacetime knew that he was about to break through. Not just the three sovereign spacetime, but also the entire six-direction society. An extreme powerhouse was the most important fighting force in any spacetime. Even if there were differences in power levels, an extreme powerhouse was still an extreme powerhouse, and they were enough to attract the attention of a Grand Empyrean. The sovereign's aura that had gathered caused everyone in Mo courtyard to be unable to breathe. Chenlu took a step forward and let out a long howl as an arrow pierced through the clouds, revealing its sharpness. The arrow soared into the sky, carrying with it an endless amount of killing power that almost pierced through the heavens. Luyin narrowed his eyes. Chenli's power level was extremely high, and Luyin had only been able to react to his sneak attack. It was only now that Luyin realized that Chenli's aura was similar to the ancestral world's aura. It was no wonder that he had once killed a corpse king with a single arrow. The arrow was not only a manifestation of his strength, but also a battle technique. The arrow was an extremely powerful weapon, and once Chenlu broke through, he would be able to play a huge role in the battle against the Eternals. Chenlu was not the first person in the three sovereign spacetime to attempt to break through to the progenitor realm. Below the three sovereigns, there had been others who had attempted to break through but had failed. Chenlu was the second. Even though the sovereign's aura came from Lord Luo could not control whether this person succeeded or not. This was because the purpose of breaking through was to change the world. Once Chenlu broke through, he would still be using the sovereign's aura, but its nature would change. This was the true progenitor realm. End of chapter 2654. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.